Novel summary. From the humblest beginnings, Duan Ling Tian, once underestimated and overlooked, rose like a flame defying the heavens, breaking every shackle of fate. From bloody duels in remote corners, he ascended step by step, crushing all who opposed him, erasing arrogant clans from history, toppling powerful sects, and daring to challenge the overlords of the realms. Every battle became a testament to his unmatched might, armies 100 times his size reduced to ashes, invincible, foes brought to their knees with a single strike, ancient conspiracies woven by primordial powers shattered in an instant. Through countless breakthroughs, Duan Ling Tian transcended the limits of the heavenly laws, mastering the laws of space, fire, wind, and earth, fusing them into god-slaying and devil-annihilating attacks. In his grasp lay the devil-seal tablet, a supreme weapon that could crush the souls of any enemy, his mind as keen as a sword severing all plots before they could unfold. At his side stood loyal allies, Li Ru, Ke, Li Fei, Huaner, and bonds forged through fire, alongside unshakable love that endured the harshest trials. Even when facing the abyss, Duan Ling Tian never bowed. Instead, he turned peril into stepping stones, and enemies into the rungs of his climb toward glory. In the end, the orphan who once walked unnoticed among the crowd became an immortal legend, the sovereign who reigned above the skies and ruled all realms, before whom the heavens and myriad worlds trembled. His name resounded across the fabric of existence, his will strong enough to overturn the order of creation itself. No god nor demon dared to meet his gaze. This was the ultimate summit, where Duan Ling Tian was not merely the victor, but the one who decided the fate of all. Chapter 1, Weapons Specialist, Ling Tian. In an antique-styled room, Ling Tian jolted awake. Not good, I've fallen into a trap. He didn't even have the time to open his eyes as he reflexively slapped his hands against the ground, intending to use the counterforce produced to leap up and flee. This was an instinctual reaction for an outstanding member of the Special Forces. The moment his hands touched the ground, an aching pain jolted through his hand like lightning, along with a burst of powerlessness. Ling Tian opened his eyes as his mind trembled. "Tian, you're finally awake." A woman's gentle and pleasantly surprised voice drifted into his ears. Ling Tian looked towards the source of the voice and found a delicate face full of love attentively gazing at him. He saw a classical beauty who was breathtakingly beautiful and absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. In Ling Tian's mind, a familiar stream of memories unfolded. Ling Tian, citizen of Hua, formerly serving in the nation of Hua's elite Wolf Fang Special Forces, Army Division, he rendered innumerable meritorious deeds throughout his service. He took part in the International Special Forces competition, winning the honor of top individual combatant, and was acknowledged as the King of Weapons Specialists. Later, in an SSS-ranked multinational mission, a slight mistake on his part led to the sacrifice of a comrade. Riddled with guilt, he chose to retire and left the Wolf Fang Division. After retiring, there was no news of him for some time. He chose to go abroad and became the trump card of an internationally renowned mercenary organization. Any mission that he took part in would have an unparalleled success rate of 100%. Although he had retired from the Wolf Fang Division many years ago, his heart was still with his homeland. As long as a mission was detrimental to the nation of Hua, not only would he decline the mission, but he would also uncover the identity of the person who issued the mission and brutally slaughter him. As time passed on, he became a thorn in the side of every nation besides the nation of Hua. In the eyes of the other nations, he was a time bomb. Slaughter and bloodshed would follow wherever he went. Various countries started plotting against him, sparing no expense to hire world-class assassins. However, Ling Tian's life grew more comfortable as the days went by and the assassins vanished into thin air. Eventually, no assassin were willing to accept the suicide mission anymore. Trying to kill Ling Tian was the same as committing suicide. This statement was universally acknowledged by both the assassin and mercenary world. He, Ling Tian, was not only a formidable weapon specialist, but he was also a master practitioner of form and will boxing who even managed to cultivate his internal energy. He was rarely able to meet an opponent around the world. Even on the rare occasion that he did meet one, he never lost. Not long ago, Ling Tian received news from his most trusted broker. Our nation had created a type of a colorless and tasteless biological weapon. They were planning to transport the weapon into the nation of Hua, to carry out an atrocious conspiracy. Naturally, Ling Tian would not sit idly by and let this happen. He took action. With the help of his broker, the location of the biological weapons were pinpointed. Just when he succeeded in carving out a path of blood and entering the underground laboratory, and just when he was about to destroy the batch of biological weapons, The underground laboratory suddenly caved in, trapping him in a fully sealed cage. When he caught sight of our countrymen appearing outside the cage one by one, with firearms in their hands, Ling Tian understood right away. This was a conspiracy against him. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Otherwise, with his level of astuteness, the our countrymen's conspiracy would never have been able to succeed. Even until the moment of death, Ling Tian couldn't figure it out. Ha 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 ha. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Ling Tian could not hold back and bursted out laughing. His mood was filled with delight. Tian, what's wrong with you? Don't frighten your mother. The gentle voice sounded again, this time with a hint of anxiousness. Ling Tian's mind was in chaos. He was absolutely sure he didn't recognize the woman in front of his eyes. However, the look in this woman's eyes seemed to be full of sincerity and without any falsehood whatsoever, as if she was looking at her own kin. Just as Ling Tian was preparing to start a debate with this beautiful woman, a stream of foreign memories flowed into his mind. Ling Tian felt as if he was struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded as though pressure was being applied to his acupuncture points. The only thing Ling Tian was pleased with was that this guy was also named Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, 15 years old. Fresh Breeze Town, Li family's disciple with another surname. His mother, Li Ru, was the Li family's 9th elder. His father. In his memories, there was no such person to begin with. In the process of merging with this segment of foreign memories, Ling Tian found the reason Duan Ling Tian was severely injured and bedridden. This morning, Li family's 7th elder's youngest son, Li Xin, insulted Duan Ling Tian by calling him a bastard son who only knew his mother but not his father. Duan Ling Tian snapped into a fit of rage, and started fighting with Lin Shi. But how could Duan Ling Tian, who had not even achieved the body tempering stage, be a match for Li Xin, who had already achieved level 2 of body tempering stage? He was immediately severely injured by Li Xin and sent to the verge of death. Just as Duan Ling Tian inhaled his last breath of air, Ling Tian took over Duan Ling Tian's entire being, including Duan Ling Tian's body and memories. After completely merging with the foreign memories, Ling Tian sighed. He knew, from this moment onwards, he would be using the identity of Duan Ling Tian to integrate himself into this foreign world. From today onwards, he would be Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian would be him. Madam, the patriarch sent some medicine over. A voice sounded from the side of his ears, making Duan Ling Ting look up towards the source of the voice. A servant girl hurriedly entered the room and handed over the small and exquisite case in her hands to Li Ru. A medicinal fragrance drifted in the air immediately as the small case was opened. Tian, come, take this medicinal pill. Mother will treat your injuries. Li Ru took out a dark-looking medicinal pill from the case and guided it to the front of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth and turned into a warm current as it entered his body. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Ru had placed her hand on his chest. A stream of ice-cold current passed into his body, dissolving the warm current from the pill and treating his injuries. An hour later, Li Ru finished up. Duan Ling Tian noticed that half of the aching pain in his body had disappeared, lacking any strain whatsoever. He was startled. Was what he took just now some sort of elixir of life? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Li Ru's face was pale, as beads of cold sweat dripped out of her forehead. Obviously, she expended too much origin energy in treating his injuries. Mom, are you alright? Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm. His voice sounded intimate, without a hint of artificialness. Mother is fine, I just need to rest for a while. Li Ru shook her head while smiling. For the sake of her son, expending this little bit of origin energy was nothing. Half an hour later, the servant girl entered the room and lightly said, Madam, the patriarch sent someone to inquire if you would release young Master Xin now. The patriarch and 7th elder are still waiting in the punishment hall. Release him. Go tell the person the patriarch sent, that I will deal with this matter myself. The gentle and amiable expression on Li Ru's face was completely gone, replaced by an icy cold expression, causing the room to feel as if the temperature had gone down slightly. Duan Ling Tian's heart stirred. Never did he think that this woman, who was as beautiful as a flower, would be so protective. Mom, what was that pill you gave me earlier? I feel like my injuries are nearly healed. Duan Ling Tian got up from bed, lightly stretching his body. Silly child, that was a grade 8 gold injury pill. Li Ru lightly smiled. Grade 8 gold injury pill. Duan Ling Tian sifted through the foreign memories in his mind. It turned out that even within Fresh Breeze Town's Li family, there were only 2 of this grade 8 gold injury pills. Now, one had been used on him, a disciple with another surname. It looked like his mother had quite a high status in the Li family. Tian, the patriarch is waiting for us. Let's go. Li Ru brought Duan Ling Tian to a spacious courtyard in the Li family estate. Instruments of torture laid scattered around the vast courtyard. This was where punishment in the Li family was carried out, the punishment hall. It was exactly noon, and the sun was burning high in the sky. The surroundings of the punishment hall were filled with people. Li family disciples had come to watch the show. In the middle of the courtyard, a youth was tied to a pillar under the blazing sun with 2 middle-aged men standing by his side. The cross-eyed, middle-aged man on the right side had an expression of rage when he noticed the arrival of Duan Ling Tian and his mother. Duan Ling Tian has arrived. The family's precious grade 8 gold injury pill has such a strong effect. Yay, I was there when Duan Ling Tian was carried away, half dead, but now, after taking the grade 8 gold injury pill, he's back to being full of vigor and vitality. Usually, Lin Xin would just casually bully Duan Ling Tian and Ninth Elder would not say anything about that. However, this time he inflicted such severe injuries that Duan Ling Tian nearly died. Of course Ninth Elder is going to be furious. One by one, the Li family disciples started whispering to one another as they noticed the arrival of Li Ru and Duan Ling Tian. Patriarch, Li Ru brought Duan Ling Tian over to salute the middle-aged man on the left. Ninth Elder, regarding today's matters, my son Li Xin was at wrong. On the other hand, your son is fine now and yet my son has been burning under the sun the whole afternoon. Can we let him down now? At this moment, the cross-eyed middle-aged man, Li family's 7th elder Li Kun had a dark expression. Who would have thought that Li Ru wouldn't even bother to answer him and directly ignored him? Li Ru brought Duan Ling Tian in front of the tied-up Li Xin. Tian, now it's time to repay him in the same way that he injured you earlier. Chapter 2. The Strength of an Ancient Mammoth. Ling Tian started laughing, hitting a punching bag. He was an expert at that. Li Xin was the same age as Duan Ling Tian, and he had been tied to the punishment pillar under the blazing sun, causing his face to turn green long ago. Hearing Li Ru's words, he was scared shitless and went into a frenzied state while roaring in terror, "Dad, save me. Li Ru, don't go too far." 7th elder Li Kun's face sunk as he bursted out in rage. Going too far. Li Kun, usually your son bullies my son. Since his skills are inferior, I accept that slight injury is unavoidable. But this time, your son nearly killed him. Do you really think I, Li Ru, am an easy target to bully? Li Ru glanced coldly at Li Kun, her voice contained a trace of icy cold anger. Tian, don't hesitate and attack. Today, let me see who dares stand in my way of disciplining this junior. Li Ru's voice was filled with a heroine's valiant spirit. Even though she was a woman, the imposing manner she exuded was not a shred below that of a man. Patriarch. Li Kun looked towards the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, beside him, hoping he would uphold some sort of justice. 7th elder, today's matter is a private matter between you and 9th elder. To the greatest extent possible, I hope you can settle it privately. Li Nanfeng shook his head. So you're the one that beat him into such a miserable state? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Slap. Moving one step forward, he directly slapped Li Xin without saying a second word. A light sharp pain emanated from his palm, and Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows slightly creased. Duan Ling Tian. Let me down if you have the balls, and we can fight one-on-one. Li Xin growled, nearly howling, as half of his face had swollen up and his eyes emitted a cold and fierce light. One-on-one fight, sorry, I'm not interested. As for if I have the balls or not, that's not something that you should be worried about. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he spread out his hands and indifferently shrugged his shoulders. He hurled another slap at Li Xin. This guy's face has really thick skin. He frowned as he blew on his aching palms while feeling slightly satisfied as he expressed his resentment. When the surrounding Li family disciples saw Duan Ling Tian's actions and heard his words, they were left speechless. The other guy was already tied up like a punching bag for him to hit, but he still complained that the skin on his face was thick. What was wrong with this guy? Shoes are still the best after all. Bending down, Duan Ling Tian removed a shoe from his foot, took it in his hand, and suddenly aimed it at Li Xin's face. This scene caused the surrounding Li family disciples to feel a chill run down their spines. This Duan Ling Tian, he can't be thinking of using that shoe to slap Li Xin's face, right? If he really slaps Li Xin on the face with that shoe, won't his face tear open like a blooming flower? Little bastard, you're courting death. Li Kun could not control himself any longer as he caught sight of this scene, and his body flew out towards Duan Lingtian like a rock. You're courting death. Li Ru glided with graceful steps, as if she had turned into both the wind and a celestial maiden drifting across the 9 heavens, and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian a step earlier. Extending out her delicate hands which radiated with the brilliance of origin energy, she slapped her palm towards the oncoming Li Kun. At the same time, above Li Ru's head vague wisps of white mist appeared. Li Ru, today, let me see how strong you really are. Li Kun gazed sternly as his hand descended like a giant fan. Origin energy burst forth and intercepted Li Ru's palm strike with full force. Instantly, 4 obscure silhouettes of ancient mammoths emerged in the space above Li Kun. Li Kun attacked at full force and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, creating 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the strength he was exerting was equal to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Just one ancient mammoth had the strength of 10,000 pounds. Mom. Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling worried. The Li family disciples were watching the battle between 7th Elder and 9th Elder intently because it was extremely rare to see an event of such scale. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, Li Ru and Li Kun's bodies converged as they exchanged a palm strike. Both of their bodies jerked. Li Ru's body was slightly inclined forward, and the white mist above her head developed into ancient mammoth silhouettes as well. A total of 6. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Li Kun's strength of 4 ancient mammoths was pitted against Li Ru's strength of 6 ancient mammoths. More so, it was even a frontal exchange. The outcome was obvious. Instantly, Li Kun looked like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He flew out over 10 meters in a sorry state before he could finally stabilize himself. Wah! Li Kun's face flickered between a pale and green color, whereupon he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of disbelief, he glanced at the fading silhouettes of those 6 ancient mammoths above Li Ru. How is this possible? The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Li Ru is actually a 4th level of core formation stage martial artist. Li Kun was startled. He had never imagined that the usually low-profiled 9th Elder Li Ru, who virtually never lifted her hands against others in the Li family, would actually have such frightening strength. The Li family disciples that were present could not resist drawing in a breath of cold air. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. 9th Elder is so strong. According to calculations, based upon the strength of 6 ancient mammoths, 9th Elder's strength is around the 4th level of core formation stage. Who could have imagined that the 9th Elder, who was usually kind and gentle, actually had such strength? If Li Xin had not nearly killed Duan Lingtian, we might have never had the chance to see 9th Elder in action. Li Ru stood still, and her fine, thin figure seemed incomparably lofty. I really never imagined that Mom actually had such strength. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. She is definitely at the 4th level of core formation stage. Duan Lingtian let out a breath of relief. In this world, the first stage to becoming a martial artist was known as body tempering stage, which was further separated into 9 levels. Cultivating to level 9 of body tempering stage would allow the fleshly body to have a strength of 10,000 pounds. At full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth would become possible. It could be developed into an ancient mammoth silhouette, allowing one to possess the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Above the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. The biggest difference between the body tempering stage and the core formation stage was origin energy. After achieving level 9 of the body tempering stage, producing origin energy would allow one to advance to the 1st level of core formation stage. The strength of the origin energy at level 1 of core formation stage was equal to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth, and, combined with the existing strength of the fleshly body, the cultivator would be able to produce the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As their cultivation increased, the level of power that could be controlled would increase as well. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Tien, nobody will bother you now. You can continue. Li Ru's gentle voice drifted into Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him. Dad, save me. Hearing Li Ru's words, Li Xin's face turned green, and his eyes emitted a deep sense of fear. The shoe in Duan Lingtian's hand would definitely slap down upon him, and it was no joke. Li Kun's face was grim, but, due to his fear of Li Ru, he did not dare to make a move. Duan Lingtian bursted out in laughter. The shoe in his hand descended mercilessly. Instantly, Li Xin emitted shrill cries, like that of a pig being slaughtered, as a clear shoe print appeared on his face. Slap. Slap, 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 slap. Holding a shoe in his hand, Duan Ling Tian kept swinging his hand and hitting Li Xin's face time after time. Every time his shoe descended upon Li Xin's face, the Li family disciples that were present would feel an uncontrollable shiver run through their bodies. Just hearing the sound of the shoe slapping against Li Xin's face was enough to make them cringe. Only after Li Xin fainted did Duan Ling Tian finally stop. Duan Ling Tian murmured in his heart, and only he knew who he was talking to. While following behind his mother and leaving the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian noticed that seventh elder's glare, which emitted a sense of bloodthirst and hatred. It was as if he was waiting for a chance to swallow him up. His heart sank. He had seen this kind of gaze countless times in his previous life. A person who had this gaze was an unscrupulous person who would use any means available to achieve his goal. That's why, in his previous life, whenever someone gazed at him in this way, he would get rid of them before they could pose a threat to him. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of pressure. Even though Lin Kun was not a match for his mother, it would be impossible for his mother to always be by his side. It would be impossible for her to take care of him for his whole life. In order to live in this world, where only the strong were revered, he could only rely on himself. What he needed desperately was strength. Formidable strength. As Li family's ninth elder, Li Ru had an independent courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. Li Ru, Duan Ling Tian and the servant girl each lived in their own room. Duan Ling Tian greeted Li Ru as they returned to the courtyard before heading back to his room. After receiving severe injuries this time, Tian seems a little bit different. As the closest person to Duan Ling Tian, Li Ru noticed the difference in Duan Ling Tian after he woke up. She didn't contemplate any further and presumed that her son experienced a change after enduring such a shock. How could she ever know that the body of her son was still present, but his soul had been switched for another? After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian sat on his bed with a gloomy expression on his face. From those foreign memories, he found out that the original owner of this body was sick and fragile from a very young age. If he wanted to succeed in body tempering, reach the first level of body tempering stage, and become a martial artist, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Scolded Duan Ling Tian in his heart. Hehehehe. Suddenly, a string of eerie and husky laughter, like that of a ghost, resonated inside Duan Ling Tian's mind. Who? Duan Ling Tian's face distorted. Kid, I didn't think you were that lucky, for your soul to survive that. But nothing has changed. Wait, you're not that kid. Who are you? Damn it, you actually dared to snatch away the body that I wanted. Die. The husky voice was suddenly filled with cruelty and rage. Chapter 3, 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Die. A roar filled with rage exploded inside Duan Ling Tian's mind. Duan Ling Tian instantly felt a sharp pain that nearly caused him to faint. The sharp pain hailed from deep within his soul, causing Duan Ling Tian's body to tremble. No, impossible. You're not a person of this world. So close, just a little bit more. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The husky voice suddenly distorted as if it encountered something that caused it to feel intense fear. After roaring once more, the voice vanished completely, as if it had never appeared at all. What's going on? After the sharp pain receded, Duan Ling Tian finally began to recover his senses. Soon, his eyes opened wide, and a stream of vastly complex and foreign memories rushed into his brain as he forcibly seized them. Even with 2 lifetimes of experiences, Duan Ling Tian was still stupefied by the stream of memories. These memories belonged to the rebirth martial emperor of 10,000 years ago, who was one of Cloud Continent's 7 great martial emperors. Cloud Continent was the common name for this world. The 7 great martial emperors of 10,000 years ago were great figures who stood at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent, who were nearly equal to gods. They were incomparably strong and looked down upon commoners. It seemed as if they had the ability to pluck the stars and cover the sun and moon by merely stretching their hands. In that era, the rebirth martial emperor was considered the strongest among the 7 great martial emperors. He once seized another's body and possessed it with his soul in order to achieve rebirth, thus allowing him to have lived 2 lifetimes. In his first lifetime, besides pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, he was also a remarkable alchemist. In his second lifetime, he was a formidable weapons craftsman and even researched inscription techniques to complete mastery. Unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Rebirth martial emperor was a godlike figure of Cloud Continent. If he could complete 3 lifetimes of rebirth, the 3 lives rebirth technique would be complete. At that time, even if the remaining 7 great martial emperors teamed up they would not have been his match. Ha 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 ha, Duan Ling Tian began laughing. Originally he was worried about how he would begin cultivating with this fragile body, but the rebirth martial emperor just sent him a great and timely gift. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and made his decision. He would cultivate the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. In the rebirth martial emperor's first lifetime, he was a royal grade alchemist. As such, concocting some medicinal solution for a medicinal bath was an easy task for Duan Ling Tian. In the eyes of ordinary people across Cloud Continent, alchemists were divided into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 being the highest. However, only great figures that stood at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent actually knew that above the rank of grade 1 alchemist there were actually the ranks of quasi-royal grade alchemist and royal grade alchemist. Rebirth Martial Emperor was the one and only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud Continent. Mom, I need some medicinal materials. Duan Ling Tian passed a piece of paper to his mother Li Ru. Tian, these are all medicinal materials that improve and strengthen the body. A long time ago, I obtained some medicinal materials and got Grand Elder to prepare them for you, but there was no effect at all. Li Ru glanced at the medicine list, and, even though she was not well versed in pill refining, she could still recognize the medicinal materials on the list. Li family Grand Elder Li Huo was a grade 9 alchemist, and the only alchemist in the Li family, thus he possessed a high status within the family. Mom, I want to try. The youth shook his head with a firm and unyielding expression. Fine, Mom will go buy it for you, Li Ru said as she dotingly nodded her head. In her opinion, as long her son was happy, so what if those medicinal materials went to waste? After all, they were just mere worldly possessions. Half an hour later, Li Ru returned with the medicinal materials requested by Duan Ling Tian. Tian, do you need Mom to request the Grand Elder for help to prepare the medicinal materials? Mom, it's not necessary. Just pass them to me. After receiving the medicinal materials, the youth returned to his room. Don't tell me Tian is thinking of processing those medicinal materials by himself. Never mind, as long he's happy. Those medicinal materials are not poisonous anyway. I'll just let him amuse himself. Li Ru's heart stirred, but she wasn't concerned. Duan Ling Tian had Li Ru buy him a total of 7 types of common medicinal materials to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. This medicinal liquid had the ability to increase the strength of the physical constitution and increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivated. The medicinal formula of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid had been considered extinct in Cloud Continent since long ago. This formula was discovered by the rebirth martial emperor in an ancient ruins during his 2nd lifetime. He originally planned to use it during his 3rd lifetime, but the benefits were now reaped by Duan Ling Tian. Concocting medicinal liquids was different from refining medicinal pills. To refine medicinal pills, one would first require the formation of pill fire, an ability that was only achievable by graded alchemists. However, concocting medicinal liquids only required a formula. With the knowledge of the medicinal materials required and the order in which the medicinal materials were to be prepared, anyone was capable of concocting medicinal liquids. Concocting the 7 treasures body tempering liquid for the first time, Duan Ling Tian clumsily wasted an hour before finally succeeding in creating the medicinal liquid according to the formula from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. After succeeding, he had his mother's servant girl prepare some warm water and a bath barrel. Duan Ling Tian poured the 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the barrel, mixed everything thoroughly, and took off his clothes before jumping in. Sitting cross-legged inside the barrel, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel his whole body numbing. He knew that this was the 7 treasures body tempering liquid fusing into his body and changing his physical constitution. Closing his eyes, Duan Ling Tian started cultivating the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons war sovereign technique was separated into the war sovereign's 9 forms. When mastery of the technique was attained, one would be able to control the strength of 9 dragons and achieve the cultivation of a martial emperor and possess unparalleled martial prowess. Presently Duan Ling Tian was cultivating the first form known as the spirit serpent form. Under the greedy absorption of Duan Ling Tian's body, a barrel of medicinal bath was swiftly consumed. Meanwhile, the cultivation of spirit serpent form was finally on the right track. The foundations of transforming into a martial artist were the body tempering process, the strengthening of vital energy and blood, and the metamorphosis of the fleshly body. 3 days later, after absorbing the 3rd barrel of medicinal liquid, Duan Ling Tian finally stepped into the realm of the first level of body tempering stage. Walala, quote. Duan Ling Tian got out of the barrel and stood in front of a mirror. He looked at the able-bodied figure that was completely different than the figure from 3 days ago and started laughing. He then started stretching his body and noticed that his body's level of flexibility was astonishing. This was an effect of cultivating the spirit serpent form. It would cause the body to become flexible like a spirit serpent. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Chapter 4. Collapsing Fist. 3 days later, Lin Ru had an expression of disbelief on her face when she saw Duan Ling Tian again. Tian, you. After a brief moment, she extended her trembling delicate hands, lightly kneading Duan Ling Tian's arms. As a core formation stage martial artist, she saw through Duan Ling Tian's cultivation with just a glance. First level of body tempering stage. Her son had finally completed his body tempering and became a full-fledged martial artist. In these past few years, she watched as Duan Ling Tian failed to complete his body tempering, and his body became weaker and more fragile day after day. She was secretly worried the entire time. Mom, why are you crying? Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hands to gently wipe the tears off Li Ru's face. Mom is all right, I'm just so happy. Mom is extremely happy. Li Ru wiped off the tears from her face and smiled. Her years of anxiety and worry could finally be off her mind. Quickly, she realized that the change in her son happened in these 3 days. To be able to go through such a change in a mere 3 days, she was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered Duan Ling Tian's request to buy medicinal materials 3 days ago, and her beautiful eyes stared fixedly for a moment before her heart stirred. Tian, the change in your body, was it because of the medicinal materials you asked me to buy the other day? Li Ru inquired to clear the suspicion. Yes, Mom, Duan Ling Tian nodded. You concocted the medicine by yourself? Li Ru inquired curiously. Duan Ling Tian nodded once more. Li Ru took a deep breath. Tian, what medicine did you concoct, and when did you learn how to concoct medicine? Duan Ling Tian's heart stirred slightly. The affair regarding rebirth martial emperor was too shocking. Moreover, it related to his previous life, which would be extremely difficult to explain. Mom, that day when Li Xin injured me to the point of blacking out, I had a very strange dream. In my dream, I met an old man, who taught me the formula to a type of medicinal liquid. He casually made up an excuse. He then proceeded to tell Li Ru about the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and its overall effects. Increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering stage martial artists. Li Ru was stunned. She had never heard of any medicinal liquid capable of increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering stage martial artists. Moreover, one which only required such common medicinal materials. She realized instantly that this medicinal formula was no ordinary formula. As far as she knew, there were medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of body tempering stage martial artists, but those medicinal pills required a graded alchemist to be refined successfully. Also, the required medicinal materials were extremely costly, so costly that ordinary people could not afford them. Tian, do not tell the benefits of this medicinal formula to anyone, under any circumstances. Once she realized the value of the medicinal formula, Li Ru's first thought was to protect her son, thus she warned him with a serious expression. Mom, I know, I'm just telling my mother. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Being an orphan in his previous life, he enjoyed the feeling of motherly love in this lifetime. My good child. Li Ru started smiling as well. She smiled radiantly and looked incomparably beautiful. Tian, you've now finally stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, so you can select a martial skill from the Li family martial pavilion. Yes, Mom, I'll go take a look. Although the memories of rebirth martial emperor had no lack of martial skills, he still decided to take a look for the sake of appearances. Martial pavilion, the place the Li family stored its martial skills, was an important location that usually was guarded personally by at least one elder. 5th Elder. Duan Ling Tian saluted the elder at the door of the martial pavilion. Duan Ling Tian, 5th Elder Li Ting was slightly shocked to see Duan Ling Tian. Once he noticed the changes in Duan Ling Tian's body, he could not help himself from exclaiming softly, You stepped into the first level of one body tempering stage. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly and nodded. Now your mother can finally be at ease. Okay, you can go in and select one martial skill of your choice. Li Ting smiled. He had a good relationship with the 9th Elder Li Ru. Answering with a grunt, Duan Ling Tian walked into the martial pavilion. Duan Ling Tian stepped into the first level of body tempering stage. A few of the youths that had just arrived at the martial pavilion looked at each other in surprise. As far as they were concerned, The shock that Duan Ling Tian brought them by stepping into the first level of one body tempering stage was not at all lower than seeing a female pig climbing trees or a cow that could fly. Inside the martial pavilion, Duan Ling Tian started reading through martial skills. As he read through the skills, he realized that the martial skills in the Li family martial pavilion were extremely ordinary. These low and middle grade yellow rank martial skills were, in his opinion, not mentioning the form and will boxing he practiced in his previous life, even inferior to military boxing. Duan Ling Tian had already achieved the rank of Grandmaster in form and will boxing and surpassed his teacher. Thinking up to this point, he left the martial pavilion. Fifth Elder Li Ting noticed Duan Ling Tian walking out empty-handed, and his face displayed a curious expression. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What? Didn't find anything suitable? Duan Ling Tian nodded. PFF'd. Suddenly, a laughing sound entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Looks like you, Duan Ling Tian, disdain the martial arts in our Li family's martial pavilion. I'm curious, what kind of martial skill did your mom pass on to you privately to allow you to be so arrogant? Duan Ling Tian, I heard you've stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, how about I ask for guidance on a few moves? He voice implied sarcastically. Duan Ling Tian lifted his head. Only then did he notice. Unknowingly, Li Xin had also arrived at the martial pavilion with bruise marks still on his cheeks. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of provocation. Phew, I was wondering who it was, and it turns out that it's you. Hee. Does your face still hurt? Confronted with Li Xin's provocation, Duan Ling Tian did not get angry but instead laughed. Duan Ling Tian, I want to challenge you. Let Fifth Elder bear witness, do you dare to accept my challenge? Li Xin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the incident from 3 days ago was undoubtedly an unprecedented disgrace and utterly humiliating for him. During the past 3 days, the thing he wanted to do the most was take revenge. Today, when he heard that Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, he immediately rushed over. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was now a martial artist, and if he was seriously injured in an official battle, according to the family rules, Duan Ling Tian's mother could do nothing about it no matter how furious she was. Of course, the prerequisite would be that Duan Ling Tian accepted his challenge. Confronted with Li Xin's provocation, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, as he smiled lightly, why would I not dare? Duan Ling Tian, don't be rash. Fifth Elder Li Ting frowned. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was only at the first level of body tempering stage. Moreover, he had not cultivated any martial arts. How could he be a match for Li Xin, who was already at the second level of body tempering stage? Good, Duan Ling Tian. You've got balls. Li Xin laughed complacently in a manner that showed his scheme had succeeded. Fifth Elder, please bear witness to the battle between us so as to prevent Ninth Elder from troubling me later. Li Xin briefly looked towards Li Ting respectfully. Yeah, Fifth Elder, please bear witness. I don't wish for Seventh Elder to trouble me later. Duan Ling Tian was reluctant to show weakness. If it was a few days ago, he would have a trace of fear towards Li Xin, who had achieved the second level of body tempering stage. However, after finding out the martial arts inside the martial pavilion were difficult to take seriously, he realized that he had overestimated Li Xin. This kid is too rash. Never mind, this will teach him a lesson. Li Ting frowned while glancing at Duan Ling Tian as he stood up and walked out of the martial pavilion. The Li family disciples that were passing by the martial pavilion had expressions of excitement on their faces. There was a show to see. In the empty space outside of the martial pavilion, Duan Ling Tian and Li Xin stood facing each other. Li Ting, who was acting as the witness, was standing to the side. Duan Ling Tian, today I will return the humiliation you gave me last time to you tenfold. Li Xin had an ominous smile on his face, as if Duan Ling Tian was a fish on his chopping block ready to be slaughtered. Then we will need to see if you have the capability. Duan Ling Tian laughed. Li Xin turned angry from embarrassment, and shouted loudly, you're courting death. Pounding his legs on the ground, he ran out at full speed like a fierce tiger dashing down the mountain. Fierce tiger fist. His hands waved out, gradually forming a current, and swept straight towards Duan Ling Tian. It's the middle-grade yellow rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist. Li Xin is so formidable, his Fierce Tiger Fist has obviously been cultivated to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian only recently stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, so he probably has not even cultivated any martial skills. To actually be brave enough to accept Li Xin's challenge, he really is unafraid of death. Fifth Elder is bearing witness today, and even if Duan Ling Tian is severely injured again, as long as he doesn't die, Ninth Elder can't do a thing to Li Xin no matter how furious she is. The surrounding Li family disciples were discussing one after another. Nobody had high hopes for Duan Ling Tian. After all, difference between the first level and second level of body tempering stage was just too large. Fierce tiger fist. It looks like sick cat fist to me. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth moved, forming a disdainful smile. In his opinion, the martial art that Li Xin was using was full of flaws, and he had more than 100 ways to overcome the attack. In the end, he chose the most direct method. Dang. In front of the eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian also ran out at full speed and intercepted the attack. Just when Li Xin's fists were about to make contact, his upper body bent backwards to an alarming degree and he dodged Li Xin's fists as his body swept past Li Xin, swiftly landing behind him. Now, Duan Ling Tian's legs jerked, and his body nimbly twisted around. Clenching his right fist, his upper body abruptly bent backwards as both of his arms drew backward. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian became like a heavy bow drawn to its limit as even his spine started to tremble. His upper body abruptly tilted forward as his right fist took advantage of the momentum and shot out, exerting a tremendous force like a landslide. Collapsing fist. Duan Ling Tian skillfully dodged Li Xin's fierce tiger fist, and, in the instant Li Xin was brought forward by inertia, he mercilessly punched Li Xin's right shoulder. Gotcha. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Li Xin was blasted airborne while emitting a shrill cry, as if he was a pig being slaughtered. Even though Li Xin's strength was 20 pounds more than Duan Ling Tian, he had no way to use that strength. Li Xin's body fiercely hit the ground, and he emitted a wave of shrill cries as his body severely trembled and convulsed in pain. Silence. The entire area became deathly still. From Fifth Elder Li Ting to every single Li family disciple on site, their mouths gaped as they looked on with disbelief at the scene in front of their eyes. The collapsing fist that Duan Ling Tian used just now. In their opinion, it was virtually godlike. Chapter 5. Genius Martial Artist. What martial skill did Duan Ling Tian use just now? It doesn't look like a martial skill. It seems just like any ordinary straight punch, but he smoothly dodged Li Xin's fierce tiger fist, moved to Li Xin's back, spun his body, and swung out with that punch, all of which happened in just an instant. I wonder how he did it. Are you kidding me? How could such a strong move not be a martial skill? Duan Ling Tian split open Li Xin's shoulder blade with just a single punch. The Li family disciples discussed energetically, but they were absolutely unable to see through the collapsing fist Duan Ling Tian used. That fist move, although seemingly simple, its might was truly shocking. Li Xin's shoulder blade has completely shattered. His right arm is crippled. Fifth Elder examined Li Xin's injuries and drew in a breath of cold air. He displayed a brief startled expression when he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. A mere level 1 of body tempering stage martial artist was actually able to execute such a formidable attack. After assigning some Li family disciples to carry Li Xin away for treatment, Li Ting walked over to Duan Ling Tian, who was calmly standing there. At this very moment, he had the misconception that the person standing in front of him was not a youth but a seasoned expert of the martial Dao. That fist technique you executed earlier, what is it called? It lacks the complication of common martial skills and instead exerts force like a landslide. How long have you cultivated it? Li Ting glanced at Duan Ling Tian with glistening eyes. The Li family disciples were unable to see through the profoundness of that move, but he saw it clearly. That move seemed simple, but it actually utilized a formidable method of force exertion. In the instant that Duan Ling Tian swung his fist, the strength of his entire body was perfectly concentrated into a single point. It was a feat that was difficult even for a high-grade yellow rank martial skill to accomplish. No, perhaps even ordinary profound rank martial skills were unable to accomplish such a feat. The martial arts of Cloud Continent were divided into 4 ranks, from high to low, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Every rank of martial skill was further divided into 3 grades, high, middle and low. In the Li family, besides the low-grade and middle-grade yellow rank martial skills placed in the martial pavilion, there was only one high-grade yellow rank martial skill, the Wind Chaser Palm. This martial skill was only permitted to be cultivated by Li family martial artists that were at the core formation stage or above, but Li Ting knew that even if Wind Chaser Palm was mastered, the exertion of force would still be inferior to that move from earlier. It's called Collapsing Fist, said Duan Ling Tian, but he did not say anything regarding his time spent cultivating it. How could he say that he cultivated it for over 10 years? Collapsing fist, one of the 5 elemental fist moves of form and will boxing, was a type of straight punch. When exerting force, it stressed upon concealing the accumulation of strength and performing an unexpected, swift, and intense attack which penetrated the internal organs. It was a type of fist technique with powerful penetrative capabilities. Collapsing fist seemed simple, but it actually encompassed the exertion of force of the entire body, including the internal organs. In order to reach the same level of cultivation as Duan Ling Tian, it would require at least 10 years of hard work. 5th Elder, I'm going back home. About the incident today, I'm sure you noticed who provoked who first. I hope you can bear witness on my behalf. Duan Ling Tian nodded toward Li Ting, turned around, and left. Collapsing fist. This kid is extraordinary. Li Ru, all along, even you were deceived by your son. He's been concealing his abilities and waiting for the right moment. Li Ting took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his agitated mood. He noticed that Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist was not a martial skill that could be cultivated quickly or with ease. He naturally believed that Duan Ling Tian was patiently holding back, hiding his strengths and weaknesses. The surrounding Li family disciples that were spectating the battle dispersed. They all knew that the terrifying punch Duan Ling Tian executed was called collapsing fist. Satisfying. After arriving back home, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as a brief smile appeared on his immature face. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he executed form and will boxing without restraint. In that moment, he felt like he had gone back to his previous life, one that was full of excitement and bloodshed. Duan Ling Tian returned to his room and noticed that the remaining 7 treasures body tempering liquid was only enough for 2 more medicinal baths. Seems like I need to ask Mom to buy me more medicinal herbs. Sitting in the bath barrel, he cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique while enjoying the medicinal bath. Duan Ling Tian cultivated intently, but little did he know that, because of his victory against Li Xin, there was a great disturbance in the once tranquil Li family. Hey, have you heard? 9th Elder's son Duan Ling Tian completed his body tempering and has stepped into level 1 of body tempering stage. Fit, I knew that long ago. Do you know that Duan Ling Tian not only stepped into level 1 of body tempering stage, he even severely injured Li Xin during a public battle that was witnessed by the 5th Elder. He even crippled one of Li Xin's arms. Really, Li Xin is already at level 2 of body tempering stage, and he even cultivated the low-grade yellow rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist to the initial stage. Don't tell me he couldn't even beat a mere first level of body tempering stage martial artist like Duan Ling Tian. Fierce Tiger Fist is useless. Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist is seemingly simple, but it has actually been stripped of all extravagances and returned to simplicity. Now that is formidable. Even 5th Elder expressed admiration towards it. The effects of Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist became more and more exaggerated as the news spread. Some Li family disciples proclaimed it to be a profound rank martial skill, some proclaimed it to be an earth rank martial skill, and some even proclaimed that Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist was a heaven rank martial skill. Within a room in a large courtyard of the Li family estate, 7th Elder Li Kun stood beside the bed, looking at the broken shoulder of his son who was so exhausted that he fell asleep. In his ears, the voice of the Grand Elder was still ringing. 7th Elder, if it was just an ordinary cracked or broken bone, then consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill and getting some rest would be enough to heal the injury. But your son Li Xin's shoulder blade has been totally shattered. Even if you can get a grade 8 gold injury pill from the Patriarch, it would make no difference. You have my condolences. Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead. You must die. Li Kun's eyes opened wide and radiated a light of hatred as he gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. Origin energy bursted forth as he growled and roared. Dad, how is my little brother? Just at this moment, a hurried voice sounded from outside, as a figure rushed in the room. This person was Li Jia, the eldest son of 7th Elder and a famous genius martial artist of the Li family. He stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage at the age of 16, and he even mastered the middle grade yellow rank martial skill Falling Leaf Palm. Li family disciples were considered adults at the age of 16. After the coming of age ceremony, they would usually be sent to help at one of the Li family businesses in Fresh Breeze Town, and even Li Jia was not exempted from these duties. He rushed home when he heard that his little brother Li Xin had been severely injured. Li Kun took a deep breath, and said in an extremely heavy voice, Little Jia, your little brother. His right shoulder is crippled. Even Grand Elder is unable to do anything. What? Li Jia's body trembled, as if struck by lightning. the Grand Elder of the Li family, was a famous grade 9 alchemist in the entire Fresh Breeze town. Even Grand Elder was unable to treat his little brother's injuries. He was clear as to what this implied. Little Shen, standing at the side of the bed and gazing at the soundly asleep Li Xin, Li Jia's eyes opened wide and radiated a light of hatred not one bit less than Li Kun. His mother died while giving birth to this little brother. He doted dearly upon his little brother all these years. Whether it was food or toys, he would always give priority to his little brother. But now, his little brother's right shoulder was crippled, and his future ruined. Li Jia's heart was filled with rage. "Dad, are you sure it was Duan Ling Tian?" Li Jia asked while looking at Li Kun. When he initially heard about this incident, besides being worried for his little brother Li Xin, he felt a sense of disbelief. How could a piece of trash that couldn't even complete body tempering be capable of severely injuring his little brother? "Yes, I talked with Fifth Elder. It was Duan Ling Tian. 3 days ago, that piece of trash hadn't even completed body tempering, but who could have known that today he had not only stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, but also defeated your little brother. He even allegedly used a high-ranked martial skill called collapsing fist." Li Kun gnashed his teeth while saying, "Level 1 of body tempering stage, collapsing fist, huh?" Li Jia laughed coldly, his gaze like that of a poisonous snake. "Father, follow me." In a quiet courtyard, "Mom, you sent for me. Did something happen?" Duan Ling Tian, who just walked out of his room after he finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, looked at his mother Li Ru with a slightly embarrassed expression. Li Ru gazed at her son in a slightly absent-minded manner. She still could not believe what she had heard earlier. As far as she was concerned, her son being able to complete his body tempering and step into the first level of the body tempering stage was a difficult feat. But this kid, with just one trip to the martial pavilion, he crippled the arm of 7th Elder's youngest son and even handed him an untreatable injury. Collapsing fist. "Tian, shouldn't you explain to Mom when you learned a martial skill that even 5th Elder would exclaim in admiration at?" Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian with a faint smile. "Mom, if I told you that when the old man taught me the medicinal formula he taught me this fist technique as well, would you believe me?" Duan Ling Tian had an embarrassed smile. "Tian, you're all grown up. Since you have secrets that you're unable to disclose, Mom won't force you. But you have to remember, no matter when and no matter what happens, Mom will always be there for you." Li Ru glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, sighing faintly. "Mom." Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled, his eyes slightly red. Just at this moment, a voice that was disgusting as a fly broke the warm atmosphere between mother and son. "9th Elder, Li Kun requests for an audience. He still dares to come here." Li Ru's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, 7th Elder Li Kun and his eldest son, Li Jia, walked into the courtyard, while glaring hatefully at Duan Ling Tian. "7th Elder, you didn't come here on purpose just to make trouble for my son, right?" Li Ru took a step forward, shielding Duan Ling Tian behind her, and lightly smiled. "9th Elder, be at ease. The battle between your son, Duan Ling Tian, and my son, Li Xin, was witnessed by 5th Elder. His arm being crippled as a consequence of his inferior skill, he can't resent anyone but himself." Li Kun took a deep breath as he repressed the rage in his heart. "Then, 7th Elder came here for?" Li Ru became curious after hearing what Li Kun said. "Greetings 9th Elder." Li Jia, who was beside Li Kun, stood out and said. After greeting Li Ru, Li Jia's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. "9th Elder, my father followed me here. The reason I came here is to challenge Duan Ling Tian. I heard his collapsing fist is extremely formidable." Hearing what he had to say, Li Ru's expression turned icy cold. "Li Jia, if memory serves me right, you're 1 year older than my son and have already stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage, while my son is only at the 1st level of body tempering stage. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for challenging him?" Li Ru glanced at Li Jia and said indifferently. "9th Elder, Duan Ling Tian is no ordinary 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. He easily defeated my little brother, and his strength is formidable." Li Jia smiled, as if he didn't notice Li Ru's face turning cold. Just when Li Ru was about to harshly see her visitors out, Duan Ling Tian walked out from behind her. "I can accept your challenge, but I have one condition." Chapter 6. Inscription Technique. Tian. Li Ru frowned. It made her extremely unhappy that her son made a decision without consulting her first. "What conditions?" Li Jia looked at Duan Ling Tian while asking. As long as Duan Ling Tian agreed to the challenge, he was prepared to agree to any reasonable conditions. This was the best opportunity to take revenge for his little brother, and he was unwilling to let the chance slip him by. My condition is extremely simple: delay the battle for a month. After a month, I will fight you. If you're unwilling or scared, then it's fine. I'll just take it as if you never came here to challenge me. Duan Ling Tian's expression was tranquil, as if he knew Li Jia would agree to his condition. Okay, I'll give you a month. I hope that you don't cower in fear at that time. Li Jia did not hesitate at all as the corners of his mouth raised with a hint of a cold smile. After Li Kun and Li Jia left, Li Kun's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Little Jia, could it be that Duan Ling Tian delayed the battle for a month because he's confident he can beat you? Wasn't it slightly rash of you to accept his conditions so readily?" "Dad, trash will always be trash. Even though he completed his body tempering, it's still only the first level of body tempering stage. He might not even be able to step into level 2 of body tempering stage in another month," Li Jia laughed confidently. But Li Kun wanted to continue but was interrupted by Li Jia. "Dad, you're afraid of Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist, right? Well, you can be at ease. Even if his collapsing fist is a martial skill at the profound rank or above, and even if he can step into the second level of body tempering stage, do you really believe that he can shorten the difference of strength between us with just a collapsing fist?" Level 3 to level 4 of body tempering stage was a significant divide, and the difference in strength between the two was over 100 pounds. There was no need to mention the difference of strength between level 2 and level 4 body tempering stage. "Dad is overthinking things. I must be dizzy from seeing your little brother injured." After Li Kun heard his son's logical and precise analysis, he smiled lightly and nodded. His eldest son had always been his pride and had never let him down. After Li Kun and his son left, Duan Ling Tian noticed his mother Li Ru's eyes glaring at him with a face covered in displeasure. "Mom, don't worry, I'm confident," Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said. "Tian, I've noticed the changes in you, but you shouldn't reach for what is beyond your grasp." Li Jia is the universally acknowledged genius among the Li family disciples. He is one of the promising seedlings chosen for development in the Li family. Li Jia is Li family's universally acknowledged strongest 4th level of body tempering stage martial artist. He is not someone his little brother Li Xin can compare to. Li Ru sighed faintly. "Mom, I'm aware of all the things you said. Can you trust me, please? I will win for sure. I won't disgrace you, Mom." Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Ru with a serious expression. "Silly child, Mom is not worried about shame, Mom is worried about you. Mom doesn't want what happened a few days ago to happen again. You nearly left me." As Li Ru spoke, her eyes slowly turned red. It seemed as if the incident that happened a few days ago had left a lingering shadow in her heart. "Mom, I promise I will never make you worried ever again." Duan Ling Tian pledged sincerely. "Okay, Mom trusts you. Don't hesitate to let Mom know if you need anything during this month." Li Ru lightly nodded as she forced out a slight smile. "Mom, help me buy another batch of the medicinal materials that you bought for me the other day. Also, I need some silver coins." After getting some silver coins from his mother, Li Ru, Duan Ling Tian left his house courtyard and walked out of the Li family estate. This would be the first time he was going out since arriving in this world. The Fresh Breeze town marketplace was divided into 3 bustling streets between 3 families, including the Li family. Li family's marketplace was situated towards the north, near the Li family estate. Duan Ling Tian had only just walked into the Li family marketplace when he began to hear the sound of hawkers peddling their wares from their booths all around the streets and alleyways. Booths on both sides of the street were filled with glittering arrays of exotic items. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he time-traveled back to the ancient times from his previous life. This was a scene that could only be seen on television in his past life. Duan Ling Tian looked left and right as he walked along the road. When he reached the entrance of the Li family weapons store and saw the glittering array of neatly arranged weapons, he hesitated for a moment before moving on and leaving the Li family marketplace. He entered the Chen family marketplace towards the southwest of Fresh Breeze town. The Chen family was also one of the 3 major families in Fresh Breeze town, on par with the Li family and Fang family. The 3 families formed a 3-way power struggle in Freeze Breeze town and mutually restraining each other. Although there was no lack of opposition between the 3 families behind the scenes, it was quite peaceful on the surface because no one wanted to be the first to stand out and break the peace. As soon as he entered the Chen family weapons store, an attendant greeted him. "Sir, may I ask what weapon you need?" The attendant smiled lightly. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I'm not buying any weapons. I just want to buy some materials from you." Hearing Duan Ling Tian, the attendant was shocked. A weapons craftsman was different from the blacksmiths that worked in the weapons store. Their status on Cloud Continent was on a par with alchemists. Every weapons craftsman was an individual that powers would fight over for. Weapons made by blacksmiths were only considered common weapons, but the weapons crafted by weapons craftsmen were spirit weapons, which had the ability to amplify attack power and resulted in items that were extremely extraordinary. In Fresh Breeze Town, each of the three families had an alchemist, but not one had a single weapons craftsman. This easily showed how rare a weapons craftsman was. "Sir, may I ask what materials you need? I will go get them right away." Duan Ling Tian noticed that the attitude of the attendant changed abruptly, and his voice even contained a hint of reverence. He easily guessed the reason but did not offer an explanation. The materials he was buying were not for weapons crafting. The rebirth martial emperor was a royal-grade weapons craftsman, and he inherited all of his weapons crafting memories and experiences. However, a weapons craftsman required a minimum cultivation of the core formation stage and the development of his origin energy first. Graded alchemists followed the same concept. Without origin energy, it was impossible to form pill fire to refine medicinal pills. Duan Ling Tian listed out 9 types of materials he needed in a single breath. He prepared these materials to carry out inscriptions. Inscription techniques were one of the rarest techniques in the entire Cloud Continent. They were usually inscribed on weapons or personal belongings. Items that had an inscription would carry an exotic or bizarre power. These powers weren't unique and consisted of various strange abilities. Once the power was released, the inscription would be fully expended, similar to a bomb which would be consumed once it exploded. From the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the period when inscription techniques developed to its pinnacle on Cloud Continent was precisely during Rebirth Martial Emperor's second lifetime. During that period, Rebirth Martial Emperor greedily mastered all of the practical inscription techniques. Rebirth Martial Emperor's 3 lives rebirth technique required the soul to slumber for 10,000 years before carrying out rebirth again, only able to start looking for a new body 10,000 years later. Presently, 10,000 years had passed, and inscription techniques were gradually on the decline due to unknown circumstances. As such, inscription masters were highly sought after throughout the entire Cloud Continent. Their statuses surpassed even those of alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The 9 types of common materials that Duan Ling Tian wanted to buy were materials for him to inscribe a low-level inscription. "Sir, these materials you requested cost a total of 7 silver coins." The attendant in the Chen family weapons store swiftly completed the preparation of the materials for Duan Ling Tian. After respectfully seeing Duan Ling Tian out, the attendant left the weapons store and headed to the Chen family estate. The news that a weapons craftsman might have arrived in Fresh Breeze Town was something he had to report to the patriarch at once so as to avoid letting the other 2 families beat them to the punch. "This money really isn't enough. Mom only gave me 20 silver coins, and I used nearly half of it in such a short amount of time." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and took a shortcut toward the Li family estate. While passing by the intersection of the 3 marketplaces of Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ling Tian noticed a group of people surrounding and pointing at something by the side of the road. Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian squeezed into the crowd. A girl in mourning attire with long hair covering her face was kneeling at the side of the road. Based on her figure, the young girl appeared to be around 15. In front of her laid a piece of paper with bright red writing, "Selling body to pay for mother's burial." Duan Ling Tian never imagined that he would come across a scene that could only be seen on television in his previous life. As a former king of weapons specialists, his acute senses allowed him to clearly feel the desolate aura the young girl was emitting. "Hee, little girl, your figure is not bad. Lift up your head and let me see. If you look good, I'll buy you to be my servant girl." A pot-bellied fatty, with a temperament of one who had just struck it rich, looked pervertedly at the girl kneeling on the ground. "Yeah, if you don't even raise your head, nobody would dare to buy you," another person continued to instigate. "I will only raise my head when a benefactor is willing to help me bury my mother," said the girl, without raising her head. Her voice was pleasant to the ears like an oriole singing, but it was also filled with a sense of unyieldingness. "Your voice is not bad, but since you don't want to raise your head, you probably are ugly." The pot-bellied fatty was interrupted with a cold humph from Duan Ling Tian, who could not bear to watch any longer. Duan Ling Tian walked before the young girl and lightly said, "I'll give you 10 silver coins. Go bury your mother properly." "Thank you, young master." The young girl's body trembled, slowly raising her head, extending out a pair of delicate and tender hands to move apart the hair covering her face. She had a clean and fair complexion with a trace of slight immaturity, and her beautiful face, without makeup, was simple and elegant. Under her curved willow leaf-like eyebrows were a pair of beautiful, clear eyes filled with grief, but they also contained a sense of strong will which caused a sense of pity to rise in others. Her fine, jade-like nose was straight and slightly raised, and she had attractive mellow red lips that gave people the urge to go up and kiss them. Like the fatty, Duan Ling Tian had initially assumed that this young girl was reluctant to raise her head because she did not look good, but who could have known that this young girl was actually a blossoming beauty? Combined with her delicate figure, she seemed fair, slim, and graceful. It would be easy to imagine how she would look once she grew up. She would definitely be drop-dead gorgeous. In that moment, the surrounding men all fiercely swallowed their saliva, and their eyes revealed their greed. He only offered 10 silver coins. "I'll offer 20, follow me from now on." The pot-bellied fatty hurriedly put forth a price, as he nearly began to drool after catching a glimpse of the young girl's face. "I'll offer 30, another person followed and offered a price. "I'll offer 50, I'll offer 60. Duan Ling Tian watched coldly from the side as the audience began competing as if it were an auction. If the young girl chose the highest bidder, he would leave right away. That type of person was not worth his help. Chapter 7. Dominating Attack. The price rose quickly as the crowd competed, and the surrounding people who came to spectate the bustling scene could not help but shake their heads. Before the young girl raised her head, nearly nobody showed any interest. Only a kind youth was willing to give her 10 silver coins to bury her mother. However, once the young girl revealed her beautiful face, the men that originally were unwilling to offer any money were now madly fighting over her. "I offer 100 silver coins." The pot-bellied fatty quickly said with a low humph and subsequently shouted, "If anyone offers a price higher than mine, I'll give up to him. If not, today this little girl is mine." 100 silver coins. The people that were still bidding shut their mouths. 100 silver coins was over their budget. In their opinion, this young girl was not worth that much money. "Thank you everyone, thank you." The fatty smiled and cupped his hands to the surrounding people, pleased with himself. "From now on, you will follow me." Subsequently, he looked towards the kneeling young girl. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded, "I offer 200 silver coins." The crowd opened up a path, and a silk-robed youth with a sickly complexion walked over. He had a thin figure and walked with light footsteps. Fang Jian. Duan Ling Tian recognized the debaucherous youth. He was the son of the patriarch of Fresh Breeze Town's Fang family. He was only 15 years old, but he had brought ruin to many young girls of respectable descent. He was infamous throughout Fresh Breeze Town. If it wasn't for his status and identity, he would have long been beaten to death. "A despicable thing like you is capable of offering 200 coins." The pot-bellied fatty looked at Fang Jian with disdain. He didn't notice that when Fang Jian appeared, most of the surrounding people had expressions of fear on their faces. "You're not from Fresh Breeze Town, right?" Fang Jian glanced at the fatty and said coldly. "Humph, I'm a merchant from outside who has experienced the world. Don't think that I didn't notice that you're wearing silk robes, but who knows where you stole it from. From the moment I saw your weak appearance, I knew you were a pauper. You're someone who would not look like a prince even after wearing royal garments. I'm afraid you can't even take out 5 silver coins, right?" The fatty looked disdainfully at Fang Jian, with an expression that said, "I have seen through your disguise, so you better hurry up and fuck off." Duan Ling Tian couldn't hold back his laughter, and the surrounding people's faces were all red from trying to suppress their laughter. They were afraid of Fang Tian and thus did not dare laugh out loud. "Fatty, you will die for sure." Fang Tian glared at Ling Tian, then looked towards the fatty and took a deep breath. While the fatty was still in a daze, Fang Jian abruptly shouted, "All of you useless things, what are you all still standing there like idiots for? Hurry up and get over here. Beat this fatty to death. You didn't even know who Fang Jian, in Fresh Breeze Town, I am the Lord." "Yes, young master." 3 robust youths who were at a similar age as Fang Jian walked out and surrounded the fatty. The fatty was completely stunned. Although he had only arrived at Fresh Breeze Town a few days ago, he had heard of most well-known people of Fresh Breeze Town, and one of them was the of the Fang family's young patriarch, Fang Jian. Fang Jian was an infamous young ruffian of Fresh Breeze Town who relied upon his family's power to bully men and forcibly seize women. Not many people dared to mess with him. Oh, it's young Master Fang. This lowly one is blind and didn't recognize young Master Fang. Young Master Fang, please pardon my offense. I'll give up this girl to young Master Fang. The fatty's face distorted, and he couldn't possibly keep up his smug expression. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and even his tone became humble and respectful. Fang Jian grunted coldly before shouting, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Now beat him up for this young master. Mercy, young Master Fang. Have mercy." The three robust youths attacked, beating the fatty until he was running and rolling all over the place and emitting shrill cries while begging for mercy. The crowd consciously moved back a few steps and looked on from afar. They were afraid that they would get into trouble on account of the fatty's misfortune, and young Master Fang's lackeys would target them. Fang Jian acted as if he could not hear the fatty's cries for mercy. "Little beauty, follow this young master home. I'll give you 200 silver coins, and give your mother an extravagant burial. From now on, if you follow me, I will love you fondly." Fang Jian looked at the young girl kneeling on the floor, his face covered with a mix of anxiousness and carnal desire. He stretched his hand out to hold hers. The young girl was flustered. She tried to stand up, but, as a consequence of kneeling for too long, blood did not flow properly to her legs and they started trembling. "Young Master Fang, this other young master has already paid 10 silver coins and bought this servant. I am his for this lifetime." The young girl hid behind Duan Lingtian and said with a trembling voice, "10 silver coins? Did you not hear that I am offering 200 silver coins?" Fang Jian's face sunk. He felt as if he was cheated. "I never asked anyone to bid. Anyone who was willing to be the first to help me bury my mother would be the one I would follow," the young girl said in an unyielding voice. Not bad. You have integrity. I like it. However, even if you want to follow him, he might not dare to. Kid, what say you?" Fang Jian looked towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes shining with a cold light, with no lack of a threatening intention. Although Duan Lingtian recognized Fang Jian did not recognize him. "Young master, save me." The young girl grabbed a hold of Duan Lingtian's sleeve, like she was holding onto the last lifeboat on a sinking ship. She had long since heard about Fresh Breeze Town's infamous Fang Jian, and she dreaded him from the bottom of her heart. She would rather die than be the servant of Fang Jian. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian lightly clapped the back of her hand and comforted her with a light smile. His smile washed over her like a spring breeze, and the young girl's anxious expression eased up slightly. "Young master, this pig fainted." The fatty was beaten up until he was covered in blood and blacked out, causing Fang Jian's lackeys to stop. "Forget about him for now, come over here and look. Someone is actually trying to snatch a woman from me." Fang Jian glanced at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. "Who dares to try and snatch a woman from young Master Fang?" Fang Jian's 3 lackeys stared at Duan Lingtian menacingly. "Scram!" Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and detached, as if coming from hell, causing chills in the heart of anyone who heard it. Fang Jian and his 3 lackeys were stupefied, even the crowd was struck dumb. Where did this reckless guy come from? "Kid, do you know who I am?" Fang Jian asked with a cold smile. He even felt suspicious as to whether this kid even knew who he was. "Aren't you that useless kid from the Fang family, relying on your family's power to bully men and forcibly seize women? I really wonder if the Fang family was no more, what would happen to you?" Duan Lingtian laughed coldly while holding the young girl's tender and delicate hands as he walked out of the crowd. "Kill him." Fang Jian's face was the color of a pig's intestine and he shouted with extreme rage. The 3 lackeys rushed towards Duan Lingtian. "Stand here and don't move." Lightly instructing the young girl, Duan Lingtian did not have a sliver of fear when facing the 3 lackeys, and he directly went to meet them head-on. He had already noticed earlier that the cultivation of the strongest of the 3 lackeys was only at the 2nd level of body tempering stage, therefore they were of no threat to him. Duan Lingtian's leg moved slightly and dodged the attack of the strongest lackey as he brushed past him smoothly. Spinning his body around agilely, his upper body inclined backwards as his arms drew backward and his spine trembled. His whole body became like a heavy bow drawn to its limit and waiting to be released. Duan Lingtian swung out his right fist like an arrow leaving the bowstring, and his fist moved like a landslide. The strength in his entire body was focused in his fist, and it blasted into the back of the lackey, landing exactly on his spine. The lackey let out a harsh and shrill cry and was fiercely blown away, falling to the ground. He blacked out. This scene was practically the same as the scene from earlier in the morning when Duan Lingtian defeated Li Xin. The only difference was that Duan Lingtian showed mercy when defeating Li Xin and only crippled an arm. However, this time he shattered the opponent's spine. Fang Jian's lackey would never be able to stand up again in his lifetime. The faces of the other two lackeys distorted, and they were stuck in a daze after seeing the strongest among them being beaten like that. However, even when they noticed Duan Lingtian's stern gaze, they still forced themselves to go up against him. Bang! Bang! For Duan Lingtian, teaching a lesson to two first-level of body tempering stage martial artists was as easy as playing a game. Casually moving a step, he lifted his hands and swung out both fists to smash downward from above. His fists hit both lackeys on the head and caused them to black out. Cleaving fist. It was another type of five-element fist move from formal boxing. Only Fang Jian was left standing, even though Fang Jian was the son of the Fang family. Patriarch, his debaucherous lifestyle drained his body of its vigor, and was only at the first level of body tempering stage. His strength was even lower than that of his three lackeys. You, don't come near me, I'm the young master of the Fang family. If you dare touch me, your whole family will die. Noticing Duan Lingtian walking towards him, Fang Jian's face distorted. Worthy of being called the Fang family young master. Even in such a situation you still dare to threaten me. Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and he quickly moved forward 2 steps and kicked Fang Jian away. Spinning around, he pulled the dumbstruck, beautiful young girl and left, disappearing far away at the end of the road. Seems like this time young master Fang met a ferocious person. He went for wool but came home shorn. I wonder who that other young master was. He seemed to be around the same age as Fang Jian and his lackeys, but his strength is so shocking. He dares to beat the young master of the Fang family. He's no ordinary person for sure. The crowd dispersed slowly. Their discussions carried a sense of pleasure taken at Fang Jian's misfortune. Duan Lingtian followed the young girl back to her rundown room and spent a few silver coins on her mother's burial. Take this money to start a small business. Duan Lingtian gave his remaining silver coins to the young girl. Young master, do you dislike me? The young girl's body trembled. Her face was deathly pale and carried a trace of weakness. Duan Lingtian shook his head. What are you thinking of? You only tried to sell yourself to pay for your mother's burial because you had no other choice. My assistance required little to no effort. You don't need to use your life to repay me. Since the beginning, he had never intended for the young girl to be his servant. Young master, you're a good person. Let me follow you please. Mom is dead, and I have no one left in this world, please. The young girl extended her hand and grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and said in a delicate and touching manner. Noticing the anticipation in the young girl's eyes, Duan Lingtian took a moment to think. Okay, you can follow me home, he decided. Thank you young master. The young girl immediately smiled like a flower. When Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate he was alone, but he had another person with him when he returned. On the way back, the young girl's extremely beautiful appearance caused many Li family disciples to look her way, and they started guessing the identity of the young girl and her connection to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 8. The Young Girl, K'er. Duan Lingtian brought the young girl home and went to see his mother Li Ru. Li Ru was slightly shocked when she noticed that her son had brought a young girl home. Although the young girl's clothes were plain and simple, they could not conceal her natural beauty. With just a glance, Li Ru had a good impression of this beautiful young girl. This is my mom, Duan Lingtian introduced Li Ru to the young girl. I'm K'er, nice to meet you madam. The young girl seemed ill at ease when she met Li Ru, her beautiful face flushed, making her look even cuter. Tian, what's this all about? Li Ru glanced at Duan Lingtian with a faint smile. She didn't expect that her son would return with a beautiful young girl after only going on a short outing. Mom, it's like this. Duan Lingtian told his mother the story of how he met the young girl, K'er, and he did not conceal any information as he even included the part where he taught the Fang family's young master a lesson. Is that the same Fang Jian who is infamous throughout Fresh Breeze Town? It doesn't matter if you beat him up. Even if the Fang family comes here and tries to cause trouble, we are in the right. Li Ru displayed an expression of indifference and nodded. In the next moment, her gentle gaze full of motherly love slowly descended upon the young girl. K'er, since you have no one left, you can stay with us. As it happens, the servant girl of my courtyard went back to her village yesterday to get married. You can stay in her room. Li Ru looked tenderly at the young girl. Thank you, madam. Kair hurriedly expressed her thanks as her rosy face flashed a brief expression of excitement. Come, I'll take you to get changed. Li Ru took hold of the young girl's hands and went into her bedroom, leaving a stunned and astounded Duan Lingtian standing still. When the young girl followed Li Ru out once again, she had changed into bright and new clothes, and Li Ru even helped her put on a little bit of makeup. Her long jet black hair was now tied up, and her elegant face emitted a charming bright red glow that made her seem like a lotus that had just bloomed. Her eyebrows were shaped like willow leaves, and eyes were shaped like apricots. Her fine nose and red lips, all seemed perfect. Her slightly expanding chest was like a budding flower. It seemed as if it would burst forth and blossom at any moment. She had a slender waist that could be embraced with a single arm, round and mellow buttocks, and long and slender legs. Her features made her appear fair, slim, graceful and likable. Like the meaning of her name, she is indeed a likable and cute girl. Standing to the side, Li Ru praised while looking at the young girl. Kair, these clothes were mine when I was younger. They are yours from now on. Looking at the entranced Duan Lingtian, Li Ru joked, look, I only helped you put on a little bit of makeup, and someone is already staring blankly, wishing he could eat you up. His mother's words caused Duan Lingtian give an embarrassed smile, withdrawing his gaze from the young girl. The young girl's elegant appearance after putting on some makeup did indeed enchant him. As the king of mercenaries from his previous life, he never had a lack of women by his side. Although those women were beautiful, they lacked elegance and refinement. On this point, they could not even be compared against Kair. Madam, I'm just a servant girl. It's not proper for me to wear such clothes. Li Ru's words caused the young girl's face to become so red that it seemed as if blood might drip out. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor of Li Ru. Smilingly, Li Ru teased again, who told you that you're a servant girl? Even if I wanted to make you my servant girl, I'm afraid somebody won't even let me. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Since the beginning, he had not uttered a single word, yet he still took a bullet. Hearing Li Ru, the young girl's face became even more red. Although Li Ru and Duan Lingtian didn't consider Kair to be a servant girl, the intelligent and sensible Kair still took on the responsibility of all the chores. As far as she was concerned, young master and madam were kind enough to allow her to stay. If she didn't do anything to repay them, her heart wouldn't be at ease. The kind, sensible, and intelligent Kair quickly obtained the acknowledgement of Li Ru and Duan Lingtian and quickly blended into the small family. Fang family estate. In a medium-sized courtyard, middle-aged man restlessly walked about, occasionally glancing at the nearby bedroom. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and an old man emerged from within. Master son, how's the condition of my son? The middle-aged man hurriedly greeted the old man. Manager Fang, the person who did this was extremely merciless and almost completely shattered your son's spine. Even after consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, there were no signs of recovery. I am unable to do anything, you have. My condolences. The old man sighed while shaking his head. The middle-aged man's face distorted. Even the grade 9 alchemist that their Fang family paid a hefty sum to invite was unable to do anything. Did that mean his son would be crippled permanently and be stuck lying on a bed for the rest of his life? Fang Chang. Right at this moment, a dignified middle-aged man walked in and passed an exquisite box to the Fang family manager, Fang Chang. This is a grade 8 gold injury pill, quickly let your son consume it. Fang Chang stared blankly. Although he wanted to beg the patriarch for the grade 8 gold injury pill, when he thought about how the Fang family only had one grade 8 gold injury pill, he could only give up on the idea because he did not believe he would be able to obtain the pill with his status as the Fang family manager. When he saw the patriarch delivering the grade 8 gold injury pill to him, he couldn't help himself from getting excited. Fang Chang, if it wasn't for my unfilial son causing trouble, your son wouldn't have been injured. I apologize for this incident. As for that unfilial son, I will surely severely punish him and give you a satisfying explanation, Patriarch Fang Yi said with an expression of shame and regret. Fang Chang was so agitated that he knelt down, the sliver of displeasure in his heart disappeared completely. Get up and quickly give the medicinal pill to your son, Fang Yi said. Fang Chang stood up and began to extend his hands out to receive the grade 8 gold injury pill from Fang Yi. Manager Fang, if I were to be straightforward, let alone a grade 8 gold injury pill, even a grade 7 gold injury pill would be unable to heal your son's injuries. The old man standing to the side abruptly said, "Unless you have a bone formation pill. But bone formation pills are extinct." Fang Chang's extended hand stiffened, and the rekindled hope in his heart was mercilessly shattered again. "Nevertheless, let him consume it and try his luck," Fang Yi said. "Patriarch, it's not necessary. I believe Master Son. There's no point in wasting this precious medicinal pill on my son." Fang Chang shook his head. "What I want to do the most now is to find out who crippled my son and seek revenge." Taking a deep breath, Fang Chang's eyes emitted a cold light of hatred. "Manager Fang, you can be assured that the entire Fang family will spare no efforts in finding the assailant," said Fang Yi in a resolute voice. "Thank you, Patriarch." Li family estate. A piece of shocking news spread among the Li family members like lightning. Next month, Li family's genius martial artist Li Jia would fight a battle against 9th Elder's son Duan Lingtian. Allegedly, for the sake of this battle, 7th Elder even went to request the Patriarch and Grand Elder to be the witnesses to the battle. This news caused quite a large sensation in the Li family. The moment Li Xin's arm was crippled by Duan Lingtian, I knew that 7th Elder and Li Jia wouldn't be willing to let go. Who could have known that they would take action so swiftly? Hee. A 4th level of body tempering stage martial artist challenging a 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. For the sake of his brother, Li Jia is really going all out and throwing away all his pride. I wonder what Duan Lingtian was thinking. To actually agree to Li Jia's challenge. It couldn't be that his brain got fried when he was beaten up by Li Xin before, right? Li Jia will show no mercy in this battle, and even if he can't kill Duan Lingtian, he will definitely cripple him. No one had high hopes for Duan Lingtian. One was the famous genius martial artist of the Li family with boundless potential, who stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage at the age of 16. The other was an obscure disciple with another surname who had only recently completed body tempering and become a 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. Although relying upon the strange and formidable collapsing fist allowed him to defeat Li Xin at the 2nd level of body tempering stage, no one would consider that he would able to defeat Li Jia even then. Although Li Jia and Li Xin were siblings, their strength was not on the same level at all. While the whole Li family was stirred up about the upcoming battle, the person concerned with the whole matter seemed to have vanished. Done. Looking at the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. Relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's thorough comprehension of the inscription technique, he succeeded in inscribing the ring on his first try. "Li Jia, when the day comes, I'll give you a pleasant surprise." The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up, forming an evil smile. "Young master, the water is ready." Behind the bedroom screen, the young girl gracefully walked out as she has finished changing the water in the bath barrel for Duan Lingtian. You must be tired. Go get some rest." Duan Lingtian walked over, extended his hand, and used his sleeve to help wipe the sweat off the young girl's forehead. The entire process was extremely gentle. Let me do this kind of hard labor from now on," Duan Lingtian said with an expression of pity. "Young master, it's all right. After bathing with the medicinal liquid you gave me, is very strong." The young girl shook her little arms, and a touched smile appeared on her flushed face. "Seems like our is going to complete her body tempering and become a martial artist as soon as she starts cultivating a cultivation method." Duan Lingtian lightly kneaded the young girl's little arms and smiled. "Young master, knows you treat me very well, but also knows that families such as the Li family have their own set of rules. Cultivation methods are not permitted to be casually passed on to others. Is happy as long as is able to accompany you and madam. It doesn't matter if can become a martial artist or not," sensibly said. "Silly girl, if I wanted to pass a cultivation method to you, naturally it would not be one from the Li family. Okay, you go and have a rest, I'll come look for you in your room later this evening." Why did your face suddenly turn so red, are you okay?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. "Young master, you're so evil, bullying After being made fun of by Duan Lingtian, the young girl fled, leaving a laughing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 9, Frost God's Sword Technique. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Spirit Serpent Form. Sitting cross-legged in the bath barrel, Duan Lingtian had a tranquil expression as he cultivated with his eyes closed. The water inside the bath barrel started spinning around Duan Lingtian's body, creating a whirlpool. 7 treasures body tempering liquid gathered at the heart of the whirlpool, continuously fusing into Duan Ling Tian's body and helping him cultivate. Subtle changes were occurring in Duan Ling Tian's body at every moment. His lifeblood was strengthening and his muscles were pulsating. Wa-la-la. When the 7 treasures body tempering liquid inside the barrel was fully absorbed, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and walked out of the bath barrel. Looks like it will take me quite some time to break through to the second level of the body tempering stage. As he lightly clenched his fists and felt strength flowing through his body, a trace of bright light passed through Duan Ling Tian's eyes. I need to break through to the third level of the body tempering stage before my battle with Li Jia. If not, even with the help of inscriptions, I will lose the initiative in the battle with Li Jia. Li Jia was a 4th level body tempering stage martial artist, so his cultivation provided him with an extra 200 pounds of strength. Furthermore, his body, bones, and internal organs had gone through a large degree of metamorphosis which caused its toughness to rise beyond that of an ordinary person's body. If Duan Ling Tian does not break through to the third level of the body tempering stage by the end of the 1-month period, even if Li Jia stands there like a punching bag, Duan Ling Tian still might not be able to injure him even if form and will boxing is stronger. The concept is likened to a child that has just learned to walk. Even if the child has a grandmaster level form and will boxing comprehension, the child will not be able to harm an adult. The child and the adult are not on the same level playing field. If one's strength can't even go through the opponent's defense, what use would skills and techniques have? Right, I have a rendezvous with K'er. Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room thinking about what cultivation method he should pass to K'er. Besides the 2 top cultivation methods, 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique and 3 Lives Rebirth Technique, Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories contained many other cultivation methods that could be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage. It's not that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to pass on the best 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique to K'er and was purposely concealing it. The issue was that this cultivation method pursued a Tao of indomitable fierceness, so it was not suitable for women. Got it, this cultivation method isn't bad. Frost God Sword Technique, the cultivation method of a martial emperor from 20,000 years ago. This martial emperor was a formidable cultivator of the sword, and most importantly, she was a woman. No matter whether it was Earth from his previous life or his current lifetime in Cloud Continent, in terms of physical constitution, women were naturally weaker than men. This was an undeniable fact. In Cloud Continent, if a woman wanted to become strong, she would need to put in much more effort than a man would. Frost Martial Emperor aroused deep veneration and respect in Duan Ling Tian. Through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian found out that Rebirth Martial Emperor and Frost Martial Emperor had battled once. In that battle, the wager was their personal cultivation methods. In the end, Rebirth Martial Emperor won, and that is how he acquired Frost Martial Emperor's cultivation method. Yes, I'll pass this cultivation method to K'er. When Duan Ling Tian finally made his decision, he had already arrived outside K'er's bedroom. He lightly knocked on the door. The door opened. "Young master," the young girl lightly said when she saw Duan Ling Tian, then her immature and beautiful face turned slightly red. Duan Ling Tian entered K'er's bedroom and closed the door behind him. "K'er, I've already thought about which cultivation method to pass on to you. Come, I'll pass the body tempering section to you first. You need to remember it properly." Looking at the young girl who was not at ease due to being nervous, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. The young girl lightly nodded, listening seriously. It has to be said that K'er was indeed a very intelligent young girl. Duan Ling Tian only recited the body tempering section of Frost God's Sword Technique 3 times before K'er was able to fully memorize it. But problems arose quickly as well. "Young master, although I have already memorized the cultivation method, I don't know where all the acupuncture points listed are located. What should I do?" K'er looked eagerly at Duan Ling Tian with a delicate and touching expression. "I was careless. Why don't I teach you how to identify those acupuncture points?" Duan Ling Tian was dazed for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. Okay. K'er nodded excitedly. In K'er's heart, she really desired to become a martial artist. In her mind, once she becomes a martial artist, she will be able to protect her loved ones like the young master and the madam. Following the directions of Duan Ling Tian, K'er sat on the bed facing him. "K'er, the Ju Wei acupuncture point is 7 inches above the belly button. Yes, it's here." Duan Ling Tian slowly extended his hand and located her belly button through her thin clothes. His finger moved upwards and stopped at her Ju Wei acupuncture point. "K'er, have you remembered it?" Duan Ling Tian could feel how her body was trembling lightly. He thought about how sensitive this girl was while secretly laughing to himself. Yes. Yes, I've remembered. The young girl's face was as red as an apple and her voice was lightly quivering because she was feeling extremely shy. Duan Ling Tian taught her how to identify the acupuncture points one by one. As his hand slowly moved upwards, the young girl's body started to shake even more intensely, causing Duan Ling Tian's heart to become slightly restless. Although K.Er was only 15, she had developed well. To Duan Ling Tian, it was undoubtedly an enormous temptation. After he became a mercenary in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian's life could be described as unrestrained. Of course, it was merely for amusement most of the time. As a mercenary that was constantly in the battlefield, he was self-conscious. He knew that love was just a dream, and he wasn't willing to allow a woman to become a weak point that his enemies could use against him. K.Er, can you still continue? Duan Ling Tian asked after noticing that she was covered in sweat. Young master, you can continue, she said unyieldingly. K.Er, here is the Shanzhong acupuncture point. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he extended a finger and pressed down again. K.Er's body trembled intensely, as if shocked by electricity. She could not hold on any longer, so she fell forward into Duan Ling Tian's embrace. As the beautiful young girl covered in sweat fell down on him, a sweet scent entered his nose. Duan Ling Tian caught her in his arms. When the soft and supple figure entered his arms, the mood in the room became slightly charming and gentle. The young girl's body trembled and she shyly lowered her head. It coincidentally knocked into a hard object, causing Duan Ling Tian's face to distort. He then let out a smothered sound. Young master, you're okay, right? The young girl hurriedly raised her head, looking at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly panic-stricken expression. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian forced out a low growl from his throat. The young girl seemed to have realized something at this moment, so she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Duan Ling Tian. K.Er, ask my mother to teach you how to identify the rest of the acupuncture points. I need to leave now. Duan Ling Tian unwillingly got off the bed and fled. I'm so ashamed. Just now I actually. He left behind the young girl whose face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment, talking to herself in a low voice. After Duan Ling Tian left the young girl's room, he took a deep breath. He was afraid that he would be unable to refrain himself from doing something crazy. According to what people would say in his previous life, the 15-year-old K.Er was a girl that had not reached adulthood. Tian, why are you coming out of K.Er's room, huh? Li Ru, who had just returned, coincidentally bumped into Duan Ling Tian and noticed his panicked discomposure. Mom, I have things to do. I'm going back to my room. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Ru's gaze, he laughed embarrassedly and hurriedly returned to his room. As someone who was experienced, Li Ru couldn't hold back her laughter. It seemed her son had grown up. Li Ru walked up and entered K.Er's room, which had not been closed yet. K.Er, you. Li Ru was just in time to see the young girl sitting on her bed with a flushed complexion. Li Ru's gaze had a hint of playfulness. Madam, noticing Li Ru, the young girl was startled. Madam, it's not what you're thinking, young master. Young master was just teaching me how to identify acupuncture points. She hurriedly explained. Identify acupuncture points. After hearing her, Li Ru's gaze became even weirder. Chapter 10, Gambling. A month's time passed quickly. Today was the day of the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Li Jia. Daybreak, in a clean and tidy room. Duan Ling Tian stood up and walked out of the bath barrel. He had just finished the last portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. As he lightly shook his numb body and felt the strength contained within it, there was an indistinct smile in the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. This entire month of hard work was not wasted. After going through bitter cultivation for a month, the immatureness on Duan Ling Tian's face had faded slightly. Prolonged hours of body tempering caused Duan Ling Tian's body to become robust and sturdy. His dark purple close-fitting clothes showed off his perfect physique. Compared to that sickly appearance he had 1 month before when he hadn't yet completed body tempering and became a martial artist, he now looked like another person. Just then, he heard a light knocking sound coming from outside. Young master, have you woken up yet? A pleasant voice like that of an oriole bird singing caused a hint of gentleness to flash by Duan Ling Tian's tranquil expression. After properly putting on his clothes, Duan Ling Tian walked out from behind the screen, slowly made his way to the door, extended his arm, and opened it. As the door opened, rays of soft and warm sunlight poured into the room and onto Duan Lingtian's body. Outside, a slim and graceful young girl locked eyes with Duan Lingtian. When their eyes met, she lowered her head in panic as a slight trace of rosy red emerged on her face. The young girl was wearing light green clothes that showed off her developing figure. A pair of budding flowers that unintentionally released the temptation of youthfulness. A slender waist that could be embraced with one arm was tied with a light blue belt that fluttered with the wind. Gazing at the young girl outside, Duan Lingtian was absent-minded for a moment. You woke up so early." Coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. He sighed lightly in his heart. In this past month, since she completed her body tempering, her body was becoming more and more hot. As Duan Lingtian continued to size her up, her face was so red that it seemed that blood might drip out. "Young master, Madam said that she will be going ahead. She asked me to come wake you up and come together with you." "I didn't expect young master to be awake so early." The young girl blinked her eyes. Her willow leaf eyebrows curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she lightly nodded. What the young girl said caused Duan Lingtian to laugh bitterly. You broke through to the second level of the body tempering stage." Suddenly, Duan Lingtian gazed at the young girl with a shocked expression when he noticed that she had broken through. "It's all thanks to young master and the medicinal liquid that you concocted for me. If not for that, K'er's progress would not be so quick." The young girl's clear eyes, slightly moved and her willow leaf eyebrows lightly rose. She lightly nodded her chin and the corners of her mouth held a moving smile. "The medicinal liquid is just a secondary factor, the most important point is that you have good innate talent. It seems like Frost God's sword technique is very suitable for you. You will need a sword since you're cultivating a sword cultivation method. Later in the afternoon, I'll take you out to go buy a sword." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Young master, didn't you say that the body tempering section of Frost God's sword technique didn't contain any matching sword skills?" The young girl blinked her clear eyes. "I'll teach you other sword skills. Do you want to learn?" Duan Lingtian playfully asked. "Yes," she hurriedly nodded, seemingly afraid that Duan Lingtian might go back on his word. Let's go." After walking out of his room and closing the door behind him, he naturally extended his hand and held the tender and delicate hand of the young girl. His actions seemed extremely natural and smooth, as if he had practiced countless times. "Yes, we can't let Madam wait for us for too long." The young girl's face had a smile of happiness as her little hands exerted force to hold the youth's hand tightly. The young couple held hands as they walked out of the courtyard and towards the Li family martial arts practice hall. On the way, they attracted many gazes that contained jealousy, admiration, and hatred. The way some Li family disciples gazed at Duan Lingtian made it seem as if their eyes would spit fire at any moment. They wished they could push Duan Lingtian aside and take his place. There were also some young girls who had expressions of jealousy when they looked at who was beautiful enough to resemble a little celestial maiden. The Li family martial arts practice hall was an enormous greenstone arena. The terrain outside the arena had a slightly higher elevation. Right now there was a stream of people going there. These people were all Li family disciples that were gathering together. They were bustling with so much noise and excitement that the force of the sound shot up to the sky. "It's only two youths having a battle, but nearly all the elders of the family have come. What a spectacle. Yeah, even the family's marketplace managers have returned from Fresh Breeze Town. The size of the occasion today can be compared to a coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, the reason that all the elders have returned is because 7th Elder invited the Grand Elder and the Patriarch to bear witness. They have no choice but to come or it would be disrespectful." At the front of the martial arts practice arena, there was a high platform on which seating had been laid. Many people were already sitting there enjoying some scented tea. These people were the higher-ups of the Li family. The Li family patriarch, Li Nanfeng, sat in the middle. Besides the empty seat beside him, the other seats had all been taken. Behind each of these Li family elders stood a few youths and young girls. As the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Ru sat at the edge. Her face was tranquil as if her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. "9th elder, you have good self-control." 7th elder Li Kun and Li Ru were separated by the 8th elder. Li Kun leaned his head over to look at Li Ru and smiled faintly. Li Kun had an expression of utter confidence in victory. Li Ru acted as if she didn't hear him and completely ignored him, causing the 8th elder who was in the middle to be unable to refrain from revealing an odd smile on his face. "Humph, Li Kun grunted out of anger. He wanted to see how long Li Ru could continue putting up her act. Today, his son Li Jia will surely cripple Duan Ling Tian and take revenge for that kid who will be unable to recover from his injuries. Grand Elder. The stream of people split apart. Along with respectful greetings full of reverence, an aged figure walked up the high platform. It was the Li family Grand Elder, Li Huo. Including Patriarch Li Nanfeng, all of the Li family elders stood up and respectfully saluted the old man. This old man was not only the strongest person in the Li family, he was also a respected grade 9 alchemist. In the Cloud Continent, only a graded alchemist could be considered to be a real alchemist. Becoming an alchemist required one to meet extremely stringent requirements. It can be said that out of 1,000 core formation stage martial artists, there was a chance that not even one would be capable of becoming an alchemist. In Fresh Breeze Town, the three families each had one grade 9 alchemist, but only the Li family's alchemist was of their own kin, whereas the alchemists of the other two families were invited into the family by paying hefty sums. Those alchemists could leave at any moment. The old man lightly nodded and sat at the seat beside the patriarch Li Nanfeng, then he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Little Jia, since Grand Elder has already arrived, go enter the arena. Seventh Elder said to Li Jia, who was standing behind him. After nodding his head, Li Jia walked off into the spacious martial arts practice hall. Even Grand Elder has arrived and Li Jia has entered the arena, but why hasn't Duan Ling Tian arrived yet? What haughty manners Duan Ling Tian has. He isn't afraid to come, right? The Li family disciples surrounding the martial arts practice hall started to talk to each other. Some of them were even feeling contemptuous toward Duan Ling Tian. Ninth Elder, even Grand Elder has arrived, why hasn't your son Duan Ling Tian arrived yet? He isn't afraid to come, right? Seventh Elder purposely said loudly on the high platform. Don't worry, Seventh Elder. Since my son has agreed to the battle, he will naturally come. Li Ru made a light, humph, sound. Ninth Elder, I feel there is no reason to conduct today's battle. Why don't you concede on behalf of your son? At least this way you can avoid him getting injured and prevent the relationship between you and Seventh Elder from getting hurt. Sixth Elder Li Ping, a man with a knife scar on his face, said coolly as he was on good terms with Li Kun. Sixth Elder, according to what you said, do you think that Li Jia will win for sure? Fifth Elder could not refrain from asking. That is a publicly acknowledged fact. Li Ping smiled. Then Sixth Elder, let's make a bet. If Li Jia wins, I'll pay you 500 silver, but if Duan Ling Tian wins, you will pay me 500 silver. What say you? Li Ting looked deeply at Li Ping before slowly saying this. The Li family elders were only paid no more than 20 silver each month. Li Ting unexpectedly used a few years' worth of his salary to make the bet. The Li family higher-ups at the scene, including the patriarch Li Nanfeng, looked at Li Ting in shock. Never could they have imagined that he was so confident towards Duan Ling Tian. Even Grand Elder Li Huo opened his eyes and looked deeply at Li Ting. After hearing what Li Ting had said, Li Ping's eyes shone brightly. He was originally a person who liked to gamble, he could be considered a gambling addict. In his mind, Li Ting was gifting him free money. The only problem was that he did not have 500 silver at the moment. His money was mostly spent at the gambling den. Are you afraid, Sixth Elder? Seeing that Li Ping was quiet, Li Ting laughed. Li Ping's face instantly turned red. He leaned over and looked toward Seventh Elder Li Kun. Sixth Elder, I can lend you 500 silver. Furthermore, I will take out another 500 silver to bet with Fifth Elder. Are you willing to bet with me, Fifth Elder? Li Jia said, after noticing Li Ping's difficulties. He looked at Li Ting with a keen gaze. Li Ting frowned. Although 500 silver was only a few years' worth of salary, once the expenses for these few years were taken into account, Li Ting only had around 800 silver saved up. Li Kun, who could collect a savings of 1,000 silver, could be considered to be rich amongst the Li family elders. It could be said that Li Kun was risking his entire fortune and going all out. Chapter 11. 1,000 silver each time. Li Ru wanted to help Fifth Elder out of his current situation, but although willing, she was powerless to render her assistance. Over the years, she had spent all of her money on purchasing medicinal materials to help her son strengthen his constitution. Combined with her son's recent expenditures on medicinal materials for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, all of her savings only amounted to a bit over 100 silver. What's wrong, Fifth Elder? Don't you dare to bet with Seventh Elder. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed with a complacent expression. just as Li Ting was about to ask the other elders for a loan. "Seventh elder, I'll take you up on that 500 silver bet." A voice sounded from afar. Following this voice came a young couple walking together hand in hand. The one who spoke earlier was the youth. The youth had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome with a graceful bearing. It was indeed Duan Lingtian. "Ninth elder, after spending most of your money on your son in these years, could it be that you still have 500 silver left?" Seventh elder Li Kun ridiculed while take a deep glance at Li Ru. Li Ru's eyebrows creased slightly and she sighed lightly in her heart. "Greetings, Patriarch, Grand Elder, and all elders." Duan Lingtian walked up the high platform while holding K.'s hand and lightly bowed to the Li family higher-ups. Patriarch Li Nanfeng glanced at Duan Lingtian with an expression of shock. The last time he saw him was a month ago. At that time, Li Ru was in a rage and was punishing 7th Elder's son, Li Xin. At that time, Duan Lingtian was just a sickly person, but Duan Lingtian seemed like a completely different person now. 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtian, you actually broke through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. When Li Nanfeng instinctively checked up on Duan Lingtian's cultivation, his pupils shrank and his face had an expression of disbelief. Lin Nanfeng's shocked exclamation was like a rock falling into a pool and causing 1,000 waves. Instantly, everyone on the platform had their gazes on Duan Lingtian. After a brief moment, everyone on the platform except for Li Ru and Li Ting had expressions of disbelief. If memory serves me right, a month ago when he was severely injured by Li Xin, he wasn't even a martial artist yet. In only 1 month, this Duan Lingtian went from being an ordinary person to completing body tempering and subsequently reached the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. I'm not seeing things, am I? You're not seeing things. He really is at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Seems like he must have obtained some fortuitous gain. Including 7th elder, most of the elders were all struck dumb. The scene in front of them was something that took them quite a while to react to. Grand Elder Li Huo opened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian with an intrigued expression. Li Kun drew in a breath of cold air. Duan Lingtian breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage was something that exceeded his expectations. However, once he thought about the difference between the 3rd level and the 4th level of the body tempering stage, he felt at ease once again. In his opinion, whether Duan Lingtian was at the 2nd level or the 3rd level of the body tempering stage made no difference to his son Li Jia. "Duan Lingtian, you said earlier that you're willing to bet 500 silver with me." Li Kun looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. "Yes, but to the best of my knowledge, 9th elder has spent most of her money on you in the past few years, so I'm afraid her savings are not enough to amount to 500 silver." Li Kun said. His face had a complacent expression as he waited for Duan Lingtian to yield. "You're right, my family really can't gather 500 silver." The financial situation of his family was something that even he knew about. It was also for this reason that he wanted to cheat Li Kun of his 500 silver. "Duan Lingtian, the bet between me, 5th elder, and 6th elder are done using presently available money. The money must be passed over to the Patriarch so that he may bear witness. If you think you can make a bet without actually having the money to back it up, you are wrong." Li Kun smiled mockingly. "Did I say I was going to place the bet without having the money first? Do you think I am like you?" Disdainfully glancing at Li Kun and ignoring his eyes that were seemingly flaming, Duan Lingtian let go of the young girl's hand and lightly said, "K.', go to my mother." The young girl cleverly nodded and went to stand beside Li Ru. "9th elder, you have such good fortune." Some of the elders glanced at the young girl and congratulated Li Ru one after the other. All of them noticed that the young girl would grow up to be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty on par with Li Ru. Li Ru smiled in response to the elders, "Congratulations." Beside her, the young girl's face had long ago flushed red from embarrassment. What is Tian planning to do? Watching her son going against 7th elder Li Kun, Li Ru's eyes flashed with a sliver of doubt. It was getting tougher to understand her son. "Then let me see how you, Duan Lingtian, produce 500 silver today. If I'm not wrong, even 5th elder isn't able to produce another 500 silver." Li Kun glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. Just when Li Ting was about to take out his last 300 silver, Duan Lingtian's reply not only interrupted his actions but also caused him to have an astounded expression on his face. "Don't worry, 7th elder, I'm not planning on borrowing money from 5th elder," said Duan Lingtian, under gazes of disbelief from the Li family higher-ups. He then walked to the front of Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I know that because you usually have to cultivate and refine medicine, your body probably has many hidden injuries. How about I help give you a massage and then you give me 500 silver as payment? What say you? Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Huo and faintly smiled. Tian, don't cause trouble. Li Ru's face distorted. In the Li family, Grand Elder's status was even above the patriarch. Seeing her son being conceited in front of the Grand Elder, she felt angry and worried. Hidden injuries. Grand Elder was a grade 9 alchemist. If he really had any hidden injuries, he would have treated himself already, just when the patriarch and all the higher-ups were expecting Grand Elder to be furious. You want 500 silver only for giving me a massage? Kid, you really know how to demand an exorbitant price. Li Huo glanced at Duan Ling Tian with an intrigued expression, lightly smiling. Grand Elder, how about I give you the massage first? After it's done, you judge the effect yourself and pay me according to how much you think it's worth. Duan Ling Tian made nothing of what Li Huo had said. Hearing what Duan Ling Tian said aroused Li Huo's interest. Okay, I'm curious about what you're capable of, kid. The only reason he agreed was because Duan Ling Tian had changed so much in the past month. In 1 month's time, breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage from an ordinary person was something truly unbelievable. As a grade 9 alchemist, he was well aware. A normal person would be unable to completely transform into a 3rd level body tempering martial artist in a mere month's time even if that person had an unending supply of body tempering medicinal pills. The present Duan Ling Tian was covered in mystery. Moreover, his body really did have hidden injuries which had worried him for all these years, so he wanted to give Duan Ling Tian's massage a try. Seeing Duan Ling Tian standing behind Li Huo and placing his hand on his shoulders, most of the Li family elders had odd expressions on their faces. They thought that 9th elder's son was dreaming. If a casual massage could really earn 500 silver, they would resign from being elders to go be masseuses. Seeing this scene, the corner of Li Kun's mouth curled into a cold smile. Not respecting hierarchy and playing tricks on the Grand Elder. Not only would Grand Elder be furious, it would also be a crime against the Li family. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was out of luck. Li Jia and the surrounding Li family disciples in the martial arts practice hall were unable to hear what was said on the high platform, so they did not know what was happening. Seeing Duan Ling Tian standing behind Grand Elder and giving him a massage, their eyes nearly dimmed and they almost blacked out. What was Duan Ling Tian doing? Did he think that giving a massage to the Grand Elder would make the Grand Elder bestow him with the strength to defeat Li Jia? Fuck, what is this Duan Ling Tian doing? Instead of getting into the arena as soon as he arrived, he's busy flattering the elders. Is he trying to win favor from the Grand Elder because he's worried that Li Jia will beat him up too badly? I think you're right. Seems like the only possible explanation. Duan Ling Tian's action caused anger in the masses. Grand Elder, while I'm massaging, please don't circulate your origin energy, said Duan Ling Tian to Li Huo. Using force in his hands, he started kneading Li Huo's shoulders. At this moment, a segment of memories flashed by in his mind. This segment of memories belonged to Rebirth Martial Emperor. It was a very ingenious massaging technique. This technique was made to treat the side effects present on the bodies of low-grade alchemists. Just now when he saw Grand Elder for the first time, Duan Ling Tian noticed from the light black spot between his eyebrows that he was suffering from side effects. This kind of side effect usually presented itself on low-grade alchemists who had to research the methods of refining medicine by themselves. Usually these side effects would not cause any discomfort, but when the alchemist circulates origin energy, there will be some pain in the body. On rare occasions, this pain would hurt so badly that it would feel like a knife was being twisted inside one's heart and living would be no better than dying. Duan Ling Tian learned all of this from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Rebirth Martial Emperor, being a formidable alchemist himself, had researched the art of refining medicine to mastery, so there was nothing he wasn't capable of. Abruptly, the movement of Duan Ling Tian's hands that were kneading Li Huo's shoulders increased in speed. Li Huo's expression changed from being tranquil and he started to tremble. Soon after, he clenched his teeth with a ferocious expression on his face as if he was dealing with extremely intense pain. The Li family higher-ups on the platform all felt chills go down their spines. How painful could it be to cause the formidable Grand Elder to have such an expression? 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian stopped while sweating heavily. At this moment, Li Huo spat out a mouthful of foul air. After slowly opening high eyes, they shone like there was an array of stars inside. He seemed as if he had grown 10 years younger. Origin energy was circulating smoothly throughout his body, causing him to feel a pleasant feeling like never before. In the past, circulating his origin energy would reopen his hidden injuries, but at this moment it seemed as if those hidden injuries had disappeared. Grand Elder, you still need to receive 2 more massages after this to fully treat the hidden injuries on your body. Now, how do you feel, Grand Elder? How much do you think you should give me as payment? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Li Huo laughed loudly, readily taking out a bunch of silver bills. Take 1,000 silver for now. Later on, each time you give me a massage, I'll give you 1,000 more like this time. What say you? Chapter 12. Circumstances taking a steep turn. 1,000 silver each time. 3 times would be 3,000 silver. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that alchemists were rich, he didn't expect them to be this rich. The Grand Elder of the Li family was only a grade 9 alchemist, but paying 3,000 silver did not even cause him to blink an eye. Mother is a Li family elder, but I only get not more than 20 silver coins per month. This difference is really too much. Li Ru sighed in her heart. When they saw Duan Ling Tian receive 1,000 silver, the Li family higher-ups were all dumbstruck, especially Li Kun, who was waiting to ridicule Duan Ling Tian. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth had stiffened. The scene in front of him felt like a dream. Duan Ling Tian only gave the Grand Elder a massage for a while and he received 1,000 silver. Grand Elder, I can massage you too, my wife even praises me for my skills in giving massages. Why don't I give you a massage for 2 hours and then you can give me 1,000 silver too? 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes were shining brightly, it was as if he had found a new road to riches. He was staring intently at Grand Elder Li Huo. Li Huo made a light humph sound, completely ignoring Li Ping. Then he looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Kid, where did you learn such a miraculous massaging technique? I feel as if the hidden injuries that I have accumulated over the years have started to be suppressed. With another 2 more massage sessions later on, the pain will certainly be fully removed. Li Huo asked curiously. Grand Elder, I stumbled upon the technique in a medical book. Duan Ling Tian faintly smiled. Li Huo glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He naturally would not believe Duan Ling Tian's lies, but he did not continue asking. It was obvious from Duan Ling Tian's attitude that he wasn't willing to say. Hidden injuries. The Li family higher-ups were flabbergasted. They remembered that before Duan Ling Tian gave Grand Elder the massage, he mentioned hidden injuries. They were curious as to how did Duan Ling Tian found out that Grand Elder had hidden injuries. More importantly, he was capable of a massage technique that could cure the Grand Elder's hidden injuries. Li Ru glanced at her son. The doubt in her eyes had grown deeper. The young girl beside Li Ru, however, looked at Duan Ling Tian in adoration. She was not the least bit shocked at Duan Ling Tian's ability. In her heart, young master was omnipotent. 7th Elder, can I bet with you now? Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Kun. Duan Ling Tian, if you want to gift money to me, I will naturally not decline. Li Kun's eyes narrowed and he made a low humph sound. Good. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he passed half of the silver bills in his hand to the Patriarch Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, this is the wager between 7th Elder and I. Please safekeep it and bear witness for us. Li Nanfeng received the 500 silver with a complicated expression and nodded. Patriarch, here is the wager for the bet between 6th Elder and I. At this moment, 5th Elder Li Ting took out 500 silver and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, here is the wager for 6th Elder and I. Li Kun took out 1,000 silver. Let's begin. After Li Nanfeng received the silver bills, he put them away and then looked towards Duan Ling Tian. After giving the remaining 500 silver to his mother, Duan Ling Tian nodded his head and walked into the martial arts practice hall to confront the waiting Li Jia. The Li family disciples surrounding the martial arts practice hall were looking at them intently. It was finally going to begin. Duan Ling Tian, it took you a long time to get here. You aren't afraid, are you? Li Jia laughed coldly. Afraid? You think too highly of yourself. Li Jia, you better give today's match your all. If you lose, your family is going to go bankrupt. What are you trying to say? Li Jia's face fell. He wasn't aware of the betting that had taken place on the platform. You will find out after today. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face became even more prominent, but in Li Jia's eyes it looked extremely unpleasant. Li Jia's face turned grim and the muscles in his body started bulging, causing his clothes to stretch. In an instant, Li Jia stomped his feet on the ground and ran swiftly towards Duan Ling Tian. His speed was extremely fast, like that of a cheetah running at full speed. Duan Ling Tian, I will make you pay tenfold for crippling the arm of my little brother. Li Jia swiftly rushed in front of Duan Ling Tian, shouting loudly. His hands opened up, forming two palms, and he executed the master stage middle grade yellow rank martial skill, falling leaf palm. His hands came violently slapping towards Duan Ling Tian, falling leaf palm. 7th Elder, Li Jia is able to achieve mastery of the falling leaf palm at only the 4th level of the body tempering stage. His innate talent is really good. I cultivated falling leaf palm when I was young as well and only achieved mastery when I was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. In this aspect, I am inferior to Li Jia. 7th Elder has such good fortune. Yes, 7th Elder has such a good son, it really makes me admire him. On the platform, as he heard the praise of the other elders, Li Kun smiled faintly. He was slightly smug. What martial skill is Duan Ling Tian executing? Patriarch Li Nanfeng's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Duan Ling Tian. They saw that Duan Ling Tian had taken the horse stance and his body was slightly inclined forward. His body resembled a strong, heavy bow, it seemed like he was immovable like a mountain. Just at this very moment, when Li Jia's falling leaf palm was descending towards him with a roaring sound, he finally moved, silent as a virgin, moving like a mad rabbit. This sentence perfectly described the current Duan Ling Tian. When facing Li Jia's falling leaf palm, Duan Ling Tian was not one bit scared. He moved to meet the attack head-on. He lifted up his right fist and swung it as if he were launching a cannonball towards Li Jia's palm strike. Clap. After the palm and fist struck each other, Li Jia's body slightly trembled, but he stood his ground. Duan Ling Tian on the other hand was forced a few steps back, his face slightly red, seeing Duan Ling Tian being forced backwards. Li Ru had an expression of worry. The young girl behind her nervously clenched her fists as well. Whereas Li Kun had a complacent expression. In his opinion, a 4th level body tempering martial artist going against a 3rd level body tempering martial artist was a one-sided battle without any suspense. 5th Elder, thank you for your 500 silver. 6th Elder Li Ping complacently said to Li Ting. It was as if 5th Elder's 500 silver had already entered his pocket. As expected of a 4th level body tempering martial artist, my strength is still lower if I fight him head-on. In the arena, Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. Maybe. Glancing at the ring on his hand, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. This was his secret weapon. Duan Ling Tian, I really didn't think that you'd be able to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. But even so, it is impossible for you to be my opponent. Today I will take revenge for my little brother and completely cripple you. I will make you have to stay on a bed for the rest of your life. You will live your life in unending pain and despair until you die. Li Jia said in a condescending manner. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim and cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know that Li Jia was so merciless and cruel. The other time when Li Xin provoked him, he showed mercy by only crippling one of his arms. Or else Li Xin would have ended up the same as Fang Jian's lackey. Today, although Li Jia's strength was greater than his, he was absolutely confident that he could win if he relied on the inscription on his ring. Originally, as they both were Li family disciples, he was only planning to cripple one of his arms as punishment, but now that punishment seemed too lenient. Make me lie on a bed and live the rest of my life in pain and despair. Li Jia, you must remember what you just said. Please don't regret it. Duan Ling Tian stared at Li Jia and abruptly laughed. Regret? I, Li Jia, have never known regret. Li Jia laughed coldly and stomped his legs with a disdainful expression on his face. He seemed as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger as he dove towards Duan Ling Tian. The master stage falling leaf palm slapped down towards Duan Ling Tian once again. Duan Ling Tian moved forward a step, then his upper body inclined backwards and once again bent into the shape of a bow. His right shoulder pressed backwards, causing his body to tremble, then his right fist swung out straight forward. Strength seeped out from his entire body as he moved to intercept Li Jia's falling leaf palm, cannon fist. One of the 5 elemental fists of form and will boxing. Like a cannon but not a cannon, once this punch is used, it has the force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Clap. The fist and palm struck each other again. Duan Ling Tian's heart slightly jerked. The power inside the inscription on his ring burst forth, entering Li Jia's body. Instantly, Li Jia looked like he had just been struck by lightning. His body was trembling, his face was extremely distorted, and his eyes emitted an expression of extreme fear. It was as if he had been met with some horrible thing. When Li Jia's body started trembling, the force behind falling leaf palm dispersed, then Duan Ling Tian's cannon fist struck out. Ka! Li Jia's arm bone broke from the force. The sharp sound of the bone breaking accompanied by Li Jia's shrill scream entered the ears of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just when everyone was wondering how Li Jia, who had the upper hand, was now being trampled on by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian moved forward, catching up to Li Jia, who was falling backwards. He kicked Li Jia, causing him to fly upwards for more than 3 meters. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was still standing on the same spot, bent his legs and abruptly squatted. Li Jia, who had been kicked up into the sky, had a ghastly pale face and was dripping in cold sweat. When his body started to fall downwards, he turned his head and noticed Duan Ling Tian's actions. He instantly understood what Duan Ling Tian was planning to do. "Dad, save me!" Li Jia felt a bone-piercing chill in his heart, so he shouted in fear. Because he was unable to move freely in the air, he had no means to use his 4th-level body-tempering stage strength. Duan Ling Tian's legs straightened in the blink of an eye and then, like a cannonball blasted up into the sky, he flew towards the rapidly falling Li Jia. No! Hearing his son's scream of despair, Li Kun finally reacted. Shouting loudly, he left his seat and flew down towards the arena. He wanted to save his son. Li Ru was worried that her son would be treated unfairly, so she followed after him and flew down towards the arena. Chapter 13. Amazing the world with a single brilliant feat. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with a cold light as he flew upwards. As Li Jia's body was dropping down, his fists mercilessly struck Li Jia's back exactly on his backbone. Kacha! Ear-piercing sounds of bones breaking sounded continuously. Instantly, Li Jia was blasted up towards the sky once more. His head swung backwards and his shrill scream stopped abruptly, then he blacked out. Bang! Duan Ling Tian made use of the counterforce and firmly dropped to the ground. He raised his right arm just in time to catch Li Jia's falling body. He looked like an undefeatable war god. Heaving a sigh of relief, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up slightly, turning into a warm smile. He had finally won, and it was all thanks to the paralyzation inscription on his ring. Paralyzation inscription was the inscription that Duan Ling Tian prepared a month ago. Once released, it will cause the target to experience a split second of paralyzation, causing all the accumulated energy in the body to dissipate. That was the reason why Li Jia had lost to Duan Ling Tian. All around the martial arts practice hall, every one of the Li family disciples were struck dumb. They all took a large amount of time to regain their senses. They found the events that had unfolded before their eyes extremely hard to believe. Noticing 7th Elder flying over in rage, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth flashed with a cold smile. Exerting force with his hand, he threw Li Jia towards Li Kun. Duan Ling Tian. Li Kun caught Li Jia. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Only when Li Ru arrived and stood beside Duan Ling Tian did he withdraw his gaze due to a slight sense of fear. "Tian, are you all right?" Li Ru took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Duan Ling Tian's forehead. Her face flashed with slight worry. "Mom, I'm fine." Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm. He lightly smiled while he shook head. He was fine, but someone else wasn't. Li Kun suddenly shouted with a voice full of grief. Holding Li Jia in his arms, he turned around and rushed toward the platform to meet the Li family higher-ups that were currently descending. Among these higher-ups, 6th Elder Li Ping's face was the ugliest while 5th Elder on the hand had an expression of self-satisfaction. Grand Elder Li Huo checked Li Jia's injuries and his face slowly turned grim. "Kid, Li Jia's backbone is almost completely shattered. Even a grade 7 gold injury pill won't save him. Don't you think you were a tad bit too merciless? You have basically destroyed Li Jia's life," Li Huo said heavily as he raised his head to look at the approaching Li Ru and her son. His gaze was fixed upon Duan Ling Tian. Li Jia was the youth that the Li family had the highest hopes for amongst the Li family disciples, but now he had come to a premature end. This was a great loss to the Li family. After hearing what Grand Elder Li Huo had said, Li Kun's face severely distorted and his body started shaking as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect his son to be injured so severely by Duan Ling Tian, backbone almost completely shattered. Even a grade 7 gold injury pill was unable to save him. "I want you dead," Li Kun bellowed, then his figure flashed as he madly flew towards Duan Ling Tian and attacked with rage. At the top of his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes developed. Li Ru, who was on guard against Li Kun, instantly had 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes develop above her head, forcing Li Kun back in a single exchange. Li Kun, if you try to attack my son again, I will kill you. Her voice was cold and indifferent, it was as if it were coming from the pits of hell. Li Kun's face was green, but even though he was extremely furious, he did not doubt what Li Ru had said. Grand Elder, you must uphold justice for my son, Li Kun said to Grand Elder Li Huo in a miserable voice. There was a pu tong sound as he knelt on the ground heavily. When his youngest son's arm was crippled, his future looked worrisome. In Li Kun's heart, he had long ago put all his hopes onto his eldest son, Li Jia. But now, Li Jia's entire backbone was almost shattered and there was no hope of recovery. His whole life would be spent lying on a bed. In this instant, Li Kun felt his eyes go black. The world seemed dark without any light, it was as if the world was falling down upon him. Li Kun, the family rules state that when the disciples of the family have a battle, besides not being allowed to take one's life, there are no other limitations so that the disciples may go all out and fight to the best of their abilities. When martial artists battle, injury is unavoidable. Today it's your son that is lying down there, but what if it was my son? Would you ask Grand Elder to hold your son accountable? Li Ru made a cold humph sound, grunting out of anger. Ninth Elder, you're arguing irrationally. Your son Duan Ling Tian has already broken one of Li Jia's arms, and he was bound to win. But instead of showing mercy, he continued attacking and crippled Li Jia. In my opinion, he did it on purpose, and this is against the spirit of unity and friendship between Li family disciples. Sixth Elder Li Ping's eyes shone with a cold light. Sixth Elder, what you're saying is wrong. After Duan Ling Tian broke Li Jia's arm, he could have admitted defeat. But instead, he didn't admit defeat because he most probably thought that he still had a chance at victory. He thought that he still had a chance to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Furthermore, you should not forget that Duan Ling Tian is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Even if he was going up against a one-armed 4th level body tempering stage opponent, it was still a dangerous affair, and as such he needed to continue attacking to prevent Li Jia from obtaining an opportunity to counterattack, because that would cause him to lose more than he would gain. 5th Elder Li Ting said indifferently. Faced with an argument backed by facts, Li Ping's face turned grim as he did not have a way to counter this argument. Enough. Stop arguing. In the afternoon, there will be a family emergency meeting to discuss the matter. What's important now is to take Li Jia back to rest. 7th Elder, take Li Jia back home. Patriarch Lin Nan Feng frowned. Yes, Patriarch. Li Kun slowly stood up and held Li Jia in his arms. His face had a grim expression. His eyes were radiating a shocking killing intent as he fiercely glanced at Duan Ling Tian before leaving. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. He made nothing of Li Kun's glance. Regarding what happened today, there was no guilt in his heart, not mentioning his previous life of walking through the battlefield as a mercenary, which made him accustomed to being cruel and cold-blooded. But just those merciless remarks that Li Jia had made towards him, if it was his previous life, Li Jia would have been dead by now. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy. The Li family higher-ups left the martial arts practice hall one after another. But when these people left, their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian were hostile. After all, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not part of the main Li family as his surname was not Li. On the other hand, Li Jia was the Li family's genius martial artist, a future pillar of support for the Li family. Regarding this incident, they were more or less biased against Duan Ling Tian. The Li family disciples who surrounded the martial arts practice hall also dispersed. What happened today caused them to feel shocked and speechless at the same time. Li Jia, their Li family's martial arts genius, the strongest 4th level body tempering stage martial artist in the Li family, actually lost to a 3rd level body tempering stage disciple with another surname. Ashamed, they were truly ashamed. I used to think that Li Jia was formidable, but I never expected him to be so weak. Duan Ling Tian is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage and he could defeat Li Jia. Once he steps into level 9 body tempering stage, will anyone under the core formation stage be a match for him? I really wonder what fortuitous gain Duan Ling Tian had to be able to complete such a metamorphosis in a single month and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The topic of conversation between the Li family disciples quickly moved towards Duan Ling Tian. The previously unknown Duan Ling Tian became the hot topic within the Li family for a time. As the Li family disciples left one by one, there were only 4 people left in the enormous martial arts practice hall. Duan Ling Tian, Li Ru, Ke and 5th elder Li Ting. "Mom, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his mother had an ugly expression. "Kid, you really are young and arrogant. You crippled Li Jia. Of course it was satisfying for you, but you didn't think of the consequences. Li Jia is the family's youth genius, and as such the family has placed enormous hope in him." In the afternoon, the family meeting is said to be a discussion about today's incident, but it will actually be a discussion on to how to punish you. "Tell me, why wouldn't your mom be worried?" Li Ting shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of the tiger. He was too fearless and dared to do anything. "Grand Elder still needs my help. With his status in the Li family, as long as he speaks for me, everyone else has to give him some face, right?" said Duan Ling Tian unconcerned. "If you think like this, then you're wrong. Grand Elder has always differentiated between public and private matters. This is the reason why all the members of the Li family respect him so much. The identity of a grade 9 alchemist is not enough to cause everyone to respect him so wholeheartedly." Li Ting shook his head. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. He didn't expect that his secret weapon would become useless so easily. When they returned home, although Li Ru's expression seemed better, there were still signs of worry. The young girl was quiet, not daring to talk as she feared it would agitate Li Ru. "Mom, don't worry, I have a method to solve this problem. Nothing will happen to me." Duan Ling Tian, who was pondering throughout the journey back home, finally laughed. "What method do you have?" Li Ru obviously did not believe him. "Mom, what you're worried about is that the Li family elders will be biased towards Li Jia and punish me, right? You can be at ease, I have a method to make them biased towards me." Duan Ling Tian's smile was mysterious and full of confidence. "What method?" asked Li Ru curiously. The young girl on the side glanced over with a face full of anticipation. "Let me go get some things ready. I will tell you too when we have lunch at noon." Duan Ling Tian returned to his room as soon as he finished speaking. After he left, the 2 women looked at each other with helpless expressions. "Ke do you know what method Tian is talking about?" Li Ru asked the young girl. Ke doesn't know either. The young girl shook her head lightly. "That stinking brat, he's getting more and more mysterious lately." Li Ru's eyes slightly squinted, then she laughed helplessly. After eating lunch, Duan Ling Tian took 100 silver in bills and 30 silver coins from his mother before taking the young girl out alone, leaving the Li family estate. The Li family disciples that saw this scene were all speechless. Doesn't he know what his circumstances are? He's still in the mood to leisurely go shopping. He isn't preparing to run away because he's worried that the family will punish him after the family meeting, right? Are you kidding? He's the son of the 9th elder. Just like how a monk may run but the temple can't, even if he wants to run, he has nowhere to go. He really is something. After the family meeting today, if nothing happens to him, I will certainly make him my idol and ask him to be my boss. Chapter 14. Violet Meteoric Iron. Ke what kind of sword do you prefer? Duan Ling Tian asked the young girl beside him as they walked out of the Li family estate. Going out this time was mainly to buy the young girl a sword. She was cultivating the Frost God's sword technique, a sword cultivation method. Even though the Frost God's sword technique needed to be cultivated to the core formation stage before a matching sword art was available, Duan Ling Ting wanted to allow the young girl to come into contact with and get familiar with swords as soon as possible. The sword is the ancestor of weapons. A qualified sword cultivator is only able to display the full might of the sword when they understand the sword. Ke is not sure. I think it's better if young master chooses for me. The young girl lightly shook her head. Under the multitude of gazes full of either admiration or jealousy in the Li family marketplace, Duan Ling Tian walked into the Li family weapon store while holding the young girl's tender and lovely small hand. Young Master Tian. As soon as they entered the Li family weapon store, a youth walked up and greeted them with a courteous tone. You recognize me? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Young Master Tian, I'm a Li family branch family member. I took half a day's leave today so I could see the battle between you and Li Jia. Young Master Tian was so formidable that even Li Jia was no match for you. The youth faintly smiled. I was just lucky. I want to buy a good sword. Do you have any recommendations? Duan Ling Tian stated his purpose. Young Master Tian, is it for your own use? The youth asked with a smile. No, it's for my care. Hearing Duan Ling Tian saying that she was his, the young girl's willow leaf eyebrows raised, her clear eyes blinked, and her pretty face turned rose red. She was glittering and translucent and looked like she could easily be broken with a flick of the finger. Young Master Tian, this way please. The youth only glanced at the young girl before withdrawing his gaze. He was afraid that it would piss off the youth beside her if he looked any longer. Subsequently, he brought the couple to the weapon rack at the side. Various types of swords were laid on the weapon rack. Duan Ling Tian, who had merged with rebirth martial emperor's memories, only glanced at the swords once before being able to differentiate the quality of the swords. Finally, his gaze descended upon a sword made of a violet-colored material. This was a small and exquisite short sword, and the reason he took a fancy to the sword was not for its gorgeous exterior but rather the material it was made of. Violet meteoric iron. Once violet meteoric iron is refined by a weapons craftsman, it is able to become a rare crafting material known as violet meteorite. Just 50 grams of violet meteorite was worth a lot of money, and this short sword could easily be refined into 350 to 400 grams of violet meteorite. Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat slightly elevated. Young Master Tian, this sword is made of violet ore, which is extremely durable, only slightly inferior to a fine steel sword. The youth introduced, only slightly inferior to a fine steel sword. Duan Ling Tian laughed secretly. Never would he have thought that violet meteoric iron would be mistaken for violet ore in the Li family weapon store. The exterior appearance of violet meteoric iron was indeed similar to violet ore, but the worth of the two were as different as heaven and earth. Furthermore, if origin energy is circulated through the violet meteoric iron short sword, it would not suffer any damage whatsoever even if it cleaved hundreds of fine steel swords in half. It was truly a hidden gem. Violet meteorite that is refined from violet meteoric iron is indeed something that a knowledgeable weapons craftsman would know about and could identify. But violet meteoric iron on the other hand would be hard to identify even for graded weapons craftsmen, let alone the blacksmiths of the Li family weapon store. How much is this sword? Duan Ling Tian suppressed the agitation in his heart, and calmly said. 200 silver, the youth said, while adding, Young Master Tian, since you're not an outsider, I'll tell you the truth. Besides its outer appearance, this sword is utterly inferior to a fine steel sword. The fine steel sword is an exactly 3-foot-long blade which can slice iron like clay, and it's even double the length of this sword but only 180 silver. Do you like it? Duan Ling Tian asked the young girl beside him instead. Young master, it's too expensive. The young girl's gaze had long been attracted by the exquisite appearance of the violet short sword, but she was shocked when she heard its price. Duan Ling Tian secretly laughed in his heart. If this little girl knew how much the violet meteorite that could be refined from this violet meteoric iron sword was worth, he wondered what she would think then. I'll take this short sword, but I only brought 100 silver out with me. Why don't you bring the fine steel sword and come find me when you get back to the Li family estate? At that time I'll pay you the remaining 280 silver. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian looked towards the youth. No problem. The youth hurriedly nodded. Duan Ling Tian was the son of the Li family's 9th elder, so the youth wasn't afraid that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. This is your first sword, so you must take extremely good care of it. As a sword cultivator, the most important thing is to love your sword like your life. As for false sayings such as, when the sword is present the sword cultivator is alive, you should ignore such things. After receiving the violet short sword from the youth, Duan Ling Tian casually passed it over to the young girl. Okay, young master. The young girl received the short sword from Duan Ling Tian and fondly admired it. Her beautiful face was filled with happiness. After leaving the Li family weapon store, Duan Ling Tian took the young girl around the marketplace. He bought some small accessories for the young girl before finally returning to the Li family estate. When they arrived at the Li family estate entrance, Duan Ling Tian stopped for a moment and glanced at a corner behind him. In the distance was a sly figure that fled the moment Duan Ling Tian glanced his way. Young master, what's wrong? The young girl asked. It's nothing. Let's go in. He had noticed that person a long time ago. That person had been following him from around the Fang family marketplace until here. While holding the young girl's hands and walking into the Li family estate, Duan Ling Tian had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, his mother should be attending the family meeting. In a spacious hall in the Li family estate, from the patriarch Li Nanfeng to the grand elder Li Huo, all of the Li family elders were gathered here. Even 7th elder, whose son had recently been crippled, was present. Li Kun's fierce gaze moved away from a certain beautiful young woman. She was the ninth elder, Li Ru. Fellow elders, the reason I gathered everyone for this emergency meeting today is to discuss the matter of Li Jia being crippled by Duan Ling Tian. Regarding this matter, do any of you have any opinions you would like to share? Patriarch Li Nanfeng directly asked. All of the elders' gazes instantly landed upon Grand Elder Li Huo. If the Grand Elder didn't say anything, they would not dare exceed their authority. In my opinion, we should punish that kid Duan Ling Tian. Being so merciless at such a young age, if he is not guided, who knows what calamity he might cause. Li Huo said, Grand Elder is indeed fair and just. Sixth Elder Li Ping hurriedly flattered Grand Elder, not forgetting to complacently glance at Fifth Elder Li Ting. Today, Duan Ling Tian did not show mercy after breaking Li Jia's arm but instead went even further and completely shattered Li Jia's spine, causing him to become completely crippled. Li Jia is the genius martial artist that our whole Li family has put emphasis on to develop. By crippling him, Duan Ling Tian has caused a serious loss to the Li family. I feel we should heavily punish him. Li Ping added, Sixth Elder, I have already said this earlier, but Duan Ling Tian is only at level 3 body tempering stage whereas Li Jia is at level 4 body tempering stage. The fact that Li Jia didn't admit defeat even after having one of his arms broken posed a huge threat towards Duan Ling Tian. As such, I feel what Duan Ling Tian did was not wrong and does not go against the family's rules. Fifth Elder Li Ting said in a low voice, arguing in Duan Ling Tian's favor. Fifth Elder, according to you, doesn't that mean that during battles between disciples, as long as they do not kill each other, they should be allowed to trample on and even cripple their opponents? Seventh Elder Li Kun said with a grievous expression. When a martial artist has his backbone shattered, it means that he will forever be a cripple without a future. Just when everyone expected Duan Ling Tian's mother to say something, her face was tranquil. It was as if she was an outsider. Li Ting's eyebrows slightly creased. He thought that the ninth elder had given up on arguing on behalf of her son. Fellow elders, do you all have anything else to add? Lin Nanfeng asked the elders. I feel seventh elder is right. Duan Ling Tian is too merciless and cruel, and he even destroyed a future pillar of the family. He should be punished. Some elders showed support towards seventh elder's argument. They did not have any relationship with Li Ru or Li Kun and were speaking from a neutral position. Of course, it would be impossible to say they did not have any selfish motives. In their opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian has even greater natural talent, even if his talent is better than Li Jia's, he was still only a disciple with another surname, he was not a true Li family member. Very good, now let us vote. As Patriarch Li Nanfeng said this, the fifth elder sighed and shook his head. The current circumstances were not in Duan Ling Tian's favor. No one expected that just at this moment, the previously silent Li Ru would interrupt Li Nanfeng. Everyone's gaze instantly fell upon her. Ninth elder, you have something to say. Li Nanfeng frowned with a slight displeased expression. I'm sure that Patriarch and all the fellow elders here have noticed that changes my son experienced this past month. There are even many elders who think that my son received some sort of fortuitous gain, and the truth is exactly so. Li Ru said indifferently. Hearing what Li Ru said, even sixth elder Li Ping and seventh elder Li Kun quieted down. They were curious as well. Chapter 15, Grade 7 Alchemist. Under the gazes of everyone present, Li Ru slowly said, 1 month ago, an alchemist found my son and said that he had immense natural talent to become an alchemist, so he took him as a disciple. After that, the alchemist passed a medicinal formula to him. Following that medicinal formula, my son was able to concoct a medicinal liquid called 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid. This medicinal liquid is able to increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivates. Increase the speed of a body tempering stage martial artist's cultivation. What Li Ru said was like a bolt of thunder. It caused all of the elders with the exception of the seventh elder to be immensely shocked. Li Ru, stop uttering nonsense. I bet you're just making all this up. Alchemist, medicinal liquid, those are all just things you made up so that you can help your son get out of trouble. Seventh elder said in a stern voice. He was so agitated that he stood up and looked fiercely at Li Ru. Grand elder, you're a grade 9 alchemist, this is the medicinal formula my son wrote. Although the portions of the medicinal materials required is not stated, it should be enough for you to discern its authenticity. You will understand once you take a look. Li Ru ignored Li Kun and passed a piece of paper with the medicinal formula to the Grand Elder. She was going to use evidence to explain everything. Li Huo unfolded the medicinal formula and started reading it. Ingenious. Truly ingenious. Never had I thought that combining these 6 medicinal materials together, concocted with the correct ratios, would actually be able to increase the speed at which a body-tempering stage martial artist cultivates. Moreover, the medicinal properties of these medicinal materials are easily absorbed. No wonder. No wonder that kid experienced such a massive change in a mere month's time. Most importantly, all of these medicinal materials are extremely ordinary, so any elder would be able to provide their children prolonged usage. After Li Huo finished reading, his murky eyes shone brightly, exclaiming in admiration. The Li family higher-ups that were present could easily disregard what Li Ru had said, but Grand Elder Li Huo, who was the only grade 9 alchemist amongst the Li family members, was someone that no one would doubt. For a moment, everyone felt excited. This medicinal liquid would be able to change the fate of their children, it would be able to change the fate of the Li family. Li Huo looked towards Li Nanfeng with a serious expression. Li Nanfeng nodded heavily. He knew that this was a chance for the Li family. Ninth Elder, what you meant earlier was that Duan Ling Tian can concoct this type of medicinal liquid. Li Nanfeng looked towards Li Ru. Li Ru nodded. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Every elder of the Li family that was present had a few children. They were already imagining how fast their children would be able to cultivate if they used the medicinal liquid that Duan Ling Tian concocted. The changes that occurred on Duan Ling Tian was the best example. Watching their children become dragons and phoenixes was something that every parent hoped for. Ninth Elder, since your son has obtained such a valuable medicinal formula, he should contribute it to the family. Fellow elders, what do you think? Seventh Elder said with a grim expression because felt that the mood in the room was changing. Yes, what Seventh Elder said is correct. Such a valuable medicinal formula should indeed be shared with the family. Sixth Elder Li Ping said. Ha 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 ha. Just when Li Ru's face had turned grim and she was about to rebuke, the sound of a wild and arrogant laughter came from outside the hall. Patriarch, Duan Ling Tian requests an audience. The sound of laughter abruptly stopped. Duan Ling Tian. The eyes of all the Li family elders in the room shone brightly. If Duan Ling Tian was just an outsider to them in the past, then now Duan Ling Tian was the hope for their children to achieve greatness. Enter. Li Nanfeng replied. Sixth Elder, what did you say earlier? If I didn't hear wrongly, you requested that I share the medicinal formula. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he walked in. Then he directly went to face Sixth Elder Li Ping. That's right, Duan Ling Tian, I know that you don't have the Li family surname, but even so, you have been eating and wearing things of the Li family for all these years. Isn't it time for you to repay the Li family? Said Li Ping as if he was speaking of something reasonable and justified. Why didn't I know that what I have been eating and wearing was of the Li family? I thought that what I ate and wore were what my mother earned from working for the Li family. What does it have to do with the Li family? Even outside of the Li family, my mother can easily seek refuge from the Fang family or the Chen family. Do you think she can't get this small salary from somewhere else? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you betray the Li family? Li Kun immediately tried to place the crime of betraying the family onto Duan Ling Tian. Betraying the family? Li Kun, I know you hate me because I crippled your sons, but so what? What I did didn't go against any of the family rules. Now, are you trying to slander me with false accusations of betraying the family so you can punish me and take revenge for you, son? Duan Ling Tian laughed disdainfully, openly offending Li Kun. Even you yourself said that you were going to go to the Fang family or Chen family. Is that not betrayal? Li Kun got angry from embarrassment. Idiot, I'm sure all the elders present understood that what I said was only an example. Do you understand what a figure of speech is? Didn't you parents teach you what that means? What I said just now was just to tell Sixth Elder that I don't owe the Li family anything, and the only reason I'm standing here before everyone is because the Li family is my mother's family. Duan Ling Tian spat towards Li Kun, then he looked towards Li Ping. Sixth Elder, if you want me to concoct the medicinal liquid for your children, I hope that you think before you speak in the future so you can avoid hurting the relationship between everyone. Don't you think that what I'm saying makes sense? A threat, an undisguised threat. Li Ping's expression turned gloomy, but he obediently shut his mouth. Duan Ling Tian's threat had hit his soft spot. Not considering what I just said, even if I wanted to contribute the medicinal formula to the family, I wouldn't dare to. My teacher told me that if anyone dared to try and obtain the medicinal formula from me by force, then that person would undoubtedly die. Duan Ling Tian said with a serious tone as his gaze shifted to circle the room. The Li family higher-ups inhaled a deep breath of cold air after they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Only now did they remember that ninth elder Li Ru mentioned earlier that her son was taken as a disciple by an alchemist and that he obtained the medicinal formula from his teacher, but they were also preoccupied with the medicinal formula that they had forgotten about the alchemist. Kid, what is the grade of your teacher? Grand Elder Li Huo inquired. I have no idea what grade alchemist he is, but I once saw him refining a medicinal pill, and the pill fire he produced with his origin energy was gold in color. Duan Ling Tian creased his eyebrows as if he was trying to remember something. What? Li Huo's pupils shrank, then he instantly stood up and exclaimed, Grade 7 alchemist. Grade 7 alchemist. The Li family higher-ups were struck dumb. The patriarch Li Nanfeng asked, Grand Elder, are you sure? Li Huo grunted, any graded alchemist knows that an alchemist that can produce a gold-colored pill fire is certainly a grade 7 alchemist. Moreover, a grade 7 alchemist is at least at the 7th level of the origin core stage. An origin core stage powerhouse. The hearts of the Li family higher-ups trembled violently. Origin core stage martial artists were individuals that were above the core formation stage. The strongest in the Li family, the Grand Elder, was only at the 6th level of the core formation stage. At this moment, no one doubted what Duan Ling Tian said. Even those who had already lived half their lives did not know that a grade 7 alchemist's pill fire was gold-colored until today. This little animal is such a lucky bastard. 7th Elder Li Kun's face was getting uglier by the moment. Patriarch and all the elders, I still have things to do, so I will return now. Yeah, the elders present, if you require my assistance in concocting the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, you can purchase the needed medicinal materials and seek me. Oh yes, I nearly forgot, Patriarch, I think you still owe me 1,000 silver, right? After taking the 1,000 silver from the Patriarch, Duan Ling Tian swaggered away. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid was the product of removing a medicinal material from the 7 treasures body tempering liquid formula, causing its effect to be halved. Duan Ling Tian was not generous enough to actually share his most valuable possession with everyone. Patriarch, Grand Elder, my son should be awake by now, so I'll be taking my leave. 7th Elder Li Kun took in a deep breath and left with a complicated expression. He was aware that from today onwards, everyone, including 6th Elder, who was on good terms with him would need to seek the help of Duan Ling Tian for the sake of their children. And thus it would be impossible for him to put his hopes on 6th Elder being able to assist him in causing trouble for Duan Ling Tian and getting his revenge. I'll be leaving as well. Li Ru hurriedly followed. She was afraid that Li Kun might lose all reason and attack her son. In the Li family hall, the remaining elders did not leave. Under the leadership of the Patriarch, a second family meeting was started. This second family meeting mainly revolved around the medicinal formula that Duan Ling Tian had control over. Finally, for the sake of secrecy, they unanimously decided to only allow the children of the elders that were present to use the medicinal liquid. 5th Elder Li Ting looked towards Li Nanfeng with a serious expression. Today, because we didn't sentence Duan Ling Tian to any punishment, 7th Elder will surely have resentment in his heart. If he spreads the news of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, even if the Chen family and the Fang family are afraid of the grade 7 alchemist behind Duan Ling Tian, they will still come pressure our Li family to get a share. 5th Elder is right, I know 7th Elder very well, even if Duan Ling Tian has a grade 7 alchemist providing him protection, he will still not let it go easily. 6th Elder Li Ping fearfully said. When he finished, he noticed Li Ting looking at him with a strange face, causing him to smile embarrassedly. This matter concerns the future of my son. Although his relationship with 7th Elder was indeed good, this matter concerned the future of his son, and so he made a choice. All the Li family higher-ups quickly made an important and secret decision. Chapter 16, Denouncing Crimes. Whoosh! The sword moved without leaving a trace. A drooping leaf on a tree in the courtyard was instantly sliced. When the leaf was sliced, the sword in the youth's hand had already returned to its sheath. So fast. Young master, what sword skill was that? The young girl standing on the side, slim and graceful, looked at the youth with adoration. Sword drawing arts. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly before his gaze turned misty as if recalling a distant memory. In his previous life, besides being a grandmaster in Formidable boxing, Sword drawing arts was another one of the fundamentals he had used to establish himself as undefeatable. At that time, numerous charming and beautiful assassins came onto him on purpose, hoping to find a chance to kill him. But at the moment that these beautiful assassins emitted the slightest amount of killing intent, that would be the moment their lives would come to an end. It was commonly known that Ling Tian's military dagger was called the Death God's Scythe, and that it was always the fastest. You have to remember that the sword drawing arts focus on speed. Amongst all of the martial arts around the world, only speed is undefeatable. Even against a martial artist stronger than you, as long as you are capable of drawing your sword and slicing through his throat before he can react, he will certainly die. Duan Ling Tian guided the young girl in a patient and gentle manner. The young girl was very studious, so she listened attentively. The young girl's delicate hands grasped the violet short sword, and with Duan Ling Tian's careful guidance, she slowly trained until her actions seemed similar in pattern and appearance. Young master, is Kr stupid? After an afternoon of training, the young girl was drenched in sweat, her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows were moving slightly, and her clear eyes seemed to be less lively. She seemed to be slightly disappointed. Kr, why do you ask? Duan Ling Tian asked in doubt. I trained for a whole afternoon, but the speed at which I draw my sword is not even 1% of young master's speed. Young master, is Kr not suitable to practice the sword? The young girl's attractive lips slowly moved as she said this. Silly girl, a master of the martial Tao is not something that can be produced in a single day. You have only trained in the sword drawing arts for an afternoon. Don't you think that coming to such a conclusion so fast is really arbitrary? You know, when I first trained in the sword drawing arts, I trained for an entire day and my progress was still inferior to your current progress. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He was wondering what the problem was, but he didn't expect that what was troubling her was this. Really? The young girl blinked her beautiful, clear eyes. Her confidence was emerging once again. Of course it's true. Duan Ling Tian smiled gently. Kr, if you want to fully execute the speed of the sword drawing arts, you have to familiarize yourself with the methods of exertion I taught you earlier. How you should hold your sword, which part of the body to exert strength with first, and then you have to get fully familiar with the order and power to use during each step. Only once you understand these will you be able to catch up to me. Duan Ling Tian said, Young master, I will work hard. The young girl said sincerely as she nodded her exquisite chin. Duan Ling Tian stood to the side and watched the young girl continue training with the sword. Suddenly, he seemed as if he noticed something. It was unknown when Li Ru had appeared beside Duan Ling Tian. Noticing the young girl practicing the same sword move over and over again, Li Ru had an expression of doubt. Tian, what sword skill did you teach Kr? Why is she only practicing the same sword move over and over again? Do you need mom to buy Kr a set of sword skills from the marketplace? Li Ru asked. Mom, it's not necessary. Those flashy sword skills are only good to look at, but when it comes to real battles, they are totally useless. He did not even take any of the martial skills in the Li family martial pavilion seriously, let alone the inferior sword skills available in Fresh Breeze Town. Tian, don't tell me the sword skill you taught Kr is even better than those that can be bought in the marketplace. Li Ru had an expression of disbelief. Mom, do you want to try? Duan Ling Tian turned around and laughed. What, you want to spar with your mother? Li Ru laughed. For her, sparring with a level 3 body tempering stage martial artist was the same as playing house. Mom, be careful, Duan Ling Tian reminded, and at the same time his right hand let go of the sheath and instead grabbed the hilt of the fine steel sword. Sword drawing arts. He drew the sword without a trace. Under the shining sun, only a white flash could be seen. Before the sword sheath could even drop down, the fine steel sword was already back inside the sheath in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Sword drawing arts, drawing the sword like lightning and then putting away the sword like muffled thunder. At the same moment that Duan Ling Tian drew his sword, Li Ru moved, flying backwards. The force she exerted with her feet even drew upon the force of heaven and earth, so an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above her head, which meant that to dodge Duan Ling Tian's sword, she had to use the strength of one ancient mammoth. Li Ru took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. She noticed that although her son's drawing movement was similar to what Kr was practicing, the speed at which they moved were not on the same level. If she was just a little bit slow earlier, her son's sword would certainly have touched her. Swinging a sword with his 3rd level body tempering strength forced her to use strength equal to that of a 9th level body tempering martial artist to dodge. This sword skill was truly heaven-defying. Mom, that was the sword skill I taught K'er. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Relying upon the fine steel sword, even if the opponent was a 6th-level body-tempering stage martial artist, as long as he could get close, he was fully confident in his ability to kill his opponent. When one's cultivation has not reached a certain level, the aid of weapons is extremely important. Combined with his sword-drawing arts, it would be even easier for him to be successful in his endeavors. This sword skill, is it also from the old man you met in your dreams? Li Ru glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could not help himself from touching his nose and smiling embarrassedly. Tian, what is this sword skill called? Can you teach your mother? Of course. Li Ru became interested in the sword drawing arts, so she started to practice with K'er. With her cultivation as a base, her progress in cultivating the sword drawing arts was much faster than K'er's. After one day, relying upon the strength of one ancient mammoth, Li Ru's drawing speed was similar to Duan Ling Tian's. Of course, her comprehension of the sword drawing arts was nowhere near Duan Ling Tian's. After all, she was using 10,000 pounds of strength to match Duan Ling Tian's speed, while he hardly used 200 pounds of strength. For the sake of cultivating the sword drawing arts, Li Ru bought herself a fine steel sword as well. Her sword would usually never leave her side. In the following few days, Duan Ling Tian started to get busy. Besides his own cultivation, he not only had to teach the two beautiful women how to cultivate the sword, but he also had to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for the Li family higher-ups. If it wasn't for the help of his mother and K'er, he would have been exhausted. Only after spending 3 days' time of concocting medicinal liquid to supply the Li family higher-ups children for 3 months did Duan Ling Tian get some free time. Looking at the medicinal materials piled up into a mountain in his room, Duan Ling Tian had a satisfied smile on his face. He pocketed at least a third of the medicinal materials that the Li family higher-ups had provided as his labor fee, which meant that when he wanted to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid in the future, he wouldn't need to buy 6 of the 7 medicinal materials. Tian, people from the Fang family have come. The patriarch asked you to come to the audience hall. Li Ru's voice sounded from outside. Fang family. So they finally came. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. They were without a trace of unexpectedness. When he took K'er to buy a sword a few days ago, he had guessed that the person that was following him was of the Fang family. Li family audience hall. Patriarch Li Nanfeng sat at the head and 6th elder Li Ping sat beneath him. Sitting opposite to them was the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi. Standing behind Fang Yi was a red-eyed middle-aged man. Suddenly, an immature voice sounded from outside the audience hall. 6th elder, I heard that your son, Li Dong, is about to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Congratulations. Duan Ling Tian entered and greeted Li Nanfeng before nodding to Li Ping. Li Ping smiled amicably and his eyes flashed with a trace of gratefulness and regret. If Duan Ling Tian was not magnanimous, his son would not have the chance to improve so quickly. Duan Ling Tian, this is the Fang family's patriarch, and the one behind him is the Fang family's manager. Li Nanfeng introduced. Greetings, Patriarch Fang, Manager Fang. Duan Ling Tian moved his gaze towards the 2 guests and smiled faintly. His expression was carefree. I heard long ago that the Li family's 9th elder was a rare heroine. Like mother like son, as expected, you're out of the ordinary. The Fang Yi's eyes narrowed into a line. According to his investigation in these past few days, the abrupt rise of Duan Ling Tian was like a miracle. In 1 month's time, transforming from a sickly person into a 3rd-level body-tempering martial artist. And he even dominantly crippled Li Jia, the son of the Li family's 7th elder and the Li family's genius youth. Even after that, he did not receive any punishment from the Li family. Patriarch Fang, I've brought Duan Ling Tian here. Why are you looking for him? Asked Li Nanfeng. The moment Li Nanfeng finished his words, Fang Yi's face changed. He stood up from his seat and looked at the youth in a condescending and fierce manner. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you? 1 month ago you injured my son and crippled the son of my Fang family's manager. Regarding this matter, shouldn't you give my Fang family an explanation? Li Nanfeng and Li Ping did not expect Fang Yi's sudden outburst. They did not know of this matter. The youth's immature face was tranquil as a pool of water, obviously it was not unexpected to him. Patriarch Fang, if you came here today to denounce my crimes, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Regarding the matter of that day, as I'm sure you have investigated thoroughly, justice is in everyone's hearts. If your son didn't rely on the power of the Fang family, I would not have attacked. Moreover, in my opinion, I have already showed mercy by not crippling your son. I have already given enough face to your Fang family. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. How dare you, a mere Li family disciple with another surname, dare to be so disrespectful to my Fang family's patriarch? You're courting death. The Fang family's manager, Fang Chang, who was behind Fang Yi, caught on to the chance he desired. He shouted loudly before flying out like an eagle towards the youth. His actions emitted a cold hatred and killing intent. Above his head, the force of heaven and earth stirred as an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. Chapter 17. I'll take your life in 3 months. No one expected Fang Chang to dare to attack in the Li family's audience hall. Moreover, he used his entire 9th-level body tempering strength the moment he attacked. He obviously wanted to kill the youth immediately. Fang Chang was extremely quick. He moved in front of the youth in the blink of an eye. At the moment he slapped out his palm, the youth's body trembled and reacted, instinctively stomping on the ground and flashing backwards at a high speed. But even then, the youth was still hit by the residual force. He was sent flying into the wall and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The youth's face was ghastly pale and his body was swaying. He quickly managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. His fists were clenched tightly and his nails pierced into his palm, but he was not feeling any pain. His sharp eyes were emitting bloodthirsty killing intent. Fang Chang stomped his feet on the ground and flew out. After missing his first attack, he actually wanted to attack a second time. How dare you? Noticing this, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, stood up and shouted loudly. Origin energy busted out of 6th elder Li Ping's feet, then he moved like a bolt of lightning, flashing towards Fang Chang. His punch burst forth with origin energy, drawing upon the force of heaven and earth, developing into 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes, a punch containing the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. If it hits Fang Chang, even if he does not die, he will be crippled. However, at this critical moment, the Fang family's patriarch attacked. He moved forward and pulled Fang Chang away to dodge Li Ping's punch. Fang Yi's speed was 2 times faster than Li Ping's. At this moment, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Fang Yi's head, the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Are you okay? Li Ping glanced at Fang Yi coldly before coming to side of the youth and asking this. I'm fine, thank you, 6th elder. The youth shook his head. Even though he was injured, he did not make a single sound. To him, that was a sign of being weak. Fang Yi, a loud shout echoed from the Li family's patriarch. It was as if thunder exploded. The entire audience hall started shaking from the force. My Li family will investigate the matter between your Fang family and Duan Ling Tian ourselves. But your Fang family member actually dared to attack and injure my Li family member inside the Li family estate. It looks like you are making light of the Li family. Regarding this, don't you think that you have to give me, and the Li family for that matter, an explanation? Li Nanfeng was thoroughly enraged and furious. Duan Ling Tian was the treasure of the Li family. If Duan Ling Tian were to be killed, not to mention the fact that 9th elder would never let it go, but even the Li family's chance at rising up to crush the Fang and Chen families would be totally destroyed. Patriarch Li, please forgive him. My Fang family's manager's only son was crippled by Duan Ling Tian. His son will be bedridden the rest of his life. He had a good reason for attacking Duan Ling Tian, and he had no intention of offending the Li family. Now, Duan Ling Tian is fine, so why don't we just leave it as it is? No one expected that Fang Yi would have such a tranquil expression. It was as if nothing had happened. Li Nanfeng's face turned grim, but before he could continue, he was interrupted by the youth that walked a few steps forward. Patriarch, I would like to settle the matter myself. Duan Ling Tian said, not even waiting for Li Nanfeng to reply. The youth's bloodshot eyes stared at the Fang family's manager. He was like an asura that had just walked out of hell. His entire body was emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent, causing others to feel a chill to run down their spines. It's Fang Chang, right? In 3 months, I will visit your Fang family and I'll take your life. Finishing what he said, the youth turned around and walked out. Okay, 3 months from now, I'll be waiting for you. At that time, I will kill you with my own 2 hands and take revenge for my son. Because he originally believed that he wouldn't be able to take revenge for his son, when Fang Chang heard what the youth said, his dark red eyes instantly emitted a light of agitation and excitement. That will depend on whether you have the capability. The youth didn't even turn his head around, he only laughed coldly and walked out, leaving the Li family's audience hall. Leaving behind a proud and aloof figure. The Ling Tian of his previous life went unhindered for half of his lifetime, he was unrestricted and unmatched. In this lifetime, a mere Fang family manager dared to try and take his life. In 3 months he will surely visit the Fang family and splatter blood on his sword to wash away the humiliation he received today. Only slaughter could calm down the rage in his heart. Patriarch Li, your Li family really has young heroes. This Duan Ling Tian has so much ambition at such a young age, someone like that is really hard to come by. Since he has established a life and death agreement with Fang Chang, there is no point in pursuing the matter any further. In 3 months, the entirety of my Fang family will be waiting for his arrival. Fang Yi looked towards Li Nanfeng and laughed. Finishing what he said, Fang Yi ignored the green-faced Li Nanfeng, taking Fang Chang along and leaving. Patriarch, Duan Ling Tian is too rash. 6th Elder Li Ping frowned, his face full of worry. He wasn't worried about Duan Ling Tian's life or death, but was worried that if anything happened to Duan Ling Tian, his son wouldn't have any 6 treasures body tempering liquid left to use. In these past few days, he had noticed his son's improvement in cultivation. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid was indeed a godly item. Li Nanfeng had a complicated expression. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent, even he felt a trace of being suppressed. He could not understand how Duan Ling Tian, who supposedly had not killed anyone before, could be capable of emitting such killing intent. In his opinion, only a veteran of 100 battles that had killed many martial artists would be capable of developing such a terrifying killing intent. Since he has made a decision, we can only believe in him and hope that he produces a miracle once again. 6th Elder, I want to know about the matter between Duan Ling Tian and the Fang family. Go and investigate for me. The mysteriousness of Duan Ling Tian caused a trace of hope to rise in Li Nanfeng's heart. Yes, Patriarch, Li Ping replied and left. His face was ugly. Although Duan Ling Tian defeating Li Jia could be considered a miracle, Li Jia was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, while Fang Chang was a 9th level body tempering martial artist. They could not be compared. A 3rd level body tempering youth intending to defeat a 9th level body tempering martial artist in 3 months would be an unbelievable feat in his opinion. The body tempering stage was divided into 9 levels, each level being more difficult to achieve than the previous. Duan Ling Tian, who was forcefully bearing the pain, walked with heavy footsteps towards his home. His pride did not allow him to show any weakness. When he reached the courtyard of his house, he finally coughed severely, spitting blood all over the floor. Seeing this scene, the face of K'er, who was washing some vegetables in the courtyard, turned ghastly pale. After hurriedly putting down the things in her hands, she supported Duan Ling Tian back to his room. Her clear eyes were glimmering with tears. Young master, don't frighten K'er, don't frighten K'er. The young girl started to cry. Silly girl, I only suffered some light injuries. I'll be fine, I just need to rest for a while. Duan Ling Tian slowly wiped the tears from the corners of the young girl's eyes while forcefully smiling. An hour later, Li Ru, who had just returned from the marketplace in Fresh Breeze Town, entered the courtyard. Noticing the floor covered in blood, her face changed greatly. Tian, who injured you? Li Ru rushed into Duan Ling Tian's room. Her voice was ice cold. Mom, I'm fine, and I've already talked with the Patriarch about this matter, I will settle it myself. Mom, you have to trust me. After going through K'er's devoted care and consuming the grade 9 gold injury pill that the Patriarch brought over, Duan Ling Tian had already partially recovered, so he managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. Was it Fang Yi? Li Ru asked in a low voice. No, it was the Fang family's manager, Fang Chang. Mom, he doesn't have much longer to live, 3 months from now is the day he will die. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a cold light as he neared the end of that sentence. Afterwards, the medicinal effects of the grade 9 gold injury pill hit him and Duan Ling Tian fell soundly asleep. K'er, take good care of Tian. Li Ru performed a brief check on him. After making sure that her son was all right, she let out a breath of relief. She then left the courtyard to go see Patriarch Li Nanfeng. From Li Nanfeng, she found out the whole sequence of events, and she understood what her son meant earlier. She took a deep breath. Although her eyes shone with intense killing intent, when she thought about her son's persistence, she forced herself to put up with it. She decided in her heart that if her son is not Fang Chang's match in 3 months, even if it means enraging the entire Fang family, she will still kill Fang Chang. For the sake of her son, She would give up everything, even her life. The tranquil Fresh Breeze town was bustling with noise and excitement as soon as the Fang family purposefully leaked some news. Hey, have you heard the news? Rumor has it that a Li family disciple with another surname publicly challenged the Fang family's manager, Fang Chang, to a life-and-death battle 3 months from now. Yeah, I heard about it. That disciple with another surname is called Duan Lingtian. He is the Li family's 9th elder's son. A month ago, for the sake of a young girl that was selling her body to bury her mother, a conflict arose between him and the Fang family's young master, Fang Jian, and he even crippled one of Fang Jian's lackeys. Allegedly, the person that was crippled by Duan Lingtian was the only son of the Fang family's manager. I remember now. A month ago, Fang Jian did suffer a loss in the hands of a youth, and I was there at the time. That youth was Duan Lingtian. Judging by his appearance, I'm afraid he isn't even 16 yet. That can't be true, he's not even 16, yet he dares to challenge the Fang family's manager to a life-and-death battle. There's nothing wrong with his head, right? Everyone in Fresh Breeze Town knows that the Fang family's manager is a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Young and arrogant, similar discussions could be heard all around Fresh Breeze Town. Everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was committing suicide. Li family estate. In the main hall, Patriarch Li Nanfeng and all of the Li family's elders were gathered. Even 7th elder, who had been closed up in his home for the past few days, was present. The news that spread wildly all over Fresh Breeze Town had made its way into the ears of the Li family's elders. They were anxious. 3 months from now, if anything were to happen to Duan Lingtian, wouldn't that mean that their children wouldn't have any more 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to use? Besides Grand Elder Li Huo, 7th Elder Li Kun, and 9th Elder Li Ru, all the elders had anxious expressions as they looked towards Li Nanfeng. Li Nanfeng raised his hands, preventing everyone from continuing. Fellow elders, I know everyone's wishes, but this matter has already been decided upon. Moreover, the news has been spread by the Fang family, so if we were to admit defeat, what would happen to the Li family's reputation? That means we can only trust in Duan Lingtian. I have already discussed the matter with the Grand Elder. For these 3 months, the Li family will spare no cost and effort to help Duan Lingtian. Fellow elders, do you have any objections? At this moment, the Li family's elders could only laugh bitterly and sign. It was too late to undo the battle agreement, so they had no choice. After all, the Li family higher-ups left, and 7th elder Li Kun walked towards his home, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Little Jia, soon someone will take revenge for you. That Duan Lingtian actually dared to challenge a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist to a life-and-death battle. He is really seeking death. Chapter 18. Breakthrough. Half a month later, in a spacious courtyard in the Li family estate, an old man leaned back on a deck chair with his eyes closed in comfort, enjoying the feeling of the sun shining on his skin. Behind him stood a youth with bright eyes, giving him a massage. Grand Elder, I'll give you another massage half a month from now. At that time, your hidden injuries will be completely cured. The youth massaged as he said this. Kid, if it wasn't for you, this old bag of bones would have to suffer for who knows how long. The old man sighed. In these last few years, he nearly went insane from the torture his hidden injuries caused him. Being able to eradicate his injuries was the best news he could ever come upon. Don't mention it, Grand Elder. I'm only doing what you paid me to do. The youth shook his head while smiling lightly. Massaging the old man for 1,000 silver each time was an extremely lucrative business to him. I heard you refused the Patriarch's help. The old man abruptly asked. Yes, I'm not in need of money at the moment, and everything I need can be bought from the marketplace. There's no reason for me to waste the family's resources. Those resources would be better used on someone who needs it more than me. The youth smiled. Kid, you make it sound like you're so kind, but why didn't I notice that you were so enlightened? The true reason you declined was because you don't want to owe the Li family, or should I say you don't want to get tied up with the Li family, right? With just one remark, the old man unraveled the youth's true thoughts. The youth smiled embarrassedly. As expected, wisdom and experience came with age. It was exactly as the old man said, he didn't want to get tied up with the Li family. He was going to leave sooner or later to explore the vast world. The Li family and Fresh Breeze Town were merely a starting point for him. The youth stopped massaging. The old man opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul air, then he passed a stack of silver bills to the profusely sweating youth. Grand Elder, I'll be leaving now. See you in half a month. The youth laughed playfully. After the youth left, the old man muttered to himself. I hope you will be able to pleasantly surprise me 2.5 months from now. Duan Ling Tian went straight home after leaving Grand Elder Li Huo's residence. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a gentle and graceful figure rapidly drawing and sheathing her sword over and over, repeating unceasingly. It was as if she was unaware of what exhaustion was. The young girl was dripping in sweat and biting on her pink lips. Her clear eyes, which were as clear as water, were filled with a sense of resolution. Duan Ling Tian felt a tug in his heartstrings as he watched her. Sword cultivation strives to follow the heart and not overdo things. Overexerting yourself will only cause more harm than good, he gently said as he walked forward and grabbed the young girl's drawing arm. Young master, wishes to master the sword drawing arts as soon as possible, because only then will be able to protect young master, help young master beat up bad people, and save young master from being bullied by bad people. The young girl had a flushed face and was breathing heavily as she earnestly said this. Silly girl, go get some rest. Duan Ling Tian's heart was warm as he gently touched the young girl's soft hair. The young girl nodded. She seemed meek like a kitten. That night, the youth sat inside the bath barrel while greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid within. When he finished absorbing the medicinal liquid, his lifeblood strengthening and his fleshly body's metamorphosis had arrived at a critical threshold. He walked out of the bath barrel and put on some clothes. Tomorrow morning I will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the body tempering stage. But, if I want to kill Fang Chang with certainty 2.5 months from now, I need to break through to the 7th level at a bare minimum. Improving cultivation gets more difficult as the levels progress, so I will undoubtedly be unable to achieve the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2.5 months from by only relying on the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Maybe it's time I go get some things from the marketplace. The youth's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. In the morning of the following day, when the sun had not risen yet, the youth woke up and poured a portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the bath barrel before beginning to cultivate. After a night of rest, the medicinal properties that fused into his body during the medicinal bath last night had finally been fully absorbed by him. While circulating 9 dragons war sovereign technique's spirit serpent form, the youth sat inside the bath barrel with his eyes closed, greedily absorbing the medicinal liquid. After an unknown amount of time, when dawn arrived, the rays of morning sunlight shone upon the earth. After passing through the curtain, tiny rays of sunlight gently shone upon the youth. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Splash! The youth stood up and casually stretched his body. His bones emitted a clear and melodious sound as they rubbed together. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the youth's face. I've finally broken through. He lifted his palms upwards and slowly clenched them into fists. Feeling the explosive strength within his body, the smile on the youth's face became even wider. It's exactly as I expected. While an ordinary 4th level body tempering martial artist would gain 200 pounds of strength, I gained a full 300 pounds. The 9 dragons war sovereign technique was indeed different from other cultivation methods. After putting on his clothes, the youth pushed open the door, walked out, and enjoyed bathing in the rays of sunlight. Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! The clear and melodious sounds of a sword being drawn and sheathed entered his ears. Only then did Duan Ling Tian notice that had been seriously cultivating her drawing sword arts since early in the morning. The young girl chose to cultivate far off in the corner of the courtyard so she could avoid disturbing Duan Ling Tian's and his mother's sweet dreams. If he hadn't walked out of his room, he would definitely be unable to hear these sounds. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he understood that was having a difficult time forgetting the matter of him being injured the other day. She had been cultivating desperately in these past few days. Not only did her cultivation step into the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, but she even became proficient in the rudiments of the sword drawing arts. It can be said that everything was doing was for him, to protect him. Stop cultivating for now and accompany me to the marketplace. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he walked over. Young master, I'll go prepare some breakfast. The young girl put away her sword. Seeming tall and graceful, her cheeks, which were without makeup, had a slight blush. It's all right, let's eat out. Then I'll prepare some for madam. Don't worry about it, my mom can make breakfast herself. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian grabbed the young girl's hand. On the way out, he didn't forget to look towards his mother's room to call out. Mom, I'm taking out. Take care of your breakfast yourself. After Duan Ling Tian and K'er left. Is this considered forgetting the mother after getting a wife? The woman shook her head and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Boss, wait for me. Wait for me. As the couple walked out of the Li family estate, a voice combined with heavy breathing sounded from behind them. A little fatty with the fat on his body flinging about stopped in front of them, blocking their path as he bent over panting. Were you calling me? Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked behind himself but did not notice anyone else. The little fatty was slightly familiar, but he could not remember who he was. Could he be a lackey of the old Duan Ling Tian? But the old Duan Ling Tian was sickly. Would anyone actually be willing to be his lackey? Boss, of course it's you. You are my idol. The little fatty nodded his head like a chick pecking grain. The fat on his face was shaking. I don't know you. Creasing his eyebrows, Duan Ling Tian held the young girl's hand and continued forward. Boss, it was my wrong to pull down your pants when we were kids, but you don't have to be so resentful, right? The other day, when you crippled Li Jia, it really helped me vent some resentment, and also, boss, you crippled him and nothing happened to you. You're really amazing. The little fatty jubilantly followed, his mouth not stopping. Pull down my pants. Hearing what the little fatty said, a vague picture popped into Duan Ling Tian's head. It was one of the memories of the old Duan Ling Tian. In the memory, a group of 5 or 6-year-old kids were playing. Suddenly, a little fatty snuck up behind him and pulled down his pants, causing all of the kids to start laughing. Then he cried out of grievance. You're Li Zan. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered. This fatty was the only son of 5th elder Li Ting. He had gone away from Fresh Breeze Town with his grandfather at an early age but unexpectedly had returned. Boss, you finally remembered me. The little fatty's eyes shone brightly. When did you return? Also, why are you calling me boss? Asked Duan Ling Tian. In his memories, the old Duan Ling Tian did not often come into contact with the little fatty, let alone take him as a lackey. I've been back for 2 months. Since you helped me teach Li Jia a lesson and because you're so formidable, I decided to make you my boss. Boss, from now on I'm one of your people, so you have to take good care of me. The little fatty laughed, blinking his small eyes. After hearing an explanation from the little fatty, Duan Ling Tian found out that upon returning, the little fatty came into conflict with Li Jia's little brother, Li Xin. But since Li Xin wasn't his match, he brought his brother, Li Jia, to beat him up. I crippled Li Jia for my own reasons. I wasn't trying to help you. Besides, you're not one of my people, and I have no intention of becoming your boss, so stop bothering me. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently with a cold voice. He held the young girl's hand and walked away without turning back. Being sold out by a brother in his previous life taught him an important lesson. He would never take another brother without a good reason, as he didn't want to have a ticking time bomb by his side. A thief from within is hard to guard against. The little fatty didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to turn hostile so abruptly, so he was stunned on the spot and watched the couple slowly move further away. Behind his chubby face was a pair of eyes full of grievance. Chapter 19, Unruly Eldest Daughter. Agarwood Restaurant, the best restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town. Situated at the intersection between the Li, Chen, and Fang family marketplaces, it did not belong to any of the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town. Allegedly, it had a considerable background. It was established by a large merchant group from outside Fresh Breeze Town. There were many people walking in and out of Agarwood Restaurant to have breakfast. Anyone who could afford to eat in Agarwood Restaurant was someone who came from a well-off family, either someone rich or a noble. When the couple walked into Agarwood Restaurant, they attracted the attention of the people who were walking in and out of the restaurant. Most of them were gazes of envy and admiration. The gazes of envy fell upon the young girl, whereas the gazes of admiration were upon the youth. Are the 2 of you dining? The attendant standing at the door greeted them in a respectful voice with his head lowered. Yes, a booth on the 2nd floor. Do you have any beside the windows left? The youth nodded and said familiarly. Yes, this way please. When the attendant heard what the youth said, he knew that they weren't first-timers. He hurriedly took them to the 2nd floor, which was much quieter than the 1st floor. Of course, the price for eating in the 2nd floor was double. Our luck isn't bad. Seeing the last table beside the window, Duan Ling Tian slightly knit his eyebrows. As Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl over to the window's side, some of the people on the 2nd floor had their gazes fixed upon K'er, attracted by her charm and good looks. 3 youths that were sitting beside another window not far away had gazes of greed when they looked at K'er. K'er, sit. Duan Ling Tian took the violet short sword from K'er and placed it on the table, then, like a gentleman, he casually pulled out a chair for K'er to sit on. "Thank you, young master." The young girl's delicate and immature face blushed as she sat down. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to sit opposite of K'er, a sound of wind passed by his ears as a figure flashed by and then sat on his seat before him. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw that immature young girl sitting on his seat. The green-clothed young girl was around 16 years old. Her appearance could not be considered to be exceedingly beautiful, but her slightly innocent face contained a hint of charm. Combined with her innocent temperament, they formed a conflicting combination. A servant girl of ordinary appearance followed behind her and came to stand behind her. "Miss Chen, I'm sorry, this young master has already taken this seat. Could you please choose a different seat?" said the attendant that brought Duan Ling Tian and K'er over. His face had a humble smile, meaning that he obviously recognized the green-clothed young girl. "This miss has taken a liking to this seat. As a regular customer of Agarwood restaurant, don't I even get this little special treatment?" The green-clothed young girl raised her proud head, glancing at the attendant condescendingly. "This miss doesn't like having strangers around when I'm eating," she said indifferently as she gazed at K'er, who was sitting opposite of her. There was jealousy in her eyes. "Young master, why don't you?" The other attendant that was following the green-clothed young girl looked towards Duan Ling Tian, wanting him to change seats, but when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian was paying no attention to him, he could only laugh bitterly and shut his mouth. "Young master, why don't we change our seats?" At this moment, K'er looked towards Duan Ling Tian. She had noticed that this Miss Chen was of a respectable family with high status. Although her appearance and disposition were inferior to K'er's, the aura she unintentionally emitted pressured K'er until she could not breathe properly. Even though she had been following Duan Ling Tian for a long time, she had a sense of inferiority deep inside her heart due to her inferior birth. Duan Ling Tian noticed K'er's gaze and instantly understood what she was thinking. He understood that if he wanted K'er to let go of the sense of inferiority in her heart, he had to make a good example. He needed to at least let K'er know that in this world, dignity and honor were things you had to fight for on your own. "K'er, can you tell me why we should change our seats?" Duan Ling Tian asked in a gentle voice while affectionately looking at K'er. "Young master, K'er didn't know what to say. K'er, you have to remember that ever since the day you followed me home, you stopped being the K'er that you used to be. I hope that I can see a confident you, a you that has gained new life, and not the old you. Do you understand?" guided Duan Ling Tian patiently and gently. "Young master, I was wrong." K'er's eyes were slightly red as she lowered her head. "Hey, did the two of you hear me? This miss doesn't like strangers around when she eats, so hurry up and fuck off." After hearing Duan Ling Tian and K'er chat, the greed-clothed young girl turned angry from embarrassment and shouted. "This, Miss Chen, right?" Duan Ling Tian suddenly looked towards the green-clothed young girl. "I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to fuck off from my seat, or else, you will face the consequences." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His voice was suppressed until it sounded grim and low. The green-clothed young girl's face changed. Just when she was about to start scolding, she felt a cold aura emanate from the youth and descend upon her, suppressing her until she could hardly breathe. It even caused her face to turn pale. 2 more breaths left. The low and grim voice sounded again. This time, the icy cold aura suppressed her even more. The green-clothed young girl's consciousness nearly collapsed, but being the Chen family's patriarch's daughter, her pride as the Chen family's eldest daughter allowed her to clench her teeth and persevere. 1 more breath left. The low and grim voice sounded a 3rd time like muffled thunder. Accompanying the voice this time was not only the icy cold aura but also a trace of a bloodthirsty aura. The green-clothed young girl's face was ghastly pale. When she got to the point where she could not hold on any longer, she stood up in panic. While helplessly watching Duan Ling Tian sit down, the frightening aura that suppressed her slowly disappeared. "Who are you?" the green-clothed young girl asked unwillingly after taking a deep breath. She could not understand how a youth that looked younger than her had such a frightening aura. Earlier, she felt as if he was an asura that had climbed out from the depths of hell. His entire body was emitting an icy cold and bloodthirsty aura. She didn't doubt that if she had continued to sit, a terribly frightening consequence would befall her. "Bring me 2 of your specialty dim sums. Also bring me 2 bowls of soya bean milk," Duan Ling Tian slowly said. He acted as if he hadn't heard the green-clothed young girl and instead looked at the dumbstruck attendants. One of the attendants responded respectfully and left. In his opinion, someone who dared to go against the Chen family's eldest daughter, Chen Mei, was no ordinary person. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Chen Mei was on the brink of going berserk. Ever since she could remember, she was the beloved daughter of her parents and was doted upon constantly. This was the first time someone had actually ignored her. K. The dim sum here is good, you should try some. If you like it, I'll bring you here every morning. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl opposite to him, his eyes filled tenderness as he smiled lightly. Young master, coming here to eat occasionally is enough. I remember hearing that the dim sum here is extremely expensive. The young girl sensibly shook her head. It's all right, even though I'm not extremely rich, it's more than enough to satisfy my K.'s taste buds. Duan Ling Tian's unconcealed words caused the young girl to lower her head out of embarrassment. Her tender and lovely cheeks blushed. Young master, my miss is speaking to you. The servant girl beside Chen Mei timidly said to Duan Ling Tian as she looked at K. in admiration. Following this sort of miss must be really hard on you. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the servant girl before faintly smiling. No, it's not. Miss is very good to me. The servant girl's face turned ghastly white from fear as she hurriedly said this. Did I ask you to speak? Chen Mei gave the servant girl a stare. At this moment, there was a trace of envy in her heart. Even she didn't think that there would be a day where she would be envious of the servant girl beside her. Not for any other reason but because the hateful guy who ignored her actually spoke nicely to her servant girl. Miss Mei, it's really you. The three youths sitting at the nearby table recognized Chen Mei, so they were walking over and enthusiastically greeting her. Their tones were filled with admiration. Chen Mei's expression eased up and she looked proudly towards Duan Ling Tian. It was as if she was trying to tell Duan Ling Tian, I, Chen Mei, am richly endowed by nature and there are many people who acknowledge me. But when she noticed that Duan Ling Tian still had not even glanced at her, her expression instantly turned gloomy. Miss Mei, what's wrong? One of the youths who was older than Chen Mei asked when he noticed her change. Yeah, Miss Mei, do you need us to help you with anything? The other two youths who were the same age as Chen Mei hurriedly asked as well. This seat was mine, but he forced me to move and snatched my seat. Chen Mei glanced at Duan Ling Tian. A trace of injustice emerged from her clear eyes as she exaggerated. What? He dared to snatch Miss Mei's seat? Kid, you really are tremendously brave. When the three youths heard her, they shouted and instantly became furious at Duan Ling Tian. Miss, why do you slander others? K. asked. After hearing what Chen Mei had said, her immature face turned slightly red. K.'s exquisite eyes that were slightly red caused the three youths who were filled with righteous indignations to be struck dumb. Had they ever seen such a beautiful girl before? At this moment, they even forgot what they were doing. Is she nice to look at? Chen Mei said, with a stern voice as her face turned dark. Yes, no. The three youths were startled and came back to their senses. Only now did they remember that the Chen family's eldest daughter was famous for being jealous. Allegedly, a long time ago, a servant of the Chen family praised a servant girl to be more beautiful than her, and as a result both, the servant and servant girl both disappeared into thin air. They looked towards Duan Ling Tian and furiously said, Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and fuck off. Didn't you even try to find out if Miss Chen is someone you can offend? If you don't fuck off, don't blame the three of us for not going easy on you. Chapter 20. Blood sprays in one strike. Not go easy on me. After hearing what the three youths said, Duan Ling Tian started laughing innocently and naively. What are you laughing at? One of the youths shouted, with a gloomy face. I can understand your feelings of trying to show off in front of Miss Chen. But what I think is funny is, where did you three get the confidence to think that you have the ability to not go easy on me? If I'm not wrong, you three are from the Fang family, right? Duan Ling Tian's smile grew even wider. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through them. Actually, in the old Duan Ling Tian's memories, there were vague memories of one of the youths. He should be one of the Fang family's young masters, Fang Jian's lackeys. You're right, we are from the Fang family. Now both our Fang and Chen family members are here, and you're just a little kid. Don't tell me you plan to go against us. Yeah, can a little kid like you mess with the Fang and Chen families? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize to give Miss Chen, and maybe then we will let you live. The Three Fang family youths threatened Duan Ling Ting as if they had forgotten that they themselves were only little kids slightly older than him. I do believe that the Chen family's eldest daughter can represent the Chen family. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head in all seriousness, causing Chen Mei'er, who was standing at the side, to feel complacent. But, what Duan Ling Tian said after that caused her face to become pitch black. But the three of you whose legs get feeble the moment you see a woman, can you three represent the Fang family? I have to say though, this has to be the most ridiculous joke I have heard in my entire life. I even looked down on Miss Chen. Do you think it would be any different for you three? Duan Ling Tian's face had a disdainful expression as he finished speaking. However, his eyes emitted a mischievous smile, as if he did it on purpose. The Three Fang family youths got angry from embarrassment as Duan Ling Tian ridiculed them in front of Chen Mei'er. What? Want to fight? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. I'm aware that your Agarwood restaurant has a considerable background, so if they strike the first blow, I hope that you can bear witness for me. Duan Ling Tian said while promptly looking at the attendant that was standing not far from them. When the attendant took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian, he noticed a farsightedness and confidence that even an adult may not necessarily have, as if everything was under his control. So what if we strike the first blow? Attack! One of the Fang family youths shouted. The three of them attacked at the time, violently approaching Duan Ling Tian. Their attacks were merciless, aiming directly for the vital points. Young master, K'er exclaimed as she prepared to pick up her sword. But just as her hand stretched towards the sword on the table, she noticed that it was already in Duan Ling Tian's hands. She only saw a streak of violet flashing across before returning to the sheath with a clang. In the next moment, accompanied by three shrill cries, were 6 lines of blood spraying out. The wrists of the three youths were violently spraying blood without any signs of stopping. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight, or else, die. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice suppressed the shrill cries of the three youths. After hearing what he said, their faces instantly changed. Disregarding their hands, which were violently spraying blood and had lost all feeling, they hurriedly rushed down the 2nd floor of Agarwood restaurant. Using only 2 breaths of time, they had already disappeared from Duan Ling Tian's sight. When a person faces death, they are able to arouse the potential within their bodies. The attendant at the side stared. Until now he still could not regain his senses after seeing that scene. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian's sword was too fast. So fast that even a 5th-level body-tempering martial artist like him could not see it clearly. Chen Meier's face was pale and her gaze was filled with terror. The servant girl beside Chen Mei'er even lost her composure and screamed. She was so frightened that her entire body started shaking, not daring to even glance at Duan Ling Tian. The youth that was faintly smiling at her earlier was now a living king of hell in her eyes. K'er, who was sitting opposite of Duan Ling Tian, did not have a good expression either. Her face was slightly pale. What, Miss Chen, do you want me to send you out myself? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the dumbstruck Chen Mei'er as he laughed. Chen Mei'er took a deep breath. Miss Chen, you're so unwilling to leave me, don't tell me you've fallen for me. But I really don't like women with an unrestrained disposition such as yours, so I hope that Miss Chen doesn't make any futile efforts. Duan Ling Tian ridiculed. Chen Mei'er didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be so brazen. Her face and eyes turned red as she spat. The fear in her heart eased up as an effect of what Duan Ling Tian had said. Queer, since the 3 of them have left, that table is unoccupied. Let's go there. Whereupon she brought her shivering servant girl to walk towards the other table that was beside a window. The dim sum that the Three Fang family youths were eating earlier was still giving out hot steam. Clear up the place, then go serve Miss Chen. Nodding to the attendant, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Chen Mei'er was different from normal unruly women. At least she was brave enough to stay behind after that experience. The attendant responded respectfully, then she wiped up the blood stains and proceeded to serve the Chen family's eldest daughter. K'er, did that frighten you? Duan Ling Tian looked towards the young girl with a gentle expression. He acted like a completely different person now compared to earlier. No, the young girl shook her head. But her slightly pale, beautiful face undoubtedly showed that she actually was slightly frightened. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian's order arrived. He acted as if nothing had happened as he ate dim sum and drank soya bean milk. As for the young girl, she seemed to have lost her appetite, so she only ate a little bit. K'er, your usual appetite is not so small, be a good girl and eat some, said Duan Ling Tian to encourage her. Her face was slightly pale, She was seemingly recalling the scene from before. Sooner or later I will be leaving Fresh Breeze Town. If you're planning on following me, then you have to be prepared mentally, because even more bloody things may happen in the future. Do you understand? Of course, if you're not planning on following me, just take it as I never said a word. Duan Ling Tian purposely sighed, speaking slowly. Young master, understands. Will eat. Please don't leave behind. She hurriedly picked up the dim sums and started eating with a delicate and touching expression. Anyone who saw her would not be able to help themselves from loving her. It was impossible to say that Duan Ling Tian didn't feel his heart ache when seeing look like this, but he knew that he had to harden his heart, because only then would be tempered, allowing her to quickly let go of the cowardice in her heart. Hey, you, if you don't leave now, aren't you afraid of the Fang family coming to find trouble with you? Chen Meier's voice came from afar and entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. I won't burden Miss Chen with worrying. I bet Miss Chen actually can't wait for the Fang family's people to arrive and secretly hopes that they would hurry up, right? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. You're pissing me off. Chen Meier, who got pissed off by what Duan Ling Tian said, was gnashing her teeth and raging in her heart. Sooner or later I will find out who you are, and I'll never let you off, never. This Chen Meier is really a jinx. After he finished eating, Duan Ling Tian looked out the window and noticed that the three youths from before had returned. Their hands had been bandaged and they were walking over with vigorous strides. They were bringing along a gloomy-faced 20-year-old young man and were approaching in an aggressive manner. The four of them quickly entered Agarwood restaurant. When this scene was caught by the nearby Chen Meier, her eyes lit up with a smiling expression. When she glanced at Duan Ling Tian, her heart stirred. So you didn't listen to my advice. Now the Fang Family Medicine Store's junior manager has come personally. Let's see if you can still laugh now. HMPH. If you beg me and kowtow 3 times for me, maybe I might consider helping you. Brother Quan, that's him. The 3 Fang family youths brought the young man to the 2nd floor, then they fell over each other to extend their hands and point towards Duan Ling Tian while gnashing their teeth. Stay calm and discuss the matter. Stay calm. The attendant that followed behind hurriedly persuaded. Stay calm and discuss the matter. The young man, the Fang family's medicine store's junior manager, Fang Quan, swept the attendants with a cold gaze. Why weren't any of you persuading him when the tendons on the hands of my Fang family members were cut off? Fuck off. What the young man said caused Chen Meier's face to change. Cut off the tendons on the hands. In an instant, a bone-piercing chill arose in her heart. Her gaze towards Duan Ling Tian contained fear. She originally thought that Duan Ling Tian had only made the 3 Fang family youths bleed, but never would she have expected that he had actually cut off the tendons on their hands. Once the tendons on the hand were cut off, even if it was healed, the hand would never be as sensitive as before. To a martial artist, it was no different from cutting off both arms. You, take your own life. Fang Quan coldly stared at Duan Ling Tian as if he were looking at a dead man. In his opinion, a mere 4th-level body tempering kid was no different from a dead man. Hee. What? I beat up the small ones, then the big one couldn't wait to jump out. The smallest of the 3 of you is still older than me. Since I can make you flee and force you to get reinforcements, should I feel extremely honored and proud. The 3 of you are truly the pride of the Fang family. He was completely ignoring Fang Quan and glancing at the 3 Fang family youths with contempt. Shut your mouth. Fang Quan's eyes turned cold, then he moved forward with a stern shout, stomping his feet on the ground. Just when he was about to attack. Stop. Just then, a cold and indifferent voice sounded, whereupon a middle-aged man wearing a green robe could be seen walking over. The attendants present respectfully bowed to him, respectfully calling him, Manager Ma. Manager Ma. When he saw the middle-aged man, Fang Quan's face eased up and showed a little respect. Junior Manager Fang, you should know our Agarwood restaurant's rules. Any problems need to be settled outside. The Agarwood restaurant is not a place where you can act as you please. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Okay. Fang Quan took in a deep breath. I'll be waiting for you outside the door of the restaurant. If you don't have the balls, you can stay here for the rest of your life. Fang Quan's icy cold gaze briefly swept Duan Ling Tian before he left. Don't worry, once my has finished eating, I will take my leave. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as if he did not care about what Fang Quan said. Instead, he looked at with an intrigued expression. Why aren't you eating anymore? Yes, good girl, finish eating and don't be wasteful. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl with a face filled with tender affection. The middle-aged man glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before turning around and leaving. The guests in attendance on the second floor, however, looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with pity. In their opinion, even if this youth's strength was above others of the same age, he was only a 15-year-old youth after all, and Fang Quan, on the other hand, was 20 years old and was a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist. It was impossible for the youth to be a match for Fang Quan. Chapter 21, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Young master, I've finished. K'er said, in a refined and gentle voice. After finishing the last piece of dim sum, the young girl drank the last sip of soybean milk, then she looked at the youth with a delicate and touching expression. Okay, let's head to the marketplace to get some things before heading home. The youth faintly smiled as he picked up his sheathed sword from the table. The young girl meekly nodded, following behind the youth. Under the gazes of everyone present, they slowly walked down the second floor of the Agarwood restaurant. He's really unafraid of death. Noticing Duan Ling Tian leaving, Chen Mei'er brought along her servant girl and followed suit, leaving behind her leftovers. The remaining guests on the second floor stood as well and followed behind Chen Mei'er. Wanting to watch a scene was human nature. At the front door of the Agarwood restaurant stood Fang Quan and the 3 Fang family youths who were fiercely glaring at the restaurant. They seemed to be waiting for something. It's been so long and he still hasn't come out. He can't be planning to be a coward, right? Che, wasn't he acting all brave earlier? But he cowers the moment brother Fang Quan gets here. What a pussy, he's coming. Before the third youth could even open his mouth and continue mocking Duan Ling Tian, they noticed the couple walking slowly out of the restaurant. Even though they were enemies, they couldn't stop themselves from sighing in their hearts. What a match made in heaven. Of course, their gaze towards the youth was filled with jealousy. I didn't expect you to be daring enough to come out. Fang Quan looked towards the youth as he sneered, speaking in a condescending manner. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? It's only a mad dog and 3 handicapped smaller mad dogs blocking my way. The youth smiled indifferently with a carefree expression, seeming to look down upon Fang Quan. This guy dares to enrage Fang Quan even in this situation. Isn't he afraid Fang Quan will really kill him? Chen Mei'er stood at the front of the crowd that followed Duan Ling Tian out. Watching him provoke Fang Quan caused her expression to unconsciously freeze. The other people in the crowd had the same thoughts as Chen Mei'er, but their gazes were filled with pity. What a dumb little kid. Fang Quan, will tell you right here right now, you will certainly die today. After being thoroughly enraged by the youth, Fang Quan's eyes flashed coldly as he clenched his fists and the muscles on his body bulged slightly. As a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist, he was capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of strength. There are plenty of people who want me dead, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently while grasping his sword in one hand and holding K'er's hand in the other. He slowly walked out as if nothing was happening. What's he doing? Noticing Duan Ling Tian bringing the young girl into the battle, everyone was struck dumb with puzzled expressions. Don't tell me he thinks Fang Quan would show mercy due to the young girl's presence. In front of the window on the 3rd floor of the Agarwood restaurant. What an interesting kid, I wonder where he comes from. Not mentioning anything else, just his courage and composure are far superior to that of people of the same age. Manager Ma looked at the youth with an intrigued expression. The coldness in Fang Quan's gaze increased and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His thoughts were exactly similar to everyone else's. He assumed that Duan Ling Tian was bringing the young girl into the battle on purpose, hoping he would be scrupled and show mercy, but would he? The answer was no. Die, Fang Quan abruptly shouted as he stomped his feet on the ground. He burst forth with the strength of a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist with the help of 1,000 pounds of strength. He flew like a cannonball straight towards Duan Ling Tian. His fists exploded towards Duan Ling Tian, going straight for Duan Ling Tian's chest. Middle-grade yellow rank martial skill, Raging Bull Fist. Hearing the wind shrieking by his ears, the sneer on Fang Quan's face grew wider. It was as if he could see Duan Ling Tian being blasted away and dying from severe injuries. In the instant that Fang Quan attacked, everyone in the crowd's hearts were in their mouths. The 3 Fang family youths had expressions filled with pleasure and satisfaction. You dared to touch us, so go die. This guy, Chen Mei'er frowned. Although the youth was rude to her from beginning until the end, somehow, in her heart, she didn't hate him one bit. Instead, She was curious about him and wanted to get to know him. Eventually, Chen Mei'er stepped forward, desiring to stop Fang Quan. But her reaction was still too late. Fang Quan's fists, which were just like cannonballs, were just about to strike Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, even if Fang Quan wanted to stop, it was too late. Not to mention he had no intention of stopping. K'er, relax your body. Duan Ling Tian's mouth moved slightly as he warned the young girl, then his left hand embraced her slender waist and his body moved. Fully exhibiting the flexibility he had gained from cultivating the Nine Dragons' War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form, he carried the young girl along as he dodged Fang Quan's fist strike. Fang Quan's fists brushed past Duan Ling Tian's clothes. Whoosh! Clang! Practically in the same moment, the sound of a sword being drawn and returning to its sheath sounded. Everyone present clearly saw. The eyes of Fang Quan, whose body was being carried by inertia, abruptly dimmed. His hands tightly gripped his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood from spraying. In the end, he could not hold on any longer, so his body crashed towards the ground, lifeless. Silence. The area outside of Agarwood Restaurant's main door was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes were on the lifeless Fang Quan. The dignified Fang Family Medicine Store's junior manager, a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist, died just like this. Moreover, the one who did it was obviously not even 16. Hiss, 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 hiss. For a moment, the sound of people drawing in breaths of cold air sounded throughout the area around the Agarwood Restaurant's main door. The gazes of everyone present moved from Fang Quan's lifeless body to the youth that was gradually walking farther away. The youth embraced the young girl while holding the sheathed sword, leaving coolly, killing a man in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. 1. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of the leaving youth. 3 kids of the Fang family, if you still can't let it go, you can look for me at the Li family. Right, remember my name so you don't look for the wrong person. I'm Duan Ling Tian. The voice was dull, as if killing someone was nothing to him. I'm Duan Ling Tian. The youth's voice entered everyone's ears. It was not the first time they had heard this name. Half a month ago, this name spread across the entire Fresh Breeze town. That disciple with another surname of the Li family was called Duan Ling Tian. So he's Duan Ling Tian. The Duan Ling Tian that half a month ago declared that he would visit the Fang family and take the Fang family's manager's, Fang Chang's, life. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be so formidable. I didn't even see how he attacked when Fang Quan's throat had already been sliced open in a single strike. His speed is too fast. I noticed that his cultivation is only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, but killing a 6th level body tempering martial artist was as easy as cutting grass to him. The crowd could not stop themselves from discussing. The tone of their voices were filled with fear. It appeared that the declaration that this disciple with another surname of the Li family made half a month ago was not him being arrogant and conceited, but he actually had the confidence. Carry Brother Quan back to the manager. We have to get an explanation about this matter from the Li family. They gnashed their teeth as they said this. The fear in the eyes of the 3 youths didn't dissipate for a very long time. Carrying Fang Quan's corpse, they headed towards the Fang family marketplace. Duan Ling Tian. So he is Duan Ling Tian. After Chen Mei'er recovered from the shock, a mischievous smile emerged on her face. As far as she was concerned, as long as Duan Ling Tian was a member of the Li family, she would eventually be able to see Duan Ling Tian again, and she would slowly get even with him. Come, let's go home. Chen Mei'er said to the servant girl before walking with her towards the Chen family marketplace. The crowd surrounding the Agarwood restaurant's main door gradually dispersed, but they never stopped their discussion. The topic of their discussions revolved around the other surnamed junior of the Li family, Duan Ling Tian. Before, they had heard of his name but had never seen him in person. But from this moment onwards, they had seen him in person, and even seen his skills. Relying on his 4th-level body tempering cultivation, with a single sword strike, he killed the 6th-level body tempering martial artist, Fang Quan, a truly astonishing feat. If it was just a rumor, they might not have believed it. But after seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but believe. He is the Li family's Duan Ling Tian. In the 3rd floor of the Agarwood restaurant, manager Ma's eyes flashed brightly. That sword strike of his was unbelievably fast. By relying merely on his 4th-level body tempering cultivation, he can already achieve such a speed. If he can step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in the next 2 months, killing the Fang family's manager, Fang Chang, won't be impossible anymore. But to progress from the 4th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level in only 2 months is practically an impossible feat. Although I've only met him once, I can tell that he isn't the sort of person who would seek his own doom. Since he dares to challenge the Fang family's manager, it must be because he is confident. Now I'm slightly looking forward to it. Li Family Marketplace. Duan Ling spent some silver coins to buy materials from the Li family weapon store and the medicine store before returning to the Li family estate with K'er. After obtaining these materials, he felt much more at ease. Fang Chang, in 3 months, you will certainly die. A grim fire jumped about inside Duan Ling Tian's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Young master, are you all right? Noticing his sinister expression, K'er looked over with a worried expression. I'm fine. K'er, what happened earlier in front of the Agarwood restaurant didn't frighten you, right? Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly and kneaded the young girl's palm while he gently asked this. Young master didn't allow K'er to look back, so K'er wasn't frightened. Although he wanted to temper K'er, he didn't plan to expose her to such a bloody scene straight away. Everything requires an order to proceed gradually. If he tried to temper her in one shot, it would unavoidably cause some complications, even to the extent that it may cause K'er to suffer from trauma that would be difficult to treat. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to let happen. 1 TL note. A line from a Chinese poem, meaning the person is so strong that he can kill a man in 10 steps, and during his journey of 1,000 miles, no one could stop him. Chapter 22, Thunder Flame Pill. They arrived at the Li family estate. Young master, because you did that to the Fang family member, nothing will happen, right? As the young girl looked at the youth beside her, an expression of worry emerged on her immature and delicate face. K'er, don't worry, nothing will happen. You saw what happened. It wasn't my fault. If he didn't force me by saying he would kill me, I wouldn't have killed him. The youth shook his head and laughed. As the formidable weapon specialist from his previous life, he had his own set of rules. If someone does not offend me, then I will not offend them. But if someone offends me, then I will return it tenfold, hundredfold, or even 1,000-fold. The instant Fang Quan threatened to kill him, Duan Ling Tian saw Fang Quan as a dead man walking. Tian, what did you do to the Fang family members this time? Duan Ling Tian and K'er had just entered the house when they saw Li Ru walking towards them. Mom, it's nothing. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he said this. He knew that his mother had overheard him speaking to K'er. Tell me the truth. Li Ru frowned. Her clear eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. It was obvious that she was not easy to fool. It's really nothing. It was just one of the Fang family members being naive, threatening to kill me. Duan Ling Tian embarrassedly touched his nose as he slowly said this. Who is so brave to actually dare to threaten to kill my son? He wasn't even able to finish his sentence before Li Ru flew off the handle. Rage emerged from her eyes, and her voice sounded slightly icy cold. I think he was the Fang family medicine store's junior manager, a guy called Fang Quan. But I've already taken care of him, so you don't need to worry, Mom. Fang Quan, Fang Dao's son. Li Ru frowned. She quickly remembered that this Fang Quan was the son of the Fang family medicine store's manager, Fang Dao. Although his natural talent in the martial Dao was only average, he was still a young man barely over the age of 20. For someone at his age to hold a grudge against her only 15-year-old son, and even threatening to kill her son. For a time, an unending wave of rage arose in her heart. Tian, he didn't injure you, right? Li Ru glanced at Duan Ling Tian from head to toe, asking with deep concern. The manner at which she spoke made it clear that if Duan Ling Tian was injured, she would go get even with Fang Quan. Mom, there isn't even a scratch on me. If you don't believe me, you can ask K'er. He didn't even touch me. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm as he shook his head. Li Ru looked towards K'er, who instantly started nodding like a chick pecking on grain. At the beginning, she too was worried that the young master might suffer a loss. But in the end, even though she didn't look back, she was faintly aware of what happened to the Fang family member. Now that she thought about it again, the young girl's delicate face turned slightly pale. She was obviously frightened. K'er, why does your face look so bad? Are you sick? Li Ru asked with a concerned expression when she noticed the young girl's pale face. She had long ago regarded K'er as her future daughter-in-law, so her concern for K'er was no less than that of her son. The young girl lightly shook her head, her expression easing up. Come, I'll carry you back to your room to rest. Seeing his mom carry the young girl to her room, Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. In his opinion, Kair having this sort of reaction was normal. After all, she wasn't the same as him. To him, someone who had once lived a life filled with bloodshed and battle, murder was an ordinary occurrence. The feeling of taking another's life was something he had long ago become numb towards. After putting the materials in his room, Duan Ling Tian greeted his mother before going out. He went to see Grand Elder Li Huo. "Kid, I don't think now is the time of our appointment. What did you come see me for?" Li Huo's eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian while he asked this. "Grand Elder, I've come to request your help in refining some medicinal pills." "Oh, what medicinal pill do you want?" Li Huo laughed. "The Thunder Flame pill." Duan Ling Tian's gaze became focused as he slowly said this. "Kid, although the Thunder Flame pill is a type of body tempering stage medicinal pill, it's much more valuable and rare. Moreover, I've only ever heard of the Thunder Flame pill, and I don't have the method to refine one." Li Huo's expression dulled for a moment before he started laughing bitterly. "Grand Elder, if I give you the medicinal formula, would you be able to refine one?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. He made nothing of what Li Huo had said. You're willing to give me the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal formula?" Li Huo's breathing started becoming short and rapid. As an alchemist, what he desired the most was the chance to refine various types of medicinal pills so he could gain experience and thus advance his skill in medicine refinement. Even though he was a grade 9 alchemist, the number of medicinal pills he was capable of refining was extremely limited. "Your teacher is allowing you to pass down the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal formula to me?" Li Huo took a deep breath as he asked this. "My teacher said that all of the medicinal formulas that he passed down to me are mine and that I can do as I please with them. Moreover, the Thunder Flame pill isn't really rare. There are quite a few alchemists around the Cloud Continent who know how to refine one." "Not really rare." After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, the corners of Li Huo's mouth twitched. Although quite a few alchemists knew how to refine the Thunder Flame pill, which alchemist wasn't the type to cherish things of little value simply because it was their own? Even if they could write down the medicinal formula of the Thunder Flame pill, they would still be unwilling to share it with others. Even in the larger cities outside of Fresh Breeze Town, the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal formula was priceless. The Thunder Flame pill is a medicinal pill exclusive to body-tempering martial artists. Once consumed, the body will have to endure the pain of thunder and flames bursting forth within the body, thus stimulating the body's potential. If consumed together with a body-tempering pill, the speed of cultivation would even increase to twice the speed of only consuming body-tempering pills. "Kid, thank you." Li Huo abruptly stood up and bowed deeply towards Duan Ling Tian. To an alchemist, the medicinal formula to a rare medicinal pill was more important than their lives. "Grand Elder, there's no need to act this way. I'm only passing down the medicinal formula to you due to selfish reasons. I want to request your help in refining some Thunder Flame pills. We are each taking what we need." Duan Ling Tian's sword-shaped eyebrows twitched as he slowly said this. "You can't think of it that way. Refining a Thunder Flame pill will only consume a small amount of origin energy and vigor. My contribution is incomparable to yours." Li Huo shook his head. As far as he was concerned, the value of the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal formula was too huge. If it could be used by the Li family disciples, the Li family suppressing the Fang family and the Chen family could happen in the near future. "If Grand Elder still feels it difficult to accept my proposition, you can always give me some silver." Duan Ling Tian quirked his eyebrows and faintly smiled. "Kid, you really care for nothing but money. Don't worry, I'll speak to the Patriarch about this matter. At that time, you'll get your share of silver." Li Huo jokingly scolded. He was puzzled in his heart. Why did this kid love money so much? If Duan Ling Tian knew of Li Huo's opinion of him, he would surely give him a disdainful look. From the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew that regardless of it being medicine refinement, weapon crafting, or inscriptions, they were professions that virtually burned through money. Since he was only at the body tempering stage now, the expenses weren't high for the moment. But once he breaks through to the core formation stage and develops his origin energy, he will need to start refining medicine and crafting weapons. At that time, the materials will cost hefty sums. They could even be considered a bottomless pits. Besides weapon crafting and medicine refinement, the inscriptions that require origin energy to assist in the engraving will also require various rare materials. After writing down the medicinal formula of the Thunder Flame pill and passing it to Grand Elder Li Huo, Duan Ling Tian said his farewells and took his leave. On the way out, he didn't forget to remind Li Huo. Grand Elder, I'll be counting on you to get the materials for the Thunder Flame Pill. I've been really poor recently, so I really can't afford those materials. Duan Ling Tian fled as soon as he finished speaking, only leaving his gradually receding figure to the stunned Li Huo. This kid took 1,000 silver from me yesterday, but he still cries poor. This kid isn't old, but he is so shameless. Li Huo grinned and jokingly scolded after Duan Ling Tian finally vanished from his sight. After leaving Grand Elder's Li Huo's residence, Duan Ling Tian went straight back home. He closed himself off inside his room and arranged the materials he had bought with care earlier. Duan Ling Tian prepared these materials to conduct inscriptions. The paralyzation inscription Duan Ling Tian used to defeat Li Jia was only effective on martial artists below the 7th level of the body tempering stage, so using it on a martial artist above that level was no different than tickling them. This time Duan Ling Tian planned to inscribe a different inscription as a preventive measure. If he can't kill Fang Chang in 2.5 months by relying only on his own strength, then he will use this inscription as assistance to take Fang Chang's life. Fang Chang, even if you're a 9th level body tempering martial artist, I will certainly kill you. Remembering what happened the day Fang Qian injured him in the Li family's audience hall, a surging rage arose inside Duan Ling Tian's chest, and he was unable to subside it for a long time. He and Fang Chang were like fire and ice, so as long as Fang Chang was alive, his heart would never feel at ease. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to conduct inscriptions, Li Ru's hurried voice sounded from outside. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. He was faintly able to guess what happened. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The Fang family's response is really quite fast. But they still have the nerve to come here, so they must really have thick skin. Mom, you're looking for me. Duan Ling Tian pushed open his door and walked out. Li Ru took a deep breath. Since the Fang family's 3rd elder arrived and said that her son had killed Fang Quan, her mood started to become agitated, and even now she still had not calmed down. Fang Quan was a 6th level body tempering martial artist, killed by her son. Her son, Duan Ling Tian, who had only broken through to 4th level body tempering stage this morning. After a quick inquiry, Li Ru became aware of the sequence of events from Duan Ling Tian. Likewise, she was made aware of the circumstances at which Duan Ling Tian killed Fang Quan, unexpectedly only using a single sword strike. A 4th level body tempering martial artist killing a 6th level body tempering martial artist, slicing the throat open with a single sword strike. Li Ru deeply understood how fearsome her son's sword drawing arts were. Tian, why didn't you let Mom know of such a huge matter? With a slightly displeased expression, Li Ru stared angrily at the youth. Mom, you didn't ask me. The Fang family members have come, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly. Yes, the Fang family's 3rd elder, Fang Xing, and the Fang family medicine store manager, Fang Dao, have come together. They are urging the patriarch to hand you over to them. Tian, don't worry, since we are in the right, not to mention only 2 of them have come. Even if the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, comes in person, he can't do anything to you. Li Ru gave Duan Ling Tian a shot in the arm, but she quickly realized that Duan Ling Tian did not seem the least bit worried. He was even more composed than her. She seemed to have thought of something, so her willow-shaped eyebrows frowned and her heart started. This should be the first time Tian has killed someone, but why do you seem so tranquil? Chapter 23, Level 5 Body Tempering Stage. After taking a deep breath, Li Ru spoke of the doubt in her heart. Her eyes were staring fixedly at her son's eyes, as if trying to discern something. Mom, it's not the first time I've killed someone. Duan Ling Tian had prepared long ago, so he didn't bat an eye as he lightly smiled. When did you kill another person prior to today? Why doesn't Mom know about it? Li Ru's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows raised up as she asked curiously. Mom, prior to today, I've killed people in my dreams. And quite a few at that. It was part of the training regimen the old man in my dreams prepared for me. I can still remember when I first killed a man in my dreams. I felt extremely scared and even vomited. Explained Duan Ling Tian. A dream again. Although Li Ru didn't quite believe what her son said, she had no idea how to explain the changes that occurred to him. It looks like the old man in your dreams really looks after you. Tian, let's go to the audience hall. The patriarch is waiting. After taking a deep breath, Li Ru stopped trying to get to the bottom of it. Duan Ling Tian nodded and followed his mother to the Li family's audience hall. Brother Nanfeng, I hope you've been well. The moment they approached the Li family's audience hall, they heard a hearty laughter coming from within. Chen Li, what's he doing here? After hearing the voice, Li Ru felt it to be quite odd, but she soon noticed the bitter smile on the corners of her son's mouth. Tian, don't tell me you offended the Chen family as well. Li Ru's heart skipped a beat. The Chen family's patriarch paying a visit at this time made her suspect him. Duan Ling Tian embarrassedly told her about the conflict between him and the Chen family's eldest daughter, Chen Mei'er. So it turns out to be just a trivial matter. There's no way Chen Li would pay a visit just to accuse you of such a trivial matter, so he must have come on some other business. Li Ru heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that her son had actually killed one of the Chen family's members as well. Duan Ling Tian walked slowly behind Li Ru and entered the audience hall, whereupon he noticed a slightly strange atmosphere. Two middle-aged men brushed past Duan Ling Tian, leaving the Li family's audience hall. Their fierce gazes seemed as if they were trying to tear Duan Ling Tian apart. Patriarch. This. Li Ru looked towards the patriarch Li Nanfeng with a puzzled expression. Before she went to get her son, the two Fang family members wished that Duan Ling Tian would pay with his life, but when her son finally arrived, they actually left without saying a word. This is all thanks to Mei'er. She guessed that the Fang family would visit our Li family to denounce Duan Ling Tian's crimes, so the Chen family's patriarch brought her here to bear witness. She was there when Duan Ling Tian killed Fang Quan. Since it was Fang Quan who provoked him, Duan Ling Tian is not guilty. Li Nanfeng laughed loudly. Thank you, Miss Mei'er. Li Ru looked towards the young girl, lightly smiling. Tian, it's all thanks to Miss Mei'er this time. Why aren't you thanking her? Li Ru looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he glanced at Chen Mei'er with an intrigued expression, wondering why she helped him. Since it was his mother who asked, even though he didn't want to, he had to at least keep up appearances. You're welcome. Chen Mei'er blinked her clear eyes as she smiled beautifully like a flower. Compared to the unruly eldest daughter in the Agarwood restaurant earlier, she was like a completely different person now. Mei'er is so cultured. Patriarch Chen, you've given her such a good upbringing. Li Nanfeng faintly smiled towards the middle-aged man beside Chen Mei'er. The middle-aged man was indeed the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li. Chen Li shook his head as he smiled, his gaze falling on Duan Ling Tian. How could my daughter compare to your Li family's Duan Ling Tian, who has such formidable strength at such a young age? Once he grows up, I'm afraid he will have no equal in the entire Fresh Breeze town. Ninth Elder, may I ask if your son has any marriage arrangements? Subsequently, Chen Li looked towards Li Ru. The moment Chen Li finished his sentence, Li Ru, Duan Ling Tian, and Li Nanfeng were all struck dumb. The three of them subconsciously looked towards Chen Mei'er. Upon noticing her blushing cheeks, they instantly guessed Chen Li's intentions. Chen Mei'er couldn't have fallen for me, right? Duan Ling Tian's heart stirred. He could not believe what was happening. This morning in Agarwood restaurant, he and Chen Mei'er were like fire and ice. Even if women were capricious, they shouldn't be capricious to this extent. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed his mother gazing at him with a mischievous expression. But at the same time, her gaze felt as if she was inquiring his opinion. With a helpless expression, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Patriarch Chen, unfortunately, I just decided upon a wife for my son a short while ago. Li Ru looked at Chen Li with an apologetic expression. That's unfortunate. Patriarch Li, Ninth Elder, little brother Duan. My daughter and I have fulfilled the purpose of our trip, so we will be taking our leave now. Chen Li nodded as he left with Chen Mei'er. When Chen Mei'er was leaving, she glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a bitter gaze. Her face was gloomy. Ninth Elder, why didn't I know about you deciding upon a wife for Duan Ling Tian? Li Nanfeng looked towards Li Ru with a puzzled expression. Patriarch, K'er is the wife I decided upon. A heartfelt smile appeared on Li Ru's face when she spoke of K'er. What she said caused Duan Ling Tian to be astounded. In his heart he thought, if K'er heard what Mom said, she would certainly be too embarrassed to show her face. So that's how it is. They are indeed a perfect match. Li Nanfeng smiled as he nodded. Ninth Elder, Grand Elder wanted to see me before the two Fang family members arrived. I've already delayed for some time, so I will be taking my leave. Seeing Li Nanfeng taking his leave, a smile emerged on Duan Ling Tian's face. He knew the reason that Grand Elder wanted to see the Patriarch. I hope the Patriarch isn't too stingy. Even though the Thunder Flame pill is only a low-ranked pill, its importance to the Li family is extraordinary. If the children of all the Li family elders were to consume the Thunder Flame pill and then absorb the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, the speed of their cultivation would double. Of course, this was also the reason why Duan Lingtian was willing to share the Thunder Flame pill medicinal formula with Li Huo. He desperately needed the Thunder Flame pills. With the help of the Thunder Flame pills, stepping into the 7th level of the body-tempering stage within the next 2.5 months wouldn't be impossible anymore. Tian, why are you smiling? I'm telling you right now, no matter what, you can't abandon Kair. Or else Mom will never forgive you. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtian seriously. Mom, what are you talking about? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. What was she going on about? Tian, if you go out in the next few months, remember to tell Mom so I can go with you. Li Ru said. Mom, are you worried that the Fang family members will attack me? Duan Lingtian guessed. Yes, neither Fang Dao nor Fang Xing are not good and honest people. I'm worried that they would secretly plot against you. Mom, Fang Quan is Fang Dao's son. Him seeking revenge against me was normal, but why would that third elder of the Fang family want to go against me? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Tian, Fang Xing and Fang Dao have a special relationship, he is Fang Dao's elder brother. Li Ru explained. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He didn't expect Fang Quan to be the nephew of the Fang family's third elder. It was no wonder they personally paid the Li family a visit to denounce his crimes. But the Fang family must have been aware that they were in the wrong, or else the one that came wouldn't just be the Fang family's third elder but the patriarch too. 10 days later, Grand Elder Li Huo called Duan Lingtian over. Duan Lingtian gave Li Huo his last massage session, helping him to fully treat his hidden injuries before putting away the first batch of Thunder Flame pills that Li Huo refined. This batch of Thunder Flame pills had a total of 30 pills. Kid, this is the 1,000 silver that I owe you. On top of that, here is another 30,000 silver from the family. You can consider it payment for your Thunder Flame pill medicinal formula. The old man withdrew a large stack of silver bills and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, thanks. Duan Lingtian grabbed the silver bills from his hand. He wasn't one bit courteous. I noticed that your fleshly body has reached a threshold. It seems you should be breaking through to the 5th level of the body tempering stage soon, right? With your natural talent combined with the help of the Thunder Flame pills, breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in the next 2 months shouldn't be impossible. At that time, relying upon your swift sword, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough for you to kill Fang Chang. The old man's eyes narrowed as he slowly said this. Grand Elder, you're aware of what happened? Duan Lingtian was stupefied. It looked like Grand Elder was aware of what happened half a month ago. He was aware of how he relied on his 4th level body tempering strength to kill Fang Quan, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. This matter isn't a secret in Fresh Breeze Town. I heard from the patriarch half a month ago. Kid, I didn't think that you'd know how to conceal your strength so well. Looks like Li Jia being crippled by you wasn't simply his bad luck. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. After putting away the silver bills, he took his leave. It's too bad his aspirations don't lie within Fresh Breeze Town. Or else it wouldn't be impossible for our Li family to unify the entire town. The old man sighed. His tone contained a hint of pity. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know how highly Grand Elder thought of him. He went straight home after leaving Grand Elder's residence. After preparing the bath barrel and some 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he took off his clothes. Then he consumed the Thunder Flame pill. Instantly, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel an aching pain throughout his entire body. The aching pain grew stronger by the moment. Hiss hiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being attacked by thunder and flames. The aching pain spread throughout his entire body, causing him to be unable to stop himself from letting out a low, humph, sound. Luckily, being a person of 2 lifetimes, his will was incredibly tenacious, so he easily endured the pain caused by the medicinal effects of the Thunder Flame pill. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian noticed the aching pain in his body start to dissipate. He could clearly feel that all the pores in his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid within the bath barrel. The absorption speed was a whole 2 times faster than the previous speed. As Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he started to circulate his cultivation method. the lifeblood within his body continuously strengthened. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis at an alarming speed, meaning he was quickly breaking through the threshold, 5th level of the body tempering stage. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. His expression was filled with intense joy. As expected, the thunder flame pill didn't disappoint him. Duan Ling Tian would usually need half a day to completely absorb a portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. This was his limit. But thanks to the thunder flame pill, with merely an afternoon's worth of time, he continuously absorbed 2 portions of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and immediately broke through. Chapter 24. Violet Meteorite Flexible Sword. The next day, Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. "Kid, what are you here for this time? You better not tell me you spent the 30,000 silver I gave you yesterday." Li Huo's face had an expression of vigilance the moment he saw him. "Grand Elder, I'm not here to ask you for money. I actually want you to smelt this blade for me with your pill fire." Then he withdrew the violet short sword from its sheath. "This is a sword made from violet ore, right? Kid, if I use my pill fire to smelt violet ore, it would melt and be vaporized as it's only a type of common metal." Li Huo frowned. "Grand Elder, are you really that confident? How about we make a bet?" Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said this. Li Huo gave Duan Ling Tian a disdainful glance. He knew that this kid wouldn't do something for naught, so he wouldn't be fooled by Duan Ling Tian. But it did, however, rouse his interest towards the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Could it be that he misjudged it? Li Huo quickly took the violet short sword in his hands. His origin energy condensed into a milky white pill fire, covering the short sword. After half an hour, it could clearly be seen that more than half of the metal on the short sword had been vaporized, but the violet metal that remained instead changed into liquid form. No matter how hard Li Huo tried, it was virtually impossible to vaporize it with his pill fire. At this moment, Li Huo's face was drenched in sweat. He waved his hand to put out his pill fire. "Kid, is this a weapon crafting material?" After all, pill fire was strong enough to be capable of vaporizing fine steel. Thus, only a weapon crafting material would be able to withstand his pill fire and not be vaporized. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded. "Can you tell me what material this is?" Li Huo took in a deep breath as he asked this. "Violet meteorite." Duan Ling Tian did not conceal the truth. Li Huo was shocked. Although he was only a grade 9 alchemist, he had heard of the material called violet meteorite, which was treasured by weapons craftsmen. "Kid, where did you get this sword?" Li Huo asked before drawing in a deep breath. "From the Li family weapon store. It cost me 200 silver." Duan Ling Tian said with a painful expression. 200 silver coins. The corners of Li Huo's mouth twitched. Such a big piece of violet meteorite for only 200 silver. If he were to let those weapon craftsmen know, they might even feel like committing suicide. Of course, Li Huo was aware that no ordinary person was capable of identifying unrefined violet meteorite. So that means that this sword was actually forged from violet meteoric iron. Li Huo inquired. "I didn't expect Grand Elder to know of violet meteoric iron." Duan Ling Tian was astonished. "I saw it in some ancient books. Violet meteorite is usually hidden inside violet meteoric iron, so it's extremely difficult to be identified." "Kid, how did you identify it?" Li Huo glanced deeply at the youth, as if trying to see through him. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously, but didn't answer Li Huo. "Grand Elder, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave." Receiving the violet meteorite from Li Huo, Duan Ling Tian immediately left. This kid seems completely different from before, as if he's another person entirely. It must be all thanks to his grade 7 alchemist teacher. Grand Elder's murky eyes flashed with a bright light as he surmised this. Duan Ling Tian returned from Grand Elder's residence with the violet meteorite. He arrived at his home without disturbing K'er, who was cultivating in her room. He instead went to see his mother to get her to accompany him outside of the Li family estate. "Tian, you want to get a blacksmith to forge this metal into 2 swords?" Looking at the violet-colored metal in Duan Ling Tian's hands, Li Ru's expression was filled with disbelief. In her opinion, the volume of this metal was only enough to forge a dagger, and a small one at that. "What, Mom, you don't believe me?" Li Ru shook her head. The pair of mother and son quickly arrived at the Li family's blacksmith store. Ninth Elder. An attendant greeted them as soon as they entered, bowing to Li Ru. "Where's your manager?" Li Ru nodded and subsequently asked. "Ha ha, Such a rare sight. Ninth Elder, do you need anything from my smithy? A middle-aged man walked out from inside the weapon store. The middle-aged man's laughter had a grand sound to it. He walked swiftly to stand in front of Duan Ling Tian and his mother. This must be young Master Ling Tian, right? The middle-aged man glanced at Duan Ling Tian as he smiled lightly. Tian, this is Manager Long of our Li family's smithy. The fine steel swords sold in the weapon store are all his works. Li Ru said to Duan Ling Tian. Manager Long. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly towards the middle-aged man. Ninth Elder, you're treating me like a stranger. If you hadn't appealed to the patriarch for me all those years ago, how could I possibly still remain in the Li family? The middle-aged man said. He couldn't help himself from sighing as we took a trip down memory lane. Li Long, you don't have to mention what happened all those years ago. The reason I'm here today is because my son needs your help to forge 2 swords. She looked at Duan Ling Tian as she said this. Tian, Manager Li is the best blacksmith in the entire Li family. The fine steel swords he forges are famous throughout Fresh Breeze Town, and the fine steel swords forged by the other 2 families can't even compare to his. Hearing what his mother said, Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded. Young Master Ling Tian, what sort of sword do you want to forge? Li Long asked respectfully. Manage Long, I want you to forge 2 flexible swords from this piece of metal I have here. Make them as thin as you possibly can. Duan Ling Tian revealed the fist-sized piece of violet meteorite in his hand. Flexible sword. Young Master Ling Tian, to forge a flexible sword, the material must have high levels of malleability. Forgive me, but I'm unable to recognize the metal you're holding in your hand. Li Long's eyes flashed as he said slowly this. Li Ru's willow leaf-shaped eyebrows slightly twitched and an expression of shock emerged on her beautiful face. She knew extremely well of Li Long's capabilities, but even he was incapable of identifying the material in her son's hands. Obviously, it was no common metal. Manager Long, you can go ahead and try forging it. Just make sure it comes out as thin as you can make it. He must be kidding, right? In the entire Cloud continent, there were hardly any metals that could compete in malleability against violet meteorite. The reason that violet meteorite was a weapon crafting material pursued by many weapons craftsmen was because of its malleability. Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Long nodded as he received the violet meteorite. Even he was interested in this piece of metal that he couldn't recognize. Young Master Ling Tian, follow me to my private forge. With Li Long in the lead, Duan Ling Tian followed him into an inner chamber inside the Li family's smithy. The forge was fully equipped. On the weapons rack in the corner were many fine steel swords that shone with a cold light. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Li Long quickly took off his shirt, revealing his robust upper body. He tossed the violet meteorite onto the hearth of the forge, allowing the flames to heat the metal. Li Long bent down and started pulling on the bellows, causing the fire to burn to an extreme temperature. After an hour, the violet meteorite finally showed signs of melting. Li Long heaved a sigh of relief. But he was extremely shocked in his heart. Even fine steel wouldn't need more than half an hour to become soft under this temperature. As far as he was concerned, this piece of metal was truly bizarre. Of course, it also brought him a new challenge, causing his mood to become agitated. After a moment, Li Long stood up. Grasping his hammer, the muscles and veins in his arms bulged. His hammer descended, furiously hammering on the softened violet meteorite. Instantly, the violet meteorite changed into a pile of mud. What good malleability! Li Long couldn't stop himself from exclaiming after seeing this. Young Master Ling Tian, forging 2 swords will not be a problem. Li Long looked towards the nearby youth as he lightly smiled. I'll be troubling Manager Long. The hammer in Li Huo's hand descended time after time, quickly dividing the violent meteorite into 2. The shape of 2 swords slowly formed. Duan Ling Tian, who was watching from the corner, had a gaze of admiration when he looked at Li Long. When forging a weapon, no matter if was it pulling on the bellows to control the temperature or to temper the metal by hammering, Manager Long did it all by himself. Based entirely on this fact, it would be easy to conclude that he was an expert in forging. Maybe it was because of this that he was able to produce the best fine steel swords in Fresh Breeze Town. 2 hours later, Li Long completed the final step in the forging process, and the 2 flexible swords finally took their final forms. Through the flames, 2 swords could be seen. Their bodies were glittering and translucent, thin as a cicada's wings, sheeing. Li Long lifted his hand and withdrew a fine steel sword from the weapons rack. He swung the flexible sword to meet the fine steel sword head-on. The fine steel sword split with a sound. It was like paper to the flexible blade. What a sword! Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone. The level of Li Long's forging skill caused him to be lost in amazement. Besides the lack of ability to amplify the power of attacks, the other characteristics of these two swords were comparable to that of something made by a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Young Master Ling Tian, thank you. Li Long respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Manager Li, why are you acting this way? Duan Ling Tian hurriedly bowed in response. I'm grateful that young Master Ling Tian allowed me to forge such a rare metal. Until I have the chance to forge an even better material, these two swords will be Li Long's, greatest masterpieces. Li Long said excitedly. Every blacksmith hoped that the weapon forged by them would be the best weapon. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian swung the flexible sword made of violet meteorite like a gust of wind. The weight of the flexible sword could be totally ignored, allowing him to execute sword-drawing arts with more ease. A satisfied smile crept up on his face. With this violet meteorite flexible sword, his strength would once again go up another level. Manager Long, do you have leather sword sheaths here? The type that can be used as a belt. Duan Ling Tian looked toward Li Long as he asked. Young Master Ling Tian, if you need this type of sword sheath, I will personally make a customized one for you. Li Long smiled. His mood was elated after he successfully forged two swords that exceeded his past standards. Then I'll be troubling Manager Long again. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 25, Little Fatty. Li Long was extremely efficient. The next day, a pair of leather sword sheaths were sent over to Duan Ling Tian's home. What made these sheaths special was that Li Long infused the residual violet meteorite from forging the flexible swords into the sheaths. Thanks to this, they would avoid getting damaged from the sharp edges of the violet meteorite flexible swords when drawn. Out of the two violet meteorite flexible swords, Duan Ling Tian kept one for himself and gave the other to Kair. As for his mother, Duan Ling Tian had other plans in his heart. He planned to wait until his cultivation stepped into the core formation stage, whereupon he would be able to refine a spirit sword for his mother. Spirit sword, a spirit weapon long sword. Once origin energy is circulated into it, the attack power of the user is amplified. It is much more powerful than common weapons. Mom, Manager Li seems very respectful towards you. He even mentioned something about you helping him appeal to the patriarch, or else he wouldn't be able to stay in the Li family. What actually happened? In the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian asked Li Ru as he slowly kneaded her shoulders. It happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, Li Long had a secret affair with the daughter of one of the elders, accidentally making her pregnant. You can imagine what the consequences were. He was violently beaten with sticks before being tossed out of the Li family estate. After that, the elder's daughter insisted upon giving birth to the child, causing the elder to literally die of anger. She was a really pitiable person. Although she successfully gave birth to the child, she died soon after due to complications in childbirth. Seeing the child alone and uncared for, I appealed to the patriarch to allow Li Long to return to the Li family. Li Ru's clear eyes seemed to fall into a trance as she slowly said this. After hearing what Li Ru said, Duan Ling Tian finally came to understand. Never would he have expected that Li Long had such a past. When I think about it now, if I didn't appeal to the patriarch to allow him to return to the Li family, maybe he would have left Fresh Breeze Town long ago. Then our Li family would have really lost a rare talent. In this world, some things were really just so marvelous. Okay, hurry up and go cultivate. With the help of the Thunder Flame pills and the speed at which you have been progressing, you still have a good chance to break through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in the next 2 months. Li Ru said to Duan Ling Tian, urging him to return to his room and cultivate. After witnessing the formidability of her son's sword-drawing arts, as far as she was concerned, so long as her son could break through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, he would not necessarily be unable to kill the Fang family's manager. Yes, madam. Duan Ling Tian instantly stood straight as a spear, giving his mother a military salute. Under Li Ru's stupefied gaze, he turned around and returned to his room. What was that movement Tian did? Li Ru had a puzzled expression. Maybe if she had the chance to take a tour of the earth, she would realize that the movement Duan Ling Tian made earlier was a standard military salute. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months passed by. Crackle. At dawn, the sound of bones rubbing together sounded from inside Duan Ling Tian's room. Subsequently, the room's door was shoved open and Duan Ling Tian slowly walked out, bathing in the sunlight. half a month earlier than expected. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curved into a smile as he lightly clenched his fists and felt the boundless power within his body. Thanks to the unending assistance of the Thunder Flame pills and the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Ling Tian made it from the 5th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level in only 1.5 months' time. An ordinary 7th level body tempering martial artist would possess 2,000 pounds of strength, whereas Duan Ling Tian, who cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, at the moment of progressing into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, his body's strongest explosive force had already passed the 3,000-pound mark. Compared to the 300 pounds of strength he had when he was at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, his power increased by a whole 10 times. I still have a half-month more, just enough time to cultivate the martial arts in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's Spirit Serpent form, Spirit Serpent movement technique. Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly. He immediately started to cultivate the Spirit Serpent movement technique in the courtyard. After cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's Spirit Serpent form until the 7th level of the body tempering stage, the flexibility of his body was beyond imagination. Duan Ling Tian was absolutely sure that even the yoga masters with the best flexibility on earth wouldn't be able to compare to his current flexibility. Duan Ling Tian cultivated around the large tree at a corner of the courtyard. His whole body was like a spirit serpent, sticking to the tree trunk as he flashed around swiftly. In a few moments, he had already gone around the tree from top to bottom more than 10 times. The Spirit Serpent movement technique is a pure movement technique martial skill that stresses upon the utmost usage of the cultivator's body's flexibility, while at the same time producing terribly frightening speeds. Duan Ling Tian, whose body fulfilled the flexibility requirements to cultivate the Spirit Serpent movement technique, was able to cultivate it proficiently. An hour later, he finally grasped some of the quintessences of the Spirit Serpent movement technique. Of course, it was mostly due to the foundation from form and will boxing that he achieved in his previous life, or else it would be impossible for him to grasp some of the quintessences of the Spirit Serpent movement technique in such a short amount of time. The more he trained, the more deeply absorbed he was. After an unknown amount of time, the clear and melodious sound of a door opening entered his ears. Only then did he stop his cultivation. "Mom." When he saw the beautiful woman that walked out, a light smile emerged on Duan Ling Tian's face. He, who was an orphan in his previous life, truly cherished and enjoyed the motherly love Li Ru gave him. And he was deeply trapped within this feeling, unable to break free from its clutches. "Tian," Li Ru replied with a smile, but her smile quickly froze. "Tian, you broke through." Li Ru's voice trembled lightly. Good. Li Ru was so excited that she was unable to control her tone. In these past few months, she was always worried about whether her son would be able to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage before the day of the battle. But now it seemed like she had overthought things. Her son didn't disappoint her, and he even completed his 7th level body tempering breakthrough half a month earlier. "Tian, Mom is very happy today. I'll go buy some things now and cook something good for you." Li Ru's beautiful face was glowing. She left as soon as she finished her sentence. Warmth aroused inside of Duan Ling Tian's heart. He could understand his mother's mood, a parent's love and devotion. Boss. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to continue cultivating the Spirit Serpent movement technique, a slightly hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. "This damn fatty is really thick-headed. He's back again." Duan Ling Tian frowned. He recognized the owner of the voice. In the past 2 months, the fatty had come more than 10 times. Most of the time, taking into account the good relationship between Fifth Elder and his mother, Duan Ling Tian usually wouldn't give him attitude. But after giving this damn fatty an inch, he was trying to take a mile. After opening the unlocked door, he walked out of the courtyard. "Li Zan, how many times must I tell you, I won't take you as a lackey. If you continue to harass me, then I'll be forced to take this matter to your dad." Duan Ling Tian looked towards the little fatty and frowned. "Boss, please don't. I came today because I really have an important matter to tell you." "You're in trouble, big trouble." When he heard Duan Ling Tian say that he would complain about him to his dad, the fatty immediately got scared. "What matter is it? Hurry up and tell me." Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly grim. As far as he was concerned, this damn fatty's filthy mouth couldn't utter anything decent. "Boss, when I heard about this, the first thing I did was come to see you. I didn't even tell my dad. I'm really loyal, right?" The little fatty's fat face bulged out as he laughed. If you don't tell me right away, then you don't have to anymore. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. In front of this damn fatty, he didn't have any patience. Please don't, boss. I'll tell you. This was something I heard by chance. Even in the Fang family, it's still a secret. His fat face trembled as he said this, then the little fatty took a deep breath. Fang family, Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows raised. Boss, I heard that the Fang family's manager, Fang Chang, broke through to the core formation stage a few days ago. Why don't we ignore the agreement that's supposed to take place in half a month? You're only 15, so even if you go against an agreement, it's not really shameful. After finishing what he wanted to say in a single breath, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face didn't change, it was as if he wasn't the least bit shocked, but his eyes had narrowed slightly, and a bright light flashed through them. The thing that he was worried about the most actually happened. Fang Chang actually broke through at this critical juncture. The 9th level of the body tempering stage possesses 10,000 pounds of strength when the strength of the fleshly body is fully exerted. It is able to draw upon the force of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette, whereas at the 1st level of the core formation stage, on top of the fleshly body's strength being equal to the strength of one ancient mammoth, the developed origin energy provides a martial artist with strength similar to another ancient mammoth. A 1st level core formation martial artist has a total of strength of 2 ancient mammoths when fully exerting his strength. As he drew in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian could feel the pressure. The happiness he felt when he broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage eased up. Li Zan, it's enough that you told me about this. Don't tell any other person, do you understand? He looked towards the little fatty as he coldly said this. I can't even tell my dad. The little fatty asked naively. Is your dad not a person? Duan Ling Tian gave the little fatty a stare, causing the little fatty to feel as if he was sitting on a bed of needles. Boss, that, abruptly, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Ling Tian. What? Duan Ling Tian frowned. This damn fatty was really annoying, but for the sake of sealing his lips, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to endure. Boss, I need you to help me teach a lesson to Li Ming. The little fatty rubbed his fat hands together while he laughed slyly. Duan Ling Tian thought for a second. He was remembering who Li Ming was. Li Ming, the youngest son of the 2nd elder, a famous genius in the Li family. His natural talent was not one bit lower than the Li Jia of the past. He was 17 this year, and under the assistance of the Thunder Flame pills and the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, he stepped into the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago. You and Li Ming's conditions are the same, both not lacking Thunder Flame pills and 6 treasures body tempering liquid, so why don't you rely on your own strength to defeat him? Said Duan Ling Tian angrily. In this sense, this damn fatty was not one bit similar to the 5th elder. I don't lack it, but the problem is that he's older than me by 2 years. The little fatty looked at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation as he laughed maliciously. Boss, please help me. I was nearly kicked around like a ball last time, and he even insulted me saying I was a damn fat pig. I must teach him a lesson and make him call me Brother Fatty every time he sees me. Boss, you have to help me. If I get beaten up by him again, I'm afraid I might forget what you said to me earlier. Noticing that Duan Ling Tian was still thinking it over, the little fatty hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Chapter 26, Thunder Flame Inscription. You damn fatty, you dare threaten me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light, causing the little fatty to take a step back in fear. Boss, I'm in the wrong. Enough. Frowning, Duan Ling Tian didn't bother to continue arguing with the little fatty. While smoothly removing the bronze ring from his finger, he looked toward the little fatty and said, take this ring with you, and give me the ring on your hand. The little fatty was struck dumb. He glanced at the bronze ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand and then looked at the gold ring on his thumb. His chubby face had a painful expression. Boss, this is the birthday present from my grandfather last year. Are you exchanging with me or not? If you're not exchanging, then scram. Duan Ling Tian, he shouted in a low voice. He then turned around like he was about leave. The little fatty was a shrewd person, so he instantly noticed the hidden clues. He hurriedly spread open his hands and moved to block Duan Ling Tian. He slyly smiled as he said, Boss, does the ring in your hand have some secrets? Duan Ling Tian responded, HMPH, if you take this ring, defeating Li Ming will just be a matter of seconds. But since you're unwilling to give up the ring your grandfather gave you, then it doesn't matter anymore. Duan Ling Tian was about to return to the courtyard as soon as he finished speaking. Boss, I'm in the wrong, I admit that I'm in the wrong. Isn't that enough? The little fatty became anxious. While quickly walking forward, he looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly and said, Boss, this ring in your hand, don't tell me it's inscribed with an inscription. You even know about inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Zan would know about inscriptions. Hee. The little fatty laughed complacently. When I was at my grandfather's house, I saw some records about inscriptions in an ancient book. Allegedly, inscriptions are typically inscribed on personal belongings and enable an individual to control unbelievable powers. Fortune really does favor the fool. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he passed the bronze ring in his hand to the little fatty. Take it, if you're unwilling to give up the gold ring on your hand, once you've used up the inscription on the bronze ring, return it to me. The little fatty extended his chubby hand to receive the ring. His little eyes stared at it intensely before he exclaimed, Boss, I was just casually making a remark. Does this ring of yours really have an inscription on it? Nonsense. Duan Ling Tian made a low HMPH sound. The inscription on this ring was inscribed using the materials he had bought the other day. He originally intended to keep it just in case he needs to use it against the Fang family's manager, but who could have known that Fang Cheng would break through at this critical juncture? This type of inscription was only effective against body-tempering martial artists, it was useless against core formation martial artists. Therefore, he made use of the opportunity and gave it to the little fatty. With his current strength, he wouldn't need the power of inscriptions to defeat a body-tempering martial artist. Boss, you're even acquainted with an inscription master. The little fatty's small eyes started to glare brightly in a manner that seemed as if he would never be satisfied until he knew everything. Enough. Hurry up and scram. Remember what I said. If you dare to spread the word that Fang Cheng has broken through, especially if it spreads to my mother, I'll knead you into a ball and kick you around. Duan Ling Tian walked into the courtyard after giving the little fatty a stare. However, the little fatty followed him into the courtyard. Boss, Duan Ling Tian frowned. What now? The little fatty smiled embarrassedly. Boss, how do you activate the inscription on this ring? Didn't you read an ancient book about inscriptions? What? You need me to teach you such a simple thing? Duan Ling Tian angrily gave the little fatty a disdainful gaze, then he taught him how to activate the inscription before kicking him out. After the little fatty left, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Fang Cheng breaking through to the core formation stage was undoubtedly bad news to him. The inscription technique may be miraculous, but it also had its limits. The inscriptions that Duan Ling Tian was capable of inscribing at the moment were only effective against martial artists that had not developed their origin energy. Inscriptions that could affect core formation martial artists required the combination of origin energy with materials in order to be engraved successfully. He thought about asking his mother for help, but inscribing was an extensive and profound art. Someone who lacked the slightest knowledge of inscriptions would require years of bitter research into the Tao of inscription before being able to inscribe their first inscription successfully. The only reason he was able to inscribe inscriptions so easily was thanks to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor that he possessed. When he inscribed an inscription, it was as if Rebirth Martial Emperor was doing it, so he didn't feel any pressure. Looks like if I want to kill Fang Cheng, I can't rely on any external forces, I can only rely on myself. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he returned to the courtyard. Maybe the spirit serpent movement technique will become a turning point for him. He didn't allow Li Zan to spread the news that Fang Cheng had broken through to the core formation stage, because he didn't want his mother to know. He knew that the moment his mother found out about Fang Cheng breaking through, never in a million years would she allow him to pay the Fang family a visit half a month from now. Whereas the Fang family concealed this news because they were worried that he wouldn't dare pay them a visit once he heard of it, the Fang family was obviously trying to use this opportunity to get rid of him. Fang family, you're really looking down on me. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the Li family martial arts practice hall, the little fatty Li Zan had both his hands in his pockets. He was standing there putting on airs. His surroundings were filled with Li family disciples. Each one of them was looking at Li Zan while pointing at him and discussing. Is he high? He actually dared to challenge Li Ming. Does he feel the pitiful state Li Ming left him in the last time wasn't enough? I don't know, maybe because he's covered in thick skin and flesh, he can't feel any pain. Fifth Elder is handsome and unrestrained with an imposing appearance, but besides Li Zan's eyebrows, there isn't a single part of him that's similar to Fifth Elder. Even if he does have a similar appearance, it's been blocked out by his fat. Many of the discussions were filled with ridicule. They felt like Li Zan was overestimating himself. Damn fat pig, I heard that you want to challenge me. After a short time, a youth walked in from afar and stopped in front of Li Zan. His face had a mocking expression while looking at Li Zan. He was looking down on him. He was Li Ming, the son of the Li family's second elder. Li Ming, let's settle the score between us today. The little fatty shouted loudly, then all the fat on his entire body trembled as he flew out like a ball. His chubby fists blasted towards Li Ming. You're overestimating yourself. Li Ming smiled in disdain. He didn't even bother to move. His fist struck out to intercept the little fatty. As far as he was concerned, as long as his fist strikes the little fatty, then the little fatty will be blasted away rolling like a ball. The surrounding Li family disciples had the exactly same thought. In their opinion, Li Zan was far from being a match for Li Ming. Ping. Their fists collided. But at the instant of collision, the little fatty's eyes narrowed into slits. He instantly activated the inscription on the ring on his pinky. Hiss. Immediately, Li Ming felt as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body was feeling powerless. Besides that, he felt an aching pain from being struck by thunder and flames throughout his entire body. This feeling was extremely familiar to him. It was exactly the same thing he always felt after consuming the Thunder Flame pill, before he could even begin wondering why the symptoms of Thunder Flame pill consumption would arise at this moment. The powerless Li Ming was blasted backwards by Li Zan's punch. Subsequently, Li Zan followed up with another fist strike, hitting the side of Li Ming's face and knocking him down. Following that was a hurricane of attacks, a completely one-sided mauling. Are you kidding me? The surrounding Li family disciples, mouths gaped wide open. Some even ruthlessly pinched their thighs, which made them emit shrill cries before realizing it wasn't a dream. They were all dumbstruck. When did Li Zan become so formidable? Didn't Li Ming just break through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago? Stop it. When the aching pain in his body finally dissipated, Li Ming wanted to retaliate, but he felt pain in his muscles whenever he tried to slightly exert strength. He was obviously severely injured by Li Zan. Forced by the circumstances, he hurriedly started to beg for mercy. Will you continue calling me damn fat pig? Li Zan was merciless. Even when his opponent was down, he stepped on Li Ming's thigh, causing Li Ming to scream in pain before putting his hand on his hips and mouthing off. I won't, Li Ming said, in a slightly hysterical tone. Next time you see me, call me Brother Fatty. Do you understand? The little fatty gave him a fierce and malicious stare before threatening him. Yes, Brother Fatty, Li Ming hurriedly said, afraid that if he was too slow, the little fatty's fist would once more descend upon him. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Since his entire body was filled with injuries and he had no chance of defeating Li Zan, he chose to endure. As far as he was concerned, once he recovers, he will be able to wash away the shame he endured today. Of course, he was puzzled in his heart as to why the symptoms of Thunder Flame pill's medicinal properties taking effect spread throughout his body the moment he collided fists with Li Zan. Could it be a side effect from Thunder Flame pill consumption? I never noticed that you were such a contemptible wretch. Only obedient after taking a beating. After making a HMPH sound, Li Zan left Li Ming and left the martial arts practice hall under gazes of disbelief. After teaching Li Ming a lesson, Li Zan's mood was elated. The Thunder Flame inscription boss gave me is really great. I bet Li Ming is still wondering why his body was suddenly affected by the symptoms of Thunder Flame pill's medicinal properties taking effect. I bet he thinks it's the side effects of the Thunder Flame pill, haha. In the courtyard, a slim, graceful, and beautiful young girl with a violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand was unceasingly drawing and sheathing her sword. She was cultivating the drawing sword arts. Beside her was a handsome youth with delicate features. He was patiently explaining to her the minute details of the sword drawing arts and answering all her questions like a tireless teacher. Suddenly, the sound of someone calling out came from outside the courtyard, causing the youth to frown. This damn fatty is such a nuisance. I'm going out for a second. Cultivate by yourself for a while. Yes, young master. The young girl obediently nodded. The youth walked out of the courtyard with large strides. When he spotted the little fatty that was walking over, he frowned and asked, "What now?" The little fatty laughed slyly. Then he took off the bronze ring from his pinky as well as the gold ring on his thumb before passing them both to the youth. "Boss, your ring." The youth didn't move to receive the rings but instead looked at the gold ring in the fatty's hand. "What is the meaning of this?" The fatty smiled embarrassedly. "Boss, I brutally beat up Li Ming today. I'm sure he'll come get even with me once he has recovered, so I want to ask you to get that inscription master to inscribe a thunder flame inscription for me." Chapter 27. Unable to vindicate himself. Giving the little fatty a stare, Duan Ling Tian angrily said, "Damn fatty, do you think inscriptions are worthless, and that you can get one whenever you please? I still haven't even asked you for compensation. Do you know that just this thunder flame inscription costs 30 silver worth of materials? The inscription technique is an art that burned through money. Inscriptions like the thunder flame inscription are still considered low-grade inscriptions. Inscriptions that are of a slightly higher grade would easily cost thousands, 10,000, or even more silver." Duan Ling Tian originally expected the little fatty to back out after he heard of the expenses. After all, even the little fatty's dad, fifth elder Li Ting, only received not even 20 silver coins a month, so it would be impossible to allow him to pour money down the drain like this. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, the little fatty abruptly started laughing. He put his hand into his pocket and withdrew a stack of silver bills. Each of the bills was of the 100 silver denomination. He passed them over to Duan Ling Tian. "Boss, isn't it only silver? Anything that can be solved by silver is not a problem at all. There should be around 7 or either 100 silver here. Take it all and get that inscription master to make me some inscriptions." Duan Ling Tian was struck dumb. He was absolutely sure that the silver bills in the little fatty's hands were not from fifth elder Li Ting. Li Ting earned 500 silver the other day by betting on him. But even then, Li Ting's entire net worth wasn't more than 1,500 silver. Otherwise, during that time when he battled with Li Jia, Li Ting would have been able to use 500 more silver to bet with Li Kun. Duan Ling Tian received the silver bills from the fatty and quickly weighed them before asking, "Li Zan, where did you get all this money from?" The little fatty smiled widely and his little eyes narrowed. "My grandfather gave it to me before I returned to the Li family estate." "Boss, please don't tell my dad, or else I won't even be able to keep the balance of my money. Besides these silver bills, you still have more." Duan Ling Tian was stupefied and his eyes started to glow. He didn't expect the little fatty to be this loaded. He, I still have some." The little fatty had an carefree expression on his face. "My grandfather told me that I can send him a letter whenever I've used up all of this silver and he will send me more." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. It would seem that the little fatty's grandfather was no ordinary person, though he had never heard of him before. In the memories of the past Duan Ling Tian, he only knew that the little fatty's mother died of an illness around 7 or 8 years ago. After that, the little fatty went away with his grandfather. With silver coins, anything can be discussed. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and he started patting the little fatty on the shoulder. "How about this? I'll write down the materials needed for the thunder flame inscription and you go buy them yourself. We'll consider the money here as my compensation. From now on, I will inscribe as many thunder flame inscriptions as you can supply the materials for. What say you?" "Boss, you said that you will inscribe it for me. Don't tell me the thunder flame inscription was inscribed by you." The little fatty was dumbfounded when he understood the meaning behind what Duan Ling Tian said. "What's with all the nonsense? As long the inscriptions are good, why? Do you care about who inscribed them?" Duan Ling Tian casually put away the silver bills in his pocket, turned around, and returned to the courtyard to write down the materials needed for the thunder flame inscription. "Look at the materials written on this list. Each set can be used to inscribe one thunder flame inscription. Right, you have to prepare some accessories, and each accessory can only contain one inscription." Duan Ling Tian said as he passed the list over to the little fatty. The little fatty took the list as if it was a precious treasure, then he looked eagerly at Duan Ling Tian, hesitating to speak what was on his mind. "If you have something to say, then say it and scram." Duan Ling Tian said angrily. For the past few months, he'd been totally annoyed by the little fatty. "Boss, can I learn the inscription technique from you?" The little fatty's chubby face trembled with an expression full of anticipation. Noticing Duan Ling Tian frowning, the little fatty hurriedly added, "Boss, I can pay you tuition fees, I won't learn for free." Tuition fees. Duan Ling Tian's frown eased up and his eyes shone brightly. What he lacked the most was money. Even though he had 30,000 silver with him, he knew that the moment he stepped into the core formation stage, it wouldn't be very long before it would all be used up. No amount of silver would be sufficient for him, especially since he was capable in so many professions. He had medicine refining, weapon crafting, as well as inscriptions. Okay, since you're so sincere, even though it's difficult, I will still take out half an hour's time to teach you. How much you can learn will be entirely up to you. Only an idiot wouldn't take money that was sitting on the table. Duan Ling Tian patted the little fatty on his shoulder again and said, out of respect for Fifth Elder, I'll only ask for 1,000 silver coins a month. Any problems with that? After hearing what he said, the little fatty was dumbstruck. Noticing the little fatty's expression, Duan Ling Tian thought that he felt that it was too expensive, so he embarrassedly coughed as he slowly said, if you think it's too expensive, we can still negotiate. Slightly. It's so cheap. Boss, thank you. The little fatty excitedly interrupted Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian, who kept quiet, to feel regret at the same time. Did he really set the price too low? Seeing the little fatty holding the list in his hand and walking out, Duan Ling Tian stopped him and said, with a heavy expression, no matter what, never let anyone know the fact that I know the inscription technique, or else you can forget about learning it from me. Don't worry, boss, I wouldn't tell anyone even if they beat me to death. The little fatty pledged sincerely, jubilantly walking out. Imagining how Li Ming would continuously be thwarted by him in the future, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. He decided that he would at least get another 10 to 20 Thunder Flame inscriptions to keep as backup. I, Li Zan, have such good foresight. Taking such a formidable person as my boss, not to mention his heaven-defying strength, he even knows the inscription technique. I gained big time, the little fatty muttered to himself in a low voice while excitedly walking home to get his money. He had already given all the money he had on him to Duan Ling Tian. After little fatty left, Duan Ling Tian returned to the courtyard and continued to stand behind Kair. Their bodies were close together as he guided her in the sword-drawing arts. After 2 months of cultivation, Kair had nearly grasped the quintessence of the sword-drawing arts. She was only lacking a little bit of practice. Smelling the delicate fragrance coming off the young girl's hair and feeling the warmth of her body, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly dazed. He took in a deep breath in enjoyment. What are the two of you doing? A voice that had a hint of laughter in it followed by the sound of footsteps abruptly came from behind them. When he heard the voice, Duan Ling Tian embarrassedly took a step back, distancing himself from the young girl. The young girl had an embarrassed expression. Her face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out at any time. Madam, it was exactly Li Ru who had just returned from the marketplace. Kair, stop cultivating for a while and help me. I bought plenty of things today to nourish you both up. Li Ru shook the vegetable basket in her hand as she smiled. The young girl hurriedly put away her sword. Mom, do you need my help? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. Go away. Go and cultivate properly. Although you've broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, Fang Qian is a 9th level body tempering martial artist. If he somehow has luck on his side and dodges your sword-drawing arts, then you'll be done for. Li Ru gave Duan Ling Tian a contemptuous glance, absolutely ignoring him. Young master, you broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. The young girl looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pleasantly surprised expression. Duan Ling Tian laughed loudly. My Kair is already at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. If I hadn't broken through, then I would have lost face. The young girl's gaze dimmed as she slowly said, Young master, I'll try to cultivate slower. Li Ru smiled. Kair, ignore him, just work hard and cultivate. We women need to be stronger than men so we can suppress them. If you don't want to be bullied by him in the future, then you have to hurry up and surpass him. After hearing what Li Ru said, the young girl blushed. She took the vegetable basket off Li Ru's hands before running into the kitchen, leaving the mother and son to look at her embarrassed figure. Kid, don't get lazy. Li Ru gave Duan Ling Tian a stare before following Kair into the kitchen. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, continuing his cultivation. His flexible body seemed as if it had transformed into a spirit serpent as it flashed swiftly across the courtyard. Swift as wind and lightning, his speed grew faster by the moment. The natural talent Kair revealed in the past 2 months amazed even Duan Ling Tian. Just like him, Kair's cultivation circumstances exceeded that of the Li family disciples. But Kair was a girl after all. Having this level of natural talent was indeed rare. According to his mother, Ker's natural talent even exceeded hers. Nevertheless, Ker having such good natural talent and fast cultivation speeds made Duan Lingtian happy. At least when he leaves Fresh Breeze Town to wander the world, he can bring Ker along. If he didn't have Ker by his side, he would feel unaccustomed. After a short while, the two beauties finished cooking a sumptuous feast with a strong aroma. The family sat down to enjoy the meal together. As they put food on each other's plates, the atmosphere was filled with happiness and warmth. At the same time, in the courtyard of second elder Li Sheng stand at the door and looking at his son, Li Ming, who was lying there on a bed. His expression was filled with disappointment. Look at you. If it was Duan Ling Tian that did this to you, I wouldn't say a single word. But you actually got beaten up to this sorry state by Li Zan. Don't you feel ashamed? I know I do. Dad, I already told you 800 times, it was the side effects of the thunder flame pill that abruptly affected me, or else I would have pummeled Li Zan until he was unrecognizable. Li Ming sat up on the bed with his head resting against the wall. He had an expression of helplessness and he was unable to vindicate himself. Look at you, still looking for excuses. Your brother consumed the thunder flame pill as well, why didn't I see him be affected by any side effects? Li Sheng shook his head. He obviously didn't believe Li Ming. If you can't beat him now, go cultivate hard and beat him later on. Stop trying to find excuses, that's what cowards do. Li Sheng turned around and left as soon as he finished. Li Ming lied there on the bed. Even slightly stretching his body made him feel pain. He gnashed his teeth as he fiercely said, "Damn fatty, once I've recovered, I will properly teach you a lesson. I don't believe your luck will always be that good." In Li Ming's opinion, Li Zan being able to defeat him was all thanks to good luck. If it wasn't for him being affected by the thunder flame pill's side effects, it would be impossible for Li Zan to defeat him. When he recalled how his father and brother didn't believe him, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why don't they believe me? Didn't they even think about it? That damn fatty, how could he even be a match for me? Chapter 28, half a month later. Are you sure you want me to inscribe 20 thunder flame inscriptions? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw the pile of materials the little fatty had prepared. He felt it to be slightly too much. Yes, boss. The little fatty's head nodded like a chick pecking on rice, subsequently asking, "Boss, are there any problems?" "No problems." He then said, "I just want to tell you that you can't use the thunder flame inscription on anyone besides Li Ming, or else it won't take long for everyone to realize that you used an inscription on him. If you only use it on Li Ming, even if it happens repeatedly, he will be unable to explain it because no one will believe him." "Yeah, you're right, why didn't I think of that?" The little fatty hit himself on the head, then he regretfully said, "I bet once I use the thunder flame inscription on Li Ming a few times more, he won't dare to offend me again." "Boss, won't the remaining materials go to waste?" Duan Ling Tian indifferently said, "Keep the remaining materials, you will need them. The first inscription I'll be teaching you is the thunder flame inscription." "Thanks, boss, thanks a lot." A wide smile burst forth on the little fatty's face. Suddenly, he noticed Duan Ling Tian opening his hand towards him. Feeling puzzled, the fatty asked, "Boss, what do you mean by that?" "Tuition fee." Duan Ling Tian gave the little fatty a stare as he said angrily this. Yes, I nearly forgot." The little fatty laughed slyly as he reached into his pocket, withdrew a stack of silver bills, and passed them to Duan Ling Tian. "Boss, I had it ready a long time ago. Here's 1,000 silver. It's the tuition fee for the next month." Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and took it from him, then he nodded his head. "Starting from tomorrow, I'll come find you at your place after lunch. For half an hour daily, I'll teach you to the best of my ability. What you can learn will be entirely up to you." "Thanks, boss, then I won't disturb you any longer." The little fatty had a wide smile as he turned around and jubilantly left. After quickly weighing the 1,000 silver in bills in his hand, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into a slight smile. "Every penny counts. I need to collect as much as I can, because in the future, no matter whether it's medicine refining, weapon crafting, or inscriptions, they are all bottomless pits." Starting the following day, Duan Ling Tian would dedicate half an hour out of his schedule to go to Li Zan's house after lunch. At the beginning, 5th Elder Li Ting felt it to be odd, but after seeing his son and Duan Ling Tian becoming good friends, he was happy for it to happen. Although, in the past few days, he would always hear weird sounds coming from his son's room. Abruptly, the noise sounded again. Li Ting shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. In the room, the handsome youth with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes slapped the little fatty on his head. How can you be so stupid? I told you that violet gold sand and scorching grass powder can't be mixed directly, but you still can't remember. Boss, don't hit me anymore. If you continue, I'll become even more stupid. The little fatty rubbed his head. His face had a wronged expression. Why did I ever agree to teach you the inscription technique? You're a blockhead. I'm telling you right now, if you don't achieve any improvement in this month, no matter how much silver you give me, I won't teach you anymore next month because I don't want to waste my time. The youth had an expression of disappointment. The little fatty bitterly smiled. Boss, don't worry, I'll work hard and not let you down. I hope you can do as you say. Half an hour is up, so it's time for me to leave. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you can improve a little. With a frown, the youth walked out of the room and left. Half a month later, dawn, the Li family's martial arts practice hall was bustling with noise and excitement. The gathered Li family disciples were all youths and young girls. Their discussions all revolved around second elder's youngest son, Li Ming, and fifth elder's son, Li Zan. This time Li Ming took the initiative to challenge Li Zan. Looks like he's finished recovering. Li Ming said that he only lost to Li Zan because he was sick. I wonder if it's true. If he loses to Li Zan again, then it must be a lie. Yeah, I think so too. He can't always be coincidentally sick, right? Li Ming had arrived long ago and was standing in the middle of the martial arts practice hall. As he heard the surrounding discussions, his face grew uglier by the moment. His father didn't allow him to spread the matter regarding the thunder flame pill, so he could only use the excuse of being sick. But he didn't expect that so many people would doubt him. Did they really think he wasn't a match for Li Zan? Li Zan, this time I'm going to make you lie on a bed for half a month too. Li Ming angrily said as he gnashed his teeth. Li Zan has arrived. Suddenly, the youths and young girls surrounding the martial arts practice hall all turned around to look in the distance. In the distance, a perfect couple walked in front, while a slightly wretched little fatty followed behind them like a little lackey. The little lackey was exactly the main protagonist of today, Li Zan. I heard Li Zan acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as his boss. Acknowledging a disciple with another surname as his boss, such a disgrace to the Li family. So what if he's a disciple with another surname? If you've got the balls, repeat what you just said loudly. Do you dare? You don't dare, right? If you don't dare, then don't talk big. That's right, even though Duan Ling Tian is a disciple with another surname, he brought honor to our Li family. The Fang family was put in embarrassing situations many times by him. The 3 months period will be up tomorrow. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will really pay a visit to the Fang family. As Duan Ling Tian held K.'s hand, he could hear the discussion about him from afar. Towards all of this, he just laughed it off. He then looked at the little fatty behind him. Don't injure him too severely today. Let him withdraw after he understands that he won't win, or else second elder will go argue with your dad even though he's extremely magnanimous. Don't make it difficult for your dad, do you? Understand? The little fatty hurriedly nodded. In this world, the person he admired the most was Duan Ling Tian. When they noticed the three of them arriving, the Li family disciples opened up a path. Duan Ling Tian held K.'s hand as they stood in the front. The little fatty, on the other hand, walked out and entered the arena. He was grinning broadly as he looked towards Li Ming. Li Ming, have you recovered well? You recovered so quickly. Li Zan, today I will wash away the shame you gave me half a month ago. Li Ming's face was bright red. The rage that he had suppressed for half a month was finally bursting forth. Don't worry, my boss told me not to injure you so severely this time. Li Zan laughed slyly. His expression seemed annoying and extremely despicable. Li Ming's gaze turned cold, his legs, which had already been accumulating energy for some time, shook, and he flew out like a fierce tiger towards Li Zan. The mastered middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist was executed, blasting towards Li Zan. Fierce Tiger Fist. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. He remembered that 7th Elder's youngest son, Li Xin, also used Fierce Tiger Fist. However, Li Xin's Fierce Tiger Fist was inferior to Li Ming's. They were on completely different levels. This was the difference between the initial stage and mastery. Martial skills were only able to exert their true might when cultivated to mastery. Li Zan moved, directly moving to intercept the strike. He didn't even use any martial arts, he only casually struck out his fist towards Li Ming's fist. In an instant, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile and he activated the thunder flame inscription. Instantly, the scene from half a month ago appeared once again. Li Ming's whole body froze as if struck by lightning. The strength in his fists dissipated, only leaving behind a slight inertia. He was completely unable to stop Li Zan. Ping! Li Zan's fist struck out and struck Li Ming down, putting him in such a painful state that he started sweating profusely. A flurry of fists and kicks followed that. The Li family martial arts practice hall was deathly silent. To the people who saw their fight half a month ago, this scene was so similar. Half a month ago, Li Ming was beaten up by Li Zan in the same way. No, impossible. How could this be possible? After Li Zan stopped, Li Ming noticed that the aching pain of thunder and flames striking his body had vanished. He seemed to be in a daze, unable to believe that what had happened was real. If half a month ago Li Zan's luck was good, could it be that his luck was good again this time? How could there be such a coincidence? Don't offend me anymore from now on, or else I won't mind making you lie on a bed for half a month again. Li Zan's chubby face trembled as he boasted. Under the revering gazes of the surrounding people, he returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. Li Zan had a flattering smile on his face, he seemed like a completely different person. Boss, I listened to you and showed mercy. This time he will be bedridden for a few days at most. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Sister-in-law, I'm formidable, right? Li Zan looked towards K'er as he smiled slyly. Hearing how Li Zan addressed her, K'er's face instantly blushed. Stop being complacent. With the assistance of Thunder Flame Pill and the 7 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid, you're only at the 5th level of the body tempering stage now. Don't you feel ashamed? Duan Ling Tian gave Li Zan a disdainful glance. Since he was forced to tacitly approve of Li Zan as his lackey, he added materials into the fatty's 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid, changing it into the 7 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid. Of course, this was a secret. Between him and Li Zan, even 5th Elder Li Ting didn't know. Only then did Li Zan find out that the 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid was actually made by his boss, and this made him start admiring Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of his heart. Li Zan embarrassedly scratched the back of his head while laughing bitterly. Boss, do you think everyone is abnormal like you and sister-in-law? Yesterday, K'er's cultivation followed behind Duan Ling Tian's. She stepped into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, causing Li Zan to be speechless. He had no choice but to admire them. Scram, you're the abnormal one. Duan Ling Tian gave the little fatty a stare. While holding K'er's hand, he turned around and walked away. As the crowd automatically opened up a path for them, all of the gazes that gathered on him were filled with respect. The Duan Ling Tian of 4 months ago was considered to be someone that everyone looked down upon. But now, unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian had become someone that they could only look up to. Some of them even regretted not getting on good terms with him when he was still weak. If they had, they would be able to follow beside him like Li Zan. How prestigious. Boss, wait for me. Dragging along his body that was covered in fat, Li Zan followed along jubilantly. When the shadow of their figures disappeared from everyone's sight, only then did everyone look towards the person lying in the middle of the arena. Li Ming, who had a stupefied expression, was looking up towards the sky. The crowd started mocking him. Is Li Ming going to say he lost again because he got sick again? In my opinion, when he said he was sick last month, it was totally an excuse. Look now, he disgraced himself. Such a disgrace. The corners of Li Ming's mouth emitted a helpless and bitter laugh as he heard the ridicule that came from the surrounding Li family disciples. He could not understand why such a bizarre thing would happen to him. Chapter 29, Determination. Boss, tomorrow is the day you said you would visit the Fang family. Are you really going? On the way back from the martial arts practice hall, the little fatty had a serious expression as he looked towards the youth beside him. The youth smiled indifferently. Of course I'm going. For over 20 years in his past life, he always kept his promises. He never had the habit of taking back anything he said. This was one of his rules when he dealt with his affairs. If he changed it, then he wouldn't be the Ling Tian whose name once shook the planet Earth and its various countries. The little fatty was silent for a bit. After a short moment he asked, Boss, are you confident? The youth shrugged his shoulders. The corners of his mouth contained a smile as he answered, Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course I want the truth. The little fatty said in all seriousness. I'm not 100% confident. The youth's pupils flickered as he lightly shook his head. Boss, if you're not confident, then don't go tomorrow. You're only 15, the same age as Fang Qian's son. If you back out of the fight with Fang Chang, no one would really ridicule you. An expression of worry emerged on the little fatty's face as he said this sincerely. Li Zan, the youth abruptly said. Yes, boss, the little fatty hurriedly replied. Remember this. As a man, you must be responsible. Once you've promised something, there is no reason for you to break it. If I don't go, I would be going against my heart, and I might end up stuck in this pit for the rest of my lifetime because I was a coward and I was scared. So, even if I don't have 100% confidence, I will still go. The youth had a serious expression as he slowly said this. The young girl beside the youth had eyes that were clear like water as she looked at him sentimentally. She noticed that at this moment, there was an indescribable charisma emanating from the youth. It was touching the strings in the deepest part of her heart. It caused her to be deeply trapped within the grasps of his charismatic persona, and she was unable to break free from the cage that it imposed onto her. Boss, I can't defeat you in an argument, everything you say always sounds logical. The little fatty had a bitter smile, but just this once, you must listen to me, please don't act arbitrarily. It's not as if you don't know that Fang Chang is not at the body. Where is all this nonsense coming from? You should first take care of yourself, you don't have to bother about my business. The youth cut the fatty off. His sword-shaped eyebrows slightly twitched as he shot the little fatty a glare. This guy is a real big mouth. Only now did the little fatty realize that young girl was present. He embarrassedly smiled at her. After driving the little fatty away, the youth brought the young girl back to their home's courtyard. At this moment, the young girl's immature and delicate face had a hint of worry. Her warm and gentle gaze fell upon the youth as she asked, Young master, do you really not have confidence? The youth lightly smiled, gently touching the young girl's cheek, which was smooth as jade. Silly girl, I only said that I don't have 100% confidence. Don't worry, no matter what, nothing will happen to me. Even if I can't defeat him, I will still come out in one piece. I'm unwilling to leave my K.R., after all. The young girl's willow-shaped eyebrows twitched and her clear eyes showed signs of tearing up. She flew into the youth's embrace and with a voice that slightly sounded like she was in tears, she said, Young master, if anything happens to you, K.R. will not live on alone. The young girl's words were like heavy hammers striking Duan Lingtian's heart. His heart could not help but shiver in fear. Because he had experienced 2 lifetimes, he was able to tell that what she said was true without the slightest bit of falseness. In this moment, the strong-willed Duan Lingtian, who would bleed but never cry, actually could not stop his eyes from becoming slightly wet. As his hands tightly embraced the young girl, he gently said, Silly girl, don't you believe me? The young girl nodded like a weeping beauty. K.R. is scared that young master will leave K.R. If young master isn't here anymore, K.R.'s life will have no meaning. Since the time Duan Lingtian brought her back home and took care of her like family, she had already made a promise in her heart. This lifetime, she lived it only for the young master. Even if the young master marries and settles down one day and has his own wife and kids, she would still silently be by the young master's side, willing to be a servant or slave, serving him until she was old. Until the day she takes in her last breath of air. Her life would be for this man, and she would live it without any regrets. All right, look at you. You look like a little panda. Helping the young girl wipe her tears, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he said, If my mom comes home and sees you like this, she will surely think I bullied you. It's not as if you don't know that in her heart, since you're her soon-to-be daughter-in-law, you have a higher status than me, her son. Young master, you're so bad, making fun of K.R. again. The young girl embarrassedly left the youth's embrace, ran into her room, and closed the door behind her. That girl is feeling shy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then his pupils emitted a never-before-seen staunchness. For K.R., for his mother, and for himself, he would never let anything happen to himself. Fang Chang, you will certainly die. Duan Lingtian's pupils flickered with a cold light, emitting an unending coldness. Li family estate, 5th elder Li Ting's residence's courtyard. Li Ting entered his house with a weird expression. When he noticed his son, who was sitting there in a daze, he couldn't stop himself from jokingly scolding him. How did you do it, kid? Li Ming actually fell twice by your hands. He was aware that Li Ming was injured by his son half a month ago, and he was curious about how it happened. When he went to apologize to the 2nd elder, he heard Li Ming shouting, saying something about the side effects of the thunder flame pill abruptly arising. He, who was absolutely clear of his son's capabilities, naturally believed it to be true. But this time Li Ming took the initiative to challenge his son and actually got injured by his son again, causing him to feel astounded. He had just returned from second elder's residence. In the end, Li Ming once again said that it was the side effects of the thunder flame pill again and got scolded by second elder. On the way home, the more he thought about it, the more he felt like something was wrong. Although his son being able to consecutively defeat Li Ming brought honor to him, he had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as how it seemed on the surface. "Zan, what's wrong?" He quickly noticed that his son had a troubled expression, completely different from the complacent him back when he defeated Li Ming for this first time half a month ago. Why is he so weird today? Shouldn't he be happy that he defeated Li Ming? Li Ting couldn't stop himself from asking, "Zan, do you have a problem in your mind? Why do you keep frowning?" When Li Zan came back to his senses, he gritted his teeth as if he had finally made a huge decision. Then he lifted up his head to look towards Li Ting before saying, with a serious expression, "Dad, I have something I want to tell you. But, you can't let ninth elder know about this, or else boss will surely not acknowledge me as a brother anymore." Li Ting frowned. "What is it? Tell me." Li Zan hurriedly told him about what he overheard from the Fang family half a month ago. After laughing bitterly, he said, "Boss didn't want me to tell anyone, so I kept it a secret all this time, but boss will be going to the Fang family tomorrow. Although he has already broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, how could he possibly be a match for Fang Chang, who has stepped into the core formation stage?" Fang Chang is at the core formation stage. When he heard his son's story, Li Ting's face changed greatly as he loudly exclaimed, "Kid, you even dared to conceal such an important matter. You really are extremely audacious. After I tell the patriarch, I'll come home and teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ting made haste to see the patriarch. After his dad left, Li Zan lowered his chubby head and muttered to himself, "Boss, don't blame me. I'm just worried that something might go wrong. Even if you resent or hate me after this, I'll take it." At dusk, Patriarch Li Nanfeng ordered someone to come get Duan Ling Tian. This came as a surprise to him. In the Li family's audience hall, besides Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Huo and 5th Elder Li Ting were there. His heart jerked as he understood what was going on. That damn fatty opened his mouth for sure. "Greetings Patriarch, Grand Elder, and 5th Elder." Duan Ling Tian bowed to the three of them. "Duan Ling Tian, do you know why we called you here?" Li Nanfeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked this. "Patriarch called me here for the matter regarding Fang Chang stepping into the core formation stage, right?" Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. "Kid, you have good natural talent and you're intelligent. But, on this matter, don't you think you're being reckless?" Li Nanfeng heaved a sigh. Duan Ling Tian was the treasure of the Li family. As long as he was here, the 6 treasures body tempering liquids supply would not end. The 6 treasures body tempering liquids' importance to the Li family was too high. Combined with the thunder flame pill, the cultivation of the children of all the Li family elders were advancing leaps and bounds. They were pulling far ahead of the younger generations of the Fang and Chen families. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, "Patriarch, as a real man living in this world, there are things I should do and some things I shouldn't do. Tomorrow's matter is something I, Duan Ling Tian, promised upon in front of all of you. Just like the saying, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold coins. If Patriarch wants to persuade me to break my promise, I'm afraid I will be disappointing you." "You." Li Nanfeng had a gloomy expression. Duan Ling Tian's words were incisive, without any openings in his argument, causing Li Nanfeng to really not know how to persuade him. "Kid, you can't joke around with a matter like this. With your current cultivation and relying upon your swift sword, killing a 9th level body tempering martial artist is quite possible, but a 1st level core formation martial artist who possesses the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is far too much for you to handle." Grand Elder Li Huo was hoping Duan Ling Tian would give up on the idea of going to the Fang family estate tomorrow. "Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder." Gratitude emerged on Duan Ling Tian's face, however, his eyes remained as staunch as before, without a bit of change. Forget it, forget it." After staring at Duan Ling Tian for a moment, Li Huo sighed. "Patriarch, since this kid is determined, just let him go." Li Nanfeng and Li Ting were both stupefied. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face and gratefully glanced at Li Huo, then he looked towards Li Nanfeng and Li Ting. "Patriarch, 5th Elder, before I go to the Fang family tomorrow, I hope you don't tell my mother about this. Duan Ling Tian is indebted to you. As soon as he finished speaking and saying his farewells, Duan Ling Tian turned around and left, unrestrained and free. Grand Elder, how could you agree to let him go? Li Ting had a bitter expression. He didn't know why Grand Elder would make such a decision. Li Nanfeng also looked towards Li Huo. He had the same question. Li Ting, you've seen this kid's attitude. Do you think we can actually stop him? Don't tell me you want to put him under house arrest. This is the path he chose, and everyone must be responsible for their own choices. Even he is not excluded. Li Huo stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he added, tomorrow, I will go with him. I will hide in the shadows for the sake of the Li family. So what if this old face of mine is put at risk? Chapter 30. At the brink of collision. Dawn of the next day. The morning sun ascended into the eastern sky as all life in the world woke up. The youth was picked out some violet clothes and put on the sword sheath that was shaped like a belt. He grasped the violet meteorite flexible sword and pushed it into its sheath. It would be impossible for anyone who didn't know to realize with just a glance that his belt had a secret. The room door opened and the rays of sunlight entered. The youth narrowed his eyes as he stretched and yawned. A pleasing voice entered his ears. The youth's gaze fell upon the slim and graceful young girl in front of him. The young girl was wearing light green clothes. Matched with the violet leather belt on her waist, the colors didn't seem like they conflicted each other. The young girl's belt was the same as the youth's but even more exquisite. It was inclined towards women. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze, the young girl's delicate cheeks blushed. Young master, what are you looking at? Duan Ling Tian pretended to have a perverted expression. Of course it's my little beauty, K.Er. Young master, you're making fun of K.Er again. The young girl's face flushed from embarrassment. Then she asked, young master, madam and I have prepared breakfast for you. Hurry up and come have some. After saying this, she brought Duan Ling Tian to the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Where's my mother? Duan Ling Tian inquired. Madam was summoned by the patriarch early in the morning. The young girl said, K.Er, I reckon my mom won't be back anytime soon. We can eat first. Duan Ling Dian nodded as he informed K.Er. His mother leaving was not a surprise to him. After eating their fill, they walked out of the house. K.Er, when we get to the Fang family estate, go stand beside my mother. Do you understand? K.Er obediently nodded. On the way, the perfect couple attracted a long tail everywhere they passed. After leaving the Li family estate, they passed through the Li family marketplace and entered the Fang family marketplace before finally walking towards the Fang family estate. Today's marketplace was exceptionally bustling with noise and excitement. The streets were filled with a stream of people even at dawn, and even more people were standing on the sides as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, these people, as if noticing something, all looked towards the distance. It's the Li family's Duan Ling Tian. I didn't think he would really dare to visit the Fang family. I told you this long ago. If Duan Ling Tian dared to kill Fang Quan, he would surely not be afraid of the Fang family and would definitely go. The Fang family's manager, Fang Chang, is not someone Fang Quan can compare to. The gap in strength between the two is over 1,000 miles long. Duan Ling Tian is too rash. As the couple made their way through the town, people from all three marketplaces of Fresh Breeze Town trailed behind them. The line went on from one end of the Fang family marketplace to its other end. It could be said to be a large movement. In addition, the number of people was still increasing. Finally, the youth and young girl arrived in front of the Fang family estate's main entrance. When they finally got there, the area outside of the Fang family estate was already swarming with people. After a moment, the crowd consciously opened up a path. The Li family members walked over. Everyone from the patriarch to all the elders, except for 7th elder Li Kun, had come. Patriarch, elders. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel one bit surprised that Li Nanfeng and the elders had come. He walked up with the young girl beside him and he bowed to them. The surrounding crowd could not help themselves from discussing in whispers. Looks like the Li family really values Duan Ling Tian. Even the patriarch came in person. Yeah, the Li family's patriarch came in person, and the Li family's elders are nearly all gathered. Even though this Duan Ling Tian is only a disciple with another surname, his status in the Li family is obviously extraordinary. Looks like the matter between Duan Ling Tian and Fang Cheng today isn't purely a personal grievance anymore but a fight between the Li family and the Fang family. After sending K.Er off to be by his mother's side, Duan Ling Tian went alone to the front of the Fang family estate's main entrance. His voice sounded like dull lightning as he said, "The 3 months period is over. Fang family manager Fang Chang, do you dare to come out?" Duan Ling Tian shouted this in a loud voice at the main entrance of the Fang family estate. His imposing manner seemed to pierce through the sky. He was like an undefeatable war god. "Why would I not dare?" A group of people walked out from the Fang family estate. The person who followed at the back was the one that replied to Duan Ling Tian. It was none other than Fang Chang. In front of Fang Chang was the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, and all the Fang family elders. There was an old man walking shoulder to shoulder with Fang Yi. Even Fang Yi emitted a heartfelt sense of respect towards the old man. It's the Fang family's grand elder. Who would have thought that from the Fang family's patriarch to all the elders, they're coming out at full strength. If the Li family's grand elder comes as well, it will be even livelier. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the old man. The Fang family's grand elder looked at him with a seemingly tranquil gaze, but behind that tranquility was actually a hidden killing intent. As a strong-willed weapons specialist from the battlefield, he saw through it with just a glance. The Fang family members greeted the Li family members as soon as they walked out, then the Li family members went to stand near the Li family crowd. Suddenly, the Fang family's grand elder looked off into the distance and indifferently said, "Li Huo, since you've come, why are you hiding in a corner? Geezer Fang, looks like your cultivation has improved again." Just when everyone was puzzled, an aged figure walked out from within the crowd. It was indeed the Li family's grand elder, Li Huo. The Li family members hurriedly bowed to Li Huo. Grand elder. Seeing Li Huo here was slightly unexpected even to Duan Ling Tian. The surrounding spectators' gazes all lit up. Such a scene was something they would not forget in their entire lives. They all felt coming here was worth it as they would be able to brag about it once they got home. Haha, I didn't expect both grand elders to come personally. Chen Li brought his daughter here to join in as well. Just at this moment, the crowd split apart to form a path. The Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li, and Chen Meier slowly walked over. They moved to stand at the side once they bowed to the Li families and the Fang family's grand elders. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Chen Meier had a hint of concern in her eyes when she looked at him. He couldn't help but be stupefied by this. This girl couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Standing on the empty space in front of the Fang family estate main door, Duan Ling Tian gazed fixedly at Fang Chang from afar. His voice was cold and indifferent. Fang Chang walked out and stood facing Duan Ling Tian. First level of the core formation stage. Fang Chang actually broke through to the core formation stage, exclaimed the Li family's second elder when his gaze fell upon Fang Chang. Everyone besides the Fang family members, Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Huo, and Fifth Elder Li Ting couldn't help but be moved. The Li family members' expressions changed greatly, while the other people had expressions of astonishment. The information that was unveiled before their eyes was something that completely exceeded their expectations. The Fang family's manager broke through to the core formation stage. The Fang family concealed it so well. Such shocking news was actually wrapped up so tightly. The Fang family intentionally concealed the news of Fang Chang breaking through. They were probably waiting for this moment. The surrounding crowd discussed in succession. They all looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes filled with pity. Li Ru's expression also changed greatly. Never would she have thought that Fang Chang would have reached the core formation stage. She immediately walked out and said to Duan Ling Tian in a low voice, "Tian, come back home with Mom. We'll just leave today's matter as it is." Before Duan Ling Tian could even reply, the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, laughed loudly. "Ninth Elder, it was your son who spoke such heroic words that day. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. A Li family member wouldn't run before a battle, right?" Li Ru ignored Fang Yi. She was preparing to take Duan Ling Tian home. As far as she was concerned, her son still had a chance at victory against a 9th-level body tempering stage Fang Chang. But against a 1st-level core formation Fang Chang, her son had no chance at all. "Ninth Elder, please don't make it hard on me." An elder of the Fang family walked out and stood between Li Ru and Duan Ling Tian, preventing her from proceeding further. The other elders of the Fang family also looked fiercely at the Li family elders, causing them to be unable to interfere in the matter. The Fang family was prepared. "Let me see who can stop me." Li Ru grasped her sheathed fine steel sword tightly. As long as she executed her sword-drawing arts, She was confident in her ability to kill the Fang family elder in front of her with a single strike. But once she performs this strike, it would mean war between the Fang family and the Li family, and it wouldn't stop until one side was completely wiped out. Just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. He gave his mother a gaze that said, "Be at ease." Li Ru understood the meaning of her son's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she took in a deep breath and her hand that was gripping the sword sheath slightly loosened. But in her heart, she had already made a decision. If her son wasn't a match for Fang Cheng and his life was in danger, even if it meant spilling the blood of the Fang family, she would still protect her son. For her son, she was willing to be enemies with the entire world. "Dad, what should we do?" Fang Cheng actually broke through to the core formation stage. It's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be his match. Chen Meier had an expression of worry as she looked towards her father. "Dad, please help him." Chen Li had a bitter smile. "Meier, I'm bound to only be a spectator for today's matter." "Dad is powerless." Chen Meier's expression slightly changed. Lightly biting her lips, she looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar with an expression full of worry. In her heart, she said to herself, "You bad guy, nothing better happened to you. I still haven't taken revenge yet." Young master. K.'s face was pale. She never would have thought that the young master's opponent had stepped into the core formation stage. Her delicate, jade-like hands were already upon the violet meteorite flexible sword on her waist. She was prepared to draw her sword at any moment. "Boss, good luck." The little fatty was in the crowd looking at Duan Ling Tian from afar. His expression extremely was serious. Fang Chang gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly shocked expression. "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think you would reach the 7th level of the body tempering stage in only 3 months. But you will certainly die by my hand today, and I will take revenge for my son with my own 2 hands." Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. "Talking big, huh, aren't you afraid you'll hurt your tongue?" Fang Chang smiled coldly. "Duan Ling Tian, isn't your sword your most formidable weapon? Why didn't you bring it with you today? Don't tell me you think that I, Fang Chang, am not worthy of you using your sword. I didn't expect you to be such an understanding person." Duan Ling Tian smiled widely. His smile was as bright as the sun. Fang Chang's gaze turned cold, the veins in his forehead started bulging, and the fingers of each of his hands came together as origin energy suffused between them. At the same time, above his head, the forces of heaven and earth trembled and slowly emerged into 2 balls of white mist. They would develop into 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes at any moment. Chapter 31, Killing You Only Requires 1 Sword Strike. Duan Ling Tian is actually not using a sword. When Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Huo, and all the other Li family members looked at the empty-handed Duan Ling Tian facing up against Fang Chang, they were all struck dumb. Is this kid mad? The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to kill a 6th-level body tempering Fang Quan when he was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage was because of his sword. He had killed him with a swift sword strike. In their opinion, if Duan Ling Tian didn't have a sword, it would be impossible for him to be a match against Fang Quan. Although Duan Ling Tian reaching the 7th level of the body tempering stage was a shocking feat, he was now facing a 1st-level core formation martial artist empty-handed. Everyone felt a bit of dread. The surrounding spectators were equally dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian is going to fight Fang Chang bare-handed. Has he gone mad? Maybe he knows that regardless of whether he has a sword in his hand, he will not be a match for Fang Chang, so he gave up any resistance altogether. It's possible. Duan Ling Tian, catch my sword. Just at this moment, Chen Meier raised her hand and tossed her fine steel sword over to Duan Ling Tian. Since the day she saw Duan Ling Tian's elegant demeanor when he drew his sword, she became attracted to swords. Ever since then, her sword had never left her. She never expected that she would be able to help Duan Ling Tian today. But just when she was expecting Duan Ling Tian to catch it and thank her, he did something that exceeded her expectations. He actually raised his hand and tossed the sword back to her. The sword tumbled in front of her. "You." Chen Meier's face turned slightly green and she stomped her feet in a graceful manner. She was so angry that she could not speak. This Duan Ling Tian is really mad. Miss Chen actually kindly passed her sword over, but he rejected it. Does he really think he can contend with Fang Chang without a sword? At this moment, the people on the scene, besides the Fang family members, who had cold smiles on their faces, and Li Ru and K.Er, who looked like they had thought of something, were struck dumb. They were unable to understand Duan Ling Tian's actions. What is this kid trying to do? Li Huo's expression was ugly. The appearance of the Fang family's grand elder destroyed his earlier plans. With that geezer here, even if Duan Lingtian were to face danger, it would be extremely difficult for him to save Duan Lingtian. As for the remaining Li family members, each one of them was being watched by a member of the Fang family, and they were unable to extricate themselves. The Fang family had obviously come prepared. They wanted Fang Chang to kill Duan Lingtian as a show of force. Even Li Huo couldn't help but burn with anxiety. If he knew that Duan Lingtian would be so overconfident that he wouldn't even use his sword today, he would have surely put Duan Lingtian under house arrest yesterday, disallowing him from appearing here, but it was all too late now. Boss. The little fatty stood at the edge of the surrounding crowd. His chubby face lowered and his small eyes filled up with worry. Duan Lingtian, looks like you understand that whether you have a sword or not, you will surely be killed by me today. Since you know your own limitations, I'll give you a fast death. Fang Chang had a mocking expression on his face. The origin energy that he had accumulated for some time suffused on his palms. He was ready to attack at any time. Anyone can talk big. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the capability. Duan Lingtian smiled coldly. Stop trying to be mystifying and die. Fang Chang's gaze turned cold. After letting out the origin energy in his legs, he flew out like an arrow leaving a bowstring. The origin energy in his palms seemed as if it were pushing the clouds forward as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. High-grade yellow-ranked martial skill, flowing cloud's palm. Instantly, the two balls of white mist above Fang Chang's head finally developed into two clear ancient mammoth silhouettes. At this instant, the hearts of everyone present jumped to their throats. The hand Li Ru grasped her sword sheath with tightened. She was prepared to kill the Fang family elder blocking her path at any moment in order to save her son. Seeing Fang Chang violently approaching, Duan Lingtian was unexpectedly dazed. He noticed that something was wrong. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth abruptly curled into a sneer, seeming as if he thought of something. When Fang Chang was a fraction of a second away from hitting him, Duan Lingtian finally moved. His upper body inclined in a tricky angle, a difficult maneuver that ordinary people were incapable of, dodging Fang Chang's violently approaching palm strike. The palm strike caused Duan Lingtian's violet clothes to flutter in the wind. Die! Fang Chang abruptly shouted loudly in response, then his palms changed directions, slapping towards Duan Lingtian's exposed back, which became exposed after he bent down to dodge his strike. Just at this moment, under gazes of disbelief, Duan Lingtian's legs started trembling and his entire body became like a spirit serpent. Borrowing strength from Fang Chang's body, he flashed behind Fang Chang. He had once again dodged Fang Chang's fierce palm strike. Movement technique, Li Huo and the Fang family's grand elder said at the same time. Their voices contained a trace of shock. After their voices spread out, even more people had expressions of disbelief. Before everyone's astounded expressions could ease up, the scene that took place in front of their eyes caused their gazes to freeze. They saw Duan Lingtian moving behind Fang Chang, and at the moment Fang Chang turned around, the hand he had pressed against his waist moved. People with a higher cultivation level could barely see a violet sword shine as it flashed by. It was so fast that even they could not see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, the sword shine had disappeared as Duan Lingtian completed his attack. Cough. Fang Chang's body trembled as he coughed dryly. A line of blood on his throat slowly widened. No matter how tightly he clasped his throat, he had no way of stopping the stream of blood that was pouring out of his throat. His hands very quickly became dyed red with blood. As his body was on the verge of collapse, he looked towards the youth with an expression of unwillingness, but he was now powerless to attack the youth. So what if you're at the core formation stage? Killing you only requires one sword strike, said Duan Lingtian in cold and indifferent voice. Fang Chang stared at him with eyes full of despair and his body was about to drop to the ground. This shocked the hearts of everyone present. Killing you only requires one sword strike. What a straightforward saying. Most importantly, this was something that a 7th level body tempering martial artist had said to a 1st level core formation martial artist. Three figures reacted first and came to Duan Lingtian's side. The young girl seemed to have forgotten to be embarrassment as she tightly embraced Duan Lingtian. Her extremely beautiful face had a faint smile that was drop-dead gorgeous. Li Ru and Li Zan both looked at each other when they saw this and shook their heads while smiling. Unexpectedly, they didn't tease the two of them. Ha 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 ha. Geezer Fang, I'm afraid you came here for nothing today. Fang Huo looked towards the Fang family's grand elder and laughed loudly. His voice contained a hint of pleasure as he mocked his old adversary to his heart's content. The Fang family's grand elder coldly grunted. His icy cold gaze swept over Duan Ling Tian as he quickly walked into the Fang family estate. From the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, to all the other Fang family elders, they all had ugly expressions as they followed their grand elder into the Fang family estate. They originally expected to crush the Li family's spirit, but instead everything happened the other way around. At the same time, traces of coldness slowly aroused in their hearts. Unknowingly, such a monster had appeared in the Li family, and most importantly, he was only 15. There was still ample space for him to grow. His extraordinary movement technique and that unpredictable and mysterious sword skill struck terror in their hearts. This kid couldn't be left alive. This was the thought that abruptly entered their hearts. Cough cough. Li Huo abruptly coughed twice, causing K.Er, who was happily enjoying Duan Ling Tian's embrace, to be embarrassed. This made her immediately back up. Only now did she realize that most of the crowd was looking at them. Her delicate cheeks blushed a bright red and she hid behind Li Ru in embarrassment. The people at the scene could not help but laugh with good intentions. One of the spectators sighed and said, "Only this kind of girl would be a match for young Master Ling Tian." The continuous voices of agreement caused the young girl to be afraid to even raise her head. "Dad, let's go home." After witnessing this scene, Chen Mei'er's face was pale. While biting her lips, she notified Chen Li that she wanted to leave. Chen Li, of course, knew what his daughter was thinking about. He shook his head and heaved a sigh. If Duan Ling Tian had any feelings towards his daughter, he would be willing to bring them together. But unfortunately, his daughter's love was one-sided. "Enough. This isn't the place to speak. We can speak once we get home." When they noticing the Li family members leaving while clustered around Duan Ling Tian, the surrounding spectators slowly dispersed. They urgently wanted to go home and share what they had seen today with their friends and families. This piece of news was definitely explosive. He really is shocking. In the crowd, a figure quietly left. It was none other than the Agarwood restaurant's manager Ma. Li family estate, in the audience hall. As always, Duan Ling Tian was the center of attention. Grand Elder looked at Duan Ling Tian with a faint smile. "Kid, you really made us suffer by concealing all of that." Li Nanfeng and the others all nodded as they deeply felt the same. No matter whether it was the movement technique Duan Ling Tian executed or the flexible sword concealed in his waist, they all felt that it was too much for their eyes to take in. Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly. "It's because I wanted to take him by surprise and not give Fang Chang time to defend himself. If all of my trump cards were known by Fang Chang, he would surely not be as careless as he was today. If I hadn't been secretive, the person who died today wouldn't be him but me." It was true that out of all the factors that contributed to Duan Ling Tian killing Fang Chang today, luck played a very important role. Firstly, when he saw that Duan Ling Tian had no sword in his hand, Fang Chang let his guard down. Secondly, Fang Chang didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian would be capable of such a profound movement technique. Movement techniques were currently extremely rare in the Cloud Continent. This point was something that Duan Ling Tian only realized due to the old Duan Ling Tian's memories. This information only surfaced at the moment Fang Chang moved to attack him. This was because at the time that Fang Chang attacked in full force, his speed, in the old Duan Ling Tian's opinion, was far above fully utilizing the strength of two ancient mammoths. After obtaining Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have great experience and knowledge. But in those two eras that Rebirth Martial Emperor experienced, movement techniques were common. They were not nearly as rare as they were in the current era. According to Duan Ling Tian's memories, during the 10,000 years that Rebirth Martial Emperor was in deep slumber, movement techniques started to become rare. "Kid, can you let me see your sword?" Li Huo asked Duan Ling Tian. "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he casually removed the violet meteorite flexible sword from his waist before passing it over to Li Huo. Chapter 32, Li Kun's Demise. What a good sword. The moment the sword entered his hands, Li Huo could not help but exclaim in a low voice. Sizing up the sword in his hand, he quickly noticed that it was forged from the violet meteorite from the other day. "Who forget this sword? It was Manager Long," Duan Ling Tian truthfully said. "No wonder. I was right to think that in the entire Fresh Breeze town, there shouldn't be anyone else with such superb skill in forging besides him. The entire sword looks like it was shaped by nature, there are no man-made marks or traces on it." Li Huo complimented the sword before casually returning it to Duan Ling Tian. The little fatty's eyes shined brilliantly as he loudly shouted, "Boss, your sword is forged from violet ore, right? I'll go get manager Long to forge me one later. This is the absolute best weapon for deceit. Violet ore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. This guy loved to pretend he knew about things he didn't. Pa. At this moment, fifth elder Li Ting gave the little fatty a smack on the back of his head. Kid, don't come here and pretend you know about things you don't. How could violet ore have such strong malleability? Little fatty pouted as he felt wronged. How would I know? Everyone was amused by him and started laughing. Abruptly, Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked towards Duan Ling Tian and asked, your movement technique was passed down to you by your teacher. Towards Li Nanfeng's inquiry, Duan Ling Tian was prepared. Yes. For a moment, including Li Nanfeng and Li Huo, all of the Li family elders besides Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian with envious gazes. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian being able to be the disciple of a grade 7 alchemist was extremely good fortune. Duan Ling Tian was quiet for a moment before slowly saying, Patriarch, at that time, my teacher gave me 2 sets of movement techniques and asked me to thoroughly memorize them, only then did he let me return. The movement technique that I cultivate requires an extremely strong flexibility of the body to be cultivated. The other movement technique is suitable for anyone to cultivate. I'll share it with the Li family. How about it? Duan Ling Tian's words caused the atmosphere in the audience hall to freeze up. Heavy sounds of breathing could be heard one after another. Li Nanfeng drew in a deep breath as he asked unsurely, you really mean it? Yes. Give me half a month's time so I can write it out. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then he said, this movement technique is a middle-grade profound rank movement technique named Swift Wind Steps. A middle-grade profound rank movement technique. The Li family members started breathing rapidly. Looking at everyone's serious expressions, Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly. Of course, if the family is willing to give me some silver coins as repayment, I wouldn't mind. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the atmosphere in the room to ease up. Li Nanfeng readily said, no problem. How about I give you another 100,000 silver coins? Thank you, Patriarch. The movement technique he mentioned was just the lowest ranked movement technique he could find in Rebirth Martial Emperor's entire memory, so he didn't expect it to be sold for 100,000 silver coins. Li Nanfeng continued, of course, this movement technique is absolutely not only worth these few silver coins, but our Li family's liquid funds are insufficient, so we'll just give you 100,000 in advance. In the future, if you need anything, the Li family will help you without a doubt. I believe that all the fellow elders will agree with my decision. The Li family elders hurriedly nodded. As far as they were concerned, the temptation of the movement technique was just too big. Then I'll go home and start writing down the movement technique and pass it to Patriarch as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian said his farewells and then left the audience hall together with K'er and his mother. Today's matter will be considered a family secret. No one is allowed to spread it. After Duan Ling Tian and his family left, Li Nanfeng's expression was extremely serious as he put down the gag order. The elders nodded. They all knew the weight of the matter. Spreading the news at this moment would only disadvantage the Li family. Fifth elder Li Ting gave a stare to the little fatty who was eagerly looking out. Stinking kid, did you hear him? Yes, I did. Little fatty nodded. His expression had a sense of loss. What's wrong with you now? Li Ting frowned as he asked this. Father, did you notice that boss was ignoring me? It must be because I told you about Fang Cheng breaking through. Boss is angry now. Sigh, if I knew this would happen earlier, I wouldn't have told you. Little fatty said in all seriousness. Li Ting slapped the little fatty on the head again. What did you say just now? Say it again. Nothing, nothing. A wise man knows when to retreat. The little fatty hurriedly shook his head. The Li family disciple with a different surname, Duan Ling Tian, who was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage, killed the Fang family's manager, Fang Cheng, who was a 1st-level core formation martial artist, with only 1 sword strike. News of this quickly spread throughout the entire Fresh Breeze town. This made Fresh Breeze town once again see Duan Ling Tian in a new light. Only 15 but so monstrous, once he grows up, will Fresh Breeze town still be able to hold him? Forget about Fresh Breeze town. With his natural talent, even in the large cities outside, how many of those large clans, genius disciples will be able to compete with him? With only his 7th level body tempering cultivation and 1 sword strike, he killed a 1st-level core formation martial artist. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I heard he even used a movement technique. Even in our Fresh Breeze town's 3 families, I've never heard of any family having a movement technique. I wonder where he learned his movement technique from. The news that spread across Fresh Breeze Town and gave rise to much discussion naturally spread to the Li family and every Li family member. Little Jia. In a spacious courtyard, a shrill and sorrowful cry sounded. With it came a trace of endless pain. Big brother. Following the first cry was a second slightly immature sorrowful cry. In the room, a youth whose body seemed as if it didn't have any bones lied on a bed. One of his hands was tightly grasping a bloody dagger while the other hand's wrist had been cut open. The blood was still wet, so it was obviously cut open recently. At this moment, the youth breathed his last breath. No, no, little Jia, little Jia. This middle-aged man was in his prime, but now he looked like he had aged over 10 years. His sideburns had become completely white thanks to the recent events. His face was filled with melancholy, but that quickly changed into a sinister expression. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. I want you dead, I want you dead. This person was indeed the Li family's seventh elder, Li Kun. He didn't expect that his son would feel so much despair that he'd commit suicide when he heard the news about Duan Ling Tian killing Fang Cheng instead of being killed. He knew that during these past few months, the only thing that made his son want to continue living was his desire to see Duan Ling Tian killed by Fang Cheng. But who would have known that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be killed and was even living happily? He had even become the Li family's hero. Dad, let's not fight with Duan Ling Tian anymore. Now even the Grand Elder stands at his side. We can't defeat him, we can't. Li Xin was drenched in tears as he persuaded his father. Duan Ling Tian's dominating demeanor caused him to feel despair. Li Kun's face distorted as he raised his hand and slapped Li Xin on the head while coldly saying, "You useless thing, that's the person who caused your brother's death. He is our mortal enemy. I can't believe you're actually talking like this. Are you worthy of your brother?" Li Xin stood there in the side full of grievance. His eyes were red, but he did not dare to even breathe loudly. "Help your brother change his clothes. Once Dad gets back, we'll bury him properly," Li Kun said to Li Xin before quickly walking out of the house without even turning back. "Dad, what are you going to do?" Li Xin hurriedly asked, but Li Kun completely ignored him. Li Kun exited the courtyard, left the Li family estate, and walked straight toward the Fang family estate. A sinister expression filled his face. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourselves for standing by a disciple with a different surname and giving up on my son." He had a plan in his heart. He planned to tell the Fang family about the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's medicinal formula that was in Duan Ling Tian's possession. He was confident that the Fang family would surely be interested in the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. At that time, when the Fang family and the Li family starts disputing over the matter, combined with the Fang families and Duan Ling Tian's grievances, the Fang family will surely not let Duan Ling Tian off. Seeing the Fang family estate in front of his eyes, the corner of Li Kun's mouth curled into a cold smile. For the sake of taking revenge for his son, he chose to betray his family. But just when he was about to reach the main door of the Fang family estate, he felt his eyes go black and he lost consciousness. When he dizzily awoke, he noticed that he was in a sealed, secret chamber. In the chamber were 2 people looking at him calmly. When he recognized them, his expression couldn't help but change. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, why are you 2 here? Li Kun, we gave you a chance." Li Nanfeng gazed at him with a complicated expression as he sighed. As if he realized something, Li Kun's expression changed greatly, then he kneeled on the floor and started crying. I'm wrong, Patriarch, forgive me, I still want to keep my life to watch my son grow up. Take wrong one step, and every step after will also be wrong. Li Kun, you have been blinded by hatred. Have you ever truly thought about it? The conflict between your family and the 9th Elder's family, where did it actually start from? Don't tell me it's only the fault of the 9th Elder's family. Li Huo said indifferently. In his palm was a white flame that was slowly burning, emitting a trace of a terrifying aura. When Li Kun saw this, he instantly guessed what was going to happen next. His face distorted as he pleaded, "Grand Elder, don't. Whoosh! The white flame in Li Huo's hand jumped out and instantly expanded, enveloping Li Kun. Instantly, Li Kun wasn't even able to emit a shrill cry before he was completely vaporized, only leaving behind a pile of residue. An alchemist's pill fire was one of the hottest fires on Cloud Continent. Only a weapons craftsman's weapon flame could be compared to it. Li Jia committed suicide. Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked when he heard of this, but he didn't feel any pity. At that time, if Li Jia hadn't proclaimed that he would cripple him, due to the fact they were both of the same family, he would not have been so merciless towards Li Jia. It could be said that what happened to Li Jia was all his own doing. What Duan Ling Tian was worried about now was the reaction of 7th Elder Li Kun. 7th Elder Li Kun was a 3rd-level core formation martial artist. If he really wanted to attack Duan Ling Tian, he could find a chance at any moment as they were both in the Li family estate. But Duan Ling Tian quickly heard that 7th Elder Li Kun had gone missing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Outside Fresh Breeze Town, 2 figures that were fatigued from their journey rode their horses into Fresh Breeze Town. One of them was a middle-aged man and the other a 20-something-year-old young man. The young man's expression had a lofty arrogance as he said disdainfully, "Fourth uncle, this broken-down town isn't even as big as our Duan family estate." Chapter 33. Duan Ling Xing. The youth stood up inside the bath barrel and slowly stretched his body. His bones made clear and melodious sounds as they rubbed against each other. Gripping his hands into fists, the corners of the youth's mouth curled up into a smile. 3 more 7 treasures body tempering liquid baths and I should be able to break through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Once I break through, my strength will more than double. Because his cultivation level was going up once again, the youth's mood was superb. After putting on some clothes, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room. With narrow eyes, he looked at the young girl who was drenched in sweat and swinging the violet meteorite flexible sword. His expression emitted a feeling of tender love. He had observed the painstaking cultivation that the young girl had gone through in these past few months, and his heart ached. When the young girl noticed Duan Ling Tian, she put her violet meteorite flexible sword in the sheath on her waist and smiled sweetly as she went to greet him. "Are you tired?" Duan Ling Tian asked. He extended his hand and slightly dominatingly took the young girl's handkerchief from her. Then he proceeded to wipe the sweat off the young girl's face with an expression of gentleness. There was only tenderness in his eyes. The young girl lightly shook her head. Her delicate and exquisite face had a smile of happiness. As far as she was concerned, for the sake of the young master, no matter how tired she was, it was worth it. Boss. Just when the youth and young girl were like a couple gazing at each other, 2 abrupt shouts from outside the courtyard broke the happy atmosphere. Duan Ling Tian's face couldn't help but become grim. This damn fatty really knows how to choose his timing. The young girl smiled lightly and considerately said, "Young master, he's looking for you so urgently. Maybe there's an important matter." Duan Ling Tian nodded and replied, "Get in here." The little fatty walked in from outside and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Boss, you have guests." "At my house." Duan Ling Tian was dazed. He didn't understand what little fatty meant. "Yeah, it's some people from the Duan clan. There were 2 them. I heard from outside the audience hall that 9th Elder referred to a middle-aged man as 4th brother, and he addressed 9th Elder as 3rd sister-in-law," the little fatty said. He had a look of wanting to seek credit. 3rd sister-in-law, don't tell me. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Even in the past Duan Ling Tian's memories, there were none about his father. Obviously, ever since he was old enough to understand things, he had never seen his father, not even once. Towards that mysterious father of his, although Duan Ling Tian didn't miss him, he was still curious in his heart. He wanted to know what kind of man would be so merciless as to leave his wife and son. Let's go take a look." Holding the young girl's hand, Duan Ling Tian walked quickly out of his house. "Boss, wait for me. You can't be ungrateful." Seeing Duan Ling Tian and Kair walking out in the blink of an eye, the little fatty started shouting loudly as he hurriedly followed behind them. The Li family's audience hall was close at hand. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze fixed upon a figure walking towards him from the direction of the audience hall. It was a 20-something-year-old young man with an expression of arrogance. It was as if the whole world owed him money. "Boss, he is one of the Duan clan members that arrived, and he's really arrogant. He was even looking down upon the patriarch and 9th elder," the little fatty said to Duan Ling Tian in a light voice when he noticed the young man walking over. "Duan clan." Duan Ling Tian gave him another glance. At this moment, the young man noticed the 3 of them. When his gaze fell upon the young girl beside Duan Ling Tian, his gaze couldn't move away. He stared at her with a burning gaze mixed with a trace of greed and lust. The young girl's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Just as she revealed a displeased expression, a figure stepped forward and like a mountain stood in front of her, blocking the person's gaze. It's like he was there to keep out the wind and rain, causing her heart to feel incomparable warmth. The young man frowned and his expression turned grim. But when he noticed the facial features of the youth that blocked in front of the young girl, his pupils constricted, even his tone became more hurried. "You're Duan Ling Tian, you know me." Duan Ling Tian was dazed. After searching through the memories in his head, he couldn't find anything about the person in front of him, but why would the young man know him? "Humph, you grew up to have the same moral conscience as your short-lived father," the young man grunted. His eyes started emitting a cold killing intent. Even Duan Ling Tian didn't know why someone who he hadn't met before would emit such a killing intent towards him. His heart jerked as he remembered how the young man mentioned his father. Don't tell me this young man has an irreconcilable enmity and hatred towards that father that I have never met. If I'm not remembering wrongly, you're 15 this year. 15 years old and at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. You must have inherited your short-lived father's natural talent. But with only this amount of strength, in the eyes of Duan Ling Xing, you are no different from an ant. As Duan Ling Xing spoke, he took a step forward. His body moved like a flash of lightning straight towards Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a vast amount of origin energy gathered in his right hand, causing it to start shaking abruptly, striking out a palm with immense force. Instantly, the forces of heaven and shook and 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes developed above him. The strength behind this palm strike was actually equal to the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Xing was clearly a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Only a 6th-level core formation martial artist at full strength would be capable of drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop into 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Never would Duan Ling Tian have expected that the young man would suddenly come for his life. His face distorted as his body abruptly inclined backwards. Before he could fully dodge the attack, Duan Ling Xing's palm strike was already upon his chest. Instantly, he felt as if he was sent flying by a 10,000-pound stone. He was blasted out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. As he was in the air, Duan Ling Tian's throat had a sweet taste. After lightly coughing, blood dyed the ground. It was unpleasant to the eye yet attention-drawing. The young girl and the little fatty's faces changed greatly as they flew towards Duan Ling Tian and supported him up. Their expressions were filled with rage as they looked at Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Tian took in a deep breath. If he hadn't used his spirit serpent movement technique to incline his body backwards earlier, Duan Ling Xing's palm strike could have easily taken his life. At the instant, the proximity of death caused a lingering fear in his heart. But after his heart stopped palpitating with fear, all he was left with was a belly full of rage. Duan Ling Tian's expression was grim as he stared at Duan Ling Xing. In an extremely low and deep voice, he said, "I don't think there are any ill feelings between us, so why did you suddenly want to kill me?" From the time the young man proclaimed his name, Duan Ling Tian was aware that the relationship between them wouldn't be simple, since their names were only different by one word. But he couldn't understand why the young man would be so merciless towards him, going straight for his life. "I didn't think that you could actually dodge 80% of my palm strength. I take back what I said earlier, you can compare to an ant." Duan Ling Xing took a step forward and looking condescendingly at Duan Ling Tian as a sneer appeared on his face. "As for what you said about no ill feelings, then you're extremely wrong. Your short-lived father didn't take the relationship between brothers into consideration that year, crippling my father's dantian and causing him to live a lifetime of pain. Now, can you still say we have no ill feelings between each other?" Duan Ling Tian drew in a deep breath. "So that's how it was." Following which, he coldly glanced at Duan Ling Xing as he mocked, "If you're really capable, you can go ahead and find the person that crippled your dad and take revenge. Taking it out on me only means that you're incapable. The son pays the debts of the father." Duan Ling Xing coldly laughed and waved his hand. As his body shot out, the same palm strike from earlier struck out once more. "I want to see how you dodge my palm strike this time." At this moment, the young girl beside Duan Ling Tian moved. An extremely swift violet sword flashed by, moving to intercept Duan Ling Xing's palm strike. Duan Ling Xing's smile became even colder as his hands closed together and caught the young girl's sword. Origin energy bursting forth, he struck the sword with his palm. Immediately, the young girl's delicate figure started trembling, then she spat out a mouthful of blood and her sword was sent flying. The young girl used the sword to support herself as she managed to stand up with great effort. Her face was as pale as paper. The young girl being injured caused Duan Ling Tian's face to change greatly and his eyes emitted strong killing intent. Using spirit serpent movement technique, he instantly appeared in front of Duan Ling Xing. With his right hand touching his waist, sword drawing technique. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Duan Ling Xing snorted coldly as his hands grabbed out once again. Immediately, Duan Ling Tian was blasted away just like the young girl was. Duan Ling Tian, who was already heavily injured, once again fiercely fell to the ground. It was difficult for him to even stand up. Young master, K'er cried out sorrowfully. Her delicate body trembled and she fell to the ground due to the sword in her hand being unable to support her any longer. Although she fell to the ground, K'er, whose clear eyes were filled with tears, still crawled achingly towards Duan Ling Tian. When he saw this, an incomparable jealousy surged within Duan Ling Xing's eyes. His legs shook as he flew out towards Duan Ling Tian. Killing intent started emitting from his eyes as he sent out a palm strike with immense force. Above Duan Ling Xing were 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Just at this moment, accompanied by a loud exclamation, a figure that was like a ball blocked Duan Ling Xing's path, taking his palm strike head-on. He flew back more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He didn't make a single sound after. Li Zan. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. His voice sounded wretched and cold, and his slightly immature face started to tremble. He never expected that Li Zan would take Duan Ling Xing's palm strike for him. At this moment, infinite regret surged in his heart. He hated himself for being incapable. He hated himself for not treating Li Zan better. Is it painful? Seeing this, Duan Ling Xing laughed while looking at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking expression. Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything, but the gaze with which he looked at Duan Ling Xing was filled with a bloodthirsty coldness, and his body emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. This killing intent suffused itself into the air, causing Duan Ling Xing's expression to change. He subconsciously moved a step backwards. Duan Ling Xing was, after all, only a 20-something-year-old young man. How could he all of a sudden be able to withstand Duan Ling Tian's bloody thirsty killing intent from his infinite massacres in his previous life? Trash. Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up coldly, as if ridiculing Duan Ling Xing's cowardice. Duan Ling Xing's expression turned grim. Never had he expected that he would be forced to step backwards by the imposing manner of a 15-year-old. The embarrassment made him angry. Then 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. A merciless palm strike was going straight towards Duan Ling Tian. K'er emitted a shrill and sorrowful cry. Chapter 34. Bloodthirsty Killing Intent. Seeing Duan Ling Tian about to lose his life to Duan Ling Xing, a loud shout came from afar. A giant palm made of origin energy appeared out of thin air, flew forward, and grabbed Duan Ling Xing. Instantly, Duan Ling Xing's palm strike towards Duan Ling Tian hit an empty space. The person who lent a hand was the person leading the 3 people who had flown out of the Li family's audience hall, a middle-aged man whose face was filled with stubble. At this moment, the middle-aged man was frowning. Nascent soul stage. Li Nanfeng's pupils constricted as he followed from behind. Origin energy discharge, something only nascent soul and above martial artists were capable of it. A gentle and graceful figure flew out to Duan Ling Tian's side. After examining her son's injuries, Li Ru's icy cold gaze fell upon Duan Ling Xing. Duan Ling Xing, no matter what, my son is still your cousin, and you actually attacked so mercilessly. Duan Ling Xing sneered as he said, in a sarcastic voice, my good third aunt, don't you forget, third uncle crippled my father's dantian that year, causing my dad's life to be painful beyond death. I just wanted to let my cousin repay some interest on that debt. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble frowned and coldly shouted, Ling Xing, if you want to act in such an unrestrained manner, you can scram back to the clan right now. Duan Ling Xing laughed dryly. Fourth uncle, I won't say any more. Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Nanfeng, gritted his teeth, and said, Patriarch, hurry and take Li Zan to see Grand Elder. Only now did Li Nanfeng notice Li Zan lying not too far from them. His face changed greatly as he carried Li Zan and flew towards Grand Elder's residence. K'er. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and painfully crawled over to K'er, who was also crawling over to him. When he got close enough, he grabbed her hand and asked, K'er, are you all right? Young master, I'm fine. The young girl firmly shook her head. Li Ru helped Duan Ling Tian and K'er up. Then she took in a deep breath and looked towards the middle-aged man with the face full of stubble. Tian, this is your fourth uncle. Mom, I don't know him and I don't want to know him. Duan Ling Tian gazed coldly at the middle-aged man, his face full of disdain. Tian, don't be disrespectful. Li Ru's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Mom, respect is something that is given to a senior who is worthy of it. A person who doesn't treat their juniors fairly, on what grounds would I respect him on? Duan Ling Tian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze. Ever since he appeared, the middle-aged man had not once reprimanded Duan Ling Xing. A person who wasn't impartial was unworthy of being his senior. Fourth brother, I'm sorry, I've spoiled Tian. Li Ru looked at the middle-aged man apologetically. Third sister-in-law, I understand, I don't blame Ling Tian. The middle-aged man sighed before saying, what happened today was my fault. If only I hadn't suddenly felt the urge to come see third sister-in-law while I passed by Fresh Breeze Town, it wouldn't have. Never mind, I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged man looked apologetically at Duan Ling Tian as he finished speaking, then he took Duan Ling Xing and left. Before Duan Ling Xing left, he shot a cold and indifferent gaze at Duan Ling Tian. The corners of his mouth had a trace of a mocking smile of ridicule. Crack, 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 crack. Duan Ling Tian clenched his fist tightly. The sound of his bones rubbing against each other sounded constantly, and his eyes were emitting a bloody, thirsty killing intent. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had encountered such humiliation. This enmity and hatred was irreconcilable. Sooner or later, he will make Duan Ling Xing pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No matter who Duan Ling Xing was, no matter his identity, status, or the relationship between them. Abruptly, as if he remembered something, Duan Ling Tian looked up towards his mother with an impatient expression. Mom, I'll be going to Grand Elder's residence. I want to go see how Li Zan is doing. Tian, Mom will support you and carry her back home to rest first, Li Ru said with concern. Mom, I'm aware of my injuries. I just need to get a grade 9 gold injury pill from Grand Elder and I'll be fine. You carry Kair back while I go see Li Zan and bring Kair a grade 9 gold injury pill as well. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian released Li Ru's hand and gritted his teeth as he slowly walked away. Young master, I'll go with you, the young girl stubbornly said. Kair, be obedient and go home. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young girl with a serious expression. Only then did the young girl nod. She went home with the support of Li Ru. Only after Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Grand Elder's residence and got a grade 9 gold injury pill from Li Huo did his injuries finally recover slightly, but he quickly noticed that Li Huo's face was getting uglier by the second, which made his heart jerk. Grand Elder, how's Li Zan's injuries? Zan. Just when Li Huo was about to respond to Duan Ling Tian, a figure flashed into the room like the wind. When he noticed the blacked-out Li Zan, his expression became ugly. He looked towards Li Huo and said, Grand Elder, my son he. Luckily, this kid has thick skin and thick flesh. His internal organs aren't injured, but his chest bone is almost completely shattered, so I'm afraid he won't last much longer. Li Huo sighed. Duan Ling Tian and 5th Elder Li Ting's faces both changed greatly. Grand Elder, is there any way to save him? Li Ting looked towards Li Huo. His heart was burning with anxiety. He would survive if we gave him a bone formation pill, but this pill went extinct years ago. I've only seen it recorded in some ancient books. Li Huo shook his head with an expression of helplessness. Bone formation pill. When he heard this, Duan Ling Tian immediately searched through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Eventually, he found the medicinal formula for the bone formation pill. Duan Ling Tian looked toward Li Huo and said, Grand Elder, I have the bone formation pill's medicinal formula. Splendid, Li Ting excitedly said, but don't get happy too early. The bone formation pill is a grade 8 medicinal pill, so only a grade 8 alchemist or above is capable of refining it. Even if I have the medicinal formula, I'm incapable of refining it. Li Huo sighed. The difference between a grade 8 alchemist and a grade 9 alchemist was like the difference between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Li Huo looked at Duan Ling Tian. Kid, in 3 days, can you get in contact with your teacher? Teacher. Duan Ling Tian was dazed. That grade 7 alchemist teacher of his was made up. There was no such person on this world. He could only laugh bitterly. Grand Elder, my teacher is secretive about his whereabouts. After passing on the medicinal formulas to me, he left Fresh Breeze Town and I have no way of finding him. Then I can't do anything. Li Huo shook his head and sighed. Grand Elder, how long can my son hold on for? Li Ting asked. 3 days at most. Li Huo replied. 3 days. Li Ting's face changed greatly. 3 days is too short. That's not enough time to notify his grandfather. Grand Elder, Is there any way to prolong his life? I'm powerless. Li Huo shook his head. I might have a way, Duan Ling Tian said before looking at Li Ting. Fifth Elder, I can endeavor to lengthen Li Zan's remaining time by a month, but can Li Zan's grandfather find a grade 8 alchemist in such a short amount of time? Duan Ling Tian had long ago realized that Li Zan's grandfather was no ordinary person. It wouldn't be surprising if he could invite a grade 8 alchemist over. I don't even need a month, half a month should be enough. Ling Tian, it's up to you. Li Ting turned around and walked out, only leaving behind his last sentence. He obviously trusted Duan Ling Tian without even a shred of doubt. The more he was like this, the more guilty Duan Ling Tian felt. Kid, do you really have a way? Li Huo asked. Grand Elder, I have the medicinal formula for a type of medicinal liquid. As long as Li Zan's body soaks in the liquid, it will be able to prolong his bones' vitality for another month, Duan Ling Tian said. What materials are needed? I'll get someone to buy them. Li Huo's gaze shone. Duan Ling Tian wrote down the medicinal formula. Without further ado, including the medicinal material proportions. At this moment, he didn't care about concealing anything, and it was only a low-grade medicinal formula anyway. Li Huo looked through the medicinal formula and couldn't help himself from gasping in admiration. Miraculous, miraculous. Grand Elder, it's up to you. After finishing what he said, Duan Ling Tian got another grade 9 gold injury pill from Li Huo before leaving. Only after bringing the grade 9 gold injury pill home and confirming that K.Er.'s injuries were not serious did he breathe a breath of relief. If anything had happened to K.Er., he would never have forgiven himself. With Li Ru's origin energy assisting her to dissolve the pill, K.Er.'s injuries were almost recovered by dusk. Duan Ling Tian's injuries were more serious, so he needed to rest for a few more days. Tian, is Li Zan alright? When she found out from K.Er. that Li Zan also got injured, Li Ru was worried about Li Zan's injuries. If it wasn't for Li Zan, she might not have been able to see her son anymore in this lifetime. Mom, he will be fine, Duan Ling Tian said seriously. Mom believes you. Li Ru nodded. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian looked towards his mother but hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask about the father he had never met, but he didn't know how to ask. Tian, go back and rest. Mom will tell you about what you want to know tomorrow. Li Ru saw through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Duan Ling Tian nodded before returning to his room to rest. Lying on his bed, Duan Ling Tian looked towards the ceiling. His eyes flashed coldly. I originally thought that with my current cultivation progress and my current natural talent, not even mentioning Fresh Breeze Town, even in the cities outside, there would not be many who could compete against me. That Duan Ling Xing is only 20-something years old, but his cultivation has already stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. When he uses his full power, he is able to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Today, if I hadn't used the spirit serpent movement technique to incline my body backwards in time, his first palm strike would have certainly killed me. At this moment, only Duan Ling Tian realized how weak he was. Although he was able to kill a first-level core formation martial artist out of luck, he was powerless against a 6th-level core formation Duan Ling Xing. Even when he had attacked with drawing sword arts at full strength, it was have easily been stopped by Duan Ling Xing. The difference in cultivation between him and Duan Ling Xing was like a chasm. Duan Ling Xing. Whenever he thought of this name from now on, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to stop himself from having a flame burn in his heart and emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent. For the first time ever, he strongly desired to kill a person. This desire was something he didn't experience even in his past life. After a moment, he thought about Li Zan. To be honest, since the beginning, although he had accepted Li Zan as a little brother on the surface, he was still a little distant from him in his heart. After all, in his previous life, he was betrayed by his best brother, causing him to be unable to easily trust a so-called brother. But this time, Li Zan, with no regard for his own life, used his own body to help him block that lethal attack. This truly touched Duan Ling Tian's heartstrings. At this moment, he really thought of Li Zan as his brother. Chapter 35. Grade 8 Alchemist. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation finally broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. 3 days after he broke through, K.Er's breakthrough followed. Duan Ling Tian's was once again shocked by K.Er's natural talent. In his opinion, at K.Er's current cultivation speed, she could very possibly surpass him in the future. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. fifth elder Li Ting returned. He was worn out from his journey. Following him was an old man in fine clothes. The old man had a face that reflected his experience in the vicissitudes of life, but in the middle of his brows, traces of worry could be seen. Under Li Ting's introduction, Duan Ling Tian found out that the old man was actually Li Zan's grandfather, and a grade 8 alchemist. Now Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Li Zan was so rich. A grade 8 alchemist, someone who represented a huge amount of wealth. But the old man wasn't too amicable to Duan Ling Tian. His expression was grim as he said, "You're Duan Ling Tian. I heard about how the only reason Li Zan was injured is because of you. If anything happens to Li Zan, I will not let you off." Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He was powerless to retort. Li Zan was indeed injured because of him, and because of this he deeply felt guilty. After that, he took out the medicinal formula he had prepared earlier and passed it to the old man. "Senior, this is the bone formation pill's medicinal formula. We've already prepared the medicinal materials, so you can start refining at any moment." The old man took the medicinal formula. As he roughly looked through it, his murky eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Then Grand Elder Li Huo led him to a silent chamber, starting pill refinement. Ling Tian, Zan's grandfather, has always been straightforward. What he said just now, don't take it to heart. Fifth Elder gave Duan Ling Tian regretful smile. He never once blamed Duan Ling Tian for Li Zan's injuries. He knew that it was his son's choice, and he would honor his son's choice. He even felt proud of his son. From this incident, he noticed that his son had finally truly grown up and was able to take on responsibilities. "Fifth Elder, if you put it like that, I feel even guiltier. All of this only happened because of me." Duan Ling Tian shook his head, then his eyes flashed with a cold light. "But Li Zan's enmity, one day, I will take revenge for him with my own 2 hands. That I believe." Li Ting nodded. He didn't have a shred of doubt. 3 hours later, the old man finally walked out of the silent chamber. He fed the bone formation pill to the fatty inside the medicinal bath. After he did so, he pressed his hand on Li Zan's dantian, causing vast amounts of origin energy to burst forth. This helped Li Zan process the bone formation pill. The people who were present could clearly see that Li Zan's originally slightly sunken chest was slowly moving upwards, recovering to its normal state. After seeing this, the old man lightly slapped Li Zan's chubby face, waking him up. For this period of time, to prevent Li Zan from feeling pain, Grand Elder Li Huo gave him a type of medicinal pill which made him go into a deep sleep for half a month. For this past half month, Li Zan's vitality was sustained only by relying upon the medicinal liquid. Suddenly, the little fatty woke up. After opening up his small eyes, he sat up with a perplexed expression. The first thing he saw was the familiar old man, so his eyes flashed with shock. "Grandfather, how did you die too?" The little fatty's first words on waking up caused the old man to be at a loss on whether to cry or laugh, so he then jokingly scolded, "Kid, you haven't seen your grandfather in so long, but you curse me the moment you see me." "I'm not dead." The little fatty had an expression of disbelief as he pinched his arm and thigh. Only now did he realize that he really wasn't dead. He couldn't help but be shocked. "I'm really not dead. Grandfather, what's going on? Don't tell me what happened earlier was only a dream. You stinking kid, you're not dreaming." Li Ting jokingly scolded. When he saw his son wake up, his heart, which was in his throat, finally eased up. Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the door, let out a breath of relief, then the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He didn't want to disturb Li Zan's family reunion, so he went home alone and entered his room. While lying there on the bed, his eyes flickered and Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly misted. Thinking back to what his mother told him half a month ago, he still felt it to be unbelievable. It turned out that his father was a member of the Duan clan in the imperial city. Out of the direct line of disciples of the same generation, he was ranked number 3, and he was one of the Duan clan's rare martial Dao geniuses. At the age of 16, he broke through to the core formation stage. At age 20, he broke through to the origin core stage. At age 27, he succeeded in stepping into the nascent soul stage. When his father broke through to the nascent soul stage, his mother got pregnant with him. But just at this time, a piece of grievous news reached the Duan clan, overturning everything that was happy. His father had brought along a few Duan clan disciples and entered a mysterious place, but he never came out. The only reason his father went to that place was to find a type of medicinal catalyst called serene epiphyllum for his mother. He was going to invite an alchemist to refine it into a breath of life pill for Li Ru to consume. With rebirth martial emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew what a breath of life pill was. It was an extremely rare medicinal pill. If consumed by a pregnant woman, it would not only allow the fetus to be impervious to diseases, it would even be able to use the fetus's congenital qi to help the mother alter her constitution and even increase her natural talent in the martial Tao. This proved that everything his father did was for his mother and him. But unfortunately, his father paid the price of his life for his efforts. At least, all of the Duan clan people thought of it that way. His father was the backbone of their family. With his father being missing, it meant that the backbone of their family had crumbled. Some of the people who used to be envious of his father started use any means possible to create difficulties for his mother. His mother was worried about the safety of Duan Ling Tian, who was still inside her belly, so in the end, she chose to return to her family, which was Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. As for Duan Ling Xing, Duan Ling Xing's father was his father's second brother. Although both were direct line disciples, but they didn't have any blood relations. Duan Ling Xing's father was always arrogant and conceited, and he was always envious of his father. Once in a just and honorable sparring match, Duan Ling Xing's father continued to be overbearing even when he was losing. In the end, Duan Ling Tian's father accidentally crippled Duan Ling Xing's father's dantian. Like father like son, equally arrogant and conceited. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up in a sneer, his eyes emitting killing intent. At the same time, when he realized how difficult it must have been for his mother all those years ago, he felt even more heartache for her. Even though he was actually the weapons specialist Ling Tian from Earth, after merging with the old Duan Ling Tian's memories, he had long ago become the real Duan Ling Tian. There was now no distinction between the two, so he felt all of this as if it happened to himself. I never thought that I had such a great father. If only he was still alive. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh. His father has been missing without a trace for a full 16 years. The chances of him being alive were extremely tiny. 16 years of time. If his father was still alive, he should have long ago come to look for his mother and him. Duan Ru Feng. He deeply remembered this name in his heart. This was the name of his father. While Duan Ling Tian was still pondering, a familiar cry sounded from outside. In the past, when he heard this voice, he would feel annoyed. But now his face had a warm smile. As he walked out of his room, Duan Ling Tian saw the little fatty who looked as if nothing had happened to him. You just recovered and need to rest properly. If you want anything, you can wait until after you've recovered. Boss, I heard everything from my dad. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't be alive anymore. Little fatty rubbed the back of his head as he smiled slyly. Don't talk like that, you only got injured to save me. What I did was only to make amends. Recalling the scene from half a month ago, his eyes could not help but flash with a trace of being moved. That day, why did you block that palm strike for me? Duan Ling Tian asked the little fatty. Even I don't know. The little fatty smiled embarrassedly. I didn't think too much at that time, all I thought was that if boss dies, then no one would teach me the inscription technique in the future. Grandfather said that I don't have the talent to be an alchemist, so if I want to earn big money, then I can only become an inscription master. You scoundrel, so the reason you learned the inscription technique was to earn big money, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but jokingly scold. Boss, I told you the truth. You won't stop teaching me the inscription technique, right? The little fatty asked worriedly. Don't worry, as long as you want to learn, even if you're as dumb as a log, I'll make you enlightened. Duan Ling Tian said. He quickly noticed the little fatty walking towards him, extending his hand, and touching him on the forehead. Damn fatty, what are you doing? Boss, you don't have a fever. Little fatty blinked his small eyes with an expression of disbelief. After hearing what he said, Duan Ling Tian shot him an angry stare. This damn fatty was really a contemptible wretch. He couldn't endure others being nice to him. Oh right, boss, my grandfather asked me to pass these silver bills to you. The little fatty took out a stack of silver bills. There were at least a few hundred of them, each being a 1,000 denomination. My grandfather said that you can take it as payment for your bone formation pill medicinal formula. There's a total of 100,000, boss, you can count it. Little fatty passed over the silver bills to Duan Ling Tian, but he noticed that Duan Ling Tian didn't intend on receiving them. Boss, what's wrong? Although he lacked money, he knew what money he should take and what money he shouldn't. Li Zan saved his life, this was more than enough for him to expend everything to repay Li Zan, so it would be impossible for him to take Li Zan's money. Boss, you should keep it, the little fatty said again. He guessed the reason why the usually money-loving Duan Ling Tian would reject it. What? You've made so much progress that you don't have to listen to what your boss says anymore. Duan Ling Tian gave the little fatty a stare and started acting like he was angry. When little fatty saw this, he instantly waned. He put the silver bills back in his pocket. Enough, hurry up and scram back home to rest. In a few days, I'll come by your house and teach you inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian drove the little fatty out of the courtyard and let out a breath of relief. Luckily, Li Zan was alright. If he wasn't, Duan Ling Tian would have blamed himself for his entire life. Chapter 36, Main Clan. The Coming of Age Ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime experience that is especially important. According to the past rules, the Li family's coming of age ceremony is held along with the Fang and Chen families, and this year was no exception. This year, it was the Chen family's turn to host the ceremony. Tian, Ke in a few days, you will be adults, Li Ru said to the couple beside her. Her beautiful face was filled with tender love. Ke did you hear? We are going to be adults soon, so we can give birth to a grandson for Mom to play with, the youth said to the young girl beside him. Her face instantly blushed bright red as she embarrassedly lowered her head. She was speechless. Stinking brat, you really have a wild imagination. Li Ru gave the youth a stare and then continued saying, a granddaughter isn't bad either. She will be as beautiful as Ke in the future. When Duan Ling Tian saw his mother with a serious face, he stopped making fun of her, but once he heard the second half of what she said, he was thoroughly speechless. Could it be that it was hereditary? Did you hear that? Ninth Elder is going to hold her grandchildren soon. If you don't lose weight after the coming of age ceremony, I'll break your legs. With your current figure, what girl would dare to marry you? Nearby, Fifth Elder Li Ting chided little fatty, who was beside him. The latter had an innocent expression as he looked at the instigator with resentment. Duan Ling Tian turned his head away, ignoring him. The coming of age ceremony was held by Fresh Breeze Town's 3 families once a year. The people who took part were all those youths and young girls who had recently turned 16. After today, Duan Ling Tian, Ke and Li Zan would be 16. In the Chen family's estate, Chen family disciples were surrounding the spacious martial arts practice hall. The Chen families, the Li families, and the Fang family's patriarchs were all standing on the high stage. They were responsible for presiding over today's coming of age ceremony. The coming of age ceremony was no more than a simple ceremony. The most important part of it was the friendly battle. After the ceremony, the so-called friendly battle was a martial arts spar between the youths and young girls of Fresh Breeze Town's 3 families that attended the coming of age ceremony. At the end, the top 10, top 3, and top 1 youths would be decided. They would receive prizes that were prepared respectively by the 3 families. Isn't that Duan Ling Tian? Just when over 100 youths and young girls were gathered in the martial arts practice hall, some hawk-eyed Chen family disciples recognized one of the youths standing inside. Right, Duan Ling Tian happens to be participating in this year's coming of age ceremony. Looks like there isn't any suspense in this year's friendly battle. Duan Ling Tian will undoubtedly take first place. That is certain. I'm afraid no one would even dare fight him. The Chen family disciples started discussing. He's Duan Ling Tian. One of the Chen family disciples looked at the youth from afar and was stupefied. Wasn't this youth the one that came to their Chen family weapon store to buy materials the other day? Wasn't he the one with the possibility of being backed by a weapon craftsman? The coming of age ceremony officially started. After the simple ceremony were the speeches from the 3 families' patriarchs. They were no more than some words of encouragement. So boring. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He nearly fell asleep from hearing the speeches, causing the young girl beside him to be unable to contain herself and laugh while covering her mouth. The little fatty standing on the other side of Duan Ling Tian asked, in a low voice, Boss, can I use inscriptions in the friendly battle after the coming of age ceremony? Besides our Li family members, using it on anyone else is up to you, Duan Ling Tian lazily said. Boss, if it's not the Li family members, there's no reason for me to use inscriptions. The little fatty was so anxious that he seemed like he was about to cry. He could easily win against the youths and young girls of the Chen and Fang families, but the problem was that a few of the Li family's elders' children were also participating in the coming of age ceremony. Towards these few people, he was not confident. Who asked you to be lazy? Giving the little fatty a stare, Duan Ling Tian felt fairly helpless. Although he concocted the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid for Li Zan had an untamed disposition. He was completely unable to calm himself down and cultivate, which was why he was still only at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. The other elders' children that participated in the coming-of-age ceremony, although they only had the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, they had all stepped into the 5th level of the body-tempering stage now. Forget it, I have no chance of getting into the top 3, but I should be able to get in the top 10. The little fatty was quickly able to accept his fate. Gaining a place in the top 3 to him was just a matter of gaining face. He did not care about the extra prizes in the least. Finally, as the speeches of the 3 patriarchs ended, the friendly battle finally officially began. The youths and young girls of the 3 families that participated in the coming-of-age ceremony amounted to a total of 121 people. They were divided into 2 divisions with 60 groups per division. This was to carry out the first round of the elimination battles. But this year's friendly battle had Duan Ling Tian, so it was bound to different. After the 3 families' patriarchs had a discussion, even though the Fang family's patriarch wasn't extremely willing, he had to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian's strength. They decided to directly award Duan Ling Tian this year's friendly battle's first place position. The youths and young girls present had no objections to this decision. What a joke. Duan Ling Tian had only just recently killed a first-level core formation martial artist, so if he really participated in the friendly battle and they encountered Duan Ling Tian as their opponent, they would unconditionally concede. Fighting with an abnormal person like Duan Ling Tian was absolutely asking to be abused. Duan Ling Tian had surpassed the people of the same age in Fresh Breeze Town a long time ago. Boss, it must be so enjoyable for you. You don't even have to fight in the arena and can directly go to the top and get first place. The little fatty, with his number 32 tag in hand, looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of jealousy and admiration. Ignoring the little fatty, Duan Ling Tian looked towards the young girl beside him and asked, what number are you? Number 7. The young girl lightly smiled. After a short while, the friendly battle began. Seeing the youths and young girls throwing kicks and punches towards each other, Duan Ling Tian started to feel drowsy again. Only when it was K'er's turn did he slightly regain some spirit. The moment K'er went into the arena, she stood there gracefully. Due to her elegant and refined figure with a face like an angel, she quickly drew the attention of everyone. So beautiful, if I could marry a wife like her, I would be willing to have my life shortened by 10 years. Stop daydreaming, don't you know your own limitations? That is Duan Ling Tian's woman. The surrounding Chen family youths' eyes were shining, greedily staring at the young girl in the arena. 8th level of the body tempering stage. On the high stage, including the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, all 3 family patriarchs were dumbstruck as they saw through the young girl's cultivation with a glance. K'er's opponent was a slightly timid youth whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. The youth's attacks were straight and normal, and after being knocked back with a casual palm strike from K'er, he conceded. From start to finish, K'er never used a martial skill. Of course, the main reason was that K'er didn't know any martial skills. It wasn't because Duan Ling Tian was stingy, he gave her such a top-ranked cultivation method like Frost God's sword technique after all. He just didn't care about other ordinary martial skills, and he didn't want K'er to split her focus. At this moment, one of the Chen family's elders fixedly stared at the young girl who was walking down the arena and exclaimed, 8th level of the body tempering stage. Hearing what he said, the surrounding Chen family disciples were instantly petrified. This young girl who had only recently turned 16 was an 8th level body tempering martial artist. The entire martial arts practice hall quickly found out about the young girl's cultivation level, and everyone who heard about it became petrified, only regaining their senses after a long time. Everyone was looking towards the beautiful young girl who was embarrassedly chatting with Duan Ling Tian. She is an 8th level body tempering martial artist. You're kidding, right? It was 3rd elder who said so. Do you think he would be joking? Fuck. Not only is this Duan Ling Tian himself a freak, even the people beside him are freaks. The friendly battle progressed like a raging fire. When dusk arrived later that day, the final result was out. First, Duan Ling Tian. Second, K'er. Third, Li Sheng. Fourth, Li Ke. Fifth, Li Chu. Sixth, Li Zan. Out of the top 10, the first 6 were all Li family members. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, had a face full of smiles. It was not one bit unexpected to him. the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li, had an astonished expression. Never had he thought that there would be such a result. The Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, had a gloomy expression. In the top 10, the Fang family only took one spot. Next was the award ceremony. For first place, Duan Ling Tian received 300 silver coins and 2 body-tempering pills. For second and third place, Ke and Li Sheng received 200 silver coins and 1 body-tempering pill each. The other 7 people only received 100 silver coins. Stingy, too stingy. Duan Ling Tian received the first prize, which many people were jealous of, but he had an unsatisfied expression as he casually put the money in his pocket. Meanwhile, Ke cutely gave her prize to Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, the surrounding fiery gazes looked like they were going to burn Duan Ling Tian. At a corner of the martial arts practice hall, Chen Mei, who was like the bright moon surrounded by stars, looked at the nearby couple while lightly biting her lips. When she looked at the young girl, her clear eyes flashed with a trace of jealousy and envy. As night fell, the coming-of-age ceremony came to an end. Both the Fang and Chen families' patriarchs called for an emergency meeting that night. The purpose of the meeting was naturally to discuss the performance of the Li family's youths and young girls today. Out of the top 10 spots of the friendly battle, 6 were taken by one family. In the history of Fresh Breeze Town, this was something that had never happened before. When something unusual happened, there was surely something strange going on. For a period of time after this, the two families started to investigate the ins and outs of the Li family in secret, but in the end, all their efforts were for naught. They did not succeed in finding out anything. Li family estate, inside the audience hall. Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at the youth and young girl in front of him as he said, Ling Tian, Ke, the reason I called you here today is because I have a matter to discuss with you two. Patriarch, go ahead, Li Nanfeng slowly said, with the current accomplishments of you two, there are things which I can tell you now. Actually, our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is only the branch family of Aurora City's Li clan. Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked. He had heard about Aurora City and he knew that there was a Li family there. He also knew that it was one of the big clans in Aurora City. Compared to Fresh Breeze Town's Li family, they were undoubtedly a colossus. But he never would have thought that Fresh Breeze Town's Li family and Aurora City's Li family had a relationship, nor that they were their branch family. Li Nanfeng continued, the main clan has a rule for branch family disciples. Any disciples who are alchemists, weapons craftsmen, inscription masters, or are able to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage before the age of 18 are eligible to enter the main clan and make a place for themselves in the main clan. Chapter 37. Aurora City. Outside of Fresh Breeze Town, a horse carriage set out and sped away. He didn't know when he would return after this departure. Recalling how the little fatty looked as he cried like it was raining while they said their farewells, he didn't quite feel well in his heart either. Young master, are you thinking of young master Zan? The beautiful young girl beside him asked with a considerate expression. All good things must come to an end. There will always be a chance to meet again in the future. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh. Tian, Aurora City isn't far from Fresh Breeze. When you're free, you can come visit any time. Li Ru gently smiled as she consoled him. A few days ago, Patriarch Li Nanfeng called him and Ke to see him because he wanted to recommend them to the main clan. Only at the main clan would they have a better future. Fresh Breeze Town was too small. The beginning of the journey was quite calm. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town for an afternoon's time, Li Ru's willow-shaped eyebrows slightly twitched as she said, in a low voice, looks like some people don't want to let us go to Aurora City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Mom, is it the Fang family? The horse carriage shook as it abruptly stopped. Madam, the carriage driver called with slightly shaky voice. Drawing up the carriage's curtain, Duan Ling Tian instantly saw the person who was blocking their way, and his face instantly distorted. An old man was standing there. It was the Fang family's grand elder, Fang Jun. He was at the 7th level of the core formation stage, one of the 3 publicly acknowledged strongest people of Fresh Breeze Town. Fang Jun. Li Ru got off the carriage. Her clear eyes were filled with an icy coldness and her voice was suppressed to a very low and grim tone. My son has already decided to leave Fresh Breeze Town. He won't threaten your Fang family anymore, so why are you still being so overbearing? The Fang family needs his blood to wash away our shame. Fang Jun's reply was simple, omitting his determination to kill Duan Ling Tian. Ke, you stay in the carriage. Duan Ling Tian said to the young girl before following his mother out of the carriage. He clenched his fists as his cold gaze was fixed on Fang Zhen. Duan Ling Tian, don't worry, today I will send both you and your mother to hell, so you two can be companions in the netherworld. Fang Zhen looked towards Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as if looking at a dead man. Li Ru took a deep breath and anxiously said, Tian, take care and leave right now. Even if she exerted all her strength, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long against Fang Zhen. Mom, if we leave together. Duan Ling Tian's tone was extremely firm. Enough arguing. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Fang Zhen laughed coldly, then he stepped on the ground and flew out like lightning. His hands were thrusting forward like a rock unfolding its wings, enveloping both Duan Ling Tian and his mother. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes emerged above his head. Li Ru gracefully stomped the ground as she flew out to intercept his attack. Above her head were 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the 3-foot-long sword in her hand unsheathed. A sword shine flashed by at the exact moment Fang Zhen raised his hand to block, tearing open his sleeves. What a marvelous sword skill! Fang Zhen's gaze flickered, then he struck with a palm strike that was like a mountain. Li Ru's jade-like hands shook and her delicate body trembled. A sweetness could be tasted in her mouth as her fine steel sword's blade was broken into 2 by Fang Zhen's palm strike. Duan Ling Tian's face changed greatly, spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he went straight for Fang Zhen. A strand of violet that was locked onto Fang Zhen's throat whistled through the air. Fang Zhen was disdainful as he swung out his sleeve, sweeping Duan Ling Tian and his sword aside. Fang Zhen's palms blasted through the air and came down towards Duan Ling Tian's chest. If he was hit by this attack, he would undoubtedly die. Li Ru's face changed greatly. She wanted to save him, but there wasn't enough time. The young girl jumped down from the carriage, disregarding everything as she rushed towards Duan Ling Tian. Her clear eyes were filled with tears and her heart felt like there was a dagger twisting within it. In the nick of time, a figure flew out from the lush trees on the side of the road, arriving in front of Duan Ling Tian and countering Fang Zhen's palm strike head-on with evenly matched strength. Above the head of the person were 10 similar ancient mammoth silhouettes. After he stabilized himself, Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone brightly as he recognized the person that arrived. It was indeed the Li family's Grand Elder Li Huo. He knew that since Grand Elder has arrived, the danger that fell upon him could be considered as resolved. Li Huo, I didn't think that the dignified Li family's Grand Elder would actually be the escort for a disciple with another surname. Looks like this disciple with another surname has an extraordinary status in your Li family. After Li Huo's arrived, Fang Zhen knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Duan Ling Tian today. Fang Zhen, you're an old man, but you do not respect yourself and commit indecent actions. For actually trying to kill my Li family's disciple, today you will undoubtedly die. Li Huo's gaze seemed to be spitting fire from his extreme rage. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt warm. This was the first time he could ever recall the Grand Elder being so enraged. Li Huo, our strengths are comparable, even if you include Li Ru, I'm afraid you won't able to prevent me from escaping, Fang Zhen said disdainfully. If the 2 of them are recent enough, how about if you include me? Just at this moment, 2 more figures revealed themselves and surrounded Fang Zhen. Patriarch Chen. Out of the 2 people that appeared, Duan Ling Tian recognized one of them. It was the Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li. The other person was an old man who seemed to be full of spirit and energy. Chen Kun, this matter is between the Fang family and Li family, I hope you don't interfere in the matter. Seeing the old man, Fang Zhen's face finally changed and he angrily shouted, Chen Kun. The Chen family's Grand Elder. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone brightly. Fresh Breeze Town's strongest 3 were gathered here. Fang Zhen, you're wrong, this is a matter between my Chen family and the Li family with your Fang family. Chen Kun smiled indifferently. You all. Fang Kun's expression was grim. He couldn't believe that all of this was real. Chen Kun, what did the Li family give you that is valuable enough to persuade you to partner up with them and make a move against me? The Chen family's future. Li Kun only said 5 words, and at the moment he finished, his figure moved, abruptly attacking. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth shook as it materialized 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Li Huo, Li Ruo, and Chen Li followed behind, attacking. The 4 of them attacked in unison. Ancient mammoths were shaking in the air as they whistled out to suppress Fang Zhen. In a moment, Fang Zhen was in a disadvantageous position. After being hit by Li Huo's palm strike, his body started trembling. The hit made he shoot out like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, fiercely falling upon the ground. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he was unable to continue fighting. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Jun started laughing. His gaze was filled with coldness as he looked towards Chen Kun and Chen Li. With a voice as cold as ice, he said, "You two are really muddle-headed. Based on the Li family's disciples' performance during the coming-of-age ceremony, it won't be long before the Li family rises above you. You two are digging your own graves. Fang Jun, you don't have to drive a wedge between us. The Li family was already planning to share their secret with our Chen family. And the conditions were to kill you." Chen Kun sneered as he saw through Fang Jun's intentions, then his figure moved as if transforming into a fierce tiger, and pounced downwards to kill the heavily injured Fang Jun. At the moment of his death, Fang Jun's eyes were filled with a startled expression. Hearing what Chen Kun said, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he had thought of something. "Thank you, Patriarch Chen, Elder Kun." Li Ru hurriedly thanked the two Chen family members before signaling with her eyes to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's thanks followed. The young girl's tears had not dried yet, and her expression was full of concern. Duan Ling Tian casually grabbed the young girl's hand, then lightly pinched her palm, comforting her. "Duan Ling Tian, if Elder Huo hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you have a grade 7 alchemist for a teacher." Chen Li glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. "If I'm not wrong, your teacher is also a weapons craftsman, right?" "Weapons craftsman?" Duan Ling Tian was dazed. He didn't know what Chen Li meant by this. Li Ru and Li Huo looked towards Duan Ling Tian. Even they didn't know about this. "A few months ago, you came to our Chen family weapon store to buy some materials. They were for weapon crafting, right?" Chen Li smiled lightly, as if he could see through Duan Ling Tian with a glance. Duan Ling Tian finally saw the light. So it was this matter. However, the materials he bought weren't for weapon crafting but for inscriptions. Of course, he would not say this. "Patriarch Chen, I'm afraid you've guessed wrong. The materials I bought were for my teacher to refine grade 7 medicinal pills, not for weapon crafting." As far as he knew, no one present besides him was knowledgeable about a grade 7 alchemist's ability, so no matter what nonsense he spouted, no one would be able to discern truth from lies. As expected, Chen Li nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. You're a genius, as expected. With you, the Li family has a good chance at prospering, and my Chen family will be able to benefit from being allies with the Li family." Chen Kun glanced at Duan Ling Tian before lightly smiling. "Elder Kun, you flatter me." Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. "Since the matter is resolved, it's time for us to take our leave," Chen Kun said as he left with Chen Li. Their figures quickly disappeared at the end of the road. "Kid, I decided by myself and promised the Chen family that after every fixed period of time, we will sell them some 6 treasures body tempering liquid. You won't blame me, right?" Li Huo smiled towards Duan Ling Tian. It was this promise that made the Chen family willing to join hands with him and kill the Fang family's grand elder. Duan Ling Tian had already passed the 6 treasures body tempering liquid medicinal formula to Li Huo before leaving. "Grand elder, you must be joking. If you hadn't made your move today, I would have certainly died. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid formula can be used by Grand Elder however you please." To him, there was nothing more important than his family and his own life. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, trading the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for the Fang family's Grand Elder's life was extremely worth it. "As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. Now that Fang Jun is dead, your journey should be safe. Remember, once you reach the main clan, compete whenever possible, because only when you reveal your worth will the main clan put effort into fostering your growth." Li Huo warned Duan Ling Tian before taking his leave. Duan Ling Tian nodded, remembering Li Huo's words. The following journey went smoothly and unhindered. They met a few bandits on the way, but they were easily scared off by Li Ru. At dusk, they finally reached their destination, Aurora City. A city that was 10 times the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The city walls were ancient, emitting an aura that seemed to have experienced many events. Inside the city, horse carriages could be seen moving about. The stream of people and carriages was never ending. This place was bustling with noise and excitement. So busy. When the young girl looked out of the carriage window, her clear eyes shined with a trace of brilliance and her mood was elated. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had a composed expression. Although Aurora City was busy, he had visited nearly every large city on Earth, and those large cities were something that Aurora City could not compare to. Chapter 38, Howling Tiger Fist. Collapsing Fist. Only after arriving at the main clan did Duan Ling Tian understand how small Fresh Breeze Town's Cranch family really was. In the Branch family, when counting all disciples with the Li surname and disciples with different surnames, the total amount of people was around 200. The resources they controlled was only 1/3 of Fresh Breeze Town's marketplace. Even the poor iron mine outside the town had to be shared with the other two families. However, the Li family's main clan was a large clan that contained thousands of members. Besides that, the clan controlled many stores in the busy areas of Aurora City, large plots of lands, and various ore veins. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. With his and K.'s 8th level body tempering cultivation, they were able to tower above the rest in Fresh Breeze Town's Li branch family, but in the main clan, their accomplishments weren't really exceptional. In the Li family's main clan, although stepping into the 8th level of the body tempering stage at 16 was not common, but there were still people capable of it. There were even some who were at the 9th level at age 17. They are worthy of being the main clan, they're wealthy and possess an extraordinary air, Duan Ling Tian sighed. The main clan disciples did not lack body tempering pills and pills similar to the Thunder Flame pill. In the Li branch family, not many people could afford body tempering pills, but in the main clan, as long as the parents weren't lazy people, they would be able to afford to unceasingly provide their children with body tempering pills and Thunder Flame pills. As the main clan, the Aurora City Li family occupied a vast area, around half the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The Aurora City Li family disciples were separated into inner court disciples and outer court disciples. Each group was provided different treatment. People like Duan Ling Tian and K.', who had just arrived at the Li family main clan, they would be outer court disciples, able to receive 30 silver coins a month each. You two are better off than me. In Fresh Breeze Town, I only receive no more than 20 silver coins as my monthly compensation. As Li Ru tidied up the courtyard the main clan provided to Duan Ling Tian and K.', she sighed emotionally. Mom, these 30 silver coins isn't easily received. Branch family disciples must become inner court disciples by the age of 19, or else they will be sent back to the branch family. Subsequently, he started sizing up the courtyard in and out, and was quite satisfied. The courtyard allocated to them was slightly larger than other small courtyards due to the fact that the two of them were living together, and thus there were 3 rooms. Normally, the small courtyards allocated to branch family disciples would only have 2 rooms. Young master, you will surely be able to become an inner court disciple, the young girl who was helping Li Ru said confidently to Duan Ling Tian. K.', you should say, both of us. Duan Ling Tian smiled, extremely confident. Tian, at the main clan you have to be even more hardworking. On the way here, Mom noticed many main clan disciples staring at K.'. If you don't work hard, she might get taken away. Li Ru teased Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, the young girl got anxious first. Madam, I won't. Duan Ling Tian glanced at his mother complacently. She shook her head and sighed. I really wonder what love potion you gave K.'. With the 3 of them working together, the courtyard and rooms were quickly tidied up. Mom, you take a rest, I'll take K.'. to look around. After notifying Li Ru, Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl and left the courtyard. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had arrived at the main clan's outer court martial arts practice field. On the martial arts practice field, many outer court disciples were diligently cultivating their martial arts. Some used fists, some used palms, and some even used swords. The appearance of the couple instantly drew the attention of many eyes. Even more gazes fell upon the young girl. The young girl's long, jet-black hair was tied up into a bun and her elegant face was like a bloomed lotus flower that emitted an enticing, bright, red glow, delicate and charming. Willow-shaped eyebrows, apricot-shaped eyes, fine nose, red lips, everything combined equaled a flawless beauty. Her slightly inflated chest was like a budding flower, as if it would blood at any moment. Her slender and delicate waist that could be embraced with a single hand, raised and round buttocks, slender and long beautiful legs, made her look even more slim and graceful, incurring everyone's fondness. Since when did our outer court have such a beautiful little girl? At the other end of the martial arts practice field, in a group of youths who had gathered to brag to each other, saliva was flying out of a youth's mouth. His eyes suddenly shone as his gaze fell upon the young girl, unable to move an inch. Probably just arrived from the branch family. A youth guessed. She's too beautiful, not one bit inferior to Li Shishi. Another youth's eyes shone as saliva came out of the corner of his mouth. Half a year ago, Li Shishi was a branch family disciple that arrived at Aurora City's main branch. She was publicly acknowledged as the outer court's #1 beauty. Come on, let's go make friends with her. The green-clothed youth quickly walked over. Li Xiao, I think she's taken, the youth that followed behind him said. Li Xiao disdainfully replied, that's a new face as well. He's probably from the same branch family as her. You guys aren't such big pussies that you're even afraid of a branch family disciple, right? Of course we aren't afraid. Immediately, the group of people followed behind Li Xiao and walked over. Duan Ling Tian and Kair were walking shoulder to shoulder as they passed the martial arts practice field. The group of youths walking over suddenly caused Duan Ling Tian to frown, but he ignored them and continued walking forward. The green-clothed youth in the front walked in big strides and blocked in front of Duan Ling Tian and Kair. Is something the matter? Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at the green-clothed youth, his voice cold and indifferent. However, the green-clothed youth disregarded Duan Ling Tian. Li Xiao looked towards the young girl with a face full of smiles. You must be the branch family disciples that just arrived at the main clan, right? I'm Li Xiao, a main clan disciple. As he finished speaking, Li Xiao's expression was filled with a sense of pride. Under the astounded gazes of Li Xiao and the youths following behind him, the young girl ignored them and instead looked towards the youth beside her. Young master, let's leave. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded, preparing to go around the group of people. Stay right there. Li Xiao couldn't remain calm because he felt ashamed. Looking towards the young girl, he said, I'm a main clan disciple, are you really not going to give me any face? Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a cold light as he said, in a cold and indifferent tone, face isn't something you gain by relying on others to give to it it is fight for by yourself. If there's nothing else, fuck off. Fuck off. Li Xiao was struck dumb. He thought that he heard wrong. He looked backwards towards one of the youths. I didn't hear wrong, right? He asked me to fuck off. The youth nodded. You didn't hear wrong. He asked you to fuck off. Li Xiao became extremely furious. Kid, I want to fight you. He shouted loudly. The shout immediately attracted the attention of most of the people in the martial arts practice field. Now even more people were surrounding them, looking at the scene in intrigue. Sorry, I'm not interested. After indifferently replying, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the young girl's hand and was prepared to leave. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's actions, Li Xiao's eyes looked like they were emitting fire. You don't even dare to accept my challenge. Looks like you're a coward and not a real man. The surrounding crowd couldn't hold back their laughter as they looked at Duan Ling Tian in contempt. Weak people were always looked down upon. Duan Ling Tian's sword-shaped eyebrows frowned, then he finally turned around and said, although I know you're just trying to prod me into action, since you want to challenge me, I'll accept. I'll be back in a second. After notifying the young girl, Duan Ling Tian walked towards Li Xiao and stood face to face with him. Kid, I only need 3 moves to defeat branch family disciples like you. Li Xiao's looked like he was slightly older than Duan Ling Tian. His slightly robust body inclined backwards, his arms bent backwards, and his fists clenched tightly, making his bones release a crackling sound as they rubbed each other. This sound was clear and melodious but ear-piercing at the same time. Noticing Li Xiao's movement, Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked. It actually was nearly similar to the collapsing fist starting movement. After a moment, Li Xiao's legs spread apart in a bizarre posture. He looked like a fierce tiger that was prepared to howl and begun the hunt. It brought a familiar sensation to Duan Ling Tian. This martial skill is far from something the middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill, Fierce Tiger Fist, can compare to. Duan Ling Tian's expression becomes slightly serious. Look at Li Xiao's starting movement. It looks like the middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist. A shocked cry sounded from the surrounding crowd. Yeah, it's indeed the Howling Tiger Fist. More and more people recognized the martial skill Li Xiao was about to use. How could this be possible? Outer court disciples are only allowed to choose low-grade profound rank skills in the martial repository pavilion. How could Li Xiao know a middle-grade profound rank martial skill? Your information is too outdated. Who doesn't know that Li Xiao's brother, Li Zhang, is an inner court disciple? According to the clan rules, siblings are allowed to share their martial skills without breaking the rules. So that's how it is. Looks like Li Zhang passed it down to him. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Duan Ling Tian was finally enlightened. So it was a profound rank martial art. Hey, Li Xiao moved. His body, which seemed to have bent into a heavy bow, shot forward. His feet were moving swiftly like a flashing shadow with no fixed movement. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. His fist held as it surged through the wind, going straight for Duan Lingtian's chest. So fast, Duan Lingtian noticed Li Xiao execute a movement technique. After observing Li Xiao's shocking fist power, he didn't dare to overestimate himself and be careless. Using the spirit serpent movement technique, he stepped 2 steps back. Instantly, Duan Lingtian drew his arms back, his backbone taking the shape of a bow. His fist moved out like a landslide. Against Li Xiao's violently approaching howling tiger fist, Duan Lingtian was not one bit scared. He swung out his right fist to meet the attack head-on. Their fists violently collided together. After an instant, a sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as the force of his fist was absorbed by Li Xiao. Crack. The clear sound of bones breaking sounded. Li Xiao's face distorted. He was instantly forced back by Duan Lingtian. The pain that spread out from his finger bones caused Li Xiao's cold sweat to flow out. Looking with an expression of disbelief at Duan Lingtian, his voice trembled as he said, Your howling tiger fist is actually cultivated until mastery. Howling tiger fist. The crowd was in an uproar. Who was this person and how could he also know the howling tiger fist? Moreover, Li Xiao said that his howling tiger fist had been cultivated to mastery. How was this be possible? Regarding profound rank martial skills, cultivating them to the initial stage is easy, but to cultivate them to mastery is instead exceptionally difficult. After the youth finished up, he didn't even glance at Li Xiao. He grabbed the young girl's hand and he walked out of the crowd. Li Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness as he endured the pain and shouted, "What's your name?" "What? Want to take revenge?" The youth turned around and glanced at Li Xiao before indifferently saying, "I'm Fresh Breeze Town's branch family disciple, Duan Lingtian." A brand family disciple and even a disciple with another surname. Most of the people were shocked. Duan Lingtian, I remember you. Once I master my howling tiger fist, I will surely come and wash away this shame. Li Xiao's tone was metallic as the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Chapter 39. Bumpkin. On the way home, Duan Lingtian started pondering. He was absolutely certain that the howling tiger fist Li Xiao executed was around 70% similar to his collapsing fist, and the method of force exertion was nearly identical. Moreover, he could feel how the howling tiger fist was even more agile than collapsing fist to a certain degree. Even though Li Xiao's cultivation level was similar to his, both being at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, Li Xiao obviously hadn't grasped the quintessence of the howling tiger fist. Otherwise, even though he would still be unable to defeat Duan Lingtian, at least he wouldn't lose so horribly. Middle grade profound rank martial skill. Duan Lingtian vaguely realized that he might have mistakenly understood certain things. In his mind, rebirth martial emperor's memories rapidly flashed by. Duan Lingtian quickly had a new perception of profound rank martial skills. So that's how it is. Profound rank compared to yellow rank is an all-new type of transformation. The might of a yellow rank martial skill is equal to the military boxing in my previous life. On the other hand, low-grade profound rank martial skills are comparable to formal boxing. Duan Lingtian felt enlightened. In the past, when he saw the Li Branch family martial pavilion's low-grade and middle-grade yellow-ranked skills which were difficult to take seriously, he had an attitude that felt as if using his formal boxing would be enough and thus rejected all the martial skills of this world. But now he realized that even the formal boxing of his previous life was only comparable to this world's low-grade profound rank martial skills. Looks like I need to start taking this world's martial skills seriously. Duan Lingtian's heart twitched. Martial skills. On top of offensive martial skills and movement techniques, there are also defense techniques. Through rebirth martial emperor's memories, Duan Lingtian's horizons grew wider, and he gained knowledge of matters he wasn't aware of in the past. So the 9 Dragons War Sovereign techniques War Sovereign's 9 forms actually has 3 heaven rank martial skills merged within it. Offensive martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, movement technique, Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens, and defense martial skill, 9 Dragons Barrier. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His mood was elated. The Spirit Serpent movement technique in the War Sovereign's 9 forms Spirit Serpent form was actually the basic section of the Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens martial skill, a high-grade profound rank movement technique. If I step into the core formation stage, I'll be able to cultivate the basic section of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, which is a high-grade profound rank martial skill called Dragon's Finishing Touch. If I step into the origin core stage, I'll be able to cultivate the basic section of the 9 Dragons Barrier, which is a high-grade profound rank martial skill called Earth Dragon's Shield. Noticing the smile on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the young girl beside him couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Duan Ling Tian laughed, "Nothing. We've been out for a while, let's go back so mom doesn't worry." That night, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room early and lied down on his bed. He looked at the ceiling while he was in a daze. In his heart he was thinking and pondering about the martial skills. A mysterious door was slowly being opened in front of him. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl out, leaving the Li clan estate. He planned to buy some medicinal materials for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid as well as for other uses. As for Thunder Flame pills, Duan Ling Tian had already requested Grand Elder Li Huo to refine a few hundred for him before he left Fresh Breeze Town, more than enough for him and K'er to use until they advanced to the core formation stage. The two of them quickly arrived at the biggest trade market in the city. The young girl's extremely beautiful face attracted plenty of burning gazes from lascivious men. They followed the young girl with their eyes until she entered a luxurious medicine store. "Is there anything I can get you?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked in with the young girl, the manager personally greeted them personally, his tone modest. He noticed the Li clan crest on their clothes. The Li clan was a colossus in Aurora City, even his medicine store was rented from the Li clan. After Duan Ling Tian finished telling him of the medicinal materials he needed for the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he continued, "Besides that, prepare some spirit tempering grass, amber lead, and 50-year-old blood lingzi." "Customer, how much of these 3 spirit medicines do you need?" the manager asked respectfully. 20 pounds of spirit tempering grass and amber lead each. As for the 50-year-old blood lingzi, I'll take 5 pounds. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before slowly replying, 5 pounds of 50 years old blood lingzi. The manager was stupefied. He couldn't believe what he had heard. "Customer, you're not kidding, right? The other spirit grasses you asked for are just common spirit grasses and not worth much. But blood lingzi is, after all, 50 years old. Just 50 grams is already worth 1,000 silver, 5 pounds. 50,000 silver, right?" Duan Ling Tian reached into his pockets and withdrew a stack of silver bills with 1,000 denomination and waved it around. "Don't worry, as long as you prepare the medicinal materials, your silver won't be any less." "Yes, yes." Seeing Duan Ling Tian withdraw so many silver bills that the manager's eyes sparkled. Without any further doubt, he hurriedly went to prepare the medicinal materials. "Respected customer, please take a look if you need anything else." "Young master, that blood lingzi is so expensive. Is there anything special about it?" The young girl playfully stuck out her tongue, looking at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with curiosity. "That's used as the medicinal catalyst for the medicinal liquid to cultivate defensive martial skills. 5 pounds of blood lingzi is only enough for us to use for 2 months. 2 months. 0.50,000 silver. The young girl was stupefied. She wanted to say something but was slightly hesitant. "Young master, isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "K'er, you must remember that if you want to improve your strength, you absolutely can't skimp on money. Money is a mere worldly possession. If you've used it all, you can still find a way to earn more." The young girl light nodded as if she had realized something and understood. "Brother Li Yuan, after you buy some blood lingzi, your golden bell cover martial skill should be able to step into the initial stage, right?" A sound transmitted in from outside the medicine store, getting close and closer. Golden bell cover. This defense martial skill was included in the Memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor as it was considered one of the best defensive martial skills in the middle grade profound rank. Once it's successfully cultivated, one can stand in place like an immovable mountain, as if a golden bell. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through the defense. "Yeah, once I buy 250 grams of blood lingzi this time, I will be able to step into the initial stage before the clan's martial meet starts," another voice sounded. This voice had a trace of arrogance and callousness. The former sighed as he said enviously, "Brother Li Yuan, I really envy you, that is worth 5,000 silver. If only my father would spend so much on me, then my iron arm technique wouldn't have taken so long and still not be able to enter the rudiment stage." The latter said, "You do a comparison in this way. I'm the only son in the family, but you have a big brother. I heard your brother, Li Zong's iron arm technique was cultivated to the initial stage half a year ago. Yeah, the former's voice contained a trace of jealousy. It's him. Duan Ling Tian recognized the owner of the voice. It was actually the main clan disciple, Li Xiao, whom he defeated yesterday in the outer court martial arts practice field. He didn't expect Li Xiao, who had just had 2 or 3 of his finger bones broken by him, to actually be able to come out and walk around the market today with such vigor. With a quick thought, Duan Ling Tian understood. Based on the injury Li Xiao received yesterday, if he used a grade 9 gold injury pill, he would be healed in one night. Using a gold injury pill on such a light injury, main clan disciples were really extravagant. Li Xiao, I heard that you lost to a newly arrived branch family disciple yesterday, and he even used the Howling Tiger Fist against you. Brother Li Yuan, don't mention it, I was really unlucky yesterday. Who knew that a newly arrived branch family disciple would be at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and his Howling Tiger Fist would have even stepped into the mastery stage? But his Howling Tiger Fist seemed incomplete. If I'm able to cultivate my Howling Tiger Fist to mastery soon, I can definitely defeat him. It is really odd that a branch family disciple used a middle grade profound rank martial skill. Don't mention him. Right, Brother Li Yuan, the little girl beside him was really vivacious and beautiful, not one bit inferior to Li Shishi. Not inferior to Li Shishi? Are you sure? The 2 youths around the age of 17 talked as they walked into the medicine store. It's you, Li Xiao exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the couple who had their backs towards him. He recognized the view of their backs. Li Yuan also looked towards the couple and curiously asked, Li Xiao, you know them? Brother Li Yuan, he is the branch family disciple I told you about earlier, Duan Ling Tian. Li Xiao said in a low voice. Looks like there's some fate between us. Aurora City is so large, yet we are able to meet here. Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl along as he turned around and grinned. Humph. Li Xiao's expression turned slightly grim. However, Li Yuan besides him had his gaze fixedly staring at the young girl beside Duan Ling Tian, unable to move away anymore. The slim and graceful young girl with a drop-dead gorgeous face caused his heart to tremble. Li Yuan muttered to himself, she's really not one bit inferior to Li Shishi, and at certain points even better than Li Shishi. Noticing Li Yuan's unrestrained gaze, the young girl frowned. Hi, I heard you're a branch family disciple who just arrived at the main clan. How about we become friends? Withdrawing his burning gaze, Li Yuan walked over in a polite manner, as if he was a completely different person from before. I don't know you. The young girl's voice was cold and indifferent, seemingly unapproachable. Then let's get to know each other from this moment. I'm Li Yuan, a main clan disciple. In the outer court, as long as you say my name, any person will give you some face and treat you well out of respect for me. Li Yuan's manner of speaking was filled with arrogance. Oh, so that means that the outer court disciples don't dare to offend you. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Li Yuan. Humph. Duan Ling Tian, Brother Li Yuan's strength can rank at the top 3 in the outer court. If you were sensible, you would fuck off right now. Maybe Brother Li Yuan will take you under his wing since you're so sensible. Before Li Yuan could speak, Li Xiao had already grunted. Oh, really? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Disregarding Li Yuan's eyes that seemed to be burning, he grabbed the young girl's hand and walked away, ignoring the 2 of them. Li Yuan took a deep breath and said, as long as you're willing to be friends with me, I can give you a big gift. 50 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi. How about it? This was obviously said to the young girl beside Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lightly laughed as he said to the young girl, some people are really stingy, wanting to bribe you with only 50 grams of blood Lingzi. Bumpkin, what do you know? Brother Li Yuan is talking about 50-year-old blood Lingzi, just 50 grams is worth 2,000 silver. A bumpkin like you probably can't even produce 100 silver coins, right? Li Xiao mocked. Chapter 40. Greater Teleportation. Duan Ling Tian ignored Li Xiao's mocking. The medicine store manager put the bagged medicinal materials on the counter as he said to Duan Ling Tian, respected customer, the medicinal materials you requested are all here. As for the other medicinal materials, that is a total of 487 silver. Before the manager could finish what he said, Li Xiao had already started mocking Duan Ling Tian. Buying cheap medicinal materials, as expected of a bumpkin. So much medicinal materials but only costing 487 silver, not even half the cost of 50 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi. Although Li Yuan didn't join in, The corners of his mouth had a mocking smile. The medicine store manager glanced indifferently at Li Xiao, but when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he was extremely modest. Respected customer, to thank you for trusting our store. Seeing as this 487 silver is an odd number extra from the round total, you can consider this as our store giving you a favor. You only have to pay for the 50-year-old blood Lingzi, he said, under the stunned gazes of Li Xiao and Li Yuan. Manager, here's 50,000 silver. You can count it. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a stack of 1,000 denomination silver bills and counted 50 bills before passing them over. All good, it's 50,000 silver, thank you. We will await your next visit. Under the manager's modest gaze, Duan Ling Tian and the young girl took the pile of medicinal materials, walked past Li Xiao and Li Yuan, who had expressions of disbelief, and left the medicine store. Li Yuan and Li Xiao's gazes had already been frozen entirely and their hearts were violently trembling. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Li Xiao pinched his thigh. When he felt the pain from his thigh, only then did he realize that he wasn't dreaming. With an expression that showed that he didn't dare believe what just happened, Li Xiao took a deep breath and asked, Manager, the 50,000 silver was money for buying blood Lingzi. Yes, that respected customer bought 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingzi. The manager nodded. 5 pounds. Li Xiao looked like he had just been struck by lightning. Li Yuan's face was extremely ugly. No wonder Duan Ling Tian dared to call him stingy. It was true that in front of 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingzi, not to mention the promise of gifting the young girl 50 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi, the 250 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi that he was going to buy for himself was still be nothing, after spending 5,000 silver. And buying 250 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi, the two of them left the medicine store. Li Xiao, are you sure he is a branch family disciple? Li Yuan's tone was low and heavy. 50,000 silver. It would be difficult for even his father to fork out that amount of silver. Brother Li Yuan, I'm absolutely sure he's a branch family disciple. Even I can't understand how he has so much money. Why don't we go to the branch family disciple registration office and look him up? Li Xiao felt it to be inconceivable as well. Yeah, go and find out about his background. If he really is only a branch family disciple, then this time I want both his wealth and his woman. Li Yuan nodded. In the corner of his eyes, traces of greed could be seen. Even until now, he still couldn't forget about the young girl from before. This feeling was even stronger than the time he saw Li Shishi for the first time. Unfortunately, Li Shishi was too dominating, and her strength was not below his. She normally wouldn't even look him in the eye. After trying to pursue her for some time, he had no choice but to give up. As far as he was concerned, the young girl that he took a liking for now would only require him to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. Anything besides that wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, he might even be able to obtain great wealth from Duan Ling Tian. With the help of this wealth, his strength would be able to progress at an even faster pace, maybe even netting an outstanding placing in the next martial meet of the clan, and allow him to win the prizes that he dreamed of. Li Clan Estate. Duan Ling Tian started getting busy as soon as he returned. Besides concocting the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he had to concoct another type of medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was called blood Lingzi body refinement liquid. The blood Lingzi body refinement liquid was a body refinement medicinal liquid researched by the rebirth martial emperor. It was able to assist in the cultivation process for defensive martial skills, enabling one to achieve double the results. Even though the medicinal catalyst for the blood Lingzi body refinement liquid could be directly consumed, the increase in speed of defensive martial skill cultivation was far from what the blood Lingzi body refinement liquid was capable of. The blood Lingzi body refinement liquid was concocted from 50 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi combined with 2 other cheap medicinal materials. This made its medicinal effect comparable to consuming 250 grams of 50-year-old blood Lingzi. Moreover, it was much easier to absorb. Give me 200 grams of spirit tempering grass, 190 grams of amber leaf, 50 grams of blood Lingzi, and 100 grams of clear water, Duan Ling Tian instructed the young girl. With the help of the young girl, he didn't have to do everything by himself. The first batch of blood Lingzi body refinement liquid was quickly concocted successfully. The Frost God's sword technique is a sword cultivation method, so it only has offensive sword skills. Starting from today, I'll pass on to you 2 other martial skills, a movement technique and a defensive martial skill. The martial skills Duan Ling Tian passed on to the young girl were 2 high-grade profound rank skills. These martial skills were the best skills the young girl could cultivate at the moment, and they wouldn't easily attract unwanted attention. Profound rippling steps, a high-grade profound rank movement technique. When cultivated to mastery, the legs turn into shadows with matchless grace. It is a movement technique extremely suited to women. Stealth substitution, a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Contrary to the typical head-on resistance of attacks that most defensive martial skills use, this defense martial skill stresses the use of a weaker force to counter a stronger force. It's based on cultivating the body until it is extremely delicate and flexible, allowing the user to divert the attacks that land on their body elsewhere. Most head-on resistance-type defensive martial skills require the body to be cultivated until the muscles are firm as fine steel, thus causing it to be unsuitable for women. Duan Ling Tian didn't wish for K'er to become a muscle woman in the future, so this defense martial skill suited her well. K'er, from now on, besides improving your cultivation, you have to spend some time on your movement technique. As for the defensive martial skill, with the help of the Blood Lingzi body refinement liquid, you only need to set aside a little bit of time to cultivate it. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the young girl as he patiently guided her. Only Duan Ling Tian had such resolution. Even in the Li family main clan, there weren't many people who could unceasingly use Blood Lingzi to assist in the cultivation of defensive martial skills. Most people only used the assistance of Blood Lingzi when they were at the threshold to break through to the next stage. Just like Li Yuan, the young girl obediently nodded. She was only able to memorize the 2 martial skills Duan Ling Tian dictated after some time. After K'er returned to her room to cultivate, Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before going to see his mother. He passed on the 2 martial skills from earlier to Li Ru. Mom, once I step into the core formation stage and refine a spirit containment pill, you should dissipate your current origin energy. At that time, I'll pass on to you a cultivation method that's similar to K'er's Frost God's Sword technique, and with the medicinal strength of the spirit containment pill, it will only take a short amount of time for your origin energy to recover to its current peak state, or even surpass it, Duan Ling Tian told his mother. He had long since wanted to pass on a top-rank cultivation method to his mother. But unfortunately, his mother had long since developed her origin energy, so in order to change to a different cultivation method, the current origin energy in the body had to be dissipated first. Dissipating the origin energy was a very dangerous affair unless the assistance from a spirit containment pill was present. Okay, Mom will listen to you. Li Ru dotingly nodded. Her son had grown up and was now able to take care of the family. Feng, can you see it? Our son has become an upstanding and dauntless man. Li Ru's gaze drifted and her face had an expression of happiness. Every time he saw his mother like this, he knew she was thinking about his father, so he didn't disturb her and left. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian started to search Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories for a suitable defensive martial skill to cultivate. As for offensive martial skills, he didn't require one at the moment, as the form and boxing and sword drawing arts he had mastered were more than enough to allow him to be one of the best among his peers. Once he reaches the core formation stage, he will cultivate the high-grade profound rank skill, finishing touch. As for movement techniques, he had the Spirit Serpent movement technique. Only his defensive martial skills were a blank slate. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon Shield, required one's cultivation to be at least at the origin core stage. To Duan Ling Tian, this was too far, and he couldn't wait that long. Mountain Mimicry Technique. No, it's too passive, and it would be hard to use in unison with the Spirit Serpent movement technique. Drum Form. It won't do either. Duan Ling Tian earnestly searched through the high-grade profound rank defense martial skills in Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. He gradually started feeling slightly exhausted. Exhaustion that stemmed from his spirit. Reading the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor required a large consumption of spirit energy, so it was difficult to do it for prolonged periods. This one, when Duan Ling Tian was feeling drowsy, he finally found a martial skill, instantly becoming frenzied and jolting awake. Greater Teleportation, a high-grade profound rank defense martial skill, a skill that stresses upon doing unto another what another does unto you. It was an alternative with similar effects to Stealth Substitution, the only difference being that Greater Teleportation had even harsher cultivation requirements. The cultivator was required to have a body that was soft as if without bones. Only then would the cultivator be able to skillfully reverse the opponent's attack and use the power of teleportation to return it to the opponent. Duan Ling Tian, who had cultivated the spirit serpent form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, happened to fulfill these requirements. After choosing his martial skill, Duan Ling Tian started his cultivation. First, he put the blood Lingzi body refinement liquid into the bath barrel and soaked his entire body inside. Feeling the bone-piercing coldness of the blood Lingzi body refinement liquid, Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious as he started to circulate the greater teleportation mental cultivation method. Greater teleportation is a defensive martial skill that focuses mainly on the cultivation of the fleshly body, allowing the surface of the fleshly body to develop a defensive chi barrier. The attributes of the defensive chi barrier that are developed by the fleshly body change according to the defensive martial skill cultivated. Once the defensive chi barrier is cultivated, it will only appear on the body's surface when the defensive martial skill is circulated, revealing its formidable defensive capabilities. Under the assistance of the blood Lingzi body refinement liquid, Duan Ling Tian's greater teleportation cultivation nearly reached the rudiment stage in but just a night's time. The mastery of a martial skill was divided into 4 stages: rudiment stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. The gap in strength of each stage is extremely wide. For example, Duan Ling Tian's formidable boxing's collapsing fist, it can be considered to be in the perfection stage, but because its essence is that of a low-grade profound rank martial skill and incomparable to the middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist, Li Xiao mistook it for Howling Tiger Fist cultivated to the mastery stage. In 1 month, this greater teleportation will certainly smoothly enter the rudiment stage. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had a trace of confidence. Of course, while he was cultivating greater teleportation, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to cultivate the spirit serpent's movement technique. Chapter 41. Li Shishi. At a corner of the martial arts practice field, Duan Ling Tian's body was like a spirit serpent as his figure shifted ceaselessly. He seemed slow but was actually swift as the wind. I should be able to break through the initial stage in at least 10 days or at most half a month's time. Duan Ling Tian's figure jerked and he once again stood still. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian knew that his spirit serpent movement technique was currently in the rudiment stage and would soon be able to step into the initial stage. When the spirit serpent movement technique steps into the initial stage, he will gain a qualitative change in speed. Spirit serpent movement technique is a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Even at the initial stage, it is comparable to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage and a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating in a timely manner as perseverance was key and results wouldn't be achieved overnight. He was prepared to return home and absorb the 7 treasures body tempering liquid to cultivate so that he can reach the 9th level of the body tempering stage as soon as possible. According to what he gathered, the yearly clan martial meet would be held 2 months from now. If he wanted to become an inner court disciple, he would need to show strength that greatly exceeded his peers during the clan martial meet. The corner of the martial arts practice field that Duan Ling Tian chose was quite deserted. When he walked out and arrived at the central area of the martial arts practice field, he noticed a group of people standing scattered around and watching something. Influenced by his curiosity, he walked over. In the middle of the crowd, a beautiful and graceful figure stood there. In her hands was a 3-foot-long blade that had transformed into a sword luster, skillfully revealing an extraordinary sword skill. This was a beautiful young girl around the age of 17. Her face was as fair as flowers and as beautiful as the moon. Since he arrived in this world, she was the only woman he had seen besides Kair and his mother with such an outstanding appearance. The young girl had soft and straight long hair which accompanied her figure's movements, lightly fluctuating. Under the blazing sun's illumination, the 3-foot-long blade in her hand flickered with a dazzling luster. Abruptly, an ancient mammoth silhouette developed above her. Her sword struck out, leaving a string of afterimages behind as it swept past. 3 leaves that dropped off a tree on the side were all cut in 2, drifting down to the ground. When the girl finished, she was already drenched in sweat. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, the surroundings sounded with applause and cheers. As expected of one of our outer court's top 3, Big Sister Shishi. Her perfect stage shadow sword is too formidable. Yeah, cutting 3 leaves which were not in a straight line with only 1 sword strike. In the entire outer court, I'm afraid only Big Sister Shishi is capable of it. 17 years old and at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. With the low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, cultivated to the perfection stage, Big Sister Shishi is first on the list in our Li clan's younger generation females. Duan Ling Tian heard the surrounding cheers and applause. top 3 in the outer court. Big sister Xixi, could it be that she is Li Xixi? Duan Ling Tian recalled that when he went to the trade market medicine store a few days ago, Li Xiao and Li Yuan mentioned a girl called Li Xixi in their chat. Seeing her today, she really deserved her reputation. In terms of her appearance, she was just a fraction inferior to his K'er. Big sister Xixi, wipe your sweat. A young girl lightly smiled as she passed a handkerchief to Li Xixi. After Li Xixi wiped off the sweat on her forehead, her clear pupils constricted as she noticed that one of the gazes from the crowd was different from the rest. All of the people present were practically lost in amazement towards her sword skill. But this person seemed to be thinking that her sword skill was not worthy to be taken seriously. In her heart arose a slight sense of loss and competitiveness. You think my sword skill is ordinary? Under the gazes of the surrounding people, Li Xixi arrived in front of the youth, her tone containing a trace of questioning. At this moment, the people present noticed the youth. Isn't he Duan Ling Tian? It's him. I was there on that day. He seems to be only 16. The young girl who's usually inseparable from him is actually not here. I heard that young girl's beauty is even slightly above Li Xixi's. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Li Xixi's clear eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She had heard of what happened a few days ago. Your sword skill is not bad. If you lessen the flare slightly, maybe it could become even stronger. Duan Ling Tian, who was the focus of the crowd, indifferently nodded. Flare. The surrounding crowd roared in laughter. This Duan Ling Tian can't be thinking that just because his howling tiger fist is formidable, he is capable of giving big sister Xixi guidance in her sword skills, right? Just a layman, but he dares to talk nonsense. Big sister Xixi's shadow sword's cultivation stage is perhaps similar to his howling tiger fist, but big sister Xixi's cultivation is one level higher than his. Combined with the 3-foot-long blade in her hand, she would be able to easily defeat him. The crowd started to defend Li Xixi against Duan Ling Tian. I only heard that your howling tiger fist is formidable. Could it be that you're also proficient in sword skills? Li Xixi glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a profound gaze. Duan Ling Tian didn't expect that speaking the truth would give rise to public wrath. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes it isn't easy to be a truthful person. Sword. Walking out in large strides, Duan Ling Tian unfolded his hand in front of Li Xixi. Li Xixi reacted and passed her sword to Duan Ling Tian. Her gaze emitted astonishment as she guessed what Duan Ling Tian planned to do. This Duan Ling Tian still wants to display his slight skill in front of an expert. He's simply too rash. Most people who noticed this scene had a disdainful expression. Duan Ling Tian took no notice as the facts would be able to speak for themselves. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian replaced Li Xixi. His hand grasped the 3-foot-long blade as he stood in the middle of the crowd. The wind swept by and the leaves of the tree started drifting down. Under the gazes of everyone, Duan Ling Tian's sword moved. But everyone present, including Li Xixi, only saw a flowing shine flicker by. From start to finish, they weren't even able to see how Duan Ling Tian struck with his sword. He's completed his sword strike. Everyone had doubt in their hearts. Quickly, look. Someone seemed as if to have noticed something. What they saw was that from the string of leaves that had drifted down from the tree earlier, there were more than 10 that had been sliced into 2, slowly dropping to the ground. Hiss. The people present couldn't help but exhale deep breaths of cold air. Only after Duan Ling Tian had returned the sword and left did Li Xixi finally regain her senses. Looking at the proud and aloof view of his back from afar, Li Xixi's heart had a feeling of defeat for the first time. The honor of being the top 3 in the outer court seemed like a title made to mock to her. Since the day she started cultivating, she had always used a sword. Towards sword skills, she had an intuition that exceeded common people. She knew in her heart that if she had to fight Duan Ling Tian one day, even if Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was lower than hers by 1 level, Duan Ling Tian could easily defeat her or even kill her with that sword strike from before. Duan Ling Tian, I'll remember you. Li Xixi silently said in her heart. Duan Ling Tian saw what happened earlier as something that was just casually done, not even worth mentioning. But using Li Xixi's low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, as a reference, combined with Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories to estimate, Duan Ling Tian came to a conclusion. His sword-drawing arts at full strength had a might comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill at the perfection stage, or comparable to a high-grade profound rank sword skill at the mastery stage. If he took someone by surprise, it could even achieve the effect of a high-grade profound rank sword skill. Duan Ling Tian abruptly stopped walking as he looked towards the path home. The two figures were standing there. They seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Li Yuan, Li Xiao. Duan Ling Tian casually glanced at them before deciding to go around them. But who knew that they would be so overbearing, even blocking Duan Ling Tian's path once more? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't want to create trouble, but it didn't mean he was scared of it. Duan Ling Tian, give us all the silver bills you have. Li Xiao grunted. Having Li Yuan, one of the top 3 in the outer court, to back him up, he was filled with confidence. If he knew of the marvelous sword skill that Duan Ling Tian had executed in the martial arts practice field earlier that even caused one of the top 3 in the outer court, Li Shishi, to feel admiration in her own inferiority, he would probably not have such thoughts as the one now. The affairs of the world were marvelously so. You want all the silver bills I have? Duan Ling Tian laughed and patted his thick chest. I did bring quite the amount of silver bills, but why should I give them to you? Why? Li Xiao sneered, if you don't want to suffer, then be good and hand over all your silver bills. Also, from now on, make the young girl that's always by your side, accompany brother Li Yuan. Shut up. Duan Ling Tian's sword-shaped eyebrows twitched. His expression didn't seem angry, but it had an imposing manner, and an extremely terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Li Xiao. Was like the reversed scale on a dragon's neck to him, touch it and he would go into a rage and kill the person. Li Xiao's expression became fearful and his legs started to shiver. Killing intent like Asura's caused his mental barriers to collapse. HMMPH. Duan Ling Tian walked away in large strides with a snort. If he was at any other place, he would have long ago crippled or killed Li Xiao. But this was the Aurora City Li clan. If he crippled or killed Li Xiao, even if the Li clan disregarded the matter, Li Xiao's family would not let it go. After all, Li Xiao was a main clan disciple with deep roots in the clan. He couldn't avoid having to think twice. Brother Li Yuan, why didn't you stop him? Li Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had a puzzled expression as he looked Li Yuan. Looks like we look down upon this Duan Ling Tian. He isn't ordinary. Li Yuan's expression was heavy. Although Duan Ling Tian's killing intent was directed at Li Xiao earlier, he was lightly touched by it and it caused his heart to shake. Surely it doesn't mean that we're just going to let it go like this. Li Xiao had an unwilling expression. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Yuan slowly said, we can go look for him again once my golden bell cover steps into the initial stage. For some reason, I don't have any confidence in winning right now. Li Xiao's expression was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that a mere branch family disciple, and a disciple with another surname at that, would actually be able to cause Li Yuan, who was considered one of the top 3 in the other court, to think twice. After hesitating for a while, Li Xiao asked, Brother Li Yuan, should we get my brother to make a move? Li Yuan's eyes flickered as he slowly said, what, don't tell me you want to let your brother get a share. According to what I know, although you two are siblings, your relationship isn't that good. Your brother has both openly and secretly called you trash. If he takes part in the matter, I'm worried all the benefits of our efforts will be reaped by him. Li Xiao's expression turned grim. This was a real possibility. There was no one who was more clear of his brother's conducts than himself, dominating and fearless. Okay then, we'll wait for brother Li Yuan's golden bell cover to step into the initial stage. Humph. We'll just let that Duan Ling Tian be complacent for a few more days. Li Xiao quickly made a decision. Chapter 42. Monster. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian would often bring Kair along to the martial arts practice field to cultivate her movement technique. They slowly blended into the Aurora City Li clan, winning over the respect of many main clan disciples. In this world, the strong were always respected no matter where they went. Half a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Although Duan Ling Tian and Kair's cultivation had not broken through, their strength had undergone a heaven-shattering transformation. First of all was the defense martial skills. Under the assistance of the blood Lingzi body refinement liquid, Duan Ling Tian's greater teleportation and Kair's stealth substitution were both successfully cultivated to the initial stage. As for the offensive martial skills, Duan Ling Tian didn't dip into any of them. Kair, on the hand, continued her painstaking cultivation of the sword-drawing arts without stopping. If Duan Ling Tian's sword-drawing arts was considered to have stepped into the perfection stage, then Kair's sword-drawing arts could be considered to have reached the mastery stage. Of course, the reason K'er progressed so quickly was due to her painstaking cultivation. Since the day she started cultivating the sword-drawing arts until now, she spent at least 5 hours a day practicing it. People who put in painstaking effort were always rewarded. This was something even Duan Ling Tian did not find unexpected. Something worth mentioning was that during this past month's time, due to Duan Ling Tian and K'er always cultivating their movement techniques in the martial arts practice field, they became familiar with Li Shishi. Especially K'er, her and Li Shishi started calling each other sisters. Martial arts practice field. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as if he had no bones. He stopped for a moment and then moved at swift speeds like a spirit serpent that was flying out in a flash. He was indeed cultivating the spirit serpent movement technique. The beautiful young girl stood at the side, silently watching him with a slightly smiling expression of happiness. Little sister K'er. Abruptly, a voice sounded from afar. Another beautiful young girl walked over with quick strides. Her hand grasped a sheathed fine steel sword, making her seem valiant and heroic. Big sister Shishi. K'er lightly smiled as she greeted the person. Little sister K'er, I'm going to the trade market to buy some things. Come with me. The person was indeed Li Shishi. Hearing what she said, K'er unconsciously looked towards the youth whose figure was flashing about, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she silently waited. Duan Ling Tian, I'm borrowing K'er for a while. You don't mind, right? Li Shishi looked at the youth. Duan Ling Tian's figure lightly jerked, taking advantage of force exerted to come to a stop. His forehead was emitting hot sweat. A fragrant smell entered his nose as K'er walked forward to help him wipe his sweat. She was like a lovely little wife. I really can't stand the two of you. Li Shishi had a nauseated expression. At this moment, no one noticed that deep within her gaze, a feeling of loss flashed. Quickly before disappearing, K'er, go ahead. Take care of yourself. Duan Ling Tian smiled towards the young girl beside him. Besides himself, K'er had finally gotten a similar-aged friend. Duan Ling Tian naturally would not restrict their contact. Don't worry, your K'er won't even lose a hair. Li Shishi gave Duan Ling Tian a look before grabbing K'er's hand and walking off. On the way, they attracted many gazes from lascivious men. After the two girls left, Duan Ling Tian continued his cultivation. Spirit serpent movement technique. If anyone with a keen gaze was present, they would notice a barely visible defensive Kai barrier on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, defensive martial skill. Duan Ling Ting seemed to have forgotten the time as he cultivated. Every time his figure flashed about, he felt a comfortable feeling spreading through his entire body. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he saw the two familiar faces coming over shoulder to shoulder. It was indeed Li Yuan and Li Xiao. In fact, Duan Ling Tian hadn't seen them for the past half-month. He originally thought that they were scared stiff from the killing intent he emitted the other day and would not dare to cause trouble for him anymore, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Duan Ling Tian looked at them with a calm expression. Duan Ling Tian, hand over what we want, or else today you will have to crawl home from here, Li Xiao said, in a cold voice. You want my things? Sure. Huh. Li Xiao and Li Yuan were dumbstruck. Since when was this Duan Ling Tian so easy to deal with? Duan Ling Tian stopped for a moment. Better, he added, defeat me. Okay, I'll make you sincerely hand everything over. Li Xiao walked out quickly, standing face to face with Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the people in the martial arts practice field noticed the commotion over here and came over to spectate. The deserted corner of the martial arts practice field was quickly surrounded by people. It's Li Yuan. Li Yuan and big sister Shishi are the same. They are the top 3 strongest disciples in our outer court. Is he going to battle Duan Ling Tian? I think so. Although Duan Ling Tian is only a branch family disciple, his sword skills have reached perfection. Even big sister Shishi felt like she was inferior. Even though his cultivation is weaker than Li Yuan's, he's not necessarily not a match for Li Yuan. You mentioned sword skills. Didn't you notice that Duan Ling Tian doesn't have a sword with him? He can't be thinking of fighting Li Yuan empty-handed, right? Even though his howling tiger fist has broken through to the mastery stage, everyone knows that Li Yuan's middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, has also been cultivated to the mastery stage. More importantly, Li Yuan is at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, whereas Duan Ling Tian is only at the 8th level. The crowd's discussion didn't look favorably upon Duan Ling Tian, who didn't have a sword in hand. Some people who had swords wanted to lend them to Duan Ling Tian but were afraid of offending Li Yuan. Li Yuan was not simply a main clan disciple, he was also a clan elder's nephew. This was also the reason why, even though he was only an outer court disciple, he cultivated the offensive martial skill, heart destruction palm, defensive martial skill, golden bell cover, and movement technique, unfettered steps, which were all middle-grade profound rank martial skills. Others could only be envious of it. The two of you come at me together. Duan Ling Tian shot a glance at Li Yuan before looking at Li Xiao. Don't overestimate yourself. Against you, I am more than enough. Li Yuan got angry from embarrassment as Duan Ling Tian looked down upon him. His figure abruptly moved. Unfettered steps. Li Yuan's legs stepped in a peculiar manner, quickly moving forward, arriving in front of Duan Ling Tian in a blink of an eye. Heart destruction palm. His palm struck out and shook the air as it brought along the force of heart destruction, flying straight towards Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a strand of white mist congealed into an ancient mammoth silhouette above Li Yuan. Initial stage unfettered steps and mastery stage heart destruction palm. Exclamations sounded from within the crowd of spectators. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as his upper body inclined backwards, his arms pulled back into the shape of a bow, and at the very moment he completed this action, he abruptly trembled. Duan Ling Tian swung out his collapsing fist to intercept Li Yuan's heart destruction palm. The fist and palm collided. Immediately, Duan Ling Tian felt that Li Yuan's palm strike strength was stronger than his collapsing fist. Furthermore, a strand of a strange force actually followed through his fist, trying to enter into his arm. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian activated his defensive martial skill, directing the strand of strange force, teleporting the force around, and causing it to shoot out in reverse. Do unto another what they do unto you. Duan Ling Tian stayed rooted as if he was a mountain, but Li Yuan, on the other hand, retreated 2 steps, and his expression was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Li Yuan was absolutely sure that his strength earlier was stronger than Duan Ling Tian's, and his heart destruction force was just about to flow into Duan Ling Tian's body. But just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's body emitted a defensive chi barrier that was actually capable of reflecting his heart destruction force back. It was like a mirror. What defensive martial skill is that? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had heard of such a bizarre defensive martial skill. Looks like your golden bell cover has already stepped into the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian's eye narrowed slightly. Li Yuan's heart destruction palm's might was in no way inferior to his collapsing fist, combined with Li Yuan's cultivation being higher than his and possessing the strength of an ancient mammoth. In a head-on battle, he was inferior to Li Yuan. But with greater teleportation reversing Li Yuan's heart destruction force, which suppressed him, he was still able to gain the upper hand in a head-on battle. Of course, although reversing the heart destruction force did force Li Yuan back, Li Yuan was able to execute golden bell cover in time to block it. Based on the circumstances from before, it could be said that he and Li Yuan were equally matched. But, he still had an even stronger trump card. Li Yuan's defensive martial arts has also stepped into the initial stage. He really is a monster. The crowd sounded with exclamations. If Li Yuan is a monster, then what would Duan Ling Tian be? He's got the upper hand. After this last voice spoke, the crowd became deathly silent. It was true that Li Yuan took the initiative and attacked, and Duan Ling Tian passively took him head-on, but he still had the upper hand. As far as they were concerned, the superior and inferior side was instantly determined. In terms of attack, Li Yuan was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Li Yuan, I'll come help you. Li Xiao had the exact same thoughts as the others, so he wanted to join the battle. No need. Li Yuan took in a deep breath as he stopped Li Xiao. Only he who had experienced it for himself knew the true reason why he was at a disadvantage. If he had circulated his defensive martial skill in time, he wouldn't have been forced back by his own strength. I have to say, your defensive martial skill is really bizarre, but everything is over now. Li Yuan sneered. His legs' movement sped up and stepped in a peculiar manner, spinning around Duan Ling Tian's body. He seemed like he was trying to distort Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. Li Yuan's unfettered steps is a middle-grade profound rank martial skill. Although it's only at the initial stage, it's comparable to a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. If Duan Ling Tian's speed is inferior to his, then he will certainly lose. A voice abruptly sounded from within the crowd. This voice received the acknowledgement of most of the people present. Of the martial skills under the heavens, only speed was unbeatable. Li Yuan being able to cultivate 3 types of martial skills to such high stages indeed placed him at the top of his peers, as there were hardly any peers of his capable of such a feat. In the outer court, there were only 2 people who were comparable to Li Yuan. Duan Ling Tian's offensive martial skill was strong, and his defensive martial skill was not bad either. It was this reason that in most of the people present's view, Duan Ling Tian's movement technique should be his weak point. Want to compare in speed with me? His pupils abruptly constricted and his legs shook. This high-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, exceeded Li Yuan's movement technique by an entire stage. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved like an agile spirit serpent, spinning around Li Yuan in reverse. No matter how Li Yuan's palm strikes whistled through the wind, they were unable to touch him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd was struck dumb. This Duan Ling Tian, this speed, was simply monstrous. Li Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Although unwilling, he still chose to request help from Li Xiao. Chapter 43, Lin Qi. The whole crowd drew in a breath of cold air. Li Xiao responded with a sound, then his figure moved, flying into the battleground. Working together with Li Yuan, they attacked from both sides, causing Duan Ling Tian to have nowhere to dodge. Li Xiao seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian as he opened his bloody mouth to bite him. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of dodging. Duan Ling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill, his body emitting a defensive qi barrier. Li Xiao's violently approaching fist strike struck onto Duan Ling Tian's defensive qi barrier. The crowd was extremely silent. Just when everyone thought Duan Ling Tian would be blasted away, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. They saw the originally violently approaching and sneering Li Xiao's expression freeze on his face. The hand which struck out started to shake. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill cry, Li Xiao's body was blasted away like an arrow leaving the bowstring, fiercely plunging to the ground. Slumping on the ground, Li Xiao's face was pale white, and his gaze towards Duan Ling Tian was filled with dread. He didn't expect the entire force of the fist he struck Duan Ling Tian with to be reversed back upon him as if he had hit a mirror. Extremely depressing. If not for his timely circulation of his defensive martial skill, his entire arm might have been crippled. This scene shocked everyone present. Li Xiao's howling tiger fist was a middle-grade profound rank martial skill that had been cultivated to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian could fully bear Li Xiao's howling tiger fist just by using his defensive martial skill, showing that his defense martial was in no way inferior to Li Xiao's howling tiger fist. At the very least it was similar to Li Yuan's initial stage golden bell cover. Only an initial stage and above middle-grade profound rank martial skill would be capable of blocking an attack from a middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. In other words, Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill was either a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. However, no one considered Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill to be a high-grade profound rank martial skill. After all, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was extremely rare even in the Aurora City Li clan. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sorry, Li Xiao laughed bitterly as he looked towards Li Yuan. In the beginning he thought that only Duan Ling Tian's offensive martial skills were more formidable than his, but only now did he realize that his attack was completely incapable of breaking Duan Ling Tian's defense. Li Yuan's expression turned grim. His icy gold gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian just like a bloodthirsty poisonous snake's gaze. Only after Li Yuan and Li Xiao fled in shame did the crowd's gaze fall onto Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were filled with reverence. At the age of only 16, he had the middle-grade profound rank offensive martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist, at the mastery stage, as well as what was possibly a middle-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the initial stage, or maybe low-grade profound rank defense martial skill at the mastery stage, and also what might be a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, or maybe low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. In the outer court, such accomplishments could perhaps only be compared to the outer court's top-ranked disciple. Even Li Shishi was quite inferior to him. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he's completely surpassed big sister Shishi and Li Yuan. In the outer court at present, his strength is probably only inferior to Li Kuang's. I feel like he can compete with Li Kuang. You all shouldn't forget that Duan Ling Tian's strongest offensive martial skill isn't Howling Tiger Fist, but his sword skill which has attained perfection. Yeah, with his sword skill combined with the assistance of a good long sword, I estimate that his strength won't be inferior to Li Kuang's. The crowd's discussion was generous with admiration. Hearing these praises, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. This kind of scene was something he had experienced many times in previous life, so he had long ago become accustomed to it. As for the Li Kuang they spoke about, Duan Ling Tian had heard about him. The top-ranked disciple in the outer court. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian hasn't had the chance to meet him. He heard that Li Kuang went to the Misty Forest to gain experience, and that he would only return to the clan right before the martial meet begins. Just when Duan Ling Tian was about to go home, an anxious voice that was getting closer to him called out, "Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian looked at the panting youth. Duan Ling Tian, big sister Shi taught 2 Lin clan outer court disciples a lesson. As a result, they called others over and now a group of people have surrounded them and blocked them in. Big sister Shi sent me back to deliver the news, the youth anxiously said. Duan Ling Tian's face instantly became grim. What he was worried the most about was Ker's safety. "Show me the way." Duan Ling Tian's stern gaze stared fixedly on the youth. The youth felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to look Duan Ling Tian in the eye anymore, he hurriedly walked in front and led the way. The surrounding outer court disciples cast a gaze at each other before following them. The Lin clan members actually dared to bully big sister Shi. They are virtually courting death. Let's go and teach them a lesson. Did they really think our Li clan outer court disciples are so easy to offend? The outer court disciples that followed behind Duan Ling Tian were filled with righteous indignation. "Hurry up." Duan Ling Tian frowned. Then he grabbed hold of the youth's arm and brought him along as he flew forward, creating some distance between them and the crowd. "Point the way." The crowd of outer court disciples behind could only hear Duan Ling Tian's loud shout from far away. "Come on, we need to hurry up, don't lose them." The crowd of Li clan disciples each executed their movement techniques, flying out to follow up. But even then, they could only eat Duan Ling Tian's dust. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was bringing along another person. Or else it would be impossible for them to even follow Duan Ling Tian's figure with their speed. After leaving the Li clan estate, Duan Ling Tian saw the 2 girls being blocked in a large street in the trade market. When he saw K'er safely standing there, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. "Li Shi, as long as you and the little beauty beside you accompany us for some drinks, we'll forget about today's matter." "How about it?" A coquettish voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears from afar. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Li Shi's delicately shouted, "Lin Wei, you're dreaming." "Then I'm sorry, the few of us will be forced to ruthlessly destroy some flowers." The coquettish voice sounded again, this time with a trace of coldness. "Fuck off." Duan Ling Tian extended his hand, grabbed a Lin clan outer court disciple's shoulder, and pulled him backwards as he walked in large strides into the blockade. "Kid, you're courting death." The Lin clan outer court disciple's face distorted as he walked forward and attacked with a fist strike. As a result, his first struck the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, so the ruthless fist strike's force reversed back to him. He went flying backwards while emitting a shrill cry, plunging to the ground in a sorry state. The commotion over here could not be considered small, so it had attracted the attention of everyone. When K'er and Li Shi noticed Duan Ling Tian, their beautiful faces emitted expressions of delight, as if the lover they had been waiting for had finally arrived. "K'er, are you okay, right?" Duan Ling Tian walked to the side of the young girl, his expression filled with concern. "Young master, I'm all right." The young girl lightly shook her head. "Big sister Shi was here to take care of me. Thank you." Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled to Li Shi. "What are you thanking me for? I brought K'er out, so I naturally have to take responsibility until the end." Li Shi's clear eyes flickered as she lightly shook her head. She sighed in her heart. Could it be that in his eyes, I'm really not even slightly comparable to little sister K'er? "Kid, you dare to injure our Lin clan members. Today, I, Lin Wei, will teach you a lesson." From behind the youth was the Lin family's leader, a youth of around 17 years old flew out. His violently approaching palm was aimed at Duan Ling Tian's chest. The expressions of the 2 girls beside Duan Ling Tian distorted. They wanted to make a move to save him. Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides, using his chest to meet the attack head-on. Defensive martial skill circulating. The youth's palm struck Duan Ling Tian's chest. Duan Ling Tian didn't budge an inch. the youth emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted away. His body was in a sorry state, he swayed a bit before being finally able to stand firmly. The pain that he felt coming from his arm caused cold sweat to flow out of him. When he once again looked at Duan Ling Tian, his gaze was filled with terror. Just at this moment, the Lin family's green-clothed youth in the lead started clapping. If I'm not guessing wrong, your defensive martial skill is a high-grade profound rank martial skill, right? The green-clothed youth glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. High-grade profound rank martial skill. No matter whether it was the Lin clan outer court disciples, or the Li clan outer court disciples that had just arrived, all of them were struck dumb. Although the Lin clan and the Li clan both had high-grade profound rank martial skills, a clan's high-grade profound rank martial skills were only allowed to be cultivated by the genius martial artists that the clan was focusing on. Everyone looked at Duan Ling Tian with surprised gazes. Let's go home. Duan Ling Tian grabbed the girl's hand with a gentle expression and walked towards the outside of the enclosure. He walked through the enclosure as if he had entered a place where there was no one, or no one could resist him. The green-clothed youth's figure moved as if it had transformed into a gust of wind, blocking Duan Ling Tian. You beat up my Lin clan members and plan to leave just like this? The green-clothed youth had a carefree expression. His gaze, however, emitted a hint of playfulness. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold and his voice sounded like thunder. Fuck off. If your Li clan members want to leave now, that is not a problem, but you have to fight with me. This is the precondition. In the past, I thought that the Li clan outer court disciples only had Li Kuang who was worthy of fighting me, but only today did I find out that there was someone like you. The green-clothed youth's face was filled with confidence. It was as if everything was under his control. So arrogant. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within them. Duan Ling Tian, he's Lin Qi, the Lin clan outer court's top disciple and the son of the Lin clan's patriarch, Li Shishi warned. Lin clan outer court's top disciple. Lin clan patriarch's son. No matter which title he used, it was enough to cause this green-clothed youth to seem dazzling. The Lin clan, similar to the Li clan, were both colossi of Aurora City. Have you finished considering? After a battle between the two of us, no matter who wins or who loses, I'll allow your Li clan members to leave. Lin Qi lightly smiled as if he didn't feel the least bit angry about what Duan Ling Tian did earlier, just for the chance to battle Duan Ling Tian. The injured Lin Wei's expression turned grim as he unwillingly said, Brother Qi, Li Shishi and her injured our people, you. Lin Qi coldly glanced at Lin Wei, interrupting Lin Wei. Are you questioning my decision? Chapter 44. Intense Battle. Lin Qi's voice contained an undoubtable prestige. Although he was young, he had developed the bearing of someone in a high position. Lin Wei took a deep breath, not daring to open his mouth again, but his icy cold eyes still stared fixedly on Duan Ling Tian, waiting for a chance to swallow him up. Duan Ling Tian noticed Lin Wei's gaze but paid no attention to it. Lin Wei's strength was only on par with Li Xiao's, and as such posed no threat to him. His gaze fell on Lin Qi. If you want a fight, then I'll give you one. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Kair and asked her to go wait beside Li Shishi before walking out in large strides to confront Lin Qi. The Lin clan outer court disciples all moved back a few steps, emptying out a large space. This was, after all, Aurora City's biggest trade market, so roadside spectators quickly gathered around. I heard that the green-clothed youth is the Lin clan's patriarch's son, Lin Qi. Lin Qi, I've heard of him, the top-ranked Lin clan disciple amongst the juniors. At the age of only 17, his cultivation is already at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and he has even cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills? Damn, the Lin clan really expended a lot of resources on him. Who's the one confronting him? I think it's a Li clan disciple with another surname. The surrounding crowd discussed in low voices. Duan Ling Tian stared fixedly at Lin Qi with a serious expression. Facing Lin Qi caused him to feel a strand of pressure. Even when he faced the Fresh Breeze Town's Fang family manager, an existence at the first level of the core formation stage, he didn't feel even a trace of pressure. In other words, Lin Qi was more dangerous than Fang Chang. Thinking though it would make it easily understandable. Families like the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town only had high-grade yellow rank martial skills as their best martial skills. As for movement techniques, before Duan Ling Tian gifted the Li family a movement technique, not one of the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town had one. Defensive martial skills, on the hand, were something that were too far away for the three families to consider. Duan Ling Tian found out through rebirth martial emperor's memories that although martial skills were divided into 4 ranks, namely heaven, earth, profound, and yellow rank martial skills only encompassed offensive martial skills. No movement techniques or defensive martial skills were at the yellow rank. On Cloud Continent, the lowest ranked movement technique and defensive martial skills were at least profound rank. As if previously agreed upon, Duan Ling Tian and Lin Qi moved at the same time. Duan Ling Tian's figure was graceful, every movement he made was filled with a sense of supple beauty. His speed was so fast that the most of the people in the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Lin Qi's legs were like afterimages, even if they flew past a snowfield, there probably wouldn't be any traces left behind. Traceless snow steps. A high-grade profound rank martial skill. Where did this Duan Ling Tian come from? Since when did the Li clan have such an incredible person? His movement technique speed is actually not one bit inferior to Brother Qi's traceless snow steps. Brother Qi's traceless snow steps is a high-grade profound rank martial skill that has been cultivated to the initial stage, comparable to a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage, or a low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. Unbelievable. Besides the Li clan's Li Kuang and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yun, there is actually someone of the same generation that could compete with Brother Qi in movement techniques. Humph. This Duan Ling Tian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Didn't you all realize that Brother Qi hasn't even exerted his full strength, but instead suppressed his strength at the 8th level of the body tempering stage to play with him? If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed. Brother Qi's current attacks aren't drawing upon the energy of heavens and earth to develop into an ancient mammoth silhouette. The crowd of Lin clan outer disciples had complacent expressions. It was as if the person who was flying crisscross with Duan Ling Tian and had similar speeds was not Lin Qi but themselves. Duan Ling Tian, receive my palm strike. Lin Qi abruptly shouted loudly. The sound of a gust of wind pierced out coldly. Lin Qi's right hand abruptly slapped out. All that could be seen with the naked eye was a string of palm afterimages, enveloping towards Duan Ling Tian. More than 10 palm afterimages descending at the same time made it extremely hard to identify the real strike. If judged wrongly, it would undoubtedly mean walking into danger. It's the high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill, overlapping afterimages, the famous martial skill of the Lin clan. Supposedly, the overlapping afterimages allows the creation of 99 afterimages when cultivated to the perfection stage. As expected of the Lin clan's young genius, Lin Qi, being able to cultivate overlapping afterimages to the initial stage at the mere age of 17. The surrounding crowd didn't lack people who had their own unique views. So this is a high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill. Through rebirth martial emperor's memories, he had quite the understanding of high-grade profound rank offensive martial skills. A high-grade profound rank martial skill compared to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill was a qualitative change. Not only was the might of the skill increased by level, it even stressed upon using a certain method to confuse the enemy before executing a swift and hard strike. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Relying on the experience he gained from the battlefields in his previous life, he seemed to be able to see through the more than 10 afterimages, pinpointing the palm strike which contained a trace of killing intent. Duan Ling Tian drew his arms back before swinging out his right fist. His fist was aimed at one of the afterimages. The palm and fist strikes collided. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian and Lin Qi's bodies trembled, and Duan Ling Tian stepped 3 steps back whereas Lin Qi took 5 steps back. The surrounding spectators were stupefied. Lin Qi, who had suppressed his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, was actually forced into a disadvantageous position. Your strength is actually stronger than an ordinary level 8th body tempering martial artists by so much. Lin Qi gazed at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished expression. Because he cultivated in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, on every occasion that his cultivation broke through, his strength would always be slightly stronger than someone of the same cultivation level. Just like now. An ordinary 8th level body tempering martial artist would have the strength of 5,000 pounds. But he, on the other hand, had a strength of 7,000 pounds. Haha, satisfying. My view of you was not wrong. Besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, you're the first in the same generation of disciples of Aurora City capable of seeing through my true palm strike. Lin Qi laughed loudly with a delighted expression. Once more, Lin Qi's body shook as he flew out once more. This time, he and Duan Ling Tian didn't purposely attack each other head-on but instead flew out as they searched for their opponent's weak spots in order to defeat the opponent. Duan Ling Tian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, flying forward as he found the best chance to blast a fist strike on Lin Qi's body. Even though the might of collapsing fist was unable to suppress Lin Qi's overlapping afterimages in a head-on collision, in terms of combat experience, it would be impossible for Lin Qi to be on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his previous life, in terms of combat experience, Lin Qi was obviously not on the same level as him. His fist descended, blasting on the defensive qi barrier that rose to the surface of Lin Qi's body. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt his right fist shake as if he had pounded his fist on a turtle's shell, and he was exposed to the force of the shock that was deflected back. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill. Doing unto another what another does unto you. He reversed as much of the deflected force as possible back to Lin Qi. The deflected shock force was, after all, originally from Lin Qi's defensive qi barrier, so Lin Qi's defensive qi barrier didn't reject it. Lin Qi's body trembled when the deflected shock force reached him. As if being struck by lightning, he retreated to the side in a slightly sorry manner. What defensive martial skills are you using? Lin Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's combat experience, what astonished him the most was Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill. It was actually able to return most of the force that his profound turtle form had deflected to Duan Ling Tian. That deflected shock force originated from his defensive qi barrier, and as such his defensive qi barrier wouldn't react to reject it, so the force that was returned to him by Duan Ling Tian caused him so suffer quite a loss. Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill had thoroughly countered his defensive martial skill. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and he slowly said, "Use your full strength. You don't have to continue suppressing your strength. If you continue as it is, you will undoubtedly lose." "Fine, as you wish. I really didn't expect that in the same generation of Aurora City's three great clans, there would be someone besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun capable of forcing me to exert my full strength. Be careful, once I exert my full strength, I will have the strength of an ancient mammoth. Compared to your current strength, it will be stronger by 3,000 pounds. Lin Qi frankly laughed. He naturally knew that what Duan Ling Tian said was true. Considering Duan Ling Tian's rich combat experience and the defensive martial skill that had countered his, it was more than enough to defeat him when his strength was suppressed to be on the same level as Duan Ling Tian's. Instantly, the muscles on Lin Qi's body started to bulge up. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth shook as an ancient mammoth silhouette became indistinctly visible. This Duan Ling Tian is really abnormal. He is able to force Lin Qi to use his full strength even though he's only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. After today's battle, Duan Ling Tian will still obtain honor even in loss. Yeah, just now brother Lin Qi was in a disadvantageous position when his strength was suppressed to the same level as Duan Ling Tian's. It's easily imaginable how if one day he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Lin Qi probably won't be his match. The Lin clan outer court disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with dazed expressions. On the other hand, the Li clan outer court disciples had radiant expressions. Duan Ling Tian really brought honor to their Li clan. From today onwards, besides Li Kuang, the Li clan outer court would have Duan Ling Tian. As Li Shishi gazed at Duan Ling Tian, her clear eyes had an extremely complicated expression. The young girl beside her, however, seemed to not be shocked in the slightest. As far as she was concerned, her young master would forever be the best, incomparable to anyone. Duan Ling Tian, be careful, once I exert my full strength, no matter whether it is strength or speed, it will all undergo a massive increase. After giving Duan Ling Tian a reminder, Lin Qi made his move. Lin Qi's speed was at least 30% faster than before, overlapping afterimages. More than 10 palm afterimages abruptly descended, enveloping towards Duan Ling Tian. Lin Qi at full strength had a speed that completely surpassed Duan Ling Tian's, and the might of his overlapping images also surpassed Duan Ling Tian's collapsing fist, causing Duan Ling Tian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, to have difficulties in blocking the attack. Even if Duan Ling Tian's had an even richer combat experience and greater teleportation was even more miraculous, he would still end up in a disadvantageous position after a few moves. If the martial skills were considered as the software, then the strength of the user was the hardware. If the hardware was inferior, then even better software would be burdened by it. The difference between strength is too great, Duan Ling Tian is about to lose. Noticing Duan Ling Tian passively defending and repeatedly being forced back, the Lin clan outer court disciples had smiles on their faces. Chapter 45, Shadow Sword. Duan Ling Tian will still obtain honor even if he loses. The Li clan outer court disciples, however, didn't get dejected. After all, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was laid out there, being lower than Lin Qi's by a level. If Duan Ling Tian was also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, in their opinions, Lin Qi would definitely not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. In terms of age, Duan Ling Tian was also younger than Lin Qi by a year. He had limitless potential. Just when everyone other than Ke thought that Duan Ling Tian would be defeated by Lin Qi, they heard a voice. Lin Qi, be careful. Duan Ling Tian's voice abruptly sounded. Subsequently, a violet sword shine flashed by before disappearing instantaneously. It forced Lin Qi to swiftly stop. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of dread. Did Duan Ling Tian use a sword just now? I think so. But he doesn't have a sword on hand right now. Where did he hide it? Not one of the Li clan and Lin clan outer court disciples were able to see how Duan Ling Tian had struck with his sword, or where he hid his sword. If they hadn't seen the sword shine, they might have even thought they were seeing things. Lin Qi, I'm going to counterattack. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slightly focused and then he moved. His figure moved, flying straight towards Lin Qi. The violet sword shine appeared once again, flashing by before vanishing instantaneously as Lin Qi quickly retreated. I admit defeat, Lin Qi said, in a slightly panicked voice. Besides Li Shishi and Ke, the other people present were all struck dumb. Lin Qi admitted defeat. What's going on? Brother Qi, why did you admit defeat? You obviously had the upper hand. Lin Wei looked at Lin Qi with a puzzled expression. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't using a sword, I could have defeated him, but once he brings a sword out, I'm not a match for him, Lin Qi replied in a very straightforward and simple manner. Duan Ling Tian, the speed at which you executed that sword skill is at a level that is difficult for me to reach. Unless I undergo an overall breakthrough, I can't even defend against a single sword strike from you. Lin Qi sighed as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. Duan Ling Tian's marvelous sword skill caused admiration within his heart. Acknowledged. Duan Ling Tian nodded, slightly increasing his view of Lin Qi. This was a person who could accept defeat. A person like this would surely be extraordinary in the future. Lin Qi's eyes flickered brightly as he proclaimed confidently, but there will eventually be a day where I will defeat your sword skill. I'll be waiting. I keep my promises. You can leave with your Li clan members now. Lin Qi's eyebrows twitched. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Lin Qi before bringing along Ke and the crowd of Li clan outer court disciples to leave the trade market together, walking towards the Li clan estate. The surrounding crowd slowly dispersed as well. In their hearts, they remembered a single name, Duan Ling Tian. The Li clan had an outer court disciple whose strength was similar to or even surpassed Li Kuang's. Brother Qi, you haven't replied to me. Why did you admit defeat without reason? Lin Wei frowned as he asked with a manner showing he wouldn't give up until he got to the bottom of things. The other Lin clan outer court disciples also looked towards Lin Qi. They had the same question. See for yourselves. Lin Qi shook his head, he then raised his head to display his throat to everyone. The Lin clan outer court disciples were all dumbstruck. They could clearly see that there was a light white sword mark on Lin Qi's throat. If it wasn't for him showing mercy today, I would already be dead. Lin Qi sighed. Lin Wei's eyes flickered as he ruthlessly said, Brother Qi, how dare that Duan Ling Tian, a mere Li clan disciple with another surname, use such a killing move against you? If it was up to me, we could get our Lin clan's inner court disciples to treat him a lesson. Lin Qi's expression turned grim as he said, in a stern voice, Lin Wei, I'm warning you. From today onwards, Duan Ling Tian is my opponent, and I will take care of this matter myself. Don't try to be smart. This was the first time Lin Wei had seen Lin Qi get so angry, so he hurriedly nodded and replied his acknowledgement. But, when he lowered his head, his eyes still flickered with a trace of unwillingness and ruthlessness. Duan Ling Tian and the crowd on their way home. Duan Ling Tian, why did Lin Qi abruptly admit defeat? Yeah, I didn't notice him suffering any losses, so why would he abruptly admit defeat? Duan Ling Tian, is there an inside story we don't know about? The Li clan outer court disciples all gazed at Duan Ling Tian with puzzled expressions. What inside story could there possibly be? You all just didn't see it clearly. Stop talking nonsense. Li Shixi's willow-shaped eyebrows frowned. Big sister Xixi, could it be that you know the reason? Instantly, all of the Li clan outer court disciples shifted their gazes to Li Shixi. Only after looking at Duan Lingtian and noticing that he didn't have any dissatisfaction did Li Shixi explain, didn't all of you notice that there was a light white sword mark on Lin Qi's throat? Duan Lingtian showed mercy on that sword strike, only piercing through the skin of his throat. If it was slightly deeper, he would undoubtedly be dead. For a moment, all of the Li clan outer court disciples were stupefied. Never would they have thought that Duan Lingtian was so formidable, slicing the throat with a single sword strike. Although some of them had once seen Duan Lingtian execute his sword skill, that sword strike that sliced more than 10 falling leaves, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be so terrifying when used in actual combat. Only Duan Lingtian knew that the only reason his attack went so smoothly was because he attacked unexpectedly. The sword-drawing arts that he executed had a might not inferior to a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage when attacking unexpectedly. The crowd dispersed after arriving back at the Li clan estate. Duan Lingtian and Kair greeted Li Shixi before returning home. I wonder if he would be willing to teach the sword-drawing arts to me. Li Shixi had always been focused on sword skills and had even cultivated her low-grade profound rank martial skill, Shadow Sword, to the perfection stage. As a branch family disciple, if she wanted to advance in her sword skills, she had to wait until she was an inner court disciple to choose a middle-grade profound rank skill from the second floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion. During their time together, she heard from Kair that the sword-drawing arts might was comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill. If attacking unexpectedly, its might was even comparable to a high-grade profound rank sword skill. When they got home, Duan Lingtian went to lie on his bed with his body spread open, cultivating his movement technique, and subsequently getting into an intense battle with Lin Qi today caused him to feel slightly exhausted. The young girl sat on the side of the bed, gently helping him massage his legs. Delightful. Duan Lingtian couldn't help to release a breath of foul air. Duan Lingtian noticed the young girl's hesitation to speak, so he asked, while smiling, Kair, is something the matter? What? You can't be still thinking of yourself as an outsider, right? Young master, big sister Xixi hoped I would ask you if you were willing to teach her the sword-drawing arts, the young girl said with slight hesitation. That's a nice idea of hers. Don't tell me the reason why she started calling you sister was so that I would teach her the sword-drawing arts. Dian Lingtian's eyes flickered. Young master, big sister Xixi isn't that type of person. Then, Kair, are you hoping I teach the sword-drawing arts to her? Duan Lingtian asked while smiling. Kair will listen to the young master's decision. The young girl lightly smiled, her delicate face blushing slightly. Duan Lingtian thought silently for a moment before slowly saying, her low-grade profound rank sword skill has already been cultivated to the perfection stage, so I can't blame her for wanting to cultivate a better sword skill. Since she's good to my Kair and took care of her, I'll pass down a different sword skill to her. As for the sword-drawing arts, I would never pass it out of the family. The young girl blinked her clear eyes as she curiously asked, young master, what sword skill are you going to pass down to big sister Xixi? Synchronous Shadow Sword. This sword skill was a high-grade profound rank sword skill. It was one of the complete sword skills that Duan Lingtian had found inside the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. It had a similar but slightly different effect from the overlapping afterimages that Lin Qi executed earlier, and its might was not a bit inferior to it. Originally, Duan Lingtian was prepared to teach a middle-grade profound rank sword skill to Li Shixi. But after a quick thought, he decided otherwise. Another 1.5 months from now would be the yearly clan martial meet. Based on Li Shixi's current strength, becoming an inner court disciple was a piece of cake. Becoming an inner court disciple would allow her access to the Martial Repository Pavilion's second level to choose a middle-grade profound rank martial skill. It would be unnecessary of him to give her a middle-grade profound rank sword skill. A few days later, Duan Lingtian wrote down the Synchronous Shadow Sword and asked Kair to go get Li Shixi. Synchronous Shadow Sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill. After looking through the handwritten book Duan Lingtian had written for her, her clear pupils constricted and she had an excited expression. Due to some reasons, I'm unable to teach you the sword-drawing arts, so I'll give you this sword skill instead. But, I have a condition. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Li Shixi. What? What condition? At this moment, Li Shishi felt as if Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze was tearing her clothes apart, so her voice started to slightly tremble. You can't tell anyone that it was I who gave you this sword skill. Remember, that means anyone. Duan Ling Tian told her his condition. Li Shishi hurriedly nodded as she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. So it was just this condition. She even thought that. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Li Shishi as he indifferently said, you can go now. Li Shishi grit her teeth and thanked him again before leaving. After leaving, Li Shishi felt a sense of loss in her heart. She even doubted if her charm was turned to nothingness when in front of Duan Ling Tian, since becoming familiar with Duan Ling Tian, he had not once looked at her properly. His gentleness was always only for the young girl beside him. Sometimes, even she didn't know if she was feeling admiration or envy. From an unknown time, or maybe since the time when he executed the sword-drawing arts for the first time, this man's shadow had appeared in her heart. Lying on his bed and looking at the ceiling, Duan Ling Tian laughed for no reason. Being the amorous weapons specialist who always went into a bush of flowers but came out without a single leaf on him, he naturally was able to notice the little feelings Li Shishi harbored towards him. Li Shishi was different from Kair after all. In Kair's entire world, there was only him. But Li Shishi had her own dreams to pursue. Even if she had feelings for him, it was just a pure, young maiden's romance. Just like a law of nature. An outstanding male would always be able to attract a female with ease. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Ling Tian had to stubbornly be faithful to only a single wife. If he met someone who truly loved him and was willing to give up everything for him, and he liked the girl as well, he wouldn't let it easily slip past him. Chapter 46, Misty Forest. Based on Duan Ling Tian's past estimations, 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood lingzi concocted into blood lingzi body refinement liquid would be able to supply himself and Kair for 2 months. But now his mother was using it as well, and as the three of them didn't intentionally restrict their usage, the speed at which the blood lingzi body refinement liquid was expended increased significantly. After a month's time, the 5 pounds of blood lingzi was completely expended. Of course, the expenditure without reservation did provide great returns. Besides his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, being cultivated to the initial stage, Kair and his mother both cultivated their defensive martial skill, stealth substitution, to the initial stage as well. When any one of the three of them circulated their defensive martial skill, people of the same cultivation level who executed high-grade profound rank martial skills at the initial stage, middle-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage, or even low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage would be unable to do any harm to them. Of course, the precondition to this was that the opponent didn't use any weapon to execute their martial skills. If the opponent used a weapon, then it would be an entirely different story. He once again made a trip to the trade market to buy another 8 pounds of blood lingzi. Duan Ling Tian's remaining silver was almost fully spent, leaving behind only a few thousand. He originally had 130,000 silver, which he obtained in the Fresh Breeze Townsley family. The money was considered payment for his Thunder Flame Pill medicinal formula and the middle-grade profound rank movement technique, Swift Wind Steps. After purchasing blood lingzi twice, he almost finished spending all his silver. I haven't even broken through to the core formation stage yet, but I'm almost out of silver. It's time I find a way to earn some money. After returning home and concocting the 8 pounds of blood lingzi into blood lingzi body refinement liquid with the help of Kair, Duan Ling Tian started pondering. Any random medicinal formula inside Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories had extraordinary value. They would easily able to be sold for a high price. But he wasn't willing to do this. A relatively common medicinal formula wouldn't sell for much. Whereas a medicinal formula that was nearly extinct in Cloud Continent, even if it sold for a high price, the large amount of wealth would surely incur unwanted attention. His current strength wasn't enough to handle such attention. He was self-aware. I have to do this. After thinking for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally made a decision. In the Aurora City trade market, there were many medicine stores that sold medicinal liquids, but there were only a few stores that sold medicinal pills. After all, only graded alchemists were able to refine medicinal pills. Medicinal liquid, on the other hand, only required a medicinal formula, so anyone was capable of concocting some. Duan Ling Tian brought Kair along to the medicine store where he bought the blood lingzi from. Respected customer, do you need anything? The manager enthusiastically greeted, his face glowing. As far as he was concerned, the youth before him was a huge customer, sweeping away 13 pounds of his 50-year-old blood lingzi in a short month's time. After removing his capital for obtaining his wares, the silver he earned from this youth was at least 20,000 silver. Manager, this time I'm not here to buy medicinal materials, but I want to put some medicinal liquid for sale here. Duan Ling Tian proclaimed his reason for coming. He planned to take out some of his completed 6 treasures body tempering liquid to sell. Although the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was inferior to the 7 treasures body tempering liquid Duan Ling Tian used, and the medicinal effect of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was only 10% of a body tempering pill, the important thing was that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was much easier to absorb compared to the body tempering pill. An ordinary body tempering stage martial artist, even with the help of a thunder flame pill, would require 10 days to absorb one body tempering pill's medicinal strength. But one portion of 6 treasures body tempering liquid, if with the help of a thunder flame pill, would only require half a day to be fully absorbed. In other words, compared to consuming a body tempering pill, using the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would allow a body tempering stage martial artist's cultivation to increase by an entire 100%. Customer, you're not joking, right? After hearing the medicinal effects of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, the manager was stupefied. To him, this was truly unbelievable. If it was really as the customer before him said, then wouldn't the 6 treasures body tempering liquid be able to fully take over the market of the body tempering pill? Manager, if you aren't interested, I can look for another store. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, with an expression that seemed like he was saying, I won't force you. The manager hesitated for a moment, then he looked at the Li clan crest on Duan Ling Tian's clothes before finally gritting his teeth. Customer, I'll take 10 portions from you to sell first, and we'll see how it goes. How about it? Duan Ling Tian nodded, passing over 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to the manager. Customer, how much should each portion be sold for? The manager inquired. A body tempering pill is 100 silver, correct? Manager, sell these 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid for 110 silver each. You'll get 10 silver for each sale. How about it? The manager's pupils constricted. After all, a portion of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid only had a medicinal effect of 1/10 of what a body tempering pill had. Even Kair was shocked. She knew that the cost of the medicinal materials needed to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. A portion of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid required medicinal materials cost not even a silver coin. This was extremely profitable. Manager, when you sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid for me, I only have one request. Don't let anyone know that it was I who entrusted them to you to be sold. After glancing deeply at the manager for a moment, Duan Ling Tian and Kair left. 10 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid's medicinal effect was only comparable to one body tempering pill, but it requires 1,100 silver. A similar medicinal effect is a body tempering pill, but the cost is a whole 11 times of a body tempering pill. Looking at the youth and young girl from afar, the manager had a complicated expression. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Ling Tian and Kair didn't return to the Li clan estate. They instead went to buy 2 horses, and ventured out of Aurora City. Their destination, Misty Forest. Exiting from the North City Gate, the youth's and the young girl's horses galloped forward. On the way, the young girl inquired curiously, Young master, you set such a high price for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, will anyone actually buy it? Kair, let me ask you, if you had 10,000 silver, would you buy yourself a body tempering pill or some 6 treasures body tempering liquid? Duan Ling Tian didn't directly answer the young girl, but instead replied with a question. 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The young girl replied instantly without a need to ponder. Although the price for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was 10 times that of a body tempering pill, the absorption of the medicinal effect had a speed that was double that of the body tempering pill. Using the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would provide double the increase in speed as compared to a body tempering pill. The young girl finally understood, but there was still a question in her heart. Young master, you set such a high price for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, I'm afraid not many people could afford to use it, right? The young girl inquired. I know. The young girl was even more puzzled. Kair, think about it, if I set the price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid beneath the price of a body tempering pill, would there be anyone who would buy body tempering pills? At that time, not to mention it would affect the market of the body tempering pills, it would initiate a series of adverse effects. Even I don't have the time to concoct that much 6 treasures body tempering liquid, so I'm only entering the high-end market. As for the people who are unwilling to buy the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, they can continue to buy the body tempering pills, Duan Ling Tian explained. Young master is so intelligent. The young girl felt enlightened. Once we enter the misty forest, no matter what happens, do not leave my line of sight, Duan Ling Tian said, with a serious expression. The young girl hurriedly nodded. Their horses galloped forward. 3 hours later, Duan Ling Tian was finally able to see the misty forest. The misty forest is a primeval forest north of Aurora City, situated in the middle of 3 cities which included Aurora City. There would normally be many martial artists from the 3 cities who would enter deep into this primeval forest, hunting wild animals and ferocious beasts. The outer area of the misty forest is occupied by some fierce wild animals. Once the inner area is reached, only then can fierce beasts be encountered. Fierce beasts are unlike wild animals. Because of certain reasons, they transform into demons and undergo variation, so their strength is extremely terrifying. The weaker fierce beasts are comparable to a core formation martial artist, whereas the stronger fierce beasts are even comparable to an origin core martial artist. A body tempering stage martial artist is only able to go around the outer area and hunt some wild animals. Duan Ling Tian had 2 objectives for coming to the misty forest. The first, earn money. The second, to temper Kr. In the misty forest, some of the stronger wild animals have fur and some body parts that are worth quite a high price. For example, hunting an adult rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, thick skin and hide can be sold to weapon stores to be forged into a type of defensive armor. The rhinoceros, penis, on the other hand, is a tonic for men, able to be sold to medicine stores. The 2 combined would be worth more than 300 silver. Moreover, an adult rhinoceros wasn't even the wild animal that was the fiercest or had the most value in the entire misty forest. The type of wild animals Duan Ling Tian was aiming for were wild animals like tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. The wild animals that stood at the top of the food chain. Only by hunting these types of wild animals would he be able to earn large amounts of silver while allowing Kr to get the tempering and training she needed. Although Kr was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and had sparred with Duan Ling Tian on many occasions, she has never experienced a battle where life and death were on the line. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, if a martial artist wanted to become formidable, he or she had to experience the test of fire and blood, just like the weapons specialists of his previous life. He knew quite a few weapons specialists during his previous life, and each one of those weapons specialists had been through battlefields and mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Maybe their strength was inferior to the current Kr's, but in a life and death battle with her, the one that dies would definitely not be them. To Duan Ling Tian, on this world, besides his mother, Kr was the closest person to him. He hoped that Kr would have the strength to protect herself. He wouldn't be able to always be by her side. After helping the horses settle down outside of the misty forest, Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl along as he entered the misty forest. Duan Ling Tian took the lead. Profound rippling steps. The young girl followed behind. After a month's cultivation, the young girl successfully cultivated her movement technique to the rudiment stage, and only a short distance away from the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian and the young girl quickly encountered some prey. Adult wild wolves. A total of 10. An adult wild wolf's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Of course, the most terrifying part of its body was its jagged teeth. If a 6th level body tempering martial artist were to be accidentally bitten in the neck, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill was, there would only be a slim chance of survival. Chapter 47, Li Zhang. I'll go in from the front and take care of the 7 wolves there. While I attract their attention, you attack from behind and take care of the 3 in the back. Smiling to the young girl, Duan Ling Tian flew out. He directly crossed over to arrive near the wild wolves, attracting the attention of the 10 wild wolves. The young girl, whose delicate figure was slightly trembling, took a deep breath and grit her teeth as she suppressed the fear in her heart, flying out as she made her way to the back of the 10 wolves. Duan Ling Tian started his attack. The violet sword shine flashed before instantly disappearing. Poochie. A wild wolf howled before dropping to the ground as a pillar of blood sprayed out from it. The smell of blood caused the remaining 9 wolves' eyes to become crimson red, growling as they rushed towards Duan Ling Tian. The 6 wild wolves that were at the front bared their fangs as they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's body was as flexible as a spirit serpent. His legs stepped swiftly as he skillfully dodged the wild wolves' pouncing strikes, seeming as if he was playing around with them. Each time his violet meteorite flexible sword swept out, it took with it a wild wolf's life. After a short moment, the wild wolves that pounced towards him had all died. On the other side, the young girl finally mustered up enough courage, holding back the 3 wolves in the back. A violet sword shine appeared. Instantly, one of the wolves that pounced towards her had its throat sliced open, and warm wolf blood sprayed all over her face. The nose-piercing smell of blood caused the young girl's stomach to churn. Be careful. Noticing the other 2 wild wolves pouncing towards the young girl while she was filled with terror and unable to move, Duan Ling Tian moved. The 2 wild wolves were killed with merely a single sword strike. The young girl could not bear it any longer, vomiting out her breakfast as her face became pale. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. Run. Without hesitation, Duan Ling Tian pulled the young girl into his arms before flying up a nearby tree. He coiled up the tree like a spirit serpent until he arrived at the tree's top. Howl. At this moment, near the corpses of the 10 wild wolves were another few packs of wolves, and their amount was still increasing. The howls of the wolves were filled with rage. Looking at the surroundings filled with wolf packs, Duan Ling Tian started feeling anxious. Holding the young girl tight in his arms, he jumped over to another tree. Using the trees as a road, he moved forward. Suddenly, an eagle's cry sounded and was approaching. Duan Ling Tian abruptly raised his head, vaguely able to see a black figure swooping down from above. Its target was him and K'er. Not good. K'er, are you feeling better? Subsequently, he looked towards the young girl in his embrace. The young girl lightly nodded. Then stand here and don't move. Putting the young girl down, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned slightly cold. Using the tree's trunk as the ground, he used it to assist himself to fly upwards to meet the black figure that was swooping down. The eagle's cry was getting closer by the moment. The black eagle had wings like the clouds, its eyes emitting a swift and fierce gaze as it swooped down towards Duan Ling Tian. Under the burning sun, its pair of claws seemed to flicker with a sharp sheen. Duan Ling Tian's heart was quiet like water with a cold gaze that stared fixedly at the eagle's claws. Violet meteorite flexible sword swept out without restraint. The ear-piercing eagle cry sounded, mixed with a trace of shrillness. Damn, its speed is so fast. Duan Ling Tian had an astonished expression as the violet meteorite flexible sword that he swept towards the eagle only sliced off one of its claws. The eagle went berserk with rage, flapping its wings as it moved to attack once more. Even when Duan Ling Tian sent the violet meteorite flexible sword piercing into its chest, before it died, it still spared no effort to slap its right wing towards Duan Ling Tian's chest, creating an ear-piercing wind howl. Without hesitation, Duan Ling Tian circulated his defensive martial skill. The huge wing slapped onto Duan Ling Tian's chest. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled and his throat tasted something sweet, then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although greater teleportation blocked most of the force and even used the power of teleportation to throw the eagle's body far away, Duan Ling Tian's internal organs were still slightly injured from the shock. The strength of this eagle was in no way inferior to mine, nearly comparable to a martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duan Ling Tian felt shocked. Young master, you're okay, right? The young girl had finally recovered slightly. She stepped on the tree trunks and flew over, arriving at Duan Ling Tian's side. Young master, you're injured. When she noticed the trace of blood on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the young girl's expression turned grim. It all right, it's only a slight injury. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His heart slightly twitched as he thought this. A human martial artist required the increase of the stage of cultivation of a martial skill in order to be able to better utilize their strength. But animals like the eagle that were birds of prey at the top of the food chain, living in nature's survival of the fittest, they long since tempered themselves to gain methods to fully utilize their strength. Tearing a tiger or leopard alive, catching a python by force, it was all possible. The method in which the eagle attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier, in terms of might, was comparable to a mastery stage high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill executed by a martial artist at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Luckily, Duan Ling Tian was able to kill it in time, causing it to not have enough strength to continue the attack, or else Duan Ling Tian would have surely been heavily injured. Young master, it's all because K'er is useless. The young girl's eyes dripped with tears. What are you talking about? My K'er is very brave, killing a wolf on her first attack. Take it slow, you can't rush it. Duan Ling Tian comforted her. The young girl lightly nodded, her clear eyes emitting a firm expression. Consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, Duan Ling Tian brought Kair along as they continued to move forward slowly on the ground. When he left the Fresh Breeze Town Li family, Grand Elder Li Huo gave Duan Ling Tian quite a few grade 9 gold injury pills. Subsequently, throughout their journey, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the young girl seemed to have completed a metamorphosis in a short while. Even when killing tigers or leopards, her expression would only slightly change, no more vomiting out of disgust like before. The young girl's staunchness caused Duan Ling Tian to feel gratified, but at the same time he felt his heart ache. Young master, there's a lot of fog over there. The young girl looked to the front. The forest a few hundred meters away was enveloped in a white fog, as if wearing a mysterious mask. This was exactly the reason how Misty Forest got its name. That should be the inner area of Misty Forest, the area where fierce beasts roam. Kair, we're more or less finished today, so let's go home and come back tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian and the young girl brought their spoils as they walked back on the same path as before. When they passed the place where the wolves were killed, they noticed that the wolf corpses had vanished, only leaving behind dried wolf blood. Probably taken care of by the wolf packs. Riding their horses back, the setting sun was going down when the couple finally arrived back at Aurora City. After taking care of their spoils in Aurora City, trading them for 1,300 plus silver, the couple returned to the Li clan estate. Just when the Li clan main door was in front of their eyes, a stern shout sounded from behind them. Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps. Li Xiao. He didn't expect Li Xiao to still dare to come and make trouble for him. Slowly turning around, Duan Ling Tian saw Li Xiao standing not far away. Beside him was another youth around the age of 18. The youth's appearance seemed slightly similar to Li Xiao's. Brother, he is Duan Ling Tian. You must help me teach him a lesson, Li Xiao said to the youth beside him. After hearing what he said, Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he guessed who the youth was. He had once heard Li Shishi talk about him. Li Xiao had a brother who became an inner court disciple in the clan martial meet 1 year ago. Li Zhang, currently 18 years old, stepped into the core formation stage 3 months ago. Calling you trash was indeed not wrong, now you can't even defeat a little kid. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Zhang didn't give a shred of face to his own little brother. Li Xiao could only embarrassedly smile. So it was you who beat up my little brother? Li Zhang looked coldly at Duan Ling Tian in a condescending manner. Whatever he said, Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders. Although Li Xiao is trash, he is still my, Li Zhang's, little brother. You beating him caused me to lose face as well. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Li Zhang sneered. In his heart, however, he was slightly shocked. He heard from his little brother that even Li Yuan was not a match for this youth. This youth was only 16. A 16-year-old 8th level body tempering stage main clan disciple wasn't something the Li clan lacked, but there were none that could defeat Li Yuan. If I didn't guess wrong, as an 18-year-old inner court disciple, you will participate in the clan martial meet half a month from now. If you want to help your little brother and teach me a lesson, you don't have to be so anxious. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently. The Li clan's martial meet was the stage for the younger generation. Li clan disciples at the ages of 16 through 18, no matter whether they were inner or outer court disciples, would all be allowed to participate. Brother, don't listen to him, he's purposely delaying, Li Xiao hurriedly said. Duan Ling Tian was straightforward, staring at Li Zhang as he slowly said, You're right, I'm delaying. I admit I'm not a match for you now, but in half a month, who loses to who is still unknown. Interesting, truly interesting. If you are at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, in half a month you will be able to break through to the 9th level at most. I really want to see what you will rely upon to fight me half a month from now. Li Zhang's eyes narrowed into a line, disdainfully laughing as he turned around and left. Brother, Li Xiao was anxious. Noticing Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze sweeping over, Li Xiao's expression was slightly fearful. He hurriedly caught up to Li Zhang and left. This Li Zhang is exactly as Li Shishi said, obsessed with martial arts. Young master, how do you know? The young girl beside him asked. My Kair's appearance is like a flower's, but he actually didn't even take an extra glance. If he isn't obsessed with martial arts, then what is he? Duan Ling Tian laughed loudly. Young master, you're teasing me again. The young girl instantly blushed. Okay, let's go home. We can't let mom wait too long. During the time that Duan Ling Tian and Kair returned home, in the Aurora City trade market, the 3 great clans, clan martial meet is about to begin, and the body tempering pills have all been swept clean, so unlucky. Muttering to himself, a youth of around 16 and in embroidered clothing walked into the medicine store under the watch of his 2 middle-aged bodyguards. Young Master Xiao, noticing the person who arrived, the manager's face was full of smiles. There were 3 colossi in Aurora City, respectively being the Li clan, the Lin clan, and the Xiao clan. He instantly recognized this person. It was indeed the Xiao clan's patriarch's youngest son. Manager, give me 3 sets of the medicinal materials to refine body tempering pills, the youth in embroidered clothing said to the manager. The manager lightly smiled as he asked, Young Master Xiao, I have a new batch of medicinal liquid here. Its effects are the same as body tempering pills, but its ability to increase the speed of cultivation is double compared to the body tempering pill. Are you interested? Chapter 48. The fisherman reaps the reward. That night, after eating his fill, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room. After pouring in 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the bath barrel, he took off his clothes, sat inside the barrel, and closed his eye as he started to cultivate. Greedily absorbing the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the lifeblood in his body slowly growing stronger as his body underwent a metamorphosis. When he finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. What's going on? I still haven't broke through. Duan Ling Tian frowned. His face had a puzzled expression. For the past half-month's time, on every occasion that he absorbed the 7 treasure body tempering technique, he was clearly able to feel the changes in his body as it underwent metamorphosis, but every time he felt he would soon break through, he would be unable to. Could it be that it has something to do with the spirit serpent form's mental cultivation method? Duan Ling Tian curiously searched through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. He quickly found an answer. Fuck. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from spitting out a vulgarity. It turned out to be that the madman rebirth martial emperor had added an extra something in his self-created 9 dragons war sovereign technique's spirit serpent form. According to his theory, when the spirit serpent form is cultivated to the 9th level of body tempering stage, a strength of 3 ancient mammoths would be achieved by just relying on the fleshly body. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths is 30,000 pounds. Duan Ling Tian was currently at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and had a strength of 7,000 pounds. 2,000 pounds above the strength of an average martial artist at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. But at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he would be able to possess a strength of 30,000 pounds. An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage only had the strength of 10,000 pounds. In other words, when he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he will be 3 times stronger than an average 9th level body tempering martial artist. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to possess this sort of strength by relying on the fleshly body and origin energy when they reach the 2nd level of the core formation stage. No wonder I was unable to break through. It was actually the exceptional ability in the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's spirit serpent form. It was because of the spirit serpent form that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid was constantly activating the potential in my body, creating a foundation for me to successfully possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. How long will I have to endure until the tides turn? The next day at dawn, when he exited his room, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his mother had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Mom, what's the happy occasion? Tian, looks like you really are going to have to let K'er protect you. K'er broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage last night. Li Ru blinked her clear eyes as she teased him. Really? Duan Ling Tian was startled. K'er slowly walked out of her room. The slim and graceful young girl seemed to have added on some charm after a night's time. K'er, looks like you'll have to protect me from now on. Duan Ling Tian smiled tenderly. K'er's breakthrough was something Duan Ling Tian expected. With the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and the thunder flame pill, and K'er's natural talent, it wasn't strange for her to break through. After all, the Frost God's sword technique was not as abnormal as the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. After having their breakfast, Duan Ling Tian notified his mother before bringing K'er along as he left the Li clan estate. This time, he planned to spend a few nights in the misty forest with K'er, to get proper tempering. If I had noticed the unusualness of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's spirit serpent form earlier, I wouldn't have promised to battle Li Zhang half a month from now in the clan martial meet. On the way to the misty forest, Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that he would surely break through before the clan martial meet. At that time, he thought that after breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he would possess around 15,000 pounds of strength, comparable to the strength of 1.5 ancient mammoths. Compared to Li Zhang, who was at the first level of the core formation stage, he would only be weaker by a few thousand pounds. If he attacked unexpectedly while relying on the sword-drawing arts, he had a good chance of defeating Li Zhang. But now, the 9th level of the body tempering stage was far, far away. If he wanted to let his fleshly body possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, even with the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, it would at least require half a year to be successfully accumulated. It's really like how they say, "Don't act like you're great or you'll be struck by lightning," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. "Young master, what's this about getting struck by lightning?" The young girl looked over curiously. "No, nothing." Entering the misty forest this time wasn't the same as before. Everything seemed to progress easily from experience. After a journey of hunting wild animals, Kair and Duan Ling Tian finally arrived near the inner area of the misty forest when the sun was setting. The wild animals around this area were quite ferocious. If not for Kair breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be daring enough to bring Kair this deep into the misty forest. Duan Ling Tian was like a spirit serpent, and his violet meteorite flexible sword was like the tongue of a poisonous serpent. Every time it swept out, it would take the life of a wild animal with it. Compared to the bizarreness of Duan Ling Tian's movement technique, Kair's figure seemed much more graceful. That night in the misty forest, Duan Ling Tian and Kair slept out in the open. As a former exceptional weapons specialist, sleeping out in the open was as normal as eating to Duan Ling Tian, but it was different for Kair. She was restless until late at night when she finally fell asleep while listening to Duan Ling Tian's stories. Sitting on the tree trunk, looking at the young girl soundly sleeping, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's curled up into a light smile. Maybe a life like this wasn't too bad. Dawn of the second day. Some noise entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. 7 people, 5 men and 2 women, were approaching from afar. These people were young, only at the ages of 17 or 18. When they noticed Duan Ling Tian and Kair, they were slightly shocked as they didn't expect there to be people younger than them that dared to pass the night in the misty forest. Moreover, they were only 2 people. The 5 youths' gazes fell upon Kair, emitting a slight burning gaze. When the 2 young girls looked at Kair, their eyes emitted a sense of envy. When the 7 of them arrived near Duan Ling Tian, a tall youth asked, "Should we get them too? Help us? Are you crazy? Wouldn't 2 more people mean we have to share 2 more portions? It's only a black python, it will be easy to kill it with the 7 of us working together." A short youth said as he frowned. "Yeah, if you're scared, you don't have to come. The 6 of us can share it," the young girl who was dressed in revealing clothing and had a face covered in makeup said. The tall youth went silent. The 7 of them passed by Duan Ling Tian and Kair, walking towards a different area. Black python. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Searching through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Black python, a fierce beast that evolved from a wild animal. Its strength is comparable to a core formation martial artist. Allegedly, the nest of the black python has treasures that are formed from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. There would be rare medicinal materials, or rare ores, or maybe even spirit fruits. Kair, let's follow them and see what happens. On the spur of the moment, Duan Ling Tian took Kair and followed the 7 people from afar. The 7 people quickly entered the inner area of the misty forest. The inner area of the misty forest was covered in fog all year round, turning the entire forest into a maze of fog. As they entered the inner area of the misty forest, the figures of the 7 people slowly became indistinct. "Shit, I lost them." After a moment, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Just at this moment, a loud bang sounded nearby on the left. Duan Ling Tian and Kair silently went towards the sound. What they saw was a huge, multicolored tiger, fighting with the 7 people from before on an empty field. The multicolored tiger had an enormous body, greatly exceeding that of an ordinary wild tiger, and its strength was at the first level of the core formation stage, extremely ferocious. 4 of them are at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. No wonder they dared to hunt the black python. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes above 3 of the youth and 1 of the young girls, Duan Ling Tian's hearts twitched. Finally, by paying the price of 1 of their 9th level of the body tempering members being injured, the 7 of them eventually killed the huge, multicolored tiger. After collecting the valuable fur and other parts of the multicolored tiger, the 7 of them continued forward. Duan Ling Tian and Kair followed from afar. Finally, in front of a remote cave, the 7 of them stopped. The black python is inside. Duan Ling Tian brought K'er and hid on a nearby tree, watching from afar. Duan Ling Tian quickly saw one of the 7 throw a stone into the cave. Instantly, an enormous figure flew out from inside. It was exactly an enormous python with an entirely pitch-black body. The black python was over 10 meters long, with a pair of icy cold and piercing eyes, its tongue moving like lightning. "Let's do it." Immediately, the figures of the 7 of them moved, flying straight towards the black python and attacking with full force. The black python moved as well, as if transforming into a flash of black lightning. Its tail swung out and blasted a youth away. The youth dropped to the ground and fainted. Abruptly, the tall youth shouted, "Not good. This black python isn't simply at the first level of the core formation stage." The young girl with heavy makeup looked towards the sword-wielding youth as she shouted in a delicate voice, "Wang Dong, pierce its weak spot. You guys, hold him for a moment." The sword-wielding youth shouted in a low voice as he started to look for an opportunity. But the speed of the black python was not something they could compare to. Another youth's head was quickly bit off by the black python's bloody mouth. The entire scene seemed incredibly bloody. Looking at this scene, Duan Ling Tian's expression didn't change. But K'er beside him had a dreadfully pale expression and her delicate figure trembled. "Young master, should we help them?" K'er's eyes emitted a trace of pity. "If we go help them, they might not even be willing, or maybe they would even think we wanted a share of the spoils." After a moment, with the help of the remaining 5 people who fought desperately, the sword-wielding youth eventually found an opportunity and pierced the weak point of the black python. But it seemed to be slightly off target. The black python went completely berserk. The remaining 5 were either bitten to death or sent flying by the python's tail. Until the last person lied there lifeless, only then did the black python's enormous body finally drop heavily on the ground, its eyes emitting a sense of sorrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian and K'er dropped to the ground, reaping the rewards at the earlier 7's expense. 2. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed the black python raise its head and gaze at him. Its piercing eyes were actually emitting a begging expression. The black python suddenly raised its head and turned to look at the cave behind it. It shook its head as if it were begging for something. Only when he entered the cave did Duan Ling Tian understand what the black python was begging him to do. Inside the cave, besides 3 spirit fruits hanging on 2 bizarre plants, were 2 slightly cracked snake eggs that would hatch at any moment. Out of the 3 spirit fruits, 2 were the same, whereas the other larger spirit fruit was slightly different. "This is a dark spirit fruit." The memories of rebirth Martial Emperor flashed inside his mind. Looking at the slightly large crimson-red spirit fruit, Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled and his face turned completely red. 1 TL note: it's kind of like a Chinese rhyme saying, where the word, act great, rhymes slightly with the word, struck by lightning, in the original Chinese text. It's something like an informal saying that means you will get retribution when you portray yourself beyond your ability. If you're curious, it's zhuang bai and lei pai. 2 TL note: the idiom, saying fisherman reaps the reward actually means the obtaining of a profit at another's expense, which is how I translated it here. The reason for this note is just to clear up the meaning of the chapter title. Chapter 49. 200,000 silver. Dark spirit fruit. Even in the 2 lifetimes of rebirth Martial Emperor, he had heard of it but had never seen one. That just shows how exceedingly rare the dark spirit fruit is. If the dark spirit fruit is consumed by an ordinary person, it will allot the person to instantly complete his body tempering, allowing them to step into the 9th level of the body tempering stage within 3 months. It was indeed heaven-defying. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form, I still haven't been able to break through. Maybe this will be a turning point for me. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He didn't expect his luck would be so good. This pleasant surprise was really too huge. As for the other 2 dark violet spirit fruits, they were extremely rare spirit fruits as well. Violet thorn fruit, a type of extremely poisonous spirit fruit. If consumed by a human, it would cause instant death, but if consumed by a poisonous fierce beast, it would be a tonic to it. "Young master, let's keep them." Unknowingly, the young girl had already taken the 2 fist-sized python eggs in her hand. She was looking at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation. "Since their mother is dead, let's take them both home." The violet thorn fruits were obviously ripe. The reason the black python still hadn't consumed it was probably because it was keeping it for its 2 offspring. After plucking the violet thorn fruits and the dark spirit fruit, Duan Ling Tian and K'er left the cave. K'er's gaze never left the 2 python eggs in her hands. Her clear eyes were filled with motherly brilliance. K'er, wait for me over there. Duan Ling Tian walked to the front of a passed-out youth. His sensitive senses felt the suppressed killing intent emitted from the youth, a killing intent directed towards him. Stop acting, your breathing sold you out, Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice, and in the instant that the youth's eyes emitted a terrified expression, his violet meteorite flexible sword had already silently pierced the youth's heart. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian didn't expect he would bump into such a matter. So he and K'er didn't change their clothes which had the Li clan's crest. Now, only with the death of this youth could he avoid any troubles in the future. As a former weapons specialist, Duan Ling Tian deeply knew the maliciousness of a person's heart. There was also the fact that the youth showed killing intent towards him. After taking a circle around, Duan Ling Tian noticed that 4 out of the 7 had been killed by the black python. Adding on the one he just killed, there were still 2 more alive. 2 extremely faint killing intents were indistinctly felt. They were obviously awake but pretended to be passed out. In the silence of the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian's ears slightly moved as he clearly heard their rapid and nervous breathing. Another 2 sword strikes went directly into their hearts. After finishing off the other 2, Duan Ling Tian collected the more valuable spoils they had. He then glanced at the black python's corpse before giving up on the thought of cutting it up. Then Duan Ling Tian slowly walked towards K'er. Half an hour later, the body of the short and stout youth who was supposed to have been pierced in the heart by Duan Ling Tian trembled. He struggled to open his eyes, then he removed a medicinal pill from his pocket with much difficulty and swallowed it. After a short amount of time, the blood flowing out of the short and stout youth's chest finally stopped. Li clan, member of Aurora City's Li clan, you probably never would have imagined that my heart was naturally inclined sideways. The short and stout youth struggled to sit up, his expression extremely grim. Because his heart was inclined sideways, he was able to keep his life. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the short and stout youth's expression changed into an expression of terror as he hurriedly fled. After he fled, an enormous figure moved 1,000 meters in an instant and abruptly descended, all while emitting a bizarre roar filled with rage. Aurora City, Shao Clan Estate. In a vast and luxurious courtyard, the youth in the embroidered clothing walked out. His expression seemed anxious. That 6 treasures body tempering liquid is virtually godly. Based on my current cultivation level, consuming body tempering pills would require at least around 5 days of consumption to achieve a breakthrough, but undergoing medicinal baths in that 6 treasures body tempering liquid will merely require 2 days of absorption before I can break through. The youth dressed in embroidered clothing brought along his 2 bodyguards as he left the Shao clan and arrived at the trade market. Manager, give me another 100 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The youth dressed in embroidered clothing entered the medicine store and directly proclaimed his needs. When the medicine store manager noticed the youth in embroidered clothing rushing over, he thought that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was useless and the youth had come to sully the reputation of his store. But he never would have imagined that the youth would say this, 100 portions. The manager's heart trembled. Young Master Shao, I'm afraid it would be impossible today, I still haven't replenished my stock. How about 2 days from now? The manager laughed bitterly. I really wonder what you were thinking. Such an excellent medicinal liquid and you didn't replenish extra stock. This is 5,000 silver as deposit. I'll come by to get it in 2 days. The youth in embroidered clothing frowned. Then he put down 5,000 silver before leaving in large strides. 2 days. The manager had a distressed expression. He was only casually mentioning the time earlier, and he was completely unaware when the Li clan youth would return. Now he felt a bit of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten more 6 treasures body tempering liquid from the youth. Manager, what happened? Why the distressed face? Just at this moment, a voice sounded. The manager's gaze instantly shone brilliantly, as if he found his savior. He quickly went to greet the person. The person who arrived was indeed Duan Ling Tian. After leaving the black python's nest, he and K'er returned to Aurora City. They first went and took care of the spoils of their trip, exchanging it for 3,000 silver. Afterwards, out of a whim, he wanted to know how the sales of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was going, so he came to medicine store. Manager, you. Duan Ling Tian looked at the slightly discomposed manager with a puzzled expression. Customer, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid you put for sale in my store has been sold. The manager took out 1,000 silver and passed it Duan Ling Tian in a slightly agitated manner. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he asked, "Then, manager, do you need more stock now?" "Yes, yes, I want as much as you can give me," the manager hurriedly said, seemingly extremely afraid Duan Ling Tian would cut off his supply. "Do you have an unused room here?" Duan Ling Tian asked the manager. "We do, customer. You need it." The manager was dazed. "Yes, I plan to concoct the medicinal liquid here from now on." The manager's pupils constricted as he asked in amazement, "Customer, you concocted the 6 treasures body tempering liquid? It's only a medicinal liquid. Is there any reason to get so excited over it?" The corners of the manager's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him had said that on purpose. A medicinal liquid that could thoroughly triumph over the body tempering pill, was that an ordinary medicinal liquid? "Since I'm already here today, go prepare some medicinal materials for me. I'll concoct some for you now." According to Duan Ling Tian's request, the manager quickly finished preparing everything. Looking at the pile of cheap medicinal materials in front of him, and then looking at the large crock in the room, the corners of the manager's mouth started to tremble. According to these proportions, the cost of manufacturing the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was almost negligible. If this large crock was filled to the brim, it would at least produce around 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid, right? When Duan Ling Tian and K'er were about to prepare the medicinal materials, the manager suppressed the agitation in his heart as he self-consciously left the enclosed room and closed the door behind him. With the assistance of K'er, Duan Ling Tian finally finished concocting the large crock full of 6 treasures body tempering liquid in an hour. He then walked out of the room and returning to the medicine store. "Manager, I'll trouble you to divide the 6 treasures body tempering liquids into portions." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled at the manager. The manager entered the small room for a moment before exiting once more with a glowing face. "Respected customer, that large crock of 6 treasures body tempering liquid would at least be 2,000 portions. How about I pay you the silver for 2,000 portions now, and we will sort out the difference later?" The manager asked. "Okay, as for the cost of the consumed medicinal materials, just deduct it from the extra portions." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he received the silver bills from the manager. 200,000 silver in bills felt heavy when held it. "No need. Those medicinal materials don't even cost 1,000 silver combined, just take it as a gift from me." The manager was very perceptive in the way he dealt with the situation. If it was in the past and someone had told the manager that medicinal materials that weren't even worth 1,000 silver could be concocted into medicinal liquid worth 220,000 silver, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Now that the facts were laid out right before his eyes, he had to believe it. "Manager, since you're so frank, I'll take it. How about this? You can suitably increase the price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. My bottom line is 0.80% for me and 20 for you." Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the manager. "Thank you, customer." The manager took a deep breath. He knew that since the youth relented, he would naturally be able to change the price of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. "Oh yeah, before the end of our Li clan martial meet, I won't come here again, so you better not sell off all the 6 treasures body tempering liquid in a few days. Precious items are more valuable. Manager, you're an intelligent person." After saying one last thing to the manager, and under the manager's shocked gaze, Duan Ling Tian and K'er returned to the Li clan estate. "Young master, I didn't think silver was so easy to earn." K'er's face was slightly red because she was mildly excited. "Haha, K'er, not everyone has this sort of ability to earn money like your young master. In the entire Cloud continent, it would probably be only him and the Li family's grand elder who knew how to concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, whereas only he knew how to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid." After returning home and greeting his mother, Duan Ling Tian hastily returned to his room and consumed the dark spirit fruit. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt a warm and boundless medicinal strength filling his entire body. His lifeblood was strengthening by leaps and bounds, and his fleshly body was undergoing a metamorphosis at full speed. In the courtyard. "K'er, what type of egg is this?" Looking at the 2 python eggs K'er placed on the table, Li Ru curiously asked. "Madam, these are black python eggs." K'er smiled. Li Ru's pupils constricted. She of course knew of the bloodthirsty fierce beast, black python. "K'er, what happened?" Li Ru asked. K'er obediently told her about what happened on her trip with Duan Ling Tian. So it would seem that the two of you benefited greatly simply by waiting for it to fall into your laps. Madam, the young master didn't make a move to save them. Isn't that not nice? Puckering her pink, small mouth, K'er blinked her clear eyes as she looked at Li Ru. Although K'er didn't say anything in front of Duan Ling Tian, in her heart, she found it slightly difficult to feel at ease. In her pure and simple world, she felt that they should have helped those youths and young girls hunt and kill the black python. K'er, I don't think Tian did anything wrong in this matter. Not to mention that the black python might have injured you. Even if you really had helped them kill the black python, they might have joined hands to deal with you and Tian for the sake of obtaining the treasures that the black python guarded. Li Ru guided patiently and gently. She had experienced much more than K'er and thus knew of the maliciousness of a person's heart. For the sake of treasures, relatives killing each other could be found everywhere, let alone strangers. K'er didn't think so much about it at that time. K'er will listen to the young master in the future. K'er lightly nodded as she slowly felt at ease. From this moment on, K'er would never doubt any of Duan Ling Tian's decisions in the future. In her world, Duan Ling Tian was the heavens. He was everything. Chapter 50. Going all out. At the crack of dawn, the sun rose in the eastern sky. Duan Ling Tian was already sitting cross-legged on his bed early in the morning, continuing to cultivate and assimilate the medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit. Since consuming the dark spirit fruit 2 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had only assimilated 20% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian could still feel his lifeblood and fleshly body undergoing a metamorphosis. This feeling was extremely vivid. Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room as he thought in his heart, I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet. Tian, I heard that the clan martial meet's registration starts today and continues for 3 days. Take care and go register after you've finished eating, Li Ru said to Duan Ling Tian as they had their breakfast. After finishing their breakfast, Duan Ling Tian brought K'er along as he left. The young girl blinked her clear eyes as she slowly said, Young master, I heard from big sister Shishi that disciples who advance to the top few ranks will get quite the prizes during the clan's yearly martial meet. Oh, did she say what prizes? Duan Ling Tian felt slightly curious. Big sister Shishi said that last year's champion, an inner court disciple, obtained a 300-year-old blood lingzi. Young master, a 300-year-old blood lingzi should be much more precious than a 50-year-old blood lingzi, right? She inquired. 300-year-old blood lingzi. K'er, I'll put it this way. 50 grams of 50-year-old blood lingzi is worth 1,000 silver. 50 grams of a 300-year-old blood lingzi would be worth at least 10,000 silver, and even at this price, there probably isn't any in the market. Through the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew the value of a 300-year-old blood lingzi. The blood lingzi in the medicine stores were ordinarily around the 50-year-old mark, and a 100-year-old blood lingzi was rare. A 300-year-old blood lingzi would be worth at least 10,000 for just 50 grams, comparable to 10 pounds of 50-year-old blood lingzi. A 300-year-old blood lingzi would at least weigh 100 grams, and be worth over 20,000 silver. If a 300-year-old blood lingzi was directly crushed and consumed, a mere 50 grams would be comparable to 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood lingzi in terms of medicinal effects. However, the medicinal strength of 5 pound of 50-year-old blood lingzi would require an ordinary person to spend an entire year to assimilate, whereas a 300-year-old blood lingzi was different. Its medicinal strength could be fully assimilated in at most 1 month's time. If the former is compared to a tractor, then the latter would be a rocket. So expensive. The young girl's cherry lips slightly opened, obviously out of shock. If the prize this time is a 300-year-old blood lingzi as well. Duan Ling Tian's heart twitched and his eyes emitted a burning gaze. If it was so, he was determined to obtain it. If he had a 300-year-old blood lingzi, he would be able to concoct even better medicinal liquids and increase the speed at which his defensive martial skill progressed by a lot. Duan Ling Tian and K'er quickly arrived at the registration site. A stream of people was flowing in. After lining up for a moment, some inside information entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Let me tell you guys, the disciples who get into the top 10 in this year's clan martial meet will not only be able to enter the 3rd floor of the martial repository pavilion and choose a high-grade profound rank martial skill, they will also obtain 3 100-year-old blood lingzis and 10,000 silver, an outer court disciple said mysteriously. There hasn't been any news that leaked out so far. How do you know? Immediately, some people doubted him. Hey, you guys don't know this, but my cousin's neighbor's daughter-in-law's nephew is an inner court disciple. It was he who unintentionally overheard the discussion of a few elders. The outer court disciple from before complacently laughed. What's the prize for the top 3? Another person asked. The prizes for the top 3 are nearly similar to last year. Besides entering the 3rd floor of the Martial Repository Pavilion and choosing 2 high-grade profound rank martial skills, they will also obtain a 200-year-old blood lingzi and 30,000 silver. How about the champion? The champion, on top of choosing 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, will obtain a 350-year-old blood lingzi and 100,000 silver. Oh my god, 350-year-old blood lingzi. The prize for last year's champion was a 300-year-old blood lingzi, and it was already shocking. I didn't expect that this year's prize for the champion would be even better. I heard last year's champion, Li Feng, used the 300-year-old blood lingzi and cultivated his high-grade profound rank martial skill to the mastery stage in one go. Among the youths below the age of 20 in the clan currently, without using weapons, no one is able to break through his defense. Yeah, Li Feng is a rare genius of our Li clan, and he's only 19 this year. Hearing the discussion in his surrounding, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. 350-year-old blood lingzi. If he could obtain it and concoct it into medicinal liquid, it would be more than enough to assist him, K.R., and his mother's defensive martial skills to all break through to the mastery stage. If I can break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet, becoming the champion won't be impossible. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart to go all out. Spare no efforts to break through. The clan martial meet was restricted to Li clan disciples between the ages of 16 and 18. Once one turned 19, it would be considered leaving the scope of the term, youth, and they would be called, young man. This restricted from participating in the clan martial meet. According to what Duan Ling Tian knew, in the inner court, disciples at the age of 18 were mostly at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and a few had already stepped into the core formation stage. Unless he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, it will be extremely difficult to compete against them. Eventually, it was Duan Ling Tian and K.R.'s turn. At the registration site, the two of them registered and each got a number card. Duan Ling Tian was number 77. K.R. was number 78. The Aurora City Li family main clan had a population of almost 10,000. Youth disciples between the ages of 16 to 18 amounted to nearly 300 people. Besides a portion of inner court disciples, outer court disciples that met the criteria for registration amounted to over 200 people as well. For the first round of the clan martial meet, the inner court disciples obtained a bye to the second round, whereas the outer court disciples would compete for 30 placements to directly become inner court disciples. The start of the second round would be the true fierce struggle, deciding the top 10, top 3, and even the champion. Winning matchless honor and generous prizes. The first round of the clan martial meet competition would begin after 10 days. For the next 10 days, besides eating and sleeping, Duan Ling Tian was practically always cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, absorbing 7 treasures body tempering liquid in extremity, desperately assimilating the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. For the sake of the 350-year-old blood lingzi, Duan Ling Tian was really going all out this time. Tomorrow is the clan martial meet, but I still haven't broken through until now. Luckily, after the first round, the second round will only begin after 3 days. With my current strength, entering the top 30 of the outer court disciples in the first round isn't really a challenge. Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. In these past 10 days, besides cultivating, Duan Ling Tian did hear some rumors from K.R. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid had thoroughly become famous. Aurora City was going crazy over it. What the Li clan outer court disciples discussed the most nowadays was the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If anyone's parents bought them some 6 treasures body tempering liquid, it would attract the jealousy and envy of many outer court disciples. Along with the arrival of Aurora City's 3 great clans, clan martial meets, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid supply could not meet the demand. People who had no accumulated wealth in their homes would even go so far as to borrow money in order to be able to buy some 6 treasures body tempering liquid for their children. The clan martial meets affected the lives of many. If one was unable to become an inner court disciple by the age of 19, their life would be doomed to end without any accomplishments. As a parent, no one would hope for their children to face this. Of course, the six treasures body-tempering liquid did allow many 18-year-old outer court disciples to achieve a further breakthrough before the clan martial meet, increasing their chances of advancing to become an inner court disciple. These examples that were plain for everybody to see caused the black market price of the six treasures body-tempering liquid to experience a price hike to 3,000 silver a portion. A bunch of madmen. After hearing about all this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be amazed. It was lucky that he had long ago told the medicine store manager to keep his identity a secret. Or else, if anyone knew that he was the one who concocted the six treasures body-tempering liquid, he would never get a shred of peace. In a wide courtyard of the Li clan, an extremely swift figure stepped in at a peculiar pace. The figure flew past as if it had transformed into a gust of wind. The figure stopped and revealed itself. It was a youth at around the age of 17. It was precisely Li Yuan. Ha ha, good, Yuan, your unfettered steps has finally stepped into the mastery stage. With this, besides Li Kuang, there will be no one in the outer court who can be your match. Even entering the top 10 of the clan martial meet wouldn't be impossible. A middle-aged man who stood at the side laughed. I will surely enter the top 10 of the clan martial meet. If I can obtain 3 100-year-old blood Lingzi, my golden bell cover will be able to step into the mastery stage earlier. Li Yuan's eyes flickered, showing incomparable confidence. Quickly, a towering youth's figure flashed inside his mind. Last time, my movement technique was inferior to yours, allowing you to gain the upper hand. But this time, my unfettered steps has been cultivated to the mastery stage. I will surely defeat you and mercilessly humiliate you. Unfettered steps, a middle-grade profound rank movement technique. When cultivated to the mastery stage, its speed will in no way be inferior to Duan Ling Tian's spirit serpent movement technique. In a slightly cramped courtyard, an icy cold sword shine flew out accompanied by more than 10 sword afterimages. It was as if a sword net had been condensed in the air, without an opening and extremely powerful. The 3-foot-long blade entered its sheath. I have finally stepped into the initial stage before the clan martial meet. The green-clothed young girl stood still. Her face had a light smile. A married woman with a slightly pale complexion was standing in front of the door, coughing twice before she slowly said, Shishi, you need to properly thank the person that passed this sword skill to you. Mom, why are you out here? Your body isn't well, so stay inside your room more often, and don't come out often. Li Shishi's face emitted a trace of reproach, supporting the married woman into the room, in another courtyard. You really are trash. I passed the howling tiger fist to you so long ago, but until now you still haven't broken through to the mastery stage. Li Zhang looked at Li Xiao with a gloomy expression. Brother, I'm sorry. Li Xiao lowered his head, not daring to retort. Zhang, stop scolding your brother. He has already worked hard, it's just he's limited by his natural talent, which is far from yours. The middle-aged man who was standing nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he interrupted. Dad, it's because you've spoiled him. Li Zhang frowned as he left Li Xiao behind and angrily returned to his room. Chapter 51, Advancement. Tomorrow is the clan martial meet. That night, Duan Ling Tian's house had an unexpected guest. Looking at the youth, Li Shishi lightly grit her teeth as she said in a low voice, Thank you for gifting this sword skill to me. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have 100% confidence to enter the top 10 in the clan martial meet. Top 10 in the clan martial meet. Looks like your synchronous shadow sword has been cultivated to the initial stage. The youth was slightly shocked of Li Shishi's ambition. Although Li Shishi's strength placed her at the top 3 in the outer court, the top 10 of the clan martial meet would require competing with many inner court disciples. Wanting to enter the top 10 was no easy matter. Li Shishi lightly nodded. If you really want to thank someone, then thank K'er. It was because of her that I gave you that sword skill. If there's nothing else, then I'll be returning to my room to cultivate. Shrugging his shoulders, the youth turned around and returned to his room. Glancing at the youth's back, Li Shishi's gaze became complicated and she sighed faintly. Big sister Shishi, where's the young master? An elegant and refined young girl entered the courtyard. He's returned to his room to cultivate. Little sister K'er, it's time for me to leave as well. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have taught me the synchronous shadow sword. Li Shishi forced out a laugh before turning around and leaving. Big sister Shishi. The young girl noticed that something was wrong with Li Shishi. Li Ru had walked out of her room at an unknown time, shaking her head as she sighed while looked at Li Shishi's disappearing figure. As an experienced person, she naturally was able to discern Li Shishi's thoughts. at the crack of dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian and K'er arrived at the inner court martial arts practice field. The clan martial meet would be held here. At a corner of the inner court martial arts practice field stood 30 combat arenas. The 30 combat arenas were in a circle. In the middle stood a high platform with seats laid on it. In front of the combat arena, a stream of people flowed. Along with the appearance of 3 aged chief judges, the noisy martial arts practice field became quiet. These 3 chief judges were all Li clan elders in charge of presiding over the clan martial meet. Behind these 3 chief judges were 30 more judges, nearly all of them were young adults. The 3 chief judges were led by an old man with white eyebrows. Duan Ling Tian noticed an extremely dangerous aura emitting from the white-eyebrows old man. Duan Ling Tian understood that this person was definitely a powerhouse, strong enough to slap the current him to death with a single stroke. As the lead chief judge, I'll introduce the rules for today's clan martial meet. 242 outer court disciples will be divided into 30 groups based on the number cards in their hands. Besides the first group having 10 people, the rest will only have 8. The 30 groups will each determine an arena master. As for the specific rules, the judges will let you all know. Of course, if you think your luck is bad and was divided into a strong group, you'll all have a chance later to challenge any one of the 30 arena masters. As long as you win, you will be the new arena master. When no one is left to initiate a challenge, the 30 arena masters will become inner court disciples. After the lead chief judge finished, the 30 judges started to divide the outer court disciples into groups. Duan Ling Tian and K'er were divided into the same group. These rules aren't too bad, they guarantee absolute fairness. Duan Ling Tian indifferently smiled. Duan Ling Tian was number 77 and K'er was number 78. They were placed in the 10th group. The 10th group had a total of 8 people. Out of the other 6, 2 of them recognized Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian defeated the Lin clan outer court's top disciple, Lin Qi, they saw it with their own 2 eyes. Meeting Duan Ling Tian here, the 2 of them took the initiative and admitted defeat. Out of the other 4, none of them could withstand a single move from Duan Ling Tian. As for K'er, her opponents wouldn't even have the chance to attack before her violet meteorite flexible sword had already descended upon their throats, causing her opponents to feel a chill run down their spines. Even the judges were speechless. The 10th group actually had 2 little freaks. In the end, it was up to K'er and Duan Ling Tian to determine the arena master of the 10th group. Gazes from the surrounding combat arenas descended on the 2 of them. On the central high platform. The 2 of them look unfamiliar. Are they branch family disciples? One of the chief judges was slightly shocked. They are precisely branch family disciples. Both of them are from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, and they are both disciples with another surname. The youth among the 2 of them even defeated the Lin clan's Lin Qi a while ago in the trade market. Another chief judge lightly smiled. Lin Qi, the Lin clan's patriarch's youngest son. The top disciple in the Lin clan's outer court, with a strength comparable to our Li clan outer court's top disciple, Li Kuang. The former chief judge was visibly moved. You're right, it was him. The latter chief judge nodded. A branch family disciple, and even a disciple with another surname. Such a pity. The formed sighed. Humph. Branch family disciple, disciple with another surname, so what? As long as they don't betray our clan, then they are members of our Li clan. The white-eyed-browed old man grunted. Hearing this, the other 2 chief judges immediately went silent. Standing on the 10th combat arena, Duan Ling Tian indifferently said, I admit defeat. This caused everyone, including the judges, to be disappointed. But Duan Ling Tian and K'er were together after all. Although they were disappointed, they weren't shocked. K'er became the arena master for the 10th combat arena. After some time, an arena master appeared on each of the 30 combat arenas. Besides K'er, Duan Ling Tian recognized another 3 of these arena masters. Li Shishi, Li Yuan and Li Xiao. The 3 chief judges in the central high platform that was surrounded by the 30 combat arenas stood up. The white-eyebrows old man had an unchanging expression as he indifferently said, Now, those outer court disciples who failed to be chosen in their own group and are unwilling will now have a chance to challenge the other arena masters. If they win, they will become the new arena master. If they lose, they will lose the chance to become an inner court disciple. Immediately, noise erupted beneath the 30 combat arenas. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. They needed to spend some time to judge the strength of each of the arena masters before initiating a challenge. Quickly, a figure flew up onto the 15th group's combat arena, attracting the gazes of everyone. It's Duan Ling Tian. Many outer court disciples recognized the figure. Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple that defeated the Lin clan's outer court top disciple, Lin Qi, in the trade market. You're right, it's him. With his strength, he could probably rival Li Kuang. How could he have been eliminated? Don't tell me he was eliminated by Li Kuang. No, he gave the 10th group's arena master position to the young girl who never leaves his side, that young girl over there. So beautiful, even slightly more beautiful than the former top beauty of the outer court, Li Shishi. Since ancient times, heroes love beautiful women. No wonder he forfeited. On the 15th combat arena, Li Xiao's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to actually come challenge him. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian's decision was on purpose. Outside the combat arena, Li Zong's eyes emitted a fierce light. Although he always looked down upon Li Xiao, no matter what, Li Xiao was his younger brother, this was an unchangeable fact. I admit defeat. Under everyone's gazes, Li Xiao took the initiative and admitted defeat. Even though the surroundings sounded with boos and caused his face to flush with shame, he still gritted his teeth and endured. By admitting defeat now, he would be able to conserve his full strength to battle another arena master. If he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian slightly attacks harder on purpose, once he gets injured, he would lose any chance of becoming an inner court disciple. Duan Ling Tian, in 3 days, I will properly teach you a lesson. Li Zhang coldly glanced at Duan Ling Tian before walking to another combat arena with Li Xiao, helping Li Xiao to find an opponent. Duan Ling Tian's eyes slightly narrowed before closing and resting his mind. The arena master challenges progressed like a raging fire. No one challenged Li Kuang, Li Yuan, and Li Shishi because these were the top 3 of the outer court. After forcing Li Xiao to admit defeat, no one came to challenge Duan Ling Tian either. K.Er, on the other hand, had 3 people who one after the other challenged her. However, her violet meteorite flexible sword would always descend on the opponent's throat at the first possible moment, causing her opponent to be unable to move. This young girl is similar to Duan Ling Tian. They are both freaks. I have a feeling that she might be even stronger than Li Shishi. Yeah, in front of her, no matter if it's appearance or strength, Li Shishi is slightly inferior. The outer court disciples discussed with each other. Some of the inner court disciples who came to join in the fun were also slightly astonished as they took an extra glance at the young girl. Brethren, this little girl is really not bad. From today onwards, our inner court will have another female disciple whose appearance and natural talent is be able to rival Li Fei's, an inner court disciple said to the youth beside him. Li Fei, the top beauty in the inner court. The youth had a gray shirt with silver lining. His piercing gaze descended on the young girl and emitted a trace of greed and dominance. It's Lian. It really is him. When the surrounding outer court disciples recognized the gray-clothed youth, they were unable to keep themselves from exclaiming. Lian, a famous inner court disciple of the Li clan. 1 year ago, when Lian was 17 and with his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he participated in the clan martial meet and entered the top 10. His final placing was 6th, merely inferior to 4 18-year-old core formation stage youths and 1 more 9th level body tempering youth of the same age. Now, among the inner court disciples under the age of 19, his strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2. As dusk, the clan martial meet came to an end. After admitting defeat in front of Duan Ling Tian, Li Xiao successfully challenged another arena master. The 30 arena masters advanced to become inner court disciples. For a moment, many people shook their heads and sighed, and many more felt dejected. Among them, some were already 18. Since they couldn't become inner court disciples this time, it meant they would forever lose the chance to become inner court disciples. If they were branch family disciples, they would be sent back to their respective branch families. Duan Ling Tian and K.Er walked shoulder to shoulder. K.Er held onto his arm. Her face had a smile of happiness. Many gazes of jealousy and envy descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Looking forward, at an empty space that had been opened up by the crowd, stood 2 youths around the age of 18. The youth with gray clothes that stood in front looked at him with a gaze filled with enmity. Duan Ling Tian couldn't understand why someone who he didn't even recognize would look at him with such a gaze. When he noticed the gray-clothed youth's gaze move from him and onto K.Er, he was enlightened. So the reason turned out to be K.Er. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.